Chapter 1. Arriving in Marvel, I shall venture into outer space. I hereby declare the closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Division. In the grand hall of Tony's villa, the television replayed the news from a few days prior. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, watching the footage, unable to suppress a chuckle, yet simultaneously exhaling in relief that it seemed that after rescuing Tony from the cave, he had not irrevocably altered the trajectory of the narrative. Tony Stark was, as in the original tale, closing the Weapons Development Division. Not long ago, Lin Feng was an unremarkable inhabitant of Blue Star. While scrolling through short videos, he inadvertently fell asleep, his phone screen still displaying scenes from the Avengers film. The post-credit scene echoed with the sound of Tony Stark's hammer striking metal again and again. Thus, awakened once more by the clamor of Tony's hammering, he found himself transported to the cave where Tony had met his fate. Moreover, he had activated a system. For Lin Feng, who had often lamented the monotony of life, this was undeniably both fantastical and exhilarating. The system's first task was to assist Tony Stark in crafting the Iron Man suit, and it had even advanced a reward: 10 of superhuman abilities derived from the steel physique. With this 10 superhuman strength, Lin Feng naturally aided Tony in escaping the confines of his prison. In saving Tony Stark, Lin Feng also earned his friendship, as he had arrived in this world as an undocumented individual, lacking identification or a place to reside. Lin Feng was temporarily accommodated in Tony Stark's seaside villa. Lin Feng switched off the television, stroking his chin. It had been some time since he rescued Tony Stark. His second novice task was due to be addressed. With this thought, Lin Feng could not resist revisiting the system's task list, his pulse racing at the mere sight of the word superhuman accompanying the rewards. Novice Task 1. Rescue Tony Stark. Task Reward: 10 superhuman steel physique completed. Novice Task 2. Fly into outer space to receive radiation from a yellow star. Method unrestricted. Task Reward: complete superhuman steel physique abilities. Note: the system will only fully bind to the host after completing both novice tasks. Please complete within 1 month, or the system will automatically unbind. How many men and boys harbor the dream of super speed, super endurance, and super strength? Not to mention the strikingly practical heat rays, freezing breath, and so forth. The prospect of possessing superhuman abilities made Lin Feng's heart race. Even the 10 he had already acquired had given him a taste of exhilaration. Now he was eager to complete the second novice task and experience the full extent of what it meant to be superhuman. As for the second novice task of flying in outer space, while it was undeniably challenging, it also seemed relatively straightforward. Previously, Lin Feng would have had scant opportunity to venture into the cosmos. Not only was the technology of the time prohibitive for ordinary citizens to board rockets, but even if it were permissible, Lin Feng lacked the financial means. However, Lin Feng now finds himself within the realm of Marvel, dazzled by the myriad of advanced technologies. Having rescued the affluent Tony Stark, soaring into outer space theoretically poses no insurmountable challenge. With a mere month to complete his novice task, Lin Feng is left pondering the potential consequences of failure. Perhaps the system will disengage, leaving him stranded in the Marvel universe, devoid of superhuman abilities. Alternatively, he might simply cease to exist, losing any chance of returning home. Regardless of the outcome, neither scenario is one Lin Feng wishes to witness. In light of this predicament, he realizes that seeking Tony Stark's assistance is the most expedient and reliable route to the cosmos. In doing so, he would acquire the complete capabilities of Superman, albeit in a steel-bodied version sufficient to contend with peculiar beings like the Hulk. Such powers would undoubtedly enable him to navigate the early narratives of Marvel with ease. A feasible plan indeed. As Lin Feng continues to envision a bright future, he can't help but leap from the sofa, exuberantly practicing a series of punches, resembling a foolish deer in his enthusiasm. Just as he revels in his own delight, Tony Stark returns to the villa after a grueling day with the press. Upon entering, he is greeted by the sight of Lin Feng in a state of frenzy on the sofa. "Hey buddy, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much that sofa is worth?" Startled from his reverie by the unexpected voice, Lin Feng realizes Tony has arrived. Embarrassed, he quickly jumps off the sofa, brushing off the spot where he had been sitting. "Oh, Tony, welcome back." Tony snorts and settles in the sofa. "Oh, Lin, how are you finding your stay here?" Hearing this, Lin Feng stroked his chin and pretended to ponder. It's all right, I suppose." "All right? Buddy, do you know how much the sofa you just stepped on is worth?" $30,000. Tony can't help but roll his eyes at "Oh, come on, buddy, that doesn't really matter. We are friends, after all. When I have my own house, I'll allow you to trample on my sofa." Lin Feng feigns generosity, issuing a blank check, knowing he is currently penniless and hoping to brush the matter aside for the time being. "I'm not particularly interested." Tony scoffs, though he refrains from contesting the notion of friendship. Despite his sharp tongue, he begrudgingly acknowledges Lin Feng as a friend, having shared trials and even saved his life. In the days to come, Tony will often be grateful for such a companion. But that is a tale for another time. Speaking of houses, you already have one. Tony tosses a stack of documents to Lin Feng. Hey, race your identification, driver's license, and a villa in New York. This is a special arrangement. Tony points to the property deed with raised eyebrows, stating, Pepper personally selected it for you. I trust you will find it to your liking. Now, you may express your joy and properly thank the affluent Tony Stark, Tony boasts, reveling in his status as a man of wealth. Lin Feng, a bit speechless, took the documents and glanced at them. It was an identity certificate, along with the property deed for a villa in the Twisted Waste area, spanning 600 square meters. Additionally, there was a check for $5 million. Oh, Lin Feng squinted his eyes, quite pleased with the generous offering. That I'm immensely grateful to the magnate Tony Stark. This gift is truly satisfactory. With an uplifted brow and a satisfied demeanor, he nodded appreciatively at Tony Stark. One must concede that although Tony had a sharp tongue, he was remarkably thorough and sincere in his dealings. Goodness, has this young man just acquired his first property? No. Rather, it is his first villa. Not one to be overly polite with Tony. After some light banter, Lin Feng resolved to share his aspirations of venturing into outer space. Speaking of which, Lin Feng adjusted his posture slightly, adopting a serious demeanor. There's actually something quite important that I need your assistance with. Oh, pray tell. Noticing Lin Feng's newfound seriousness, Tony raised an eyebrow and stood to fetch a bottle of whiskey from the bar. He poured himself a glass and then offered Lin Feng an empty one, indicating that he could serve himself if he wished. However, Lin Feng abstained from pouring any whiskey, as he was unaccustomed to its flavor. He pointed upwards and continued, Tony, I wish to journey into outer space. Specifically, the kind where one departs from Earth's atmosphere. Not too far, just to the vicinity of the satellites would suffice. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback, his raised glass halting midair. Outer space? The kind that involves leaving Earth. Am I mistaken? Indeed, Tony, the kind that involves departing from Earth. Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Tony leaned forward, intrigued. Buddy, are you serious? Tony's remark left Lin Feng even more speechless. I am sincere, Tony. Seeing Lin Feng's earnestness, Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. Very well. You are serious. That I am curious as to what prompted this sudden desire for outer space. Are you seeking a sightseeing adventure? Reaching outer space was entirely feasible for Stark Industries at present, and the financial implications were trivial for Tony, considering Stark also possessed commercial satellites. It's not for sightseeing. Tony, I can only disclose that it pertains to my abilities to successfully complete his novice task. Lin Feng decided to share a mix of truth and half-truth with Tony. Lin Feng was acutely aware that without a compelling reason, Tony Stark would not readily acquiesce to what seemed a rather audacious request. After all, at this point in time, sending someone into outer space carried considerable risk, unlike in a later phase when Star-Lord's adventures made such travels commonplace. My abilities stem from solar radiation. Lin Feng elaborated that in outer space, devoid of atmospheric interference, I can absorb radiation to the fullest extent, thereby significantly enhancing my powers. Whom you understand. At this juncture, Lin Feng made a fist gesture, raising an eyebrow at Tony. That moment, within the confines of the cavern, I struck the mountainside with such force that a considerable cavity was formed. The falling debris afforded Tony's armor precious moments to recharge, an impression that lingered vividly in his mind. Well, Lin, this is indeed an unconventional method of training. I have never encountered anything like it, Tony remarked, swirling his wine glass as he shook his head in astonishment, his thoughts drifting back to Lin Feng's formidable punch, astonishingly powerful, beyond what even a world champion could muster. Lin, I actually have a question. Tony shifted the conversation. I'm rather curious if you might be a mutant, considering your capabilities back then. He mimicked Lin Feng's punch. That hardly seems something an ordinary person could achieve. In Tony's recollection, it appeared that only mutants possessed abilities that transcended the human norm. I'm not a mutant, Tony, Lin Feng clarified. Indeed, his punch could easily evoke thoughts of mutants. However, mutants could not rival Superman. To be precise, my extraordinary abilities stem from hereditary lineage. Lin Feng gestured vaguely in the air as he explained. Honestly, I cannot articulate it well, as my awakening has been recent, and I too am quite perplexed. Lin Feng spoke a half-truth. Such ambiguous words are often the most challenging to discern. Over the past few days, he had conducted a thorough investigation of the current world via the internet and confirmed that this was indeed a realm entirely of marvel. In this world, humanity possessed no awareness of Superman. There was a conspicuous absence of any comics, videos, films, or discussions related to him. Well, Tony shrugged, indicating his acceptance of this explanation. So, do you promise to take me to outer space? Lin Feng inquired. Oh, that's a simple task for me, my friend. Since you wish to go, I shall escort you. Tony replied nonchalantly, shrugging again, for if he were to refuse, some might accuse him of being stingy. Hearing Tony's agreement brought Lin Feng a sense of relief. He had anticipated that Tony would likely not decline. That a week from now, Stark Industries will launch an artificial satellite you can accompany it to space, Tony stated as he rose and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Now, you may go and explore your new residence. Indeed, you see, my villa is rather unwelcoming to any men besides myself, unless one happens to be a woman, Tony said, half jokingly and half seriously, as he began to usher Lin Feng out. His villa had always been graced solely by cover girls for magazines, a fact he spoke without embellishment. That go to the garage and choose a vehicle. Consider it a gift from me. After all, hailing a cab here is quite the challenge. Before Lin Feng could respond, Tony continued. All right. Lin Feng nodded, acquiescing to Tony's arrangements. His objective had been achieved, and with a house of his own, he was eager to see what his very first villa looked like. Lin Feng soon departed from Tony's villa, playfully taking off in Tony's R8 sports car as he left. He recalled that this was Tony Stark's favorite car in the film, at least for the moment. Indeed, Stark had said to choose freely, and there was no fault in that. Chapter 2. The Space First Class. Ready for takeoff as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Feng sped towards the villa, driving Tony's R8 sports car. Eager to arrive before dusk, upon parking, he strode towards his very first home. Before him lay a charming estate. A two-story villa nestled in the heart of a sprawling lawn. Its minimalist architectural style was complemented by a modest fountain at the entrance, continuously cascading crystal-clear water. What pleased Lin Feng the most was the generously sized swimming pool located in the backyard. His mind began to wander at the sight, envisioning playful moments splashing in the water with his future partner. A flutter of excitement coursed through him as he contemplated whom he should choose as his wife. Recalling the plethora of stunning characters from the Marvel Universe. Hela? Perhaps not. The dark circles under her eyes detracted from her allure. Natasha? Well, she did fit Lin Feng's preferences quite well. Yet, he felt a stronger inclination towards Wanda, whose exuberance captivated him. He pondered whether he could handle the formidable presence of those two. As Lin Feng indulged in his daydreams, he thoroughly explored the villa, finding great satisfaction in its immaculate condition, courtesy of dedicated housekeeping staff. The refrigerator brimmed with an array of exquisite ingredients, likely arranged by Peibo. Ensuring that dinner was well taken care of, he retrieved a steak and a bottle of beer, recalling his modest culinary skills from before his journey. Preparing a steak was a trivial task for him, despite his skills not rivaling those of a professional chef. The steak sizzled to perfection, cooked to medium. Lin Feng's preferred doneness. Seated at the dining table, he relished his meal while contemplating the path that lay ahead. He had traversed into the timeline of Iron Man 1. A pivotal moment when the Marvel saga began to unfold dramatically. An impending danger loomed, and Lin Feng, with clarity of mind, recognized the need for early preparation. In the main storyline, the greatest adversary, Thanos, was still scouring the cosmos for the Infinity Stones. Captain America remained encased in ice, but it would not be long before he was unearthed. Odin's wayward son was likely on the verge of his exile to Earth. And the Hulk's timeline eluded his memory. Was it before or after Thor's arrival? Then there was Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and others. As Lin Feng pondered, he savored another bite of steak, marveling at its exquisite flavor. The luxuries of life were indeed delightful. At present, Peter Parker was still a mere child, and Doctor Strange was merely a surgeon, leaving Lin Feng with ample time to develop. Thoughts of Strange led him to consider the all-knowing Ancient One. He wondered if his status as a traveler had been detected by her. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned. The Ancient One was not a bloodthirsty individual, and it seemed illogical for her to act violently towards an outsider. After all, many extraterrestrial beings coexisted on Blue Star without her intervening. However, Lin Feng recalled that Superman appeared to possess a notably low resistance to magic. It is difficult to ascertain just how low the magic resistance is, as I have not tested it. However, the low magic resistance is likely to become my greatest and most fatal weakness. A solution must be found. Of course, the first order of business is to complete the novice task too. Acquiring the complete set of Superman powers is my most pressing need. Everything else can be considered secondary. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Feng ceased his ruminations. Following a simple ablution, he reclined on the soft bed and gradually sank into the realm of dreams. Time passed swiftly, akin to Lin Feng's ardent anticipation, and soon a week had elapsed. One morning, he received a phone call. Upon seeing the name Tony Stark on the screen, his eyebrows arched in recognition, and he thought to himself, here it comes. As the call connected, Tony's voice came through. Hey, Lin, your space adventure is about to commence. Are you ready? Jarvis should have sent the address to your device. Hurry over, or you'll miss the last shuttle. Got it. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Feng wore a smile, excitement bubbling within him, just as he had envisioned. Today he would truly transform into Superman. Skipping breakfast, he swiftly leaped into his R8 sports car, flooring the accelerator. The poor R8 emitted a plaintive roar, carrying Lin Feng as it sped toward the rocket launch site. An hour later, having pushed the car to its limits, Lin Feng finally arrived at the location, where Tony was already waiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Tony greeted him, and together they took the elevator to the rocket's head, where the return capsule awaited Lin Feng's seat. In the elevator, Tony tossed Lin Feng a black wristband. Lin Feng caught it and glanced down. What is this? It was a black, circular metallic piece, featuring an electronic display and what appeared to be an earpiece on the side. This is your ticket, Lin, Tony exclaimed with a snap of his fingers, his tone overly flamboyant. On a serious note, Lin Feng said, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Tony. All right, buddy, you truly lack a sense of humor, Tony remarked with a hint of annoyance before explaining. This is a posture detector with communication capabilities. It can monitor your posture in real time, and if any issues arise, you can contact Jarvis or me directly through it. In simple terms, it's a communication device. Understanding, Lin Feng nodded and secured the wristband in place. Put on the earpiece. Jarvis will remind you of some important matters as you enter space. You need to board now, buddy. I am eager to see how much stronger you will become, Tony added with a wink. Tony's comment made Lin Feng chuckle. How strong, you ask? With a single punch, I could render your Iron Man suit inoperative. Is that powerful enough? You will be utterly astonished. Lin Feng smirked, nodding his chin toward Tony in a boastful manner. I'm not blind. I just prefer wearing sunglasses, Tony retorted, rolling his eyes, only to break into laughter a moment later. Lin Feng also chuckled, their relationship having ascended to the heights of friendship. As they conversed, the elevator reached the pinnacle of the rocket, the location of the return capsule. Tony was the first to step out, pressing a few buttons on the rocket, causing a hatch to slowly pop open. Come aboard, mate. Tony turned and said, your seat is right here. When you need to return, simply inform Jarvis through the earpiece, and he will bring you back. Tony nodded towards his ear and gestured to the return capsule. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to Jarvis or me. Understood, Lin Feng replied before stepping into the return capsule, curiously surveying the interior. This was Lin Feng's inaugural journey into space aboard a rocket, and a sense of wonder was inevitable. The return capsule, predominantly white, was somewhat cramped, just enough to accommodate Lin Feng. This vessel had been hastily modified. Originally, this launch was not intended to carry passengers. However, at Lin Feng's request, Tony made some last-minute alterations. It must be said, despite his ungracious demeanor, Tony's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. One could hardly deny the impact of his extensive knowledge. After closing the return capsule door, Tony descended back to the ground via the elevator. The rocket's fuel was rapidly filled, and soon it would enter the countdown phase. The surrounding personnel swiftly cleared the area, and the connection between the launch pad and the rocket began to gradually disengage. Everything was in place. The colossal rocket carrying Lin Feng was poised to ignite and descend. In the rocket launch control room, Tony was meticulously reviewing various rocket data. He instructed Jarvis to connect and thoroughly investigate any potential hazards. Originally, Tony did not need to be present for this launch, but with Lin Feng accompanying him to space, he felt compelled to ensure his safety personally. The staff, too, were on high alert, scrutinizing every piece of data repeatedly, under the watchful eyes of the big boss. Even the slightest error could result in dire consequences. After studying the return capsule for some time, Lin Feng found himself at a loss. He settled into the aerospace seat, fastening the safety harness, taking a deep breath as he awaited the rocket's ascent. The moment when he would become a superhuman drew ever closer, intertwining feelings of anxiety and anticipation, causing a surge of excitement within him. In this state of exhilaration, 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. At last, the countdown for the rocket's launch echoed through his earpiece. He gripped the armrest of the aerospace seat tightly. Truth be told, it would be abnormal not to feel nervous on his first rocket ride. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown reverberated through his ears as Lin Feng swallowed hard. 3, 2, 1. Ignition, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Flames erupted from the rocket's tail, and the entire structure began to tremble, the fully ignited fuel transforming into a white cloud that enveloped half the rocket. The intense sensation of acceleration, coupled with the vibrations, surged through him as the colossal rocket shot upward, rising steadily and gaining speed with each passing moment. The sensation of being propelled backward is far superior to that of Tony's dilapidated R8. Inside the rocket, Lin Feng, devoid of a spacesuit, nonetheless possesses a commendable 10 of superhuman physical prowess, effortlessly enduring the gravitational forces exerted during the rocket's launch. As it ascends at an astonishing speed, the booster rockets begin to disintegrate, and the main body swiftly breaches the atmosphere, reaching its predetermined orbit. A novel sensation of weightlessness envelopes him, filling Lin Feng with an unparalleled sense of freshness. He realizes that the rocket has left Earth behind. Unfastening his harness, Lin Feng gently drifts into the void. Grasping the interior wall of the reentry capsule, he climbs to the sole glass window, gazing out. Before him lies an infinite expanse of darkness, punctuated by twinkling stars. Not far from his position, a colossal blue and white planet occupies a substantial portion of his view. That is the blue planet, the world that nurtured him. Unlike photographs, this marks Lin Feng's first genuine encounter with the home planet that has given rise to countless lives. It is breathtaking. He retrieves his phone, switches to camera mode, and aims it at the view outside. Click. He captures several images, selecting the one he deems the most exquisite to set as his lock screen wallpaper. This photograph of the blue planet, taken by his own hand, holds immense sentimental value. He contemplates sharing this extraordinary experience on social media, as such an opportunity is rare. Ding. The system's voice suddenly resonates. Detected that the host is now in outer space. Please exit the capsule and face the sun to commence evolution. The long-awaited system prompt momentarily halts Lin Feng's photographic endeavors, causing him to pause, as if fearing he misheard. Did I misunderstand? Or was that an error on your part? You want me to exit the capsule? If memory serves, outer space is approximately minus 270 degrees, correct? Indeed, host. Please exit the capsule, the system affirms. A wave of confusion washes over Lin Feng, evident in the furrow of his brow. Are you certain you want me to go outside? I'm not a fully realized superhuman yet. Will I even survive out there? Rest assured, host. Trust the system. The voice insists, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Feng's eyelids twitch, and he takes a deep breath, attempting to maintain composure despite his trembling hands. Very well, having come this far. Since the system assures him of safety, he chooses to believe it. After all, it has no reason to betray him. If he cannot overcome this challenge, how will he face the trials that lie ahead? Lin Feng cannot allow himself to retreat. Now, the opportunity for growth awaits him beyond the capsule. No gain without risk. He muses, resolute in his mission. With a determined bite of his lip, he presses the button to open the capsule door. As the door swings open, a sudden force pulls Lin Feng into the void of space. He floats weightlessly, suspended in the cosmos. Contrary to his expectations of frigid discomfort and suffocation, he drifts a short distance, finding himself surprisingly at ease. It is not as unbearable as I imagined. Lin Feng finally felt a sense of relief as he adjusted his body to face the direction from which the sunlight streamed. In the distant expanse before him, a colossal yellow star radiated a dazzling brilliance. The sun. At last, he confronted the searing yellow dwarf star amidst the cosmos. The sunlight enveloped Lin Feng, its blinding golden rays compelling him to close his eyes. An indescribable wave of comfort cascaded through him, as if every cell in his body rejoiced like fish encountering water. An unparalleled sense of ease enveloped him. With arms outstretched, he reveled in the tranquility, gently adrift in the vastness of space. However, while he basked in serenity, Tony, who witnessed the spectacle from Earth, was utterly horrified. What the hell? Upon seeing Lin Feng abruptly open the return capsule and float out, a shocked Tony instinctively exclaimed his trademark phrase. He quickly retrieved an electronic screen from his pocket and pressed a button. Jarvis, Tony called out directly. How did Lin Feng exit the capsule? Is there a malfunction? Or has he lost his mind? A barrage of questions erupted from him. Goodness. Could Lin Feng's venture into space signify an unconventional method of self-destruction? If that were the case, tomorrow's headlines would certainly feature him. Breaking news. Tony Stark gifts his friend an extraordinary means of self-annihilation? Filled with uncertainty and concern, Tony's mind raced until Jarvis's response provided a modicum of reassurance. Quite remarkably. Sir, I have never encountered an entity like Mr. Lin Feng. Your concerns are unfounded. Mr. Lin Feng voluntarily opened the hatch and exited. Furthermore, my data indicates that his current physiological parameters are entirely normal, albeit with a slightly elevated heart rate. As Jarvis's voice resonated, the screen in Tony's hand illuminated with Lin Feng's current bodily data. The readings confirmed that, while Lin Feng's heart rate was slightly elevated, it remained within acceptable limits. Only then did Tony exhale in relief, his anxious demeanor gradually calming. Buddy, I'm truly astonished. Tony murmured to himself. It's simply unbelievable. Jarvis, do you think Lin Feng? Might he be an alien? His voice grew hoarse with disbelief. Meanwhile, regardless of Tony's speculations, Lin Feng and the cosmos gently succumbed to slumber at the sound of another system prompt. Evolution had commenced. Chapter 3, The Steel Body. Attention from the dark-boiled egg time passes swiftly. It has been 2 to 3 months since Lin Feng arrived in outer space. During this period, under the influence of the system, Lin Feng has remained in a state of slumber. The optimized Kryptonian bloodline continuously transforms Lin Feng's physique, and combined with the radiation of the yellow sun, his body grows increasingly formidable. On Earth, Tony Stark monitors Lin Feng's condition every few days, ensuring that this peculiar friend of his is still alive. Yet, each time, Lin Feng's bodily data displays normal readings. The words indicating the organism's survival leave both Tony and Jarvis incredulous, floating in outer space without sustenance. Lin Feng's strength does not need to be enhanced for Tony to be utterly astonished. With Lin Feng evidently unharmed, Tony's attention shifts away from the drifting figure, focusing instead on his latest creation, an impressive new toy he has named Mark II, a continuation of his earlier work in the cave. Tony's scientific prowess is unquestionable. Days later, clad in the Mark II, he soars into the sky, exuberant as a child. Even an incident during testing, where he nearly met his demise due to icing, cannot extinguish the flames of his excitement. Meanwhile, apart from Tony Stark occasionally checking on Lin Feng, a dark-boiled egg has also taken note of this extraordinary being. At this moment, Nick Fury sits in his office, with Coulson standing before his desk. Coulson hands Nick a tablet displaying an image of Lin Feng drifting in space. Nick stares at the screen for an extended period, then glances at Coulson. The two share a peculiar look, seemingly at a loss for words. Unable to endure the odd silence, Nick Fury speaks up. He has been floating in space for over 2 months? Yes, Director. Not even changing his posture? Yes, Director. Still alive? Yes, Director. What the? Yes, Director. Coulson responds, almost absent-mindedly. Nick Fury fixates on him with his remaining eye. Director, should we contact Tony Stark? The records indicate that he was the one who sent this individual into outer space. Nick wraps his fingers on the table, contemplating briefly, then declines the suggestion. No, for now, let us focus on Tony Stark and his toys. Monitor Lin Feng continuously, and inform me immediately of any unusual activity. Nick Fury issues the directive. Understood, Director. After Coulson exits, the vast office remains empty save for Nick Fury. He opens a drawer of his desk and retrieves a document, the cover emblazoned with bold red letters, the Avengers Initiative. At this juncture, the timeline also reaches the conclusion of Iron Man 1. In space, the long-slumbering Lin Feng hears the system's voice once more. Ding. Evolution complete. The Kryptonian bloodline has been integrated. Congratulations, host, on completing all novice tasks. The system is now officially binding. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, as if a beam of red light emanated from within. Binding in progress. 1, 15, 37, 59, 98, 100. Binding successful. The evolution system is at your service, specifically designed for the Kryptonian bloodline evolution. With the assistance of this system, the host will transform into the mightiest superhero. As the system's voice faded, Lin Feng had finally completed his initial tasks. Clenching his fist, he felt an unprecedented strength and vitality coursing through his body. It was as if every cell within him brimmed with immense energy, yearning to be unleashed. Goodness. Is this the power of a steel body? After thoroughly experiencing his newfound physique, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. System, display my personal panel. He called out. A transparent screen, visible only to Lin Feng, suddenly materialized before him. Evolution system host. Lin Feng reputation points. 10 reputation points can be exchanged for various items in the system store. Ability. Superman steel body. Upgradable. Current tasks. None system store. Level 1. The panel was remarkably straightforward and clear. Lin Feng keenly noticed the prominent upgradable label next to his ability. He inquired, System, what does it mean to be upgradable? The system promptly responded, Upgradable indicates that your ability can be enhanced. The host may utilize reputation points to upgrade the Superman steel body ability or exchange them for a more powerful Superman template, such as the Silver Superman. The host may peruse the system store, as the available exchange options have now been populated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng opened the system store and indeed found a plethora of superhero abilities available for exchange. The Silver Superman template was present too, however. It required level 2 store access and a staggering 100 million reputation points. Currently, Lin Feng possessed only level 1 exchange privileges to upgrade to level 2. He needed to accumulate 50 million reputation points. As for level 3, that demanded a formidable 200 million reputation points. Level 1 privileges allowed exchanges for mere trinkets from various universes, such as Superman's glasses, replicas of Aquaman's trident, and discarded arc reactors from Tony Stark. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a pair of black briefs, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth is this? There's also Black Widow's original lingerie, and it requires only 10 reputation points. This must be a joke. Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff, glancing at his own reputation points. Goodness. Just enough to exchange for one item. System, how can I acquire reputation points? Lin Feng asked, feeling somewhat defeated. The avenues for acquiring reputation points are 3. The system elucidated. First, the system assigns tasks to the host. Second, the host, in the guise of a superhero, resolves crises, which translates into a measure of prestige. Third, The positive image the host cultivates in the hearts of the public, along with their affirmation and admiration for the host's actions, continually generates prestige. To put it simply, when the host saves an individual, the gratitude and reverence of that person contribute to the host's prestige. Moreover, the more attention the host garners, the greater the accumulation of prestige. I see. This implies that I am to become a star. Lin Feng clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. He recalled that in the movie, Superman was also renowned in Metropolis, with the public spontaneously erecting a grand statue in his honor, and some streets even adorned with the iconic S emblem upon his chest. It appears that acquiring prestige is not overly challenging, as long as Lin Feng intervenes in the narrative and learns to emulate Superman in saving the populace from peril. Over time, the gratitude of the citizens will become the source of his prestige, much like an endless harvest of chives. Having comprehended the system, Lin Feng felt a surge of eagerness. Having just acquired the powers of Superman, he was impatient to test his newfound strength. Resisting the urge to throw a few punches at the moon, Lin Feng decided to inquire about any available tasks from the system. Ding. Detecting a narrative task, assist Tony Stark in defeating Obadiah. The system proved to be quite efficient. System task, aid Tony Stark in vanquishing Obadiah. Task reward, 1,000. 000 prestige points, 1 black Superman suit. Task duration, 3 hours. Goodness. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Has it truly taken this long to enhance his Kryptonian physique? Has Tony already crafted his Iron Man suit? Host, your original constitution was that of an ordinary human. The safe activation of your Kryptonian bloodline has required additional time. The system answered Lin Feng's unvoiced query. Lin Feng nodded. 3 months held no significance for him, especially since he was currently unemployed. He merely had anticipated that so much time had elapsed, with the task duration set at just 3 hours. It was prudent to focus on completing the task before attending to anything else. Without delay, Lin Feng utilized his newly acquired supervision. The once blue and white planet rapidly magnified in his sight, his eyes scanning the Earth like satellites. He had a general idea of Tony's location and soon pinpointed him, engaging in a friendly display of force against Obadiah. With a swift dive, Lin Feng shot towards Tony's position, simultaneously activating his super hearing. Is this all you've got? Tony quipped, exchanging banter while searching for a weakness in Obadiah's defenses. At that moment, Tony was clad in the modified Mark III suit, its once smooth and sleek exterior now marred by Obadiah's relentless blows. Hearing Tony's taunts directed at Obadiah, Lin Feng smirked, clearly entertained by Tony's sharp tone. On the ground, Obadiah manipulated the mech, taking a step forward, swinging a massive pendulum that struck Tony squarely in the chest, sending Mark III flying and leaving it incapacitated for a considerable time. I adore this suit. Obadiah cackled as he charged forward to deliver another kick, reveling in the sensation that he, clad in armor, was the sole authority of Stark Industries. Tony's Mark III was trampled by Obadiah, sparks flying wildly, followed by another kick that sent Iron Man Tony performing in aerial acrobatics. Oh. Lin Feng watched in midair, his teeth clenched at the sight, which appeared to be excruciatingly painful. Just managing to stabilize himself in the air, Tony Stark gasped for breath as the reactor on his chest flickered incessantly. Sir. Energy remaining. 7. Jarvis dutifully reminded him. A shell came hurtling towards him, and with his energy reserves dwindling, Tony could not evade entirely, taking a hit to his right arm. The explosion ensued, sending him plummeting downwards. In an instant, the inside of his helmet was awash with frantic red lights. The impact system was offline, missiles were offline, and multiple soft tissue injuries plagued his body. Damn it, I felt that without you telling me. Tony grimaced as pain radiated from various points of his body. Jarvis, if you have any viable plans left, present them post-haste. Otherwise, you might as well arrange a funeral for your boss. Tony cursed while unleashing the scant energy he had left to delay Obadiah. Sir, perhaps Mr. Lin Feng could assist you. Jarvis suddenly interjected. Lin? Isn't that kid floating in outer space? Tony gasped. Sir, look above. The display inside Tony's visor suddenly highlighted a rapidly approaching object. Confused, Tony glanced upward, prompting Obadiah to do the same. In the next moment, a humanoid figure descended with astonishing speed, crashing into the ground between them and creating a crater that erupted in a cloud of dust, enveloping the entire area. Chapter 4. Have you fallen before I even put in any effort? Sir, look above. Suddenly, a bright red insignia descended from the heavens within Tony's visor. Crash. The insignia landed heavily between the two combatants, creating a substantial crater in the asphalt and raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the scene. Amidst the haze, a figure emerged, seemingly kneeling on one knee in an unusual posture. Lin, is that you? Tony Stark ventured tentatively. Cough, cough. Hi, Tony. Lin Feng waved his hand to disperse the dust and stepped out of the pit, unscathed. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face as he greeted Tony Stark. It was his first flight, and in his eagerness to rescue Tony, he had accelerated a bit too much. He had intended to make a grand entrance akin to Tony's armored descent, but had not quite mastered the landing. WH what? Tony stammered, his gaze darting between Lin Feng and the sky, filled with astonishment and a hint of confusion, before ultimately settling on the large crater. Buddy, did you fall from space? No. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial. He could never accept such an embarrassing notion. To be precise, I flew down, although it was my first flight, and I'm still getting the hang of it. Lin Feng chuckled, attempting to justify himself. Noticing Tony's continued fixation on the crater, Lin Feng couldn't help but interject. Stop staring at that pit. It's merely an accident, trust me. With those words, he successfully diverted Tony's attention. Oh, buddy, I'm at a loss for words, Tony exclaimed, pointing at Lin Feng. You are undoubtedly an alien. No, I am a human from Earth. Lin Feng countered. What human can fly? Tony shot back. Lin Feng fell silent. I can explain. Before Lin Feng could elaborate, Obadiah, noticing the two engrossed in conversation, felt his temper flare. Buzz. A mechanical roar filled the air as Obadiah raised his robotic arm, aiming it at Lin Feng. Hey, you with the dark hair. Obadiah called out. Lin Feng turned to face him. Are you addressing me? Obadiah lifted his visor and nodded. I don't care what your relationship with Tony Stark is, but I give you 1 minute to leave this place. As he spoke, the massive mechanical arm emitted the sound of transformation, revealing a small rocket launcher. You wouldn't want to sacrifice yourself for such a playboy, would you? Obadiah refrained from firing the rocket, wary of Lin Feng's unexpected show of power that had created the crater. His focus remained solely on Tony Stark, and he was reluctant to provoke Lin Feng, whose capabilities were still unknown. If Lin Feng could depart, it would be ideal. However, if he did not, Obadiah was prepared to test whether Lin Feng could withstand a rocket barrage. Oh, I cannot comply with that request. Tony has promised me a villa as payment. Lin Feng pretended to ponder, stroking his chin. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding explosion echoed in the air. The rocket fired by Obadiah, trailing smoke, struck Lin Feng with precision. Seizing the initiative, the cunning Obadiah unleashed his attack without hesitation, instantly transforming the battlefield into a magnificent explosion of smoke and light. Lin, Tony exclaimed anxiously. Lin Feng was devoid of his Mark III armor. If anything were to happen to him, Tony feared he would be burdened by guilt for an eternity. Oh, I'm fine. Lin Feng emerged slowly from the haze. To be honest, he was momentarily startled by the impact of the rocket. Yet, upon striking him, it felt merely like a tickle. The power was utterly lacking. A smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. His iron physique was indeed remarkable. Seeing Lin Feng completely unharmed, both Tony and Obadiah stared in disbelief. Not only had his skin remained unscathed, but under the protection of the biological force field, even his clothing showed no signs of damage. What manner of monster is this? Obadiah exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and fury coursing through him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rockets struck Lin Feng again, one after another, yet still failed to inflict any harm. Are you merely tickling me? Lin Feng scoffed, finding it all rather tedious. Under the might of his iron frame, Obadiah's attack seemed not only childish but utterly futile. This was no fault of Obadiah's. The capabilities of a superhuman against him were simply beyond reason. Obadiah stood no chance before Lin Feng. Slightly crouching, Lin Feng spoke. There is an old saying in my hometown. To come without reciprocating is impolite. You should return the favor. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Feng accelerated, landing a punch squarely on the unsuspecting Obadiah's chest. The sound of a tremendous impact echoed as Obadiah's massive mechanical form was sent flying. Lin Feng's punch produced a sonic boom, propelling Obadiah several dozen meters away, embedding him within the rubble. Poor Obadiah hadn't even the chance to utter a final threat before meeting his demise. The power of a superhuman's fist was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng nonchalantly blew on his fist. Is that all? How dull. At this stage, the Iron Man suit was utterly ineffective against Lin Feng's strength. Perhaps only the later Mark 50 series would endure for a few more seconds under his might. Jarvis, did you see that? Tony inquired, witnessing a display that far exceeded his comprehension. It was hardly the kind of strength one would expect from a human. Indeed, sir, Jarvis replied. Mr. Lin Feng's punch has surpassed the speed of sound. It's simply unimaginable. Furthermore, Obadiah is deceased. Jarvis processed the data from Lin Feng's recent strike, revealing that the blow had indeed broken the sound barrier, resulting in Obadiah's immediate demise. The armor on his chest was caved in, effectively crushing him. Phew. Tony exhaled deeply and commanded, contact the logistics team to handle the scene. Jarvis. The events of the past few days have been utterly absurd. Whether it is Obadiah's betrayal or the formidable display of Lin Feng's return, Tony feels the need for a moment of solitude. Is my reactor still functional? He inquired, gesturing towards Obadiah's damaged mech lying nearby. It has sustained considerable damage, sir. Mr. Lin Feng's punch struck precisely at the reactor's core, came the reply. Well, Tony remarked with a hint of exasperation, it seems I must construct another reactor. Hey, Tony, what did you think of my punch? Lin Feng approached, brimming with enthusiasm after effortlessly ending the battle with a single blow. You are a monster, Lin. Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't deny it. If you claim to be an extraterrestrial, I doubt anyone would question it. However, they both knew now was not the time for such discussions. We need to leave. My team will manage the aftermath, Tony stated, glancing at the horizon where pesky reporters would soon converge. All right, Tony. So, shall I come by tomorrow? Lin Feng asked. Understanding that Tony had just emerged from a fierce battle and needed some rest, he prepared to take flight back to his villa. Wait, Lin. Give me a lift back to my villa. I have some questions to ask you. Tony interjected, halting Lin Feng's ascent. Lin Feng nodded again, stepping forward to clasp Tony's shoulder. Hold on tight. In the next instant, the duo ascended into the sky, swiftly making their way to Tony's villa, with Pepper Potts also en route. Upon returning to the villa, Tony, with J.A.R.V.I.S.S. assistance, removed his armor and applied an ice pack to his swollen head. He then poured himself a glass of whiskey and settled down across from Lin Feng, who had occupied himself with the television during the wait. The screen was alive with live coverage of the battle that had transpired outside Stark Industries. Hey, Tony, you've become quite famous, Lin Feng teased, a broad smile spreading across his face as he pointed at the screen. I have always been renowned, Tony Stark retorted, rolling his eyes as he too turned to the television. The coverage of the evening's battle had quickly become sensationalized by reporters. Although it did not mirror the original narrative where Stark Industries' reactor was entirely obliterated, the journalists were as eager as cats spotting fish, clamoring to report the unfolding events while embellishing the details. It remains unclear who dared to capture such audacious footage, but the clarity and proximity of the shots were striking. The footage displayed Stark in his armor engaging Obadiah in a fierce exchange, which soon made headlines on the evening news. The rapid dissemination of this information across various forums and video sharing platforms was astonishing. The television continuously replayed the sequence of events. In the footage, Iron Man appeared to be at a disadvantage. Currently, Tony lacked combat experience, and with his reactor's energy waning, he struggled against Obadiah. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing Lin Feng's figure on the screen. His peculiar landing and supersonic punch elicited gasps from the host, igniting a fervent discussion among the captivated audience. Speculation abounds regarding Lin Feng's identity. Some surmise he possesses extraordinary powers, others conjecture that he hails from another planet, and a few even postulate that he is a secret weapon of Stark Industries. However, the predominant theory posits that Lin Feng is a mutant. Amidst this scene, Tony could not restrain a chuckle, casting a teasing glance at Lin Feng. Well, it seems you have attained fame. Caught off guard, the handsome youth found himself rendered speechless, as his visage was unmistakably displayed on the screen, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could he have overlooked the necessity of concealing his face? Yet, the matter was not of great concern. After all, he needed to be seen to garner any reputation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 1 million reputation points, along with a black superhero suit. The system's voice chimed, announcing the rewards for the mission. Lin Feng accessed the system's space, where a sleek black suit lay quietly. Black superhero suit, a suit crafted from special materials. It boasts unique technology for stamina restoration and wound healing, while also possessing the ability to enhance the absorption of solar radiation. Upon witnessing the formidable suit, Lin Feng's spirits lifted instantly. However, the rewards were not limited to this. During this event, the host was expected to garner over 1 million reputation points, with the precise amount pending the system's delightful notification as time unfolded. Chapter 5. An inescapable glitch. Today it's my turn. Upon returning to the villa, Little Pepper found that Lin Feng had already departed. Tony did not inquire too deeply. He simply gathered some basic information about Lin Feng's abilities and expressed a desire to conduct a power assessment on him in the future. His curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Tony had some concluding tasks to attend to, prompting Lin Feng to take his leave. At that moment, Lin Feng soared through the night sky, reveling in his flight, weaving effortlessly into S and B shapes filled with unbridled joy. Humanity has long yearned for the freedom of flight akin to that of birds. Yet the experience of soaring through the air oneself is entirely distinct from being confined within the confines of an airplane. Fortuitously, Lin Feng had been granted this privilege. As he glided through the skies, Lin Feng paid little heed to the possibility of radar detection. Tony's visibility to radar was a consequence of his armored suit, a large metallic contraption capable of flight. In contrast, Lin Feng was different. Radar typically only captures objects that reflect radar waves. Even if he were to be detected, Lin Feng felt no trepidation. Having transformed into a superhuman, he saw no reason to live in fear. At merely 20-something years of age, his youthful spirit was unyielding. His mindset at that moment mirrored that of Tony Stark during his inaugural flight into the heavens. While soaring, Lin Feng simultaneously employed his super hearing to encompass the entirety of the twisted waste. He recalled reading novels in his past life filled with protagonists rescuing others, and he wished fervently to be that savior himself. Now endowed with sufficient power, Lin Feng yearned to don a heroic facade and experience that thrill. Moreover, having dispatched Obadiah with just a single blow, which hardly warranted a warm-up, left him with an insatiable feeling of something amiss. With the enhancement of his super hearing, a torrent of sounds from the twisted waste inundated Lin Feng's ears. Wait, was Tony flirting with Little Pepper? How scandalous. How could he overhear such a thing? There was also the unmistakable sound of gunfire, likely emanating from Hell's Kitchen, truly a land of freedom. Astonishingly, there was even a report of domestic violence. Intrigued, Lin Feng continued to eavesdrop. Alas, it appeared to be a woman assaulting a man. Poor fellow, he thought, shaking his head. It was inappropriate to meddle in others' domestic affairs. Perhaps he should listen a bit longer. As Lin Feng transformed into a makeshift radio, he reveled in the thrill of clandestinely gathering information. However, after an extensive period of listening, he found no one in need of his assistance. Sighing in resignation, he resolved to return home and rest. Yet, in the very next moment, a piercing scream pierced the air. Help! Lin Feng's heart raced, and he halted mid-air. Had the moment finally arrived? Following the sound, his supervision penetrated through several buildings, swiftly locating its source. Approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, on a desolate little street, a group of 4 or 5 members of the Gray Street encircled a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young woman who clutched a camera in her hands. Was he truly encountering such a scenario? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, recalling how he often watched short videos where foreigners lamented the dangers of their hometowns at night. Initially, he was skeptical. However, reality proved them right. With a swift dive, he soared towards a group of individuals, donning his black superhero attire, a color he favored. His flight was remarkably swift, covering 3 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Instead of descending immediately, he paused mid-air to observe. Please, spare me. A young woman pleaded softly, her voice laced with panic as her darting gaze sought an escape. How could she have impulsively ventured into Hell's Kitchen to gather evidence against the Gray Street? You filmed what you shouldn't have. Do you still wish to see the sun tomorrow? How naive. One of the gang members taunted. I've been in New York long enough to witness a reporter daring to enter Hell's Kitchen for the first time. Unfortunately, my dear, the boss decreed that you 1t see the dawn again. But fret not, before we dispose of you, you will ascend to paradise in another manner. Trust me. The Gray Street members advanced menacingly, their laughter echoing as they savored the torment. The young woman, cornered, gritted her teeth and raised her camera, attempting to wield it as a weapon. This only elicited more derisive laughter from the gang, who regarded her struggle as futile. As the arrogant gang members closed in, the young woman sensed her imminent doom. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. What is so amusing at this late hour? Count me in. The gang members looked up in confusion, their pupils dilating in shock. Suspended in the air was a man clad in a black, form-fitting suit. A prominent S-shaped emblem emblazoned on his chest. As their attention shifted to him, Lin Feng executed a dramatic dive, performing a Tony Stark-style landing, placing himself protectively in front of the young woman. Satisfied with his performance, he noted that he hadn't damaged the ground this time, a boost to his vanity. What's the occasion for this nighttime revelry? Mind if I join? Seeing Lin Feng descend, the gang members clearly mistook him for a mutant, their expressions betraying a hint of fear. Bro, mutants don't meddle in Hell's Kitchen. You'd best leave. The leader of the gang brandished a handgun, threatening Lin Feng with bravado. I'm no mutant. Lin Feng scoffed at the weapon, a sneer on his lips as he provocatively leaned forward and pointed to his head. Come on, shoot me here. That little pistol is only fit for a scratch. Who do you think you're insulting? This is your own doing. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. The gang leader retorted. Bang. A gunshot resonated through the air as a bullet struck Lin Feng squarely on the forehead, transforming into a metallic projectile that clattered to the ground. The scene fell into an immediate silence, punctuated only by the sound of the bullet hitting the floor. Impressive marksmanship, Lin Feng remarked with a sardonic smile. Bang, bang, bang. The defiant members of the Gray Street fired several shots, predictably achieving nothing. Damn it, you are a monster. Realizing the dire situation, the Gray Street members scattered like birds startled from their nest. But could they outrun Lin Feng? He charged forward, delivering a swift blow to each of them, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unconscious. So pitifully weak, Lin Feng mused. Ordinary individuals possess no resistance against a superhuman. Having dealt with the Gray Street members, Lin Feng expressed his melancholic reflections before turning his gaze. It appeared that the protagonist of the evening had yet to regain her composure. As he took a couple of steps closer, the young woman instinctively recoiled. Lin Feng halted, donning a smile to appear more amicable. Hello, miss, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, sir, she responded. Finally coming to her senses, her delicate hand patting her chest repeatedly to ease her anxiety. She exhaled deeply, her mind still a chaotic tangle, and instinctively reached for her phone to capture a photograph of Lin Feng, a young journalist threatened by the Grey Street members. A dashing passerby coming to her rescue. This was the kind of news that young women adored. She felt compelled to embellish the story, otherwise, it would lack the necessary drama. Had Lin Feng known her thoughts, he would have surely remarked on her carefree dedication to work, one moment on the brink of being sent to paradise, and the next, lost in whimsical thoughts. Observing that the young woman remained silent for an extended period, Lin Feng assumed she had not yet regained her composure. He waved his hand, stating, "Since you're all right, you should head home soon. It's not safe for a beautiful woman to be out alone at this hour." With that, he prepared to take flight. Despite his superhuman endurance, Lin Feng felt he should not neglect his routine. He longed to return home for a delightful meal and a good night's sleep. After all, eating and sleeping were not merely rest for Lin Feng. They were a source of enjoyment. "Oh, wait, sir," the young woman called after him. "Is there something else? May I stay at your place for a night?" she asked, her cheeks flushing as she realized the impropriety of her request. Lin Feng, poised in a half-squat, ready to ascend, tilted his head, regarding her with a bemused expression. His stance was somewhat peculiar. "No, it's not what you're imagining. I captured evidence of their transaction, but they discovered me. My current residence is undoubtedly no longer safe, so I thought." As Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly odd, the young woman pointed to the camera hanging around her neck, hastily clarifying. The photographs contained critical information, and if she returned home now, she would surely not survive the night. Lin Feng smacked his lips, appearing somewhat speechless, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to assume the role of a caretaker. It was a bit of an inconvenience. However, he reasoned that since fate had brought them together, he might as well offer assistance. It would be a shame for such a beautiful journalist to fall victim to the perils of the Grey Street. "For the sake of her beauty, I shall acquiesce to your request." "Very well, I consent to your staying for one night." In response to the woman's eager gaze, Lin Feng agreed to her request, and with her surprised exclamation, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and soared into the sky. As for why they did not simply take a taxi, Lin Feng deemed it too slow, and besides, it would not afford him the legitimate opportunity to embrace such a lovely lady. Chapter 6. The Cause and Effect. The plan of the black braised egg having brought the young woman back to the villa, Lin Feng attentively poured a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to her. Professor Lupin once mentioned that consuming chocolate can alleviate fear and tension, though the veracity of that claim remains uncertain. "I am Lin Feng. And you?" Lin Feng inquired, taking a moment to truly observe this young woman. To his surprise, he found her resemblance to a character from a film he had watched long ago, something about a fantastic quartet, featuring a woman named Susan who could turn invisible. Yet, the woman before him was undeniably more enchanting than the cinematic character. "Ah, I'm Susan. Susan Carter, a journalist," she replied, accepting the hot cocoa with a note of gratitude, still recovering from her recent aerial escapade. Upon hearing Susan's name, Lin Feng paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "You wouldn't happen to have a brother named Reed, would you?" "Who is that?" Susan responded, perplexed. "I have no brother, but I do have a sister who is 5 years old." As Susan sipped her cocoa, she answered Lin Feng's questions while stealing glances at him, her gaze often dropping shyly. The dim lighting had initially obscured her view, but now she realized that her savior was a remarkably sunny young man. His muscles were both soft and strong, and his dark eyes exuded a depth that was simultaneously bright. He appeared to be younger than her. "What are you staring at?" Lin Feng asked, amused by Susan's curious gaze, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. "Oh, I'm sorry." Caught in the act, Susan felt a bit embarrassed. "I was just curious. I've never seen someone who can fly." "Are you a mutant?" Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Why did everyone assume he was a mutant? "I am not a mutant. Not all individuals with super abilities are mutants." "Then are you from the summer country?" Having regained her composure with the warm cocoa, Susan was reminded of the ancient and mysterious Eastern realm by Lin Feng's black hair and dark eyes. In her recollection, only a few Eastern nations possessed such pure black features. "What? Is it not obvious?" Lin Feng teased, playfully tugging at his bangs. His black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin unmistakably marked his heritage. All right, the beautiful woman is at a loss for words. "This savior of mine isn't particularly chatty," Susan mused inwardly, recalling a term her friends had used recently. "Ah, that's it. Straight man. This formidable Eastern man is most likely one," she thought, suppressing a chuckle. Seeing Susan struck speechless by his playful banter, Lin Feng smiled. He poured himself a cup of hot cocoa as well, with his enhanced physique. He was unbothered by the prospect of gaining weight and felt free to indulge. "Let us talk about you, little journalist," Lin Feng suggested, eager to delve into the endeavors of this intriguing reporter. "I'm quite curious about what you've been capturing." "I am not a little journalist. Upon hearing Lin Feng's teasing remarks, Susan could not help but roll her eyes in mock annoyance. She then gradually recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Susan was a recent university graduate, influenced by her journalist parents, and was striving to secure the position of the leading anchor at CBB television. 3 months prior, Stark Industries announced a ban on weapons sales, igniting a storm of underground trafficking. Through her investigations, Susan discovered that certain members of the Grey Street Gang had amassed a significant stockpile of Stark Industries weapons for sale, including missiles, a revelation that hinted at a major news story. Eager to achieve results swiftly, the impulsive Susan secretly filmed the gang's transaction site, underestimating both her own tracking abilities and the counter-surveillance skills of her targets. The members of Grey Street were not to be trifled with by a mere journalist. The rats of Hell's Kitchen were taken aback by the audacity of a journalist daring to gather what they deemed evidence, and promptly ordered her immediate disposal. Yet, Susan seemed to possess an innate talent for evasion, slipping away like an agile eel, eluding capture despite several attempts by the gang. In their fury, the gang set a bounty of $20,000 for her life. Thus, the small-time thugs of Grey Street suddenly had a task at hand. The first to bring her down would reap the reward. Clever Susan managed to elude them for 3 days, but her fatigue ultimately dulled her vigilance, leading to her encirclement by several gang members. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, Susan's life would likely have transformed into a mere bounty of $20,000. After listening to her account, Lin Feng couldn't help but regard her with newfound admiration. Goodness, this journalist is incredibly brave. I would dare say you are a heroine, he exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Stop joking around, Mr. Lin, Susan replied, tears brimming in her eyes. I am at a loss for what to do next. You cannot fathom how much I regret this. As she spoke of her sorrow, tears rolled down her cheeks. She was still young, with a bright future ahead, and she certainly did not wish for her life to end prematurely. Her mother would be devastated. Just call me Lin, he replied nonchalantly. Since this involves Stark Industries weapons, perhaps I can lend a hand. Lin Feng's words ignited a spark of hope in Susan. Knowing he had connections to Tony Stark, she believed he could assist her in some way. Even if he could not persuade Hell's Kitchen to retract the bounty, he might be able to save her life. At that moment, she resembled a drowning person clutching desperately at a straw. Really? Truly? She exclaimed, grasping Lin Feng's arm, her reddened eyes fixed on him with urgency. Can you genuinely help me, Lin? She was certain that someone as remarkable as Lin Feng would possess a means to aid her. Indeed. But please, let go. Lin Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Is this journalist truly so formidable? What has she been nourished on? Even Superman would struggle against such an onslaught. Apologies. Susan, realizing the inappropriateness of her actions, blushed and released her grip, her previous behavior akin to instinctively clutching at a lifeline. Upon seeing Susan withdraw, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I have a good rapport with Tony Stark. He has a press conference tomorrow, and afterwards, I shall discuss this matter with him. For the next couple of days, you may stay here. Feel free to choose any room on the first floor. There is food in the refrigerator, so you can prepare something to eat when you're hungry. By the way, can you cook? If not, you may order takeout. Lin Feng inquired. I can. Susan nodded, having excelled in her home economics class. Then that is settled. Now, go select a room, wash up, and rest, little reporter. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, as he too felt the fatigue creeping in. He initially intended to prepare something to eat, but after listening to stories for so long, it seemed he had feasted enough and had no desire for further nourishment. In the future, refrain from attempting to capture evidence of any illicit dealings. This is beyond what you can bear. After imparting this stern warning, Lin Feng cautioned, I can save you the first time, perhaps the second. But there will come a moment when I may not be able to keep watch. Miss a single instance, and it could lead to dire consequences. I understand. And I've already told you, I'm not a little reporter. Susan retorted. Just graduated. And yet, you still consider yourself not a little reporter? Lin Feng scoffed, flushing Susan's cheeks a deeper shade. You're infuriating, she huffed, stomping off to choose her room. Lin Feng, dismissive, began tidying up the cups on the table. Such a little reporter, it was laughable. Lin, Susan called out. He turned to see her peeking from her selected room. What is it now? Thank you, she exclaimed. Bang. With that, she swiftly shut the door. Lin Feng shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. Saving someone for the first time, excluding that scoundrel Tony, felt rather gratifying. After tidying up and taking a shower, Lin Feng retired for the night, needing to rise early to witness a significant event. Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Egg, sporting dark circles under his eyes, toiled away. Staring at the reports in the video displayed on the conference screen, his expression darkened even further. Beside him stood Coulson, also bearing the burden of fatigue, silently watching the screen. The footage depicted Lin Feng delivering a powerful punch that sent Obadiah flying. That's at least a force of over 10 tons, perhaps even dozens, Coulson remarked. Even Captain America does not possess such strength. And he can fly. I can see that, Coulson. Black Egg pointed to his singular eye. Lin Feng's emergence was entirely unforeseen for Black Egg. In just a few days, the situation with Tony Stark had already given him ample stress. And now this Lin Feng had appeared, seemingly a friend of Stark's. The dark-haired lad, I hope, will not be too formidable to contend with, the Black Egg pondered. Isn't there a press conference scheduled for tomorrow morning with Tony Stark? Will he attend? The Black Egg inquired of Coulson. According to our intercepted information, Lin Feng has already received a call from Jarvis, and it is highly probable that he will be present. Upon hearing this, the Black Egg nodded and instructed, tomorrow. Take 2 individuals with you to engage Lin Feng after the meeting, to gauge whether he could be a part of our plan. Furthermore, elevate Lin Feng's confidentiality level. That will be all for now. Chapter 7. I am Iron Man refusing the young reporter's request to accompany him to the press conference. Lin Feng drove alone in his R8 towards the venue. In broad daylight, he dared not fly recklessly. The crowd and prying eyes were unlike the cover of night, where a dark outfit would go largely unnoticed. Meanwhile, Pepper was meticulously attending to Tony's face, applying concealer to mask all his wounds until no traces remained. Coulson was diligently briefing him on various details. On the television behind them, Rhodes was fabricating explanations for the explosion that had occurred the previous night, asserting that this served as Tony's alibi. Coulson handed Tony 2 sheets of paper. You were on your yacht the entire night, and we have sworn testimonies from your 50 guests. Evidence from the port proves you never left Avalon. Tony took the papers, raising an eyebrow. Excellent. But I would prefer it were just Pepper and I, alone on the island. He glanced at Pepper, who was still working on his face, and winked. And what about Lin Feng? I mean, that dark-haired fellow. He is your bodyguard, after all. Quite reasonable, isn't it? Are you joking? Do you really think the press will buy that? This explanation lacks credibility. Tony exclaimed, bewildered. Not to worry. We have handled situations like this before. Coulson replied with a confident smile. There are no better explanations, so just read from the script I provided, and this will all soon pass. You have 90 seconds. All right. I just hope Lin doesn't get angry enough to punch me. Tony shrugged, uncertain of Lin Feng's temperament. Coulson stepped away for a moment, and Pepper helped Tony into his jacket, the marks on his face now entirely concealed through her efforts. Adjusting his collar, Tony strode purposefully towards the front hall. As he made his appearance, cameras clicked incessantly at the sight of Tony Stark. He did not flinch. He was well accustomed to such spectacles. Approaching the podium, he adjusted the microphone and pulled out his notes, diving straight into the matter at hand. There are speculations that I was involved in the incidents that occurred on the highway and rooftop. Before Tony could finish his sentence, an unsettling voice interrupted the proceedings. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. A blonde reporter in the front row boldly interrupted his speech. Do you truly believe we would accept that a bodyguard clad in an Iron Man suit arrived in the nick of time? Tony furrowed his brow, staring at the reporter in silence. Undeterred, she pressed on. And what about that punch, which had at least dozens of tons of force? Was that a human? Or perhaps a mutant? As far as I am aware, he appears to be the individual you brought back from the cave of your misfortune. How do you explain whether he is? Tony waved his hand, abruptly interrupting the female reporter's inquiry. I understand your profound confusion, but please refrain from questioning G's integrity and making outlandish accusations. Furthermore, Lin is my friend, and he is certainly not the mutant you all speculate him to be. However, I believe there is no need for me to justify my friendships to you. Is that not so? Tony's demeanor was unyielding. Regarding your questions, I have nothing to disclose. Unmercifully, Tony gestured towards the female reporter, indicating that she should watch her words. Tony has always been a formidable presence. He is unfazed by reporters attempting to unveil sordid tales. In the absence of evidence, they would not dare to cross him. For Stark Industries is not to be trifled with. At this moment, Tony exuded the commanding aura of the leader of Stark Industries, leaving the female reporter momentarily speechless. The reporter fell silent, and Tony adjusted the microphone, continuing to weave his fabrications. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng was in the audience, donning sunglasses, smiling, and discreetly observing the exchange between Tony Stark and the female reporter from behind a throng of journalists. On stage, as Tony's statements grew increasingly absurd, Rhodey could only approach with resignation, whispering, "Stick to the script." Tony replied, Okay, nodding in acknowledgement, reluctantly picking up the script. Regarding the events of last night, the truth is, at this juncture, Tony paused, surveying the audience. Everyone awaited the revelation he would impart, though it was likely another set of evasive remarks. After glancing at the script once more, Tony inhaled deeply and uttered the words that would astonish everyone. I am Iron Man. The uproar erupted instantaneously, as a multitude of reporters gasped, crowding together while raising their microphones in fervent inquiry, the flashbulbs of cameras flickering incessantly. The entire venue devolved into chaos. An earth-shattering revelation. Tony Stark has confessed to being Iron Man, and some individuals would undoubtedly find themselves in a predicament. This singular statement propelled the press conference to its zenith. It was clear that today's headlines would be dominated by this proclamation. After witnessing this pivotal moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to leave amidst the turmoil. There was little of interest remaining, and he desired to stroll outside, awaiting Tony Stark, as he had matters to discuss with the young reporter. Meanwhile, on Coulson's end, after searching the venue for an extended period, he failed to locate Lin Feng right beneath his nose. Moreover, Tony's declaration of "I am Iron Man" had thrown the entire event into disarray, disrupting Coulson's plans. Resignedly, he could only report back to the Black Egg, receiving instructions to temporarily withdraw, as he would personally visit Tony that evening. Coulson had no choice but to lead the retreat. Little did he realize, none of his actions had escaped Lin Feng's observant gaze. More astonishingly, he passed by Lin Feng several times without noticing him. Fixated on Coulson's retreat, Lin Feng averted his gaze, caressing the ring he had exchanged for that morning from the system shop, unable to suppress a nod of approval. An unremarkable black ring, it significantly diminishes the wearer's presence, boasting an efficacy surpassing that of Superman's glasses. With it on, even your father would fail to recognize you. Additional skill, complete invisibility for 10 minutes every 24 hours, a true form of invisibility, imperceptible to the naked eye and capable of evading heat sources, detectors, and various forms of surveillance equipment. It cost a staggering 300,000 reputation points. Now, Lin Feng's reputation stood at just over 2 million, but it was certainly worth it. Having revealed his true identity, how could Lin Feng venture into the streets without some guise? Would he not be hounded by a swarm of journalists? Moreover, the additional skill alone justified the expenditure of 300,000 reputation points. 10 minutes of invisibility, although it may seem brief. This was genuine invisibility. Lin Feng recalled that Superman did not possess such an ability in the original narrative. This skill would afford Lin Feng immense convenience in any endeavor. It was precisely this ring that rendered Lin Feng's presence so minimal that Coulson regarded him as mere air, inevitably overlooking him. Were it not for the inability to stack skills, Lin Feng would have eagerly purchased 10 to adorn all his fingers. Imagine being invisible for 100 minutes daily. As evening approached, Tony finally finished dealing with the reporters and a host of industry magnates. However, no one extracted any genuinely useful information. Handling them had become second nature for Tony. If he did not wish to divulge something, it was exceedingly difficult to pry it out of him. The only information the journalists acquired was that Tony Stark is Iron Man. The one who sent the colossal mech flying with a single punch was Tony Stark's friend, Lin Feng. At last, having sent off the last batch of reporters, Tony, upon hearing that Lin Feng sought him for something, invited him to dinner at his villa. The two embarked towards Tony's seaside abode in a car. During the ride, Lin Feng produced the photos taken by the young journalist and briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding them. Tony dismissed the matter as trivial, assuring Lin Feng that he would handle it. There was no need to don the iron armor for a casual stroll. He could simply send his subordinates to take care of it. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that the members of the Gray Street were inexhaustible. This situation also entailed numerous gray market dealings. Even if Lin Feng unleashed a heat ray, it would not eradicate all the rats. In the adult world, the path often chosen is that which incurs the least loss. There are many unwritten rules, and maintaining a balance is key. The life of the young journalist was preserved amidst the casual conversation of the two titans. Chapter 8. The arrival of the Black Egg and the Avengers plan having concluded the serious matters, Tony could no longer restrain his sharp tongue. Hey, Lin. Do you know what those reporters are calling you now? Tony smirked, winking at Lin Feng. From his expression, Lin Feng could tell that mischief was about to ensue. They call you Superboy. Ha ha ha. It sounds like a juvenile little brat. How utterly childish. Tony burst into laughter, playfully slapping Lin Feng on the shoulder. Suddenly, Pepper Potts in the front seat turned around and delivered a ruthless retort. Admitting you're Iron Man is even more childish, Tony. Hey, who are you siding with? Tony protested, visibly annoyed. This prompted Lin Feng to chuckle. Actually, I would prefer if they called me Superman, Lin Feng remarked, at a loss for words regarding the term Superboy. Superman. Tony pondered aloud, savoring the word. Not bad, but it doesn't sound as formidable as my Iron Man. Does it? How about Iron Man taking a punch from me? Oh no, Lin. We are friends. Fighting is not a good behavior. Tony quickly declined, knowing he could not withstand a punch from Lin Feng, who, in his mind, had already been equated with a monster. Seeing Tony's discomfort, Lin Feng and Pepper erupted into laughter once more. The atmosphere in the vehicle was filled with joy. Before long, amidst their banter, the car returned to the villa. Pepper, with tact, found an excuse to inspect the dinner preparations in the kitchen, leaving space for the two men who clearly had serious matters to discuss. As Tony and Lin Feng ambled towards the living room, sharing amusing anecdotes, Lin Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow, halting the conversation as he gazed out the window. Noticing Lin Feng's abrupt silence, Tony was taken aback and followed his gaze outside. I am Iron Man. A voice emerged from the darkness, low and somewhat disdainful. Tony Stark, do you believe you are the only superhero in the world? A figure slowly stepped into the light, exuding an imposing presence. Who are you? Tony Stark questioned, his expression perplexed. The presence of a stranger in his home, without any alert from Jarvis, indicated that this individual possessed the ability to restrict Jarvis's functions. This was not good news for Tony, as he was unable to don his armored suit at a moment's notice, which instilled a sense of unease within him. However, he was not entirely alarmed, as Lin Feng was still by his side. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the black figure replied, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng for a moment longer. Tony Stark, and Lin Feng, may we sit down and talk? Tony did not refuse. He merely adopted a stern expression as he strode toward the sofa, eager to hear what this intruder had to say. Lin Feng shrugged, indifferent, and could probably guess what Nick Fury wanted to discuss. The three gathered around the sofa, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. I wish to discuss the Avengers initiative with you. Nick Fury began, his expression grave. What on earth? I'm no longer selling Avengers missiles. You must have mistaken me for someone else, Tony retorted sharply. His words laced with evident mockery, causing Fury's demeanor to darken further. Lin Feng turned his head away, suppressing laughter. Fury, with a scowl, insisted, be serious, Tony. This pertains to your future. Well, Tony scoffed, eyeing Fury disdainfully. Do I need to pay to witness my future? Lin Feng struggled to contain his mirth, fearing that any lapse would lead to uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, one could always count on Tony for such antics. After being interrupted twice, Fury's irritation became palpable. He fixed Tony with a singular gaze, remaining silent. Tony, feeling the weight of that stare, capitulated. All right. Tell me about your what? The Avengers initiative? Fury inhaled deeply, stifling his frustration, and articulated each word with emphasis. As Fury elucidated the concept, Lin Feng and Tony grasped the essence of the plan. In simple terms, it aimed to unite individuals of exceptional ability to see if their collective strength could surpass the sum of its parts. Standing against external threats when Earth and humanity required defense or confronting formidable foes together. Tony feigned interest, nodding absent-mindedly, while Lin Feng listened with genuine curiosity, captivated by the surreal sensation of being part of a narrative akin to a cinematic experience. That's about it. What are your thoughts? After a lengthy exposition, Fury finally concluded, swallowing hard. Damn Tony Stark, can't he even pour himself a glass of water? Is that all? I'm nearly falling asleep over here, Tony remarked, his tone laced with disinterest. I have a question. Fury regarded Tony, urging him to continue. In your organization, is there anyone more formidable than him? Tony indicated Lin Feng, who was observing the exchange. Fury hesitated, momentarily stumped. More powerful than Lin Feng? Let me think. Someone who can descend from outer space unscathed and possesses the strength of several tons? Captain America wouldn't qualify. Does Captain Marvel count? But Carol isn't on Earth at the moment. He pondered further, acknowledging that while a few individuals possessed remarkable abilities, they likely wouldn't withstand a punch from Lin Feng. Noticing Fury's prolonged silence, Tony's patience waned. With a wave of his hand, he declared, all right, I get it. To be frank, I'm not interested in your Superboy organization. He shrugged, his expression one of boredom. Don't look at me like that, buddy. You know I'm not referring to you. Tony clarified, glancing at Lin Feng before redirecting his gaze to Fury. Neither Lin Feng nor I will be joining your organization, so please take your leave. Tony rose, ushering Fury away. My friend and I are about to enjoy dinner, and I'm afraid there won't be a portion for you. Confronted with the unceremonious expulsion by Tony Stark, the enigmatic black egg rose impassively, choosing not to linger on the matter. As he departed, he left behind a cryptic remark. We shall meet again, and it shall not be long. He had no intention of persuading the obstinate Tony during their initial encounter. His purpose was merely to make an appearance. Undoubtedly, Tony's character was a tough nut to crack. Only when he revealed a vulnerability might one be able to sway this stubborn individual. Alternatively, one might have to wait until he found himself in a predicament. Black Egg possessed a remarkable ability to read the hearts of men. As for Lin Feng, the one endowed with extraordinary powers, he remained silent throughout the discourse. However, during their conversation, Lin Feng exhibited fleeting expressions of intrigue, which Black Egg perceptively noted. She believed it prudent to arrange a private conversation with Lin Feng in due time. Seated in a technologically advanced SUV, Black Egg retrieved her phone and dialed. Natasha. The vacation has concluded ahead of schedule. Natasha replied, puzzled. Meanwhile, in the villa, Lin Feng pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperatedly addressing Tony. You didn't even ask me before declining on my behalf? Seriously? Tony, taken aback, exclaimed, are you interested in that Superboy organization? Come on, grow up. I'll take you to a party soon. It'll help you mature. Tony jested, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. It wasn't that he was particularly interested in the organization. Lin Feng clarified, "Never mind, let us drop it." As for the party, he added with a gleam in his eyes, "When is it?" Having spent a staggering 21 years in solitary existence, he had never attended any parties, let alone one hosted by Tony Stark. "Oh, my friend. It seems we share similar interests. Don't worry, it will happen soon." Tony winked at Lin Feng. "I plan to throw a party in a couple of days to celebrate the birth of Iron Man. What do you think?" Tony's expression was laced with significance. "You'll be notified in due course, young man. Prepare some little umbrellas." Don't misunderstand, Tony. I merely wish to see what a party entails. To be honest, I have never attended one in my life. That is truly lamentable, Lin. Tony lamented. But enough of that. Let us go for a meal. After a day of dealing with reporters, I need to replenish my energy. Chapter 9. Bid farewell to the female journalist, only to be greeted by a female agent after a lavish feast. Lin Feng departed from the villa with a sense of satisfaction. He leisurely soared through the air on his way home. When it suddenly struck him that a fair-skinned and beautiful young journalist awaited him there, he wondered if she had eaten. However, with an abundance of ingredients in the refrigerator and her culinary skills, she was likely not starving. As he flew, Lin Feng instinctively activated his super hearing. Having indulged in a hearty meal, it was time to engage in some gossip. Today's gossip was, as ever, quite explosive. The members of Hell's Kitchen were incessantly clattering away. Did they host parties daily? Lin Feng felt utterly drained by the absurdity of it all. Goodness, the previous domestic dispute seemed to be replaying itself, presenting the same scene of a woman assaulting a man. Today, that plump woman even resorted to using weapons. The clattering of pots and pans echoed painfully in Lin Feng's ears. While munching on the drama, Lin Feng gradually returned home. As he opened the door, a figure rushed towards him, startling him. The young journalist, Susan, blocked the doorway, her face filled with hopeful anticipation. "What happened, Lin?" Lin Feng was at a loss for words. "Could you please let me in first?" Susan stepped aside, allowing him to enter the villa. Lin Feng sank into the sofa. And without regard for propriety, Susan sat beside him, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with eagerness and anxiety. "Ahem, I seem to be a bit thirsty." Lin Feng playfully averted his eyes from Susan's expectant expression. In a swift motion, Susan darted to the kitchen, returned with a glass of water, and offered it to him with both hands. "Drink, Lin." Lin Feng gratefully accepted the water and took a sip, then feigned a sigh. After a long day. My shoulders are a bit sore." He exaggeratedly patted his shoulder, laden with implication. In the next moment, a pair of small hands began to knead his shoulders with surprising fervor. The pressure felt as light as an ant crawling on his skin. After a prolonged silence, with Lin Feng remaining tight-lipped, Susan grew anxious. Determined, she ceased her kneading and grasped his shoulders, vigorously shaking him back and forth. "Lin, you must tell me what happened." All right. Stop shaking me." Seeing the young journalist on the verge of tears, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He gently tapped her hands on his shoulders and turned to give her a reassuring look. "Rest assured, the matter has been resolved. Tonight, Tony Stark will send someone to handle it. By tomorrow morning, you can return home." "Really?" Susan, having received the answer she yearned for, burst into tears of joy and enveloped Lin Feng in a heartfelt embrace. As she cried out, "Thank you, Lin." This left Lin Feng feeling rather awkward. After a day, he once again experienced the overwhelming presence of the young journalist. Caught in her embrace, a refreshing scent reminiscent of shower gel wafted towards him, making his nose tingle. Coupled with the softness pressing against his chest, it was a fleeting moment that stirred a reaction within him. "Steady now," Lin Feng internally pleaded, determined not to falter at such an inopportune moment. How embarrassing it would be. After a while, as if she had cried enough, Susan's sobs gradually diminished. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to gently pat her back and pull her away. Goodness, her tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom, and her nose was running. Lin Feng quickly grabbed a tissue box, pulled out 2 sheets, and handed them to her. It was no wonder that Susan's emotions were so heightened. The feeling of having one's life perpetually threatened is utterly dreadful. The tension that had gripped her for days was like a taut string about to snap. Now that she was finally safe, Susan could no longer contain her emotions. Her life could return to its rightful course, all thanks to the boy before her. Susan looked earnestly at Lin Feng and said, enunciating each word, "I truly appreciate you, Lin. You will always be my friend." All right. Go wash up and get some sleep. You can head back tomorrow. And remember, don't venture into Hell's Kitchen again." Unable to bear Susan's overly sentimental words, Lin Feng scratched his head and replied somewhat awkwardly, "Next time, you might not have anyone to rescue you." "I understand, Lin." Susan nodded, intending to return to her room to message her parents. The dangers of the past few days had prevented her from reaching out to them. If she didn't contact her parents soon, they might have to report her missing. Susan jogged back to her room, opened the door, and shielded her body behind it, revealing only her little head, just like the night before. "Thank you so much, Lin. Unlike last night." Susan's face was now adorned with smiles and sincerity. Got it. Hurry and sleep. I need to sleep too. Feeling Susan's joy and authenticity, Lin Feng smiled in return, waved goodbye to her, and returned to his own room. Collapsing onto his bed, Lin Feng let out a peculiar chuckle. The sensation of being appreciated is a unique and elevated form of spiritual nourishment, especially when it comes from a beautiful girl. It made Lin Feng feel a happiness he had never experienced before. Little did he know, did Clark from the movies ever feel such emotions? Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, little reporter Susan departed. She needed to return home to reassure her parents and reunite with her younger sister, who had been missing her dearly. After a few days apart, it would take quite a bit of coaxing to win her over. Lin Feng indulged in a lazy morning, not rising until noon. It seemed he had been preoccupied with others' affairs lately, so he decided to stay home today and not venture out. He planned to immerse himself in a day of gaming. Checking the time, he realized it was already noon and felt too lazy to cook. He took out his phone and ordered takeout. He couldn't help but complain that living in a place without a certain delivery app was truly inconvenient. Ordering food required a call to the restaurant. Casually selecting a pizza place, Lin Feng set down his phone and dove into his game. His super reflexes made his gameplay rival that of professional players, and no teammates would scold him for poor performance anymore. Lin Feng was thoroughly enjoying his gaming session. Just as the game concluded, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hello, pizza delivery. Coming. Lin Feng replied, dropping the controller and rushing to the door. A hint of doubt lingered in his heart. Hadn't the delivery services abroad been notoriously slow in the past? To his surprise, his own order arrived with remarkable swiftness. It seemed one couldn't fully trust the portrayals seen in videos. Pondering this, Lin Feng opened the door, only to find his expression shift to one of peculiar intrigue upon seeing the delivery person. Sir, that will be $12, a melodious female voice chimed. All right. Lin Feng replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he retrieved the $12 and accepted the pizza. Noticing that the delivery person showed no intent of leaving, Lin Feng decided to play along. Is there something else? He feigned confusion. Oh sir, I apologize. But may I borrow your restroom? You see, it's quite a distance to the city. The delivery person explained, a hint of hesitation in her demeanor. Of course. Feel free, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After indicating the restroom's location, he settled onto the sofa, refraining from touching the pizza, instead utilizing his X-ray vision to gaze in the direction of the restroom. He found it hard to believe that the person genuinely needed to use the toilet. A distinguished agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the infamous Black Widow, Natasha, delivering pizza to him? Surely, she thought him a fool. Indeed. The moment he opened the door, Lin Feng recognized her, the renowned Black Widow. It appeared that the elusive agent had not given up on him. With his legs crossed and chin resting on his hand, Lin Feng contemplated. Tony had clearly rejected Natasha's advances. What was the purpose of sending her to approach him? Before Lin Feng could delve deeper into his thoughts, a sudden exclamation echoed from the restroom. Oh, sir, my car keys fell into the toilet. Could you assist me? A cold laugh escaped Lin Feng's lips, for he had been closely observing Natasha with his X-ray vision. He watched as she dismantled the ceiling and installed a black box the size of a matchbox, then tossed a set of keys into the toilet. Such a thorough performance. As expected of a spy, meticulous in her craft, this amused Lin Feng. Unbeknownst to Natasha, every action of hers was under his scrutiny. Her expression was devoid of emotion, yet her tone was laced with feigned shyness. Did she think to test him with this charade? Lin Feng scoffed. Since she wished to act, he would indulge her. I'm coming, darling, Lin Feng exclaimed, adopting an exaggerated demeanor as he strode towards the restroom. Upon opening the door, he was met with Natasha's flustered expression, her delivery uniform only adding to her charm. Feigning sympathy, Lin Feng rushed forward and enveloped her in a bear hug, soothingly murmuring, "Oh, darling, do not fret. It's merely a set of car keys. If they're lost, I shall buy you a new vehicle." With that, he swiftly pressed the toilet flush button. This toilet was of superior quality. A mere set of keys would vanish with ease. Caught off guard by the unexpected embrace, Natasha found herself enveloped in his masculine presence. Before she could react, her car keys were swept away in a rush of water. In an instant, she was left bewildered. Cursing inwardly, why was he not adhering to the script? In a sudden embrace, Natasha found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Even after pushing him twice, she could not dislodge this persistent individual. Desperate, she retrieved her weapon from behind her hair, a compact, high-voltage stun gun. "Little brother, take a nap," she declared. "What on earth?" Lin Feng exclaimed, swiftly snatching it from her grasp. Natasha's pupils dilated. His speed was astonishing. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as Lin Feng pressed the button on the black box. How could you possess such a dangerous item? He feigned shock. A girl should not carry something so perilous. Hand it over to me for safekeeping. Let me see if there is anything else as he spoke. His hands roamed inappropriately over Natasha's figure. That is enough. Feeling increasingly violated by Lin Feng's wandering hands, Natasha drew a small handgun from between the two hulking figures and angrily aimed it at Lin Feng's head. As an operative, she quickly realized she had been played. Her target was likely someone who recognized her. Indeed, upon seeing Natasha brandish the firearm, Lin Feng ceased his actions. He stepped back, his gaze laced with mockery. Didn't Nick Fury tell you that a handgun is useless against me? Miss Natasha Romanoff. Natasha's expression grew grave. You truly know who I am. Lin Feng smirked. I know much more than that. I even know how you meet your end in a few years. Put away your little stick. It wouldn't even tickle me. With that, he turned and strolled back into the living room, casually tossing the pizza into the trash. It was evident that it was Natasha's special pizza, laced with some kind of sedative, though such substances had little effect on him. However, he had no desire to consume something so suspicious. Yet, he couldn't help but admire Natasha's figure discreetly. Natasha holstered her gun and sat across from Lin Feng, silent yet intently observing his relaxed demeanor. Speak. You've sent so many people and gone through such great lengths. What do you want with me? Lin Feng shrugged. Having already seen through his X-ray vision the villa across from him, teeming with armed agents, had it not been for Natasha's presence, he would have dispatched a heat ray in their direction. I don't understand what you're saying. Natasha denied, but Lin Feng pointed towards the opposite villa, scoffing. 65 agents, all armed to the teeth, and even equipped with thermal sensors. Do you now comprehend what I'm referring to? How do you know? Natasha's expression darkened. Her first instinct was to suspect a traitor within S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Feng offered no explanation, merely appraising the Black Widow with a slightly suggestive remark. Black lace, sister, your taste is commendable. Natasha's pupils constricted, and she instinctively shielded her form with her hand. Can you see through me? But in the next moment, realizing her reaction, she lowered her hand and elegantly tossed her hair. So, little brother, do you fancy black lace? Who is Natasha? The illustrious Black Widow, indeed, has encountered numerous instances in her espionage career where she had to leverage her allure to accomplish her missions. Observing Natasha's mischievous antics, Lin Feng felt a surge of impatience. While he appreciated the beauty of captivating women, he simultaneously detested such overtly ulterior motives. Pray tell, Agent Natasha, what precisely has your director dispatched you to do? Investigate my personal preferences? Lin Feng continued. I possess neither the time nor inclination to indulge in your games. If you have something to convey, do so promptly. Do not presume upon my patience. Very well, it is indeed Nick Fury who sent me, Natasha conceded, having been unmasked. The mission's target was exceedingly formidable, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Some of Lin Feng's tactics might be perceived as mere cleverness by the adversary, thus, it was preferable to engage in forthright discourse. S-H-I-E-L-D requires capable individuals to join our ranks. We face numerous unknown foes and must prepare without delay. Natasha endeavored to infuse her gaze with sincerity. I'm disinterested, Lin Feng replied, raising his hands in a gesture of dismissal. Did Tony not mention this previously? I harbor little enthusiasm for the beleaguered S-H-I-E-L-D. Continuing, he added. Like Tony, I am not inclined to join your so-called Superboy organization. No, you are not like Tony. Natasha stood, retrieving a card and tossing it to Lin Feng. You are far more perilous. I implore you to contemplate this proposition carefully. It bears my contact information. I hope you make the right choice, little brother. With that, Natasha arched an eyebrow and cast a flirtatious glance before departing. The enigmatic agent was not expecting to secure her objective in a single encounter. Talented individuals often require multiple invitations. This initial meeting would pave the way for deeper discussions in their next encounter. The card still radiated warmth, and after a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng decided to keep it. He had no intention of joining any Avengers initiative, at least not at this juncture. Lin Feng cherished his autonomy and preferred the freedom it afforded him. Perhaps serving as a freelance operative would be a favorable option. Pay me, and I shall fulfill the task. Such an arrangement was acceptable to him. He mused that if the opportunity arose again, he would engage in further dialogue. In the original narrative, Tony ultimately opted to join the Avengers, for the maxim strength in numbers resonates with all, Lin Feng included. Chapter 10, The Soaring Reputation, Have I Fallen in Love? It seems that the sudden appearance of Nick Fury has made Tony Stark acutely aware of the inconveniences associated with donning and doffing the Mark suit. Should another malevolent individual intrude upon his domicile, would he truly be afforded the luxury of time to equip himself with the armor? The more Tony contemplated this, the more he felt an unsettling lack of security. Consequently, he devoted recent days to the development of a portable model, ultimately creating the Mark V, which could be compacted into a size comparable to that of a briefcase. He even made a special trip to showcase it to Lin Feng, leaving Lin Feng utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was not idle. In pursuit of accruing further reputation, he deftly navigated the gray areas of the various sectors within the city. Wherever danger lurked, Lin Feng was sure to be found, often arriving at the scene of an incident faster than the agents of the J Bureau. Frequently, By the time a multitude of agents gathered, Lin Feng had already resolved the situation. This duality of admiration and frustration left the authorities in a quandary, unable to intervene. In no time, a superhero clad in a black bodysuit, with a flowing cape and a prominent S emblem emblazoned across his chest, became a household name throughout the city. His name was Superman. Television broadcasts occasionally showcased Superman rescuing a chemical plant engulfed in flames or ensuring a cargo ship, precariously swaying in a storm, reached the safety of the shore. Today, Superman rescued a child teetering on the edge of a building, among other heroic deeds. His formidable strength, striking appearance, and unwavering commitment to aiding the public rapidly garnered him a legion of fans, even leading to the establishment of his own fan forum. His reputation soared in tandem with his exploits. During this period, the young reporter Susan sought out Lin Feng once more, expressing her desire to document his rescue efforts through photographs. The images circulating online of Superman were either woefully unclear or poorly angled, failing to capture Lin Feng's true essence. Thus, she wished to accompany him, which would simultaneously fulfill her professional obligations. Lin Feng readily agreed, recognizing that enhanced exposure would translate into greater reputation. Moreover, it was an arrangement beneficial to both parties, with the only stipulation being that Susan should capture him in a flattering light. Susan did not disappoint. Having enrolled in a photography training course to bolster her skills as a journalist, each photograph she took was visually captivating and substantial, leaving Lin Feng immensely satisfied. Over time, the two young individuals became inseparable during the day, and as their companionship deepened, it was inevitable that other sentiments would arise, though both remained blissfully unaware of this development. As various events surrounding Superman gained traction, the fervor and discourse surrounding him eclipsed that of Iron Man, stirring within Tony Stark a blend of jealousy and admiration. Meanwhile, Susan, who consistently captured images of Superman, quickly became a prized asset for CBB television. Overwhelmed with dazzling perks and incentives, she was granted virtually any condition she desired, as the network feared losing her to rival stations. This brought Susan immense joy, and she began to regard Lin Feng as both a cherished friend and a benefactor. On this day, once again rescuing a runaway school bus, Lin Feng and Susan found themselves seated in a quaint CAF, perusing the photographs they had just captured. In one image, Lin Feng triumphantly raised his hands, showcasing the out-of-control bus. The scene depicted him crouched down, surrounded by a jubilant group of elementary school students, as well as his expansive silhouette soaring into the sky after the incident was resolved. Beneath the azure heavens, the smiles of the rescued children and the beaming countenance of the superhero clad in black were captured perfectly. This photograph, once shared, would surely garner accolades. As Susan browsed through the images, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin, every time I witness your extraordinary abilities, it leaves me in awe. You are truly remarkable." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Feng. "Well, it's not that impressive," Lin Feng replied bashfully, scratching his head in humility. Yet internally, he reveled in triumph, thinking, "Yes, I am the best in the world." After perusing the photos, Susan took a sip of her coffee, suddenly appearing somewhat bashful, glancing at Lin Feng several times as if she were on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng noticed her demeanor and inquired with curiosity. "Susan." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she took a deep breath, seemingly having made a decision. "Would you accompany me to shop and watch a movie after work tomorrow?" With that, she lowered her gaze to her coffee, awaiting Lin Feng's response. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Feng perceptively sensed Susan's heartbeat quickening. "Is something wrong? Are you unwell?" "It doesn't seem like it." Observing her shy demeanor combined with her words, he pondered for a moment and began to grasp the underlying meaning. Tentatively, he ventured, "Are you asking me out on a date?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's blunt inquiry, Susan's face turned even redder. Internally, she exclaimed, "Lin Feng, you oblivious fool. Why did you have to say that? I must return to submit these photos to the television station. Farewell." With that, she fled, leaving Lin Feng alone in the CAF, lost in thought. "Damn, I truly commend you, host. Your level of obliviousness is akin to that of a steel fortress." The system's voice erupted, chastising him in an exasperated tone. "Huh, what do you mean, you dog of a system?" Ever since Lin Feng's reputation soared, the system seemed to have evolved from a mere monkey into a more human-like entity, its emotions becoming increasingly elaborate, eventually reaching a point where they could exchange barbs with Lin Feng. "That girl clearly likes you." She was too shy to admit it, and here you are, asking, "Are you asking me out?" The system mockingly imitated Lin Feng's tone. "Seriously?" Lin Feng clenched his fist and retorted, "Could you refrain from mimicking me? I genuinely want to punch you. Moreover, this isn't entirely my fault. I've been single for nearly 22 years. I have no experience." Lin Feng insisted defiantly. "Are you proud of being single for 22 years? The system scoffed. "Do you know why you're still alone? Just look at your steel-like issues." Well, my fault." "Is that enough?" Lin Feng sighed, realizing he seldom emerged victorious in arguments with the system. Moreover, the concept of dating was utterly foreign to him. You are inexperienced in dating? Fear not. Allow me to bestow this upon you. With a swift motion, the system thrust a book into Lin Feng's hands. Its cover emblazoned with the bold title, The Secrets of Dating. A mere 100 points of reputation. Thank you for your patronage. Damn, Lin Feng felt utterly exasperated. He had not requested this exchange. Wasn't it said to be a gift? What a thief! As twilight descended, the streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the increasing flow of pedestrians while the quaint CAF buzzed with life. Lin Feng strolled out of the establishment. Ambling homeward as memories of the day spent with the young reporter, Susan, flooded his mind uncontrollably. There was no denying that the young reporter possessed striking beauty. Her softly cascading golden curls framed her shoulders, and her emerald eyes shimmered like the clearest lake. Her porcelain skin bore no blemish, and her figure was exquisite, curvaceous where it needed to be and slender elsewhere. It could be said that she embodied Lin Feng's aesthetic ideals. If one were to inquire whether Lin Feng harbored feelings for her, he could only admit that her smile was undeniably enchanting upon reflection. It struck him that neither had ever pursued a romantic relationship, yet both were undeniably attractive. The boy was strong and handsome, while the girl was lively and lovely. Their personalities seemed to harmonize effortlessly. To suggest that their interaction did not spark any chemistry would be quite implausible. Unbeknownst to them, the two had grown accustomed to choosing a coffee shop after their photo sessions, sipping coffee while admiring their freshly captured images. Neither had noticed the gradual blurring of the boundaries of friendship in that moment. The 21-year-old Lin Feng experienced an epiphany. They often say that one cannot recognize their own fortune, and that the observer sees more clearly than the participant. From an outsider's perspective, did he and Susan not resemble a couple? Mom, I might be on the verge of breaking free from my single status. Lin Feng's eyes glistened with excitement. He fished out his phone, locating Susan's number, fingers flying across the screen, typing and deleting, over and over again. Ultimately, he managed to compose a rather unambitious message. After work tomorrow, I will pick you up. With a triumphant shout, Lin Feng, having sent the message, dashed to a secluded area, donned his battle attire, and soared into the night sky. Tracing S and B shapes as he made his way home. Chapter 11. Lin Feng's enlightenment. Even superheroes need a date. The following day, Susan arrived at the television station, ready to commence her work as usual. The station occupied the 31st floor, and Susan's desk was situated by the finest floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an unobstructed view of the vibrant cityscape below. Colleagues passing by her desk cast envious glances, as Susan had undeniably assumed the stature of a prominent figure within the station. Even the reigning queen of the newsroom would willingly greet her, for Susan was well acquainted with the station's superhero, Superman. However, Susan remained grounded, not allowing her newfound status to breed arrogance. She consistently greeted her colleagues with a warm smile and readily lent a helping hand whenever possible. She even delighted in sharing snippets of gossip regarding Superman, earning her the title of a cherished gem among her peers. Various small gifts cluttered her desk, tokens of gratitude from those she had assisted. As she powered on her computer, she began her daily tasks, focusing on writing an article for the newspaper affiliated with the station. She pulled up photographs taken the previous day, and Lin Feng's radiant smile was undeniably captivating. How could someone possess such a charming grin? Unable to resist, she gently touched the screen, a dreamy smile gracing her face. Indeed, as the saying goes, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Stealthily, she retrieved her phone to reread the text Lin Feng had sent the night before. I'll pick you up after work tomorrow. Those 8 seemingly trivial words captivated her, and she found herself unable to tire of them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on his couch at home, engrossed in a book, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He read attentively, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment, as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Is this really possible? He murmured, thoroughly absorbed in the revelations unfolding before him. As he flipped through the pages, he eagerly anticipated their date that evening. How about that? 100 prestige points well spent. The system's lazy voice chimed in. Not too shabby, Lin Feng replied, his smile fading as the system's presence became apparent. He feigned indifference, mediocre at best. 10 prestige points would suffice. Best of luck with your date, the system retorted, extending a middle finger before falling silent. Humph. Failure? That word does not exist in my dictionary, Lin Feng scoffed. He meticulously rehearsed the flow of the evening in his mind, confident in his preparations. First on the agenda, selecting a restaurant, one with a touch of elegance, a comfortable atmosphere suitable for two. Then came the pressing question, what does Susan enjoy eating? Lin Feng's formidable memory kicked into high gear at that moment, vivid scenes of their interactions flashing through his mind like a slideshow. He keenly recalled the small fish charms adorning her keychain, at least 3 or 4 strung together. Lin Feng recognized the charm. It was a giveaway from a modest seafood restaurant, the very establishment that had also bestowed them upon patrons of the fishing boat he had rescued last month. Susan possesses several pendants, indicating that she has frequented this restaurant more than once. This implies that Susan has a penchant for seafood. At this moment, Lin Feng is reminiscent of a detective as he pulls out his phone to search for renowned seafood establishments, intentionally selecting those owned by individuals of Chinese descent. He desires to introduce Susan to the enigmatic culinary techniques employed by Eastern chefs in preparing seafood. The myriad methods of seafood preparation are dazzling, each dish boasting exquisite flavors. With the unique culinary skills characteristic of Eastern chefs, Lin Feng is confident that Susan is in for a delightful experience. Hello? I would like to make a reservation for two, Lin Feng said as he dialed a restaurant. I'm sorry, sir, but our tables are fully booked, came the apologetic response in friendly Mandarin. You may book a table for tomorrow. Oh, no need for that just yet. Lin Feng hung up, astonished. Goodness, is this restaurant truly that popular among our compatriots? It's not even lunchtime, and dinner reservations are already full. He dismissed the thought and proceeded to call several more seafood restaurants. To his surprise, none had available seats that met his approval. No reservations could be made, even for a higher price. Lin Feng was taken aback. What was happening? Was business truly this booming? Who claimed that the path of love was fraught with thorns? Was his first date destined to be so inauspicious? Lost in contemplation while holding the phone, Lin Feng suddenly recalled someone he had overlooked. After a moment of reflection, he slapped his thigh and dialed another number. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is calling. In his workshop, Tony was busy repairing his armored helmet when Jarvis's voice interrupted. Tony paused his work and instructed him, put him through. Hey, Tony. A virtual screen flickered to life in the studio, revealing Lin Feng's face. Well, isn't this our superhero? Tony teased. What, no world-saving missions today? Lin Feng replied, feeling exasperated. After some time apart, Tony's sharp tongue was as relentless as ever. Even superheroes need their rest. Haven't you been out there combating the evil you speak of? Lin Feng retorted. Tony was unfazed, raising the helmet in his hand to signal. My armor is about to receive an upgrade. Let them live a little longer. He then boasted, this new suit will possess greater speed, enhanced durability, and more convenient wear. In response to Tony's bragging, Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully, upgrades and upgrades. Yet it still can't withstand my punch. He felt a sense of victory. All right, my friend, what do you need? Tony asked, somewhat irritated and eager to end the conversation, if it's nothing important. I'll hang up. I'm busy. Of course it's important, Tony. It's about tonight's date. Lin Feng briefly recounted the details of his upcoming rendezvous. Tony, who had initially shown little interest, suddenly wore a mischievous and peculiar smile upon realizing that it was Lin Feng's first date. Is that so? You've come to the right person. Tony, with his nose held high, is not only adept in technology but also excels in the art of romance. Leave it to me to orchestrate this. This is my forte. Tony snapped his fingers, assuring, I will arrange everything clearly for you. Well, Tony, this is my very first date. I'm counting on you. Lin Feng reiterated solemnly, wary of any mischief from Tony. No problem. I'll set up a special event for you tonight. I guarantee it will be an unforgettable evening for both of you. With that, he hung up the phone before Lin Feng could respond. Hey, Pepper, where are you? After ending the call, Tony clapped his hands and shouted upstairs. Our little superhero is in love. I need your assistance. Chapter 12, The First Date, with Tony's assistance ding dong. The crisp sound of her phone rang out, prompting Susan to sigh as she glanced at the screen. Still not off work? Indeed, it was our little superhero, Lin Feng. Once more Susan had long since lost count of how many messages Lin Feng had sent her. Yet, there was no hint of impatience in her heart. Rather, she found it somewhat amusing. After patiently replying to the message, Susan checked the time. For a clock, just an hour left until the end of her workday. With her tasks nearly completed, Susan resolved to indulge in a cup of coffee to invigorate herself. The remuneration at the television station was quite generous. And in her office area, there were 2 coffee machines and several small refrigerators filled with assorted snacks for everyone to enjoy free of charge. A sitting for extended periods inevitably caused some discomfort in her lower back. While preparing her coffee, she gently massaged her slim waist. Her work primarily involved either gallivanting about to take photographs or returning to write copy. Logically, the outing should count as exercise. Yet the aching back could only be blamed on that infernal office chair. She had reported the issues several times. But the stingy station manager showed no inclination to replace it, much to her chagrin. Suddenly, thud, thud. Susan. A lewd man appeared before her, brandishing an oversized lumbar pillow, startling her with his ghostly presence. John, what are you doing? She exclaimed, turning her head in irritation. Her outburst drew the attention of her colleagues, some of whom glanced curiously in their direction before returning to their work. However, the pace of their task slowed as they discreetly watched the unfolding scene. Everyone was acutely aware that there was yet another spectacle to behold. The man in question, John, was the station manager's nephew. From the very first day of Susan's employment, he had relentlessly pursued her, and it was no fleeting endeavor. Each time, she had met his advances with unwavering rejection. John had not anticipated scaring Susan. He had merely intended to surprise her. Now, seeing her startled expression, his chubby face was painted with embarrassment. "Susan, I just wanted to give you this cushion. You can place it behind your back," John declared, lifting the carefully selected green pillow with his short, stout arms. "This way, you won't feel any back pain." "No thank you, I don't need it." Susan hastily waved her hands in refusal. "I appreciate your kindness, but please call me Miss Carter." After uttering those words, she was reluctant to cast another glance in John's direction, grasping her coffee and intending to leave. She had no desire to entertain such a man. She had heard from colleagues that there were at least 3 or 4 women in the station entangled in complicated relationships with John. "Susan." John's voice rose a notch as he stepped forward to block her path, causing Susan to nearly stumble into his embrace. "What exactly do you want?" His lack of awareness was beginning to irritate her, and her delicate features hardened, exuding an icy demeanor. A fleeting shadow passed over John's nearly obscured eyes, and his voice grew somber. "I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. I am aware of a newly opened steakhouse nearby that is quite remarkable. However, I must apologize, as I have an appointment this evening." Susan interjected, her expression devoid of emotion, her eyes betraying a concealed disdain. With that, she gracefully maneuvered around John, coffee in hand, and briskly departed, leaving him with nothing but her silhouette. The elegant curve of Susan's figure left him parched and breathless. John made no attempt to stop her. Instead, his gaze lingered on her retreating form, dark and foreboding. The cushion in his grasp was nearly deformed from his tight grip. This marked the 7th occasion he had presented gifts to Susan, be it flowers or jewelry, extravagant or practical, yet she had dismissed each offering without a second glance. His patience was wearing thin. This scene did not go unnoticed by John's colleagues at the television station. Each department boasted its own gossip group, and at that moment, the eager gossipers had paused their work to fervently discuss the spectacle. "That chubby fellow is pursuing Susan again. I cannot fathom where he finds the audacity. Does he not realize that Susan detests the color green? And yet, he presents her with a green cushion? He should take a good look at himself. Does he truly believe that a Beauty and the Beast scenario could unfold with him, just because he possesses a modicum of wealth? Does he think every woman should fawn over him? I wager that had he not been the boss's nephew, he would have been expelled from the company by now. How many times has he courted Susan? The 17th time this month?" The staff delightedly indulged in their gossip, while John had already retreated to his office. Situated 1 floor above, a specially soundproofed space designed for him and his girlfriend to engage in their intimate activities. Of course, his girlfriend was typically replaced once a month. Upon entering, John erupted in a fit of rage, hurling objects in his path. "Damn that wretched woman." After a prolonged bout of destruction, he slumped into his chair, panting heavily. The indulgence of his desires had left his face marred with acne, his complexion pallid. Never had he encountered such an ungrateful woman. Merely because she had taken a couple of photos with Superman, what right did she have to refuse him? John seethed internally, his countenance growing increasingly grim. After a while, once he had vented his frustrations, his expression settled into a calm demeanor. It mattered not. When faced with a woman impervious to his charms, he typically had alternate strategies. At long last, the workday came to a close. Susan stretched languidly and shut down her computer. Ding! A text notification chimed. "Susan, I'm downstairs at your office. Hurry down." Upon reading the message, a smile crept across Susan's face. At 5 o'clock, the young man was precisely timing his texts. How amusing that the usually composed boy seemed so flustered today. She quickly replied, then retrieved a small makeup mirror to apply a light touch-up before heading towards the elevator. As she stepped out into the bustling streets at just past 5, a throng of office workers surged forth, eager to seek out dinner. After exchanging pleasantries with a colleague she happened to encounter, Susan emerged from the building, her beautiful eyes scanning for Lin Feng. "Hey, Susan," a familiar voice called out from behind. Susan turned around to find Lin Feng's large face almost inches from hers. "Well, what are you doing?" Susan instinctively took 2 steps back, her cheeks slightly flushed as she playfully admonished him. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng extended his hands and drew a circle in the air. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent bouquet of roses appeared in his grasp as if conjured by magic. Like a true gentleman, Lin Feng elegantly offered the roses to the astonished Susan, saying, "For you, the beautiful Miss Susan." "Oh my goodness, is this magic?" Susan exclaimed in delight as she accepted the roses, inhaling their sweet fragrance, which seemed to whisk away the fatigue of her long day. "Lin, how did you know I adore roses?" "This is a secret." Lin Feng playfully winked at her, then slightly bowed and extended a hand, inviting her. "Beautiful Miss Susan, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner?" Susan's face flushed once more, and feigning calmness, she reached out her hand. "Of course, my big boy." Her racing heart betrayed her, although the scenario was somewhat cliché. It brimmed with freshness and excitement for both of them on their first date. Lin Feng smiled gently as he took Susan's delicate hand and led her to the roadside where a Rolls-Royce awaited, a gift from Tony for their transportation. With Happy as the driver, Initially reluctant, Happy's demeanor transformed upon realizing he was to chauffeur a superhero. After all, not everyone has the chance to drive for a superhero. Especially one as fascinating as Lin Feng, who was a member of the superhero forum. Lin Feng attentively opened the car door for Susan, and they both settled into the vehicle. The luxurious car gracefully set off towards a seafood restaurant. Oh, did you see that? Susan got into that luxury car. A few of her colleagues witnessed the scene in front of the office building, gasping in astonishment. Is that her boyfriend? He looks so young. And his smile is so bright. And most importantly, he must be incredibly wealthy. Did you get a picture? Hurry, send it to the group chat. We must all share in this juicy gossip. One colleague remarked, not forgetting to include their friends in the excitement. As soon as the photo was shared in the group, a flurry of reactions erupted, with envy and intrigue filling the chat. He can't possibly afford a Rolls-Royce at such a young age, can he? A jealous voice chimed in. Come on, he might not be just a rich kid. Someone retorted. What do you all do for a living? Don't you pay attention? That license plate looks familiar. Doesn't he it? I know. That's a Stark Industries plate. My goodness, anyone with such privileges must be a shareholder, or perhaps her boyfriend is Tony Stark's illegitimate son. Am I the only one laughing? I can't wait to see John's reaction when he finds out. Chapter 13. Happy. Let go of Lin Feng. Regardless of the spectators' opinions, the two young individuals officially commenced their date. Happy? Exclaimed Susan, surprised to see the driver as she settled into the car. Hello, Miss Susan. Happy politely greeted her before turning to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin. Happy called out to Lin Feng with a hint of excitement. Embarrassingly, he was not only a member of the Superman Forum but also a veteran figure within it. He had often fantasized that had he possessed Superman's abilities, Mr. Stark would never have faced any harm. Oh, Tony Stark's loyal driver and bodyguard. Why is he here? Susan questioned, perplexed as she glanced at Lin Feng sitting beside her. Isn't Happy Tony Stark's driver? As a journalist, Susan was somewhat aware of the relationships within celebrity circles. Did you forget I mentioned that Tony Stark is my friend? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Is your relationship that close? I thought you were merely acquaintances. Susan was indeed taken aback. She had presumed they were just ordinary friends, not realizing Tony would lend his personal driver to Lin Feng. That's not important, is it? Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head before addressing Happy. Drive on, Happy. I know you've had a long day at work. Let's have dinner first and then go shopping, shall we? With a playful grin, Lin Feng winked at Susan and said, take a guess at what we're having for dinner. The childish guessing game made Happy roll his eyes as he started the vehicle. After all, he was merely a driver and chose not to interject. It's not that newly opened steakhouse, is it? Susan inquired, aware of the famous trendy steak restaurant that the bothersome John had mentioned. The owner had captivated a large following with his flamboyant salt sprinkling technique. Susan had even received flyers and seen it on short videos. Yet, to be honest, she was not particularly fond of steak. However, if Lin Feng was inviting her, she was willing to give it a try. No, I know you don't like steak. Susan, Lin Feng said confidently. Jokingly, he felt a bit embarrassed, as he had purchased a manual on Susan's preferences from the system, spending a substantial 300 reputation points. The opportunistic system. How did you know I don't like steak? Susan asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in her voice. She glanced at Lin Feng's dark hair and tentatively asked, then I guess it's Eastern cuisine? Lin Feng pondered momentarily. That's not entirely accurate. What is it? Seafood? That's not completely accurate either. Lin. After several wrong guesses, Susan grew anxious, her tone unconsciously taking on a playful whine, which made Lin Feng's heart flutter. This was a bit overwhelming for the novice Lin Feng. All right, it's seafood, and it's also Eastern cuisine. Lin Feng laughed as he revealed the answer. Today, I will introduce you to the seafood prepared in the Eastern culinary style, with a spark of realization. Susan's eyes brightened as she recalled an exceptionally renowned and exorbitantly priced seafood restaurant. Could it possibly be the illustrious Dongfang Pinglaiyan? With anticipation gleaming in her gaze, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Oh my goodness! Susan exclaimed. I know that place. It's incredibly pricey. It ranks as the foremost choice among the most sought-after dining establishments. Her large eyes were filled with eager anticipation. Heaven knows how much Susan, a seafood aficionado, yearned to savor its offerings. However, the steep prices of that restaurant were a significant barrier. Moreover, it primarily catered to the elite, nobility, government officials, and the heads of top-tier corporations. Did you truly manage to secure a reservation at Pinglaiyan, Lin? I recall that they typically do not accept bookings from ordinary individuals. Susan inquired. Suddenly struck by a thought, she scrutinized Lin Feng with a hint of suspicion. Oh dear, you haven't transformed into Superman too. Susan abruptly covered her mouth, her gaze instinctively darting to the driver's seat. She had just remembered the presence of a chauffeur in the vehicle, nearly letting her secret slip. She gestured an S shape in the air, reminiscent of Superman's emblem. If Lin Feng were to make a reservation under the guise of a superhero, certainly the restaurant would not dare to decline him. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. What are you imagining? There is no way I would use that identity to make a reservation. At that moment, the vehicle halted at a traffic light. Happy, unable to contain himself, slightly turned his head to explain, Miss Susan, Mr. Lin is a shareholder of Stark Industries. Furthermore, he is a close friend of Mr. Tony Stark. I doubt there exists a restaurant that would be so short-sighted as to refuse Mr. Lin. What? Susan gasped, turning to Lin Feng with astonishment in her eyes. You are a shareholder of Stark Industries? She was already aware of Lin Feng as considerable wealth, given his residence in a 600-square-meter villa, which was why she was not surprised to see a Rolls-Royce pick him up. Yet, she had not anticipated his wealth to be so immense. Stark Industries' practically war money is no object on its face. Lin Feng nodded, confirming that he indeed held a stake in Stark Industries, a gift from his mentor, Tony. Susan fell silent, perceiving this young man as a treasure, with new gems waiting to be discovered within. She began to anticipate the culinary delights that awaited them. Happy's driving was impeccable, swiftly transporting the pair to the seafood restaurant. Amidst the warm hospitality of the establishment, Susan experienced her first taste of Eastern seafood cuisine. The Eastern chefs, possessing exceptional culinary skills, showcased a myriad of innovative preparations. By the end of the meal, Susan felt it was worth every penny. The dazzling array of dishes and the unprecedented flavors left her with a renewed appreciation for gastronomy. Once both had satisfied their appetites, the evening transformed into a vibrant spectacle of lights. The duo had indulged in a dining experience that cost nearly 6 figures in dollars. Susan rated the experience a solid 9 out of 10, fearful of inflating Lin Feng's ego further. Two individuals sat in the car on their way back, and Lin Feng shamelessly inched closer to Susan. Noticing his subtle move, Susan shot him a glance of disapproval, but chose not to reject him. She selected several exquisitely taken photographs of culinary delights and posted them on her personal page. Susan's page was only followed by her close friends and family, as she wished to share this experience with a wider audience. However, less than 2 minutes after posting, her phone began to buzz incessantly. Upon glancing at her phone, she saw it was her best friend, Kay. Kay's messages came in rapid succession like cannonballs. Susan, did you go to that restaurant? Oh my goodness. I heard they sent a luxury car to pick you up from work today, and I couldn't believe it. You haven't caught the eye of some mysterious big boss, have you? And why wasn't I invited to such a delightful occasion? Kay's inquiries were increasingly sensational, leaving Susan utterly speechless. What on earth was she talking about? What are you saying, Kay? Susan's delicate fingers danced quickly across the screen. It's just a friend. A friend took me out to eat. I'll definitely take you along next time. Was it your big boss who picked you up in a Rolls-Royce? Kay was clearly not willing to let Susan off the hook, pressing on with her questions. If you keep talking like this, I want to respond to you. Susan's cheeks flushed slightly. Her exuberant friend truly dared to say anything. It was a very good friend who took me out. Stop guessing wildly. Susan sent Kay a photo taken during the meal, where Lin Feng was attentively peeling a crab leg for her, wearing a pair of thin-framed glasses and possessing striking features. He resembled a young CEO straight out of a novel. Suddenly, there was silence from Kay's end, and after a long pause, a message finally came through. Oh, my God. Where did you find this handsome boy? Is he your boyfriend? Seeing the message, Susan shyly stole a glance at Lin Feng beside her. She undoubtedly held a significant fondness for this charming, sunny, yet somewhat modest young man. Lin Feng was like a protagonist from a fairy tale, strong and confident. However, their relationship had not been explicitly defined, and Lin Feng had yet to confess his feelings. Thus, he shouldn't be considered her boyfriend just yet. Not yet. Susan typed back. Then step aside, let me take a shot. Kay's message was filled with a flurry of question marks. I've been single for over 20 years, and I find this boy incredibly appealing. Kay's response was audacious. If you don't want him, how about passing him to me? Scram, Susan replied, her expression darkening as she swiftly shut off her phone, ignoring her exuberant friend. Chapter 14. A night of defining relationships, an unexpected turn at long last. The vehicle gradually returned to the city. Lin Feng and Susan alighted, the hour still early, and they decided to stroll through the streets and indulge in some late-night snacks. In the realm of youth, there exists no notion of retiring early. Silently, they both acknowledged the unspoken agreement to avoid mentioning the journey home. Mr. Lin, please wait. Happy called out, opening the car door to halt Lin Feng's departure. What is it, Happy? Lin Feng turned around, a hint of confusion evident on his face, while the corpulent Happy suddenly seemed a bit bashful as he bent down to retrieve a poster and a pen from the passenger seat. With a touch of anticipation, he extended them towards Lin Feng, the poster depicting him clad in a superhero costume. Could you sign this for me if it's not too much trouble? I would also love a photo. Oh my. Susan couldn't help but chuckle, already aware that Happy recognized Lin Feng's true identity. You've become a star, Lin. Susan teased. Lin Feng offered a resigned smile in response to Susan's jest, then turned back to Happy. Of course, Happy. With that, he removed the ring that concealed his identity, donning instead the black attire that enveloped him. Instantly, his aura transformed. rendering him a striking contrast to the Lin Feng adorned with the ring, leaving both Happy and Susan in awe. Happy produced his phone, and Lin Feng draped an arm around Happy's shoulder, bending slightly to accommodate their height difference. 1, 2, 3 cheese. Thank you, Mr. Superhero, Happy exclaimed with excitement. Oh no. It's Mr. Lin. Wishing you a lovely evening. After receiving his signature and photograph, Happy exuberantly embraced Lin Feng before hopping into his car and speeding away in a flourish of tire marks. Such a character, that Happy, Lin Feng remarked, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he switched back into his regular attire, reapplying the ring and transforming once more from superhero to the affable young man next door. Oh, Lin, though I've seen it before, without the costume. One would never associate you with being a superhero. Susan marveled. You look identical, yet why do I instinctively feel you are not a superhero? That, my dear, is a secret, Lin Feng replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he touched the ring. Extending his hand, he invited, so, the lovely Miss Susan, would you care to accompany me on a stroll through this enchanting city by night? Without uttering a word, Susan merely blushed, extending her petite hand in response. Under the night sky, New York shimmered with lights. Vehicles darted through the streets, while a few street performers stood nearby, passionately sharing their songs. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Susan ambled along the street, one behind the other. The delicate warmth of her touch stirred emotions within Lin Feng, who had been single for 21 years. Neither spoke, they simply walked in silence, relishing the ambiguous yet wondrous atmosphere that enveloped them. Before they knew it, they arrived at a quaint square. In the distance, street performers sang melodiously of love. All around the square, couples stood intertwined, basking in each other's company. Good day, sir. Are you contemplating purchasing a flower for your beloved? A young girl clad in crimson attire obstructed Lin Feng's path, clutching a bouquet. Despite her tender years, her gaze was piercing. Typically, fresh couples, freshly enamored, would find it hard to resist her offerings. Indeed, Lin Feng acquiesced, retrieving his wallet to procure a bundle of roses. The little girl, beaming with delight, scampered away with her earnings. Susan silently accepted the flowers. For a while, an unspoken tension enveloped them, acknowledging the charged atmosphere. Lin Feng recalled the dating manual's advice. He ought to take the initiative. Taking a deep breath to bolster his courage, he turned to Susan. Susan, She looked up, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she fixated on the roses. Would you look at me, Susan? Lin Feng's tone softened, resonating gently, causing Susan's heart to flutter. She lifted her gaze once more, her eyes meeting Lin Feng's, which sparkled with an almost ethereal brilliance. As he beheld her somewhat ethereal visage illuminated by the lights, Lin Feng couldn't resist the urge to caress her cheek. Susan's pupils quivered, instinctively. She wanted to retreat but held herself back. She did not reject his touch. Instead, she parted her lips, a blend of confusion and bashfulness etched upon her face. Her hesitation stirred something profound within Lin Feng. Will you be my girlfriend? He breathed out, each word a delicate arrow from Cupid's bow, aimed straight at Susan's heart. Caught off guard by his sudden confession, Susan lowered her head in a flurry, obscuring her expression from him. Memories of Lin Feng whirled through her mind. She was acutely aware of her feelings for this young man. Strong, confident, and radiant, yet occasionally lost in thought. Lin Feng had indelibly marked her heart over the past few months. Susan was uncertain of her own emotions, feeling her heartbeat quicken, her palms growing clammy around the roses. Silence enveloped them, and Lin Feng began to panic, recalling the dating manual's guidance. What was he supposed to say at this moment? His mind faltered. Well, although being with me might pose some danger, I would lay down my life to protect you. His thoughts jumbled. Lin Feng instinctively recited an example from the manual. I am the seasoning in your seafood. Without me, you lose all flavor. No, that's not it. I am the sun in your winter, the popsicle in your summer, the umbrella in your rainy days. A soft laugh escaped Susan, dispelling the tension that had filled the air. Lifting her gaze to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkled with mirth, crescent-shaped and luminous. Lin, what are you saying? Not that, Susan. I merely... Lin Feng sighed in frustration, lamenting his uncooperative tongue. Ah, Susan's lips parted slightly, uttering 2 words, and then she lowered her head once more, feeling a flush spread across her cheeks. Upon hearing Susan's unexpected affirmation, Lin Feng came to an abrupt halt. His mind raced to decipher the meaning behind those 2 words. And in an instant, a river of joy surged through his heart. Lin Feng's breath quickened uncontrollably. Yes, in the midst of Susan's exclamation, Lin Feng could not resist enveloping her in his embrace. In that moment, 2 inexperienced young souls found themselves irrevocably entwined in the throes of love. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted, celebrating this newly confirmed couple. Lin Feng looked up, astonished to discover that his confession had unwittingly drawn a crowd of onlookers. Well done, young man. Best wishes to you, young couple. The gathered spectators generously offered their blessings. The cacophony of applause and whistles melded into a jubilant symphony. A nearby street performer, witnessing the scene, began to sing a melody of congratulations. Confessions of love had become a common occurrence on this street, imbued with romance. This place had nearly transformed into a sanctuary for declarations of affection, with passers-by cheering for every successful couple. Kiss her, the crowd urged, their benevolent gazes fixed upon the young lovers. Lin Feng looked down at the bashful Susan in his arms. Her eyes shimmered with tenderness as she gazed silently at him, her cheeks betraying a smile, as if waiting for Lin Feng to take the next step. Be brave, young man. With Lin Feng still hesitant, the crowd rallied him to muster his courage. This made Lin Feng feel both amused and exasperated. It seemed the audience was more eager than he was. Attempting to calm himself once more, Lin Feng gradually leaned down towards Susan. The distance between them diminished, and the floral scent emanating from Susan enveloped Lin Feng's senses. His distinct masculine aura began to stir something within her, prompting her to gently close her eyes, as if awaiting a sacred ritual, anticipating that moment's arrival. In such proximity, their heartbeats synchronized, racing faster in unison. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, only a mere millimeter separated their lips. However, in the next heartbeat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 15, Ambush. The malevolence of unprincipled combat boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated, a deafening blast echoing from a distant block, accompanied by a growl reminiscent of a wild beast. The onlookers shrieked in terror, scattering like frightened birds. Lin Feng turned in astonishment, following the sound of the explosion, and peered through the chaos. A block away, two gray-green monstrosities were locked in a fierce struggle in the street. Wherever they tread, vehicles lay wrecked and the ground crumbled, while the populace fled in panic. The Hulk and the Abomination? Lin Feng's expression darkened. He recognized the two fiends that had ruined his first kiss. Just a hair's breadth away. A fiery rage simmered within him. The two behemoths had rendered an entire street incapacitated, and the citizens caught in their path were as fragile as soap bubbles, crushed beneath their might. As Lin Feng ran, the earth trembled beneath him, his face grim. He sighed and addressed Susan. It seems I must intervene, Susan. Susan gently patted Lin Feng's arm, her eyes twinkling with mirth, fully aware of the source of his ire. Go on, my little superhero, do what you must. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Wait for me here. With those parting words, he swiftly darted into an unoccupied corner. In the next moment, a rush of air announced his ascent as he soared skyward, heading toward the two creatures. Susan scanned her surroundings and spotted a tall building ideal for photography. Producing a small camera from seemingly nowhere, she dashed toward the structure, playfully sticking out her tongue in the direction of Lin Feng's flight. I won't be waiting here. On the street, the two titans continued their unabated brawl, oblivious to the cries of the fleeing populace. Fear, confusion, and anxiety permeated the atmosphere. In the midst of despair, someone suddenly pointed skyward and shouted, Superman. It's Superman. Superman has arrived. The fleeing citizens looked up in unison. In the night sky, a figure approached with astonishing speed. With a sudden halt, he positioned himself above the two monsters. It was indeed Superman. Relief surged through the crowd. Superman has come. Superman. Superman. The cheers erupted, resonating throughout the street, a testament to the deep-rooted admiration for the hero Lin Feng had embodied. Wherever Superman appeared, disaster was averted. He served as a protective shield. Inside an armored vehicle, the American soldiers exhaled in relief at Superman's arrival, knowing their task was to maintain order without rushing into needless sacrifice. Such a titanic clash was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to quell. Only Superman possessed the strength to confront it. In the air, aboard an armed helicopter, a soldier cast a questioning glance at Colonel Ross. Sir, the soldier exclaimed, it's Superman. He has emerged. Colonel Ross's expression turned grave as he decisively commanded, cease descent. Hover. The helicopter suspended in the air, its crew observing the unfolding scene below through their lenses. On the ground, Hulk and Abomination locked eyes, both unleashing a thunderous roar. In an instant, the two titanic creatures charged towards each other, causing the earth to shudder once more, the fractured ground continuing to crack. The outcome remained undecided, for only one of these behemoths could survive. Yet, just before they collided again, a searing red beam descended from the heavens, cleaving a straight line between the two monsters. Confused by the sudden turn of events, they barely halted their charge and gazed skyward. With a defiant roar, Hulk expressed his fury, while the beleaguered Bruce had no time to ponder the identity of this Superman-like figure. Abomination, however, narrowed his pupils and revealed an expression of excitement, twisting his neck in recognition of Superman. One Hulk was insufficient for him to contend with, and now a Superman had arrived. The television had boasted of Superman's might, but to Abomination, he appeared merely as a flying grasshopper. He was eager to see if this so-called Superman could withstand a single blow from him. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng surveyed the two monstrous entities with a stern countenance. Animals should remain in their zoos, not rampaging on the streets. He held no reservations towards the culprit who had interrupted his first kiss. Superman. The mere utterance of the name incensed Abomination, his massive eyes fixating intently on Lin Feng. Come down and fight. Lin Feng smirked coldly, replying, "As you wish." No sooner had the words left his lips than he plummeted with ferocity. His fist imbued with wrath aimed directly at Abomination's face. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Abomination barely registered Lin Feng's movement before he felt a sharp pain in his head, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Shaking off the dizziness, Abomination roared in anger and scrambled to his feet, charging at Lin Feng. With his barbed arm swinging toward Lin Feng, he effortlessly dodged the attack. To Lin Feng, the giant's movements appeared as though played in slow motion. Bang! Another explosive sound echoed as Lin Feng delivered a kick that created a sonic boom, its force surpassing that of his previous punch. Abomination was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into the ground and struggling to rise. Roar! A voice erupted from behind Lin Feng, and before he could turn, he felt the world turn upside down. It was Hulk. Seeing Lin Feng dispatch the foe that was rightfully his, Hulk was enraged. He launched a surprise attack, seizing Lin Feng's legs and executing a powerful swing that hurled him to the ground. Crash! The hard earth yielded to form a deep imprint of a human shape. Hulk, seemingly unsatisfied, followed up with a foot stomp. Instantly, the crater deepened. One stomp, then another, until Superman's form vanished from sight. Lin Feng was entirely engulfed by the ground. The crowd, once cheering, fell silent, their raised arms slowly descending, mouths agape at the spectacle. As if he had finally satisfied his rage, Hulk paused, panting slightly with a grunt, seemingly proud of his triumph. Yet, in the next moment, under the watchful gaze of all, Superman erupted from the pit, delivering a punch that struck Hulk's chin, propelling him skyward. Lin Feng erupted from the pit with a face aflame with fury, accelerating to catch up with the ascending Hulk. His fists unleashed a barrage of sonic booms against Hulk's head. With two powerful strikes, Hulk's teeth shattered, leaving him utterly defenseless against the relentless assault. It was only when Hulk crashed heavily into a heap of rubble, reverting to his human form, that Lin Feng ceased his onslaught. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for Bruce was undeniably a member of the future Avengers, and the absence of Hulk could have unforeseen consequences. Had it not been for this wretched sneak attack, Lin Feng would have already obliterated him with a searing energy beam. As the citizens witnessed Superman send Hulk flying, they erupted into cheers once more, their admiration for Superman's might surpassing their wildest imaginings. At this moment, the Abomination regained consciousness and charged at Lin Feng once again, his razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Unfazed, Lin Feng let out a cold snort and deftly evaded the Abomination's claw. With a swift motion, he delivered an uppercut reminiscent of his previous strike against Hulk. However, the Abomination was not graced with Hulk's fortune. Lin Feng had no intention of showing mercy. The punch propelled the Abomination skyward, and Lin Feng swiftly took flight to pursue him. "Are you ready?" he inquired thoughtlessly before delivering another punch that transcended the speed of sound. Just as the Abomination attempted to halt his descent, he soared even faster into the heavens. Lin Feng continued to rain down punches, and the Abomination ascended higher and higher. In mere seconds, amidst the jubilant cheers of the citizens, the figures of man and beast vanished into the sky. Chapter 16, One-Way Ticket to Space. My cat can do backflips. At this moment, the Abomination had lost count of how many punches Lin Feng had delivered. It was being struck repeatedly, and the buildings below had shrunk to mere specks smaller than ants. The thin air was causing its mind to grow increasingly foggy. Observing the Abomination's lack of response, Lin Feng ceased his assault. He grasped the creature by its heels and swiftly ascended into the void of space. The monster that had wreaked havoc on the city found its final resting place in the cold expanse of the cosmos. Hulk might have spared its life, but the Abomination's mind was filled with malevolence. Those misguided individuals from the United States believed they could control everything, yet they repeatedly made fools of themselves. The Abomination was not something they could dominate for long. It had to perish. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing, and before long, he had traversed the atmosphere with the Abomination in tow. The friction generated intense heat, causing the creature's skin to redden and ignite. The searing temperature and agony jolted the Abomination momentarily awake. No, it gazed desperately at Earth, struggling to grasp Lin Feng, who held it aloft. Yet, all its efforts proved futile. Gradually, the sensation of its burning exterior began to cool, but simultaneously, it felt an increasing chill enveloping its body. A sense of weightlessness, accompanied by suffocation, surged into the Abomination's mind. The final destination, outer space, had been reached. Lin Feng released the Abomination, which began to drift chaotically in the void. It grasped at its throat with both hands, laboring to breathe. The feeling of asphyxiation caused darkness to cloud its vision once more. A terrifying maw gaped open, yet no sound escaped. The Abomination's eyes were filled with fear, hatred, and rage. It could hardly fathom the extent of Superman's power. At that moment, regret washed over the Abomination. Had it known of Superman's might, it would have fled upon first encountering Lin Feng. The sheer strength of Superman bewildered and terrified it. This singular experience might cost it its life. The abomination's formidable physique prevented it from losing consciousness immediately. However, its struggles grew weaker, and death was merely a matter of time. Soon, sensing the abomination's apparent lifelessness, Lin Feng's eyes began to glow a bright red. A searing heat ray shot forth, piercing through the abomination's chest. How many novels and films had Lin Feng consumed? A finishing blow was basic knowledge. He surged forward to deliver one final punch to the abomination. Thus, the shattered body of the abomination commenced its prolonged drift through the cosmos. Having vanquished the abomination, Lin Feng's fury subsided significantly, and his spirits lifted considerably. He turned to focus on the brightly lit sector. Lin Feng shot forth, returning to Earth. For him, exiting the cosmos was as effortless as quenching his thirst. While the abomination possessed immense strength, it paled in comparison to Superman. Lin Feng could survive in the vacuum of space, but the abomination could not. Upon Lin Feng's arrival on the ground, the Hulk, now reverted to human form, had already been taken away by Colonel Ross. This was for the best. Lin Feng had no need for further involvement. The next time he encountered the Green Giant, it would likely be during one of Odin's foolish escapades. At that moment, it was still during the plot of the first Avengers. And there was still some time to go. Lin Feng had no intention of deliberately altering the original storyline, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the butterfly effect. There was no issue with confronting the likes of the Hulk or Odin's foolish son. However, if faced with entities like Odin or Ancient One, Lin Feng knew his chances of victory would be slim. With a mere portal, the bald sorcerer could confine himself to a mirror dimension, and Lin Feng would be at a loss on how to escape. As the crowd below witnessed Lin Feng soaring back, they could not help but raise their arms in jubilant cheer. "I have vanquished those two monsters," Lin Feng proclaimed while hovering in midair, announcing the conclusion of this unforeseen calamity. "It is safe now. Everyone, please return home swiftly." After casting this remark, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Feng ascended once more into the sky. The damaged streets and injured citizens would be tended to by professionals. The devastation wrought by the two monsters instilled a sense of crisis among the unsuspecting citizens of the city. Fortunately, their superhero was mightier than the monsters. Swiftly disappearing from sight, Lin Feng shed his Superman attire and donned his ring once more. Instantly, the superhero transformed back into the amiable neighborhood boy, unrecognizable even when passing by others. Susan was no longer at the original spot. Lin Feng discreetly activated his X-ray vision and scanned the block until he spotted her atop a high building. Watching Susan gradually make her way down, Lin Feng could not help but smile at the disobedient little reporter. Hastening towards Susan, he noticed her looking around for him as he descended. Unable to find Lin Feng's figure, she reached for her phone to make a call. Just then, a hand gently restrained her action. "Hey, Susan." Lin Feng appeared before her with a cheerful smile. "Oh, Lin." Upon seeing him, Susan's eyes glistened with emotion, and she leaped into Lin Feng's embrace. "Are you all right?" Her gaze was filled with concern as her small hands anxiously roamed over him. She had been deeply worried when the Hulk struck Lin Feng into the ground. Despite their time together, it was the first time she had witnessed Lin Feng being hit. "I'm fine," Lin Feng reassured her, holding her small hands and gazing into her eyes with warmth. "Susan," he called gently. Susan lifted her little head. "I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Would you like to see it?" "Oh, Lin, you have a cat?" As soon as the words left her lips, Susan suddenly realized something, her cheeks flushing crimson. "How ridiculous," she teased. "What cat can do backflips? I've stayed at your place before. How was I unaware of a cat? Do you think I don't read the forums?" Lin Feng replied, unabashedly grinning. "What about the backflipping superhero cat? Do you want to see it? There's nothing special about it. I've seen it many times already." Susan replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth, refusing to be drawn in. "Well, Tony," Lin Feng has once again executed a remarkable move. Tony proclaimed that he had prepared a surprise for our first date. "Don't you wish to take a look?" Susan merely gazed at Lin Feng with a playful smile, her expression encouraging him to continue. "The surprise for our first date. The symbol of our beginning," Lin Feng emphasized enticingly. Observing Lin Feng's earnest and anxious demeanor, Susan decided to cease her teasing and gently nodded. All right. I shall go and see." This delightful young man was indeed the embodiment of her ideal partner, and Susan was acutely aware of what returning home with Lin Feng tonight signified. After several months of companionship, Susan felt that the time spent with Lin Feng was undeniably joyous. By his side, one could always sense comfort and security. Moreover, most Eastern boys are remarkably devoted, which undoubtedly reassured Susan. Furthermore, after months of interaction, their relationship had evolved to resemble that of a couple, though they had yet to unveil this veil of ambiguity. During this time, Susan had granted Lin Feng several opportunities, yet due to the absence of a formal relationship, he had restrained himself from making any advances. From this, Susan realized that Lin Feng was a responsible and devoted individual. Now that they had established a romantic relationship, it was entirely reasonable for them to spend the night together. "Yes," Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully. clenching his fist in delight as he lifted the bashful Susan into an embrace, then inquired, "Shall we head back to the villa now?" "Wait, Lin. We need to hold on a moment." The photographs I took need to be compiled into an article tonight," Susan explained, raising her camera. These images were time-sensitive. The sooner they were published, the better, as delays would forfeit the opportunity to capture the initial wave of significant traffic. "No way." Lin Feng was taken aback. "How long will that take?" His astonished expression made Susan chuckle. "Silly, this task does not require my direct involvement. I have already notified my assistant. She is on her way." Susan stated she should arrive in about half an hour. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it would only take half an hour. Glancing around, he spotted a coffee shop, a perfect place to wait. "Susan, while we wait, shall we enjoy a cup of coffee?" Chapter 17, Tony's Call. Be careful, the two sat in the coffee shop, languidly awaiting the arrival of the assistant to collect the news materials for the evening. Within the CAF, only Susan and Lin Feng remained. In the wake of such a catastrophic event, the nearby streets were nearly devoid of life. People were gripped by fear, huddled in their homes with doors securely locked. The only sounds to be heard were the wails of ambulances and police sirens. Television screens displayed urgent news reports. Susan was engrossed in a conversation on her phone with her close friend about the events of the night. Lin Feng, meanwhile, stared vacantly out of the window. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Lin Feng fished his phone from his pocket. It was a message from Tony Stark, accompanied by an image. Upon opening it, he was met with a photo capturing the moment he dealt the final blow to the abomination in outer space, likely taken by Stark Industries satellite. Is the response this swift? Lin Feng pondered, a look of confusion etched across his face. Hadn't he just returned to Earth from space a mere 10 minutes ago? Sighing softly at the clarity of the image, Lin Feng reflected on the era of ubiquitous networks and cameras, where the speed of information transmission outpaced even his own flight. He had no doubt that this photograph, along with the events of the night, would soon find its way onto the desks of various powerful entities. Indeed, mere minutes after the incident, Tony was already aware of it. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if Tony was monitoring him. His phone buzzed again, this time with a direct call from Tony, who greeted him with his trademark banner. "Lin, have you taken your date to outer space?" God knows what expression crossed Tony's face upon receiving the image from Jarvis. "Is this a special program for your little girlfriend? A cosmic showdown?" Tony continued to jest. "I must say, Lin, you once again leave me in awe of your monstrous capabilities." Lin Feng chuckled. "You knew about this?" "Well, the Stark Industries satellite just happened to be nearby." Tony replied. "Should I be thanking you for not demolishing my satellite?" "Ah, my aim is quite precise." Lin Feng quipped. "After all, I do hold shares in Stark Industries. Why would I destroy my own satellite?" Yet, Lin Feng's expression shifted to something more peculiar. "But you are correct about one thing. Tonight is indeed unforgettable," he teased. "I thought this hulking figure was a surprise you had prepared for me, Tony." Tony, sitting at home, rolled his eyes. "For heaven's sake, brother, you're questioning my taste?" "I distinctly remember telling you, Lin. The surprise I have for you is at your villa. You'll thank me when you bring your little girlfriend home." Tony's words piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. He wondered what the illustrious Iron Man had in store for them. After a playful exchange, Tony's tone suddenly turned serious. "I called you to caution you about those individuals from Group J. This situation is not solely captured by Stark Industries satellites. Do you comprehend my meaning? None of the members from Group J have good intentions. If Stark Industries can observe them, so can they." Lin Feng's displayed abilities far exceed comprehension, resembling that of an extraterrestrial being. The United States government would never permit such an uncontrollable force to emerge. Action is likely. This is precisely why Tony, upon discovering the situation, immediately contacted Lin Feng. He aimed to warn Lin Feng to remain vigilant and cautious of potential dark maneuvers. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, providing Tony with a reassuring response. "I will exercise caution. As long as you are aware, that's sufficient. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." After Tony concluded the call, Lin Feng hung up, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this was no trivial matter, however. Conventional firearms posed no threat to him, with only heavy weaponry potentially being a concern. "Dog system, come forth." Lin Feng summoned. "What is it? Disturbing my rest at this hour?" The system responded with noticeable impatience. "Do you even sleep?" Lin Feng inquired, astonished that a system could rest. "What is it? Speak quickly." The system seemed reluctant to engage further. "Can I withstand a nuclear bomb now?" Lin Feng asked, uncertain if Iron Man's suit could endure such an explosion, as it seemed unclear in the original narrative. If he could withstand it, the threat from the U.S. government would diminish significantly. If you wish to discuss this, then I am no longer tired." The system's tone elevated in excitement. "You, with your superhuman physique." The system elongated its words, providing an answer amidst Lin Feng's anticipation. "You cannot endure it. Am I not able to withstand your excitement?" Lin Feng retorted, his expression darkening. "System, are you a dog?" "Ahem, Host, do not be anxious. It is quite simple to endure a nuclear bomb. Simply spend reputation points to upgrade to Silver Superman. The system explained. Silver Superman possesses exceptional growth potential, even at the early stage of the upgrade. You could navigate a nuclear explosion as if in a realm devoid of danger. The system diligently promoted its offer like an insurance agent. What do you think? Would you like to exchange? Indeed, Silver Superman is formidable. A mere sneeze could propel a sun out of the solar system, or even break the barriers of time to return to the past. However, such abilities are primarily attainable in the later stages of development. Within the Marvel Universe, they are undoubtedly at least multiverse level. Lin Feng, before his transference, possessed an understanding of the various stages of superhuman abilities. It would be impossible for him not to feel tempted. How many reputation points are required for the exchange? Lin Feng inquired. To exchange for the early stage superhuman physique, you need 100 million reputation points. How exorbitant. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Have you opened a black market? Not at all, it is not expensive. The system clarified. In the initial phase, the exchange for a singular superhuman ability, such as the extraordinary auditory perception, demands a staggering 10 million prestige points. Devoid of any growth attributes. How many abilities does the superhuman possess? I shall refrain from enumerating them all. Do you still consider it exorbitant? After delivering a solemn explanation, the system mockingly retorted, the abilities are not expensive. It is your poverty that is the issue. Host. Lin Feng, taken aback, inhaled deeply, reminding himself not to stoop to the level of the insipid system, as his anger only seemed to amuse it further. How much prestige do I currently possess? You possess 87 million prestige points, the system responded, displaying a record of prestige sources. The points primarily stem from the positive impact you have had on the citizens during this period, along with the fervor contributed by your fan base, which has also been converted into prestige. Approaching 10 million? Lin Feng pondered, considering this quite satisfactory. If this trend continues, he could amass nearly 100 million prestige points by the time the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron unfold. Why haven't I received any prestige points from battling the abomination tonight? Lin Feng queried, perusing the prestige record and noting the absence of any increase. Could it be that you, wretched system, have cheated me? Host, you have only just concluded the battle. The forum and news coverage have yet to disseminate widely. The system replied, unable to suppress a roll of its eyes. Very well. Lin Feng sighed, choosing silence thereafter. Chapter 18. Another restless night, the diligent assistant departed with the documents, returning to the office to work overtime. Lin Feng, on the other hand, escorted Susan back to the villa. Before they even crossed the threshold, they were greeted by a delightful surprise orchestrated by Tony Stark. Crimson roses adorned every corner of Lin Feng's villa, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Under the illumination of colorful lights, it resembled a vast ocean of red, prompting an exclamation of awe from Susan. What a grand gesture! Lin Feng marveled, fully acknowledging the opulence of Tony Stark. Thousands of roses, an extravagant expense indeed. Even Lin Feng, typically indifferent to flowers, was taken aback by the sheer beauty, let alone the impact it would have on a young woman like Susan. Observing Susan frolicking joyfully amidst the floral sea like a child, Lin Feng silently expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Tony, for this splendid assist. Hey, Susan, Lin Feng called out, waving at her with a broad smile. What is it, Lin? Susan replied as she rushed over, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Do you like it? Lin Feng asked, pinching her cheek lightly, noticing her flushed complexion from all her running about. I love it. Of course I do. Thank your affluent friend for me. Susan beamed, having learned the term affluent from Lin Feng. Let us take a picture together, Susan urged, pulling Lin Feng towards a heart-shaped arrangement of roses. She retrieved her phone and switched to the front camera, only to realize that it captured merely half of Lin Feng's head. Lin, you're too tall, she pouted playfully. Could you crouch down a bit? Lin Feng, of course, obliged. He took the phone from Susan's hands, slightly bent his knees, and wrapped his right arm around her waist, bringing them closer together. Through the lens, it appeared as though Susan was cradled in his embrace. After taking the photograph, Lin Feng reluctantly released the blushing Susan. Susan, I have a gift for you, he announced. With that, Lin Feng extended his right hand, performing a magical flourish. In the next moment, a delicate necklace materialized in his palm. The silver chain dangled a transparent gemstone that shimmered subtly. Upon closer inspection, it revealed an ethereal, faint grass-green hue, as if a halo of light danced within. Though not from a high-end brand, it bore the charm of custom craftsmanship. Wow, Susan gasped, unable to contain her admiration. This necklace was perhaps the most exquisite piece she had ever laid eyes upon, even surpassing the allure of those seen in luxury boutiques with her friends. For you, my girlfriend, Lin Feng said, gazing deeply into Susan's eyes. No girl could resist the allure of jewelry, and Susan was well aware of its value. This nearly transparent gemstone, reflecting light beautifully, signified a considerable worth. Could it be? Susan hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Isn't it a bit too precious? Yet Lin Feng merely smiled and shook his head, his gaze towards Susan imbued with sincerity. In my heart, nothing holds more value than you. Allow me the honor of placing it on you, shall I? Without warning, Lin Feng, breaking the norms of decorum, launched a sudden advance. His words, laden with rustic charm, struck deeply at the fragile heart of Susan. She shyly averted her gaze from his intense stare. No longer resisting, Susan slowly turned her back, gently lifting her hair to reveal her fair, slender neck. The necklace was not an ordinary piece. It had been exchanged by Lin Feng in the system shop. The soft green gem, emanating a gentle glow, was a product of the elven realm, an essence formed from the tree of life over a century. For ordinary individuals, prolonged wear would enhance their constitution and calm their minds, but most importantly, it rendered the wearer immune to nearly all toxins. This exquisite necklace had cost Lin Feng a staggering 100,000 reputation points, a price he could comfortably afford. As Lin Feng adorned Susan with the necklace, her already striking beauty seemed to radiate an ethereal chill, resembling a golden-haired elf amidst a sea of roses. Unconsciously, their eyes met, exchanging unspoken emotions, their gazes narrowing to exclude all but each other's presence. In the embrace of blossoming roses, the two souls, experiencing the sweetness of first love, found themselves enveloped in enchantment. The moon, too, shyly retreated behind the clouds, unaware of the time passing. As the night deepened, Lin Feng and Susan nestled together, drifting into a serene slumber. While they enjoyed peaceful dreams, many others remained restless, such as Black Braised Egg. At that moment, he bore dark circles under his eyes. Having just concluded a video conference, the discussion centered on the recent incident involving the twisting waste monster. Lin Feng's insights had proven correct. His information became the subject of scrutiny among powerful factions that very night. His displayed strength was deemed exceedingly perilous, defeating foes and sending them into the depths of space. An unfathomable display of power. Had Lin Feng not assumed the role of a superhero within the twisting waste realm, he might have been encircled by the U.S. government by now. The SHIELD agency, analyzing Lin Feng's combat capabilities, suspected he could surpass even the Omega mutants in potential. During the conference, Black Braised Egg repeatedly urged caution regarding Lin Feng. His willingness to play the role of a superhero indicated a significant chance of drawing him closer to their organization. However, other members exhibited palpable trepidation towards Lin Feng's prowess. They insisted on swiftly bringing this formidable force under their control. If they could not control him, they would seek to eliminate him. Despite Black Braised Egg's attempts at persuasion, the others appeared to conspire, refusing to yield. With no alternative, he resolved to take a step back, outwardly acquiescing to their demands. The meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note, leaving Black Braised Egg to return to his office. His expression darkened. "Damn it," he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the desk with a resounding crash, startling Coulson. "Control? How do we control him? Are these individuals so entrenched in their offices that they have become utterly foolish? Here is the coffee you requested, sir." A logistics staff member trembled as he placed a cup of coffee down, lowering his head and retreating as if fleeing. The director, infuriated, was a terrifying sight. Taking a sip of the coffee, he found that even the bitterness could not quell the resentment brewing within him. The strength demonstrated by Lin Feng surpassed even that of Captain America. Such formidable power was, to the best of Black Egg's knowledge, rivaled only by Captain Marvel. To control Lin Feng, they called Captain Marvel back from the cosmos? Was that not absurd? Lin Feng had committed no wrongdoing. Rather, he continuously assisted the citizens in resolving their troubles. He consistently projected a positive image, and it was well known that Superman was the guardian of the people. To act against Lin Feng, one must first consider not only the likelihood of success but also the unimaginable consequences. Would they truly resort to using a nuclear weapon against a superhero who dedicates his life to saving the populace? Did they believe the American public to be blind to such actions? After much contemplation, Black Egg turned his gaze toward Coulson. "Coulson, tomorrow afternoon, accompany me to Lin Feng's villa." He had no intention of heeding the vacuous musings of those fools. If not for the need for funding, Black Egg would have long since severed ties with them. Such occurrences were not rare. Regarding the Avengers Initiative, he had his own plans. Not only Black Egg, but also the treacherous Pierce had set his sights on Lin Feng. At that moment, Black Egg was unaware that his SHIELD was already riddled with issues. Pierce was also scheming to draw Lin Feng into his own faction. Orders were dispatched one after another. Hydra swiftly collected information on Lin Feng and devised a plan to recruit him. Equally busy was Tony Stark. After finishing a phone call with Lin Feng, he began analyzing Lin Feng's data. Previously, he had intended to test Lin Feng's physical capabilities but had yet to find an opportune moment. Falling from space was one matter. Being able to ascend from Earth in a remarkably short span was another. The disparity in capabilities between these two feats was substantial. Sir, the database for Mr. Lin Feng has been created. Shall I upload it to the data center? Jarvis inquired. Store it on my personal server. And do not allow anyone access, Tony commanded. Multiple factions were busy at work. Clearly, this was yet another restless night. Chapter 19. The Arrival of Ancient One. The future needs you. Early the next morning, Susan rose at dawn, limping her way to the office. There was no alternative. She needed to follow up on the events of the previous night, leaving Lin Feng alone to ponder in bed. A workaholic indeed, Lin Feng exclaimed. How could one not take a day off to rest at home under such circumstances? He felt an immense admiration for her dedication. After languishing in bed for a while, he finally got up to tidy the room cluttered with roses. After spending a considerable amount of time, he found little success in his endeavor and, out of sheer frustration, called for a team of housekeepers to assist him. Each individual rose was a challenge. Even Superman would struggle to clean them all at once. It was a task that, if left unattended, would soon lead to wilting, making it even more troublesome to manage later. After a busy morning, he finally restored the villa to its former glory. Lin Feng collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. Even for Superman, household chores could be exhausting. How remarkable. Last time he had hoped to spend the day gaming at home, only to be interrupted by Black Widow. Today, Lin Feng resolved to continue the gaming endeavor he had left unfinished. Just as he grasped the controller, an unexpected guest arrived. What was destined to come had finally arrived. In the expansive living room, a golden portal suddenly materialized. A shiny ball had emerged from behind the door. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng exclaimed, "The Supreme Sorcerer?" Indeed. The visitor was none other than the Ancient One, the most formidable woman on Earth. She wielded powerful magic that safeguarded the planet and governed the time stone among the Infinity Gems. Her presence had thwarted the invasion of the Dark Dimension, tirelessly protecting Earth throughout the ages. The Ancient One turned her gaze to Lin Feng, a slight smile gracing her lips. "You know me. This is truly unexpected." Yet her tone betrayed little astonishment. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded. "You appear not surprised at all, sorceress." The Ancient One shook her head and said, "May we converse?" The invitation from the Supreme Sorcerer left no room for refusal. "Of course," Lin Feng replied, having anticipated her arrival. Currently, he was in no position to provoke the Ancient One. Superman's magical resistance, as it were, was virtually non-existent. Even being cast into the mirror dimension would leave him gasping for breath. Moreover, he held a deep respect for this sorceress who dedicated her life to protecting Earth. "Sorceress, please take a seat." Lin Feng gestured for the Ancient One to sit down. After a moment of contemplation, he exchanged a sum of 50,000 reputation points for a brew of life tree tea. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" he inquired, pushing a cup of freshly brewed tea toward the Ancient One. Just as the Ancient One was about to respond, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the tea Lin Feng had offered. She keenly sensed an unprecedented life force emanating from the brew. "What is this?" The Ancient One's face displayed genuine surprise for the first time. "It is merely humble tea. The mage need not concern himself." Lin Feng waved his hand, noting that this tea and the necklace gifted to Susan both originated from the same source, products of the Elven realm, derived from the leaves of the ancient life tree. Imbued with immense vitality, they possess miraculous properties capable of healing hidden wounds and replenishing physical strength and life energy. Gui cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng before lifting the tea to his lips. As he drank, a wave of indescribable comfort washed over his body, filling him with a profound sense of ease. Gui even sensed that this life energy could potentially extend one's lifespan, though the effect was subtle. Had such a substance been available at the time, perhaps there would have been no need to draw power from the dark dimension. This wondrous tea, even Gui could not help but commend it. Indeed, it was remarkable. Even someone as formidable as Gui felt an overwhelming desire to indulge in it daily. "If the mage enjoys it," Lin Feng chuckled, producing a small box from his palm, filled to the brim with tea leaves. "A modest gift. I hope the mage will accept it." Gui hesitated to take it immediately. Such an item was a treasure when left in the open. She scrutinized Lin Feng once more, noticing no hint of reluctance on his part, before finally accepting the tea leaves. Since Lin Feng could present a box without a shred of hesitation, it implied that he possessed even more. This act signified Lin Feng's goodwill, and accepting it would alleviate some of his concerns. "You need not worry that I might bring you harm. That is not the purpose of my visit," Gui reassured him. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he wants tea here to drive him away, he could avoid a confrontation, as his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. "You possess great power. I am here to remind you to wield it wisely," Gui continued. "I know you are not of this world. Your existence should not have been in the original timeline, and I cannot discern whether your presence is a blessing or a curse." Hearing Gui's words, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly, inwardly cursing the inept system for being so transparent. She could see at a glance that he was not a native. It seemed he could not hide his true nature from the mage. Lin Feng offered a silent praise for Gu Yi's perceptiveness. However, you need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards this world, he declared firmly. Even if I am not from the same realm, I am still a denizen of Blue Star. I assure you, I will not harm Blue Star. Rather, I shall protect it. Lin Feng understood well the source of Gu Yi's anxiety. She feared he might wreak havoc upon Blue Star. Yet, Blue Star was Lin Feng's home. He had no desire to bring it harm. Gu Yi nodded, her face adorned with a gentle smile. I can sense that you speak the truth. I also perceive that, despite some minor flaws, they do not overshadow your brave heart. Unimaginable calamities may unfold in the future, and this world will require your indomitable spirit. Perhaps you are not yet aware, but one day, you shall bear the weight of responsibility upon your shoulders. Gu Yi's words flowed forth like a sermon. Lin Feng felt bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Did he truly possess a brave heart? I find myself at a loss. Continue as you see fit, Lin Feng. This is a necessary phase of your growth. The Ancient One rose, preparing to depart. Without waiting for Lin Feng to bid farewell, she added, Thank you for the tea, Lin Feng. Do visit me when you have the time. With that, she opened a portal and stepped through. Wait, master. Lin Feng called out. The Ancient One turned back, her smile unwavering as she regarded him. Can I learn magic? He inquired, eager to understand if the arcane arts were within his reach. This pursuit did not conflict with the notion of superhuman abilities. Possessing magics like portals would greatly facilitate Lin Feng's endeavors. Magic is possible. The Ancient One replied with a nod, yet added, but not at this moment. Before Lin Feng could revel in the prospect of becoming her apprentice, she doused his excitement with a splash of cold reality. When that day arrives, I shall return to seek you. I cannot linger any longer. You have other guests. With those final words, the Ancient One vanished into the portal. Once again, Lin Feng was left puzzled by her cryptic words. What did she mean by when that day arrives? What day? He struggled to comprehend her true intentions for visiting. Was it merely to utter phrases he could not decipher? Nevertheless, he found solace in the good news that he could indeed learn magic. As for her mention of other guests, who could they be? Lin Feng felt that the words of a mage often left him bewildered, with 2 out of 3 sentences eluding his understanding. However, clarity soon followed. The doorbell chimed, and Lin Feng, sporting an odd expression, approached to open the door. To his surprise, Black Egg had arrived, accompanied by Natasha and Coulson, seeking his company. Chapter 20. Bidding farewell to the Supreme Mage, welcoming the Egg Organization, gazing at the peculiar trio outside his door, Lin Feng sighed and reluctantly invited them in. However, he refrained from offering them tea. The leaves of the Tree of Life were far too precious for such guests. Instead, he merely fetched a bottle of mineral water and tossed it to Natasha. Indeed, only Natasha received this courtesy, a privilege reserved for the fairer sex. Natasha shot Lin Feng a reproachful glance as she accepted the water, seemingly voicing her grievances regarding their previous encounter. As they settled into their seats, the one-eyed Black Egg fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Feng, casting a heavy atmosphere over the room. Your actions last night have had significant repercussions, Black Egg declared, cutting straight to the chase. Repercussions? What repercussions? Do the cheers of the citizens count? Lin Feng languidly reclined on the sofa. Really? Trying to pin a label on me right from the start? Am I to be intimidated by such tactics? I am not jesting, Lin Feng. Black Egg replied earnestly. Your behavior last night has already landed on the desk of the Grey Palace. If I hadn't intervened, a battalion would be here to see you now. Black Egg aimed to amplify the severity of the situation, testing Lin Feng's resolve. Do not attempt to use your S-H-I-E-L-D tactics to gauge my reaction, Lin Feng said with a wave of his hand, clearly irritated, having seen through Black Egg's ploy. Pray tell, what crime have I committed? He scoffed disdainfully, refusing to engage. A battalion? Not even Iron Man could withstand a single blow from me. If they wish to challenge me, let them come. Lin Feng confronted them head-on, his stance unwavering. To frighten me? Such methods are rather juvenile. Seeing Lin Feng unfazed, Black Egg maintained his composure. Lin Feng, we are here to assist you. He shifted his approach, continuing to coax. Joining the Avengers Initiative will bring peace of mind to certain individuals. I believe you are astute enough to discern who I am referring to, Black Egg implied, confident that Lin Feng would grasp his meaning. Lin Feng snorted dismissively, retorting, Why should I grant them peace of mind? This is not merely child's play. You need to survive, Lin Feng. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, Black Egg insisted. You provide them with assurance, and they, in turn, will offer you the life you desire. Having deemed intimidation ineffective, Black Egg resorted to a softer approach, demonstrating a keen understanding of human psychology. The world is far more intricate than you perceive. When calamity strikes, we must unite. Intricate? Calamity? Lin Feng coldly scrutinized Black Egg. Initially reluctant to speak on certain matters, he now prepared to deliver a heavy blow. What complexity are you referring to? Is it the cosmic cube? I doubt you have even begun to comprehend what it truly is. That indeed is quite complex, he mused, aware that S-H was still grappling with the enigmatic blue cube, an enigma beyond human understanding. How do you know about the cosmic cube? Black Egg's pupils dilated. A surge of crisis and confusion washing over him. The existence of the cosmic cube is a closely guarded secret of SHIELD. How could Lin Feng possibly know such things? How do I know? The calamity arises from your reckless experimentation. Lin Feng chuckled. Some things cannot be safeguarded by Earth. Seizing them will inevitably lead to disaster. It has always been a case of self-inflicted troubles, and the hindsight of a strategist is never lacking. Is the existence of the Kree not enough to awaken your awareness? Some individuals are perpetually eager to demonstrate their prowess, believing everything is within their meticulous control. Lin Feng articulated several statements, each laden with staggering implications. The Black Egg stared intently at Lin Feng, speechless, utterly bewildered as to how Lin Feng possessed such extensive knowledge. Far beyond his expectations. I will not join SHIELD, nor will I partake in the Avengers initiative. Nick Fury. You need not expend your efforts on me. If those individuals have grievances, let them come to me directly. I do not mind treating them as I did that monstrous creature last night. Lin Feng asserted, acknowledging that joining these organizations would merely constrain him. If someone disapproves of him, let them contest whose strength prevails. Upon discerning Lin Feng's resolve, the Black Egg sighed deeply, his tone softening. Lin Feng, I do not know how you have come to learn such confidential information, but I must convey this. Brute force cannot resolve all dilemmas. Some matters cannot be settled through mere violence. Since you are unwilling to join the Avengers initiative, how about considering the role of our external agent? The Black Egg proposed. As it was part of his plan. At merely 21 years of age, Lin Feng inevitably harbored the arrogance and pride characteristic of youth, coupled with his formidable abilities. It was natural for him to resist subjugation. Lin Feng's approach to problems was straightforward, to resolve them with his fists. However, in the realm of adulthood, such a method often proves to be a last resort. It is improbable to coerce a capable young individual, a fact the Black Egg was well aware of. Thus he prepared two strategies. Lin Feng understood that while might can prevail in tumultuous times, in the current society, excessive rigidity can lead to downfall. He was youthful and impetuous, yet fortunately possessed a sound moral compass. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng articulated his position. I do not wish to be beholden to anyone, Director Fury. I am willing to agree to serve as your external asset, provided I remain free from your oversight. Should you encounter difficulties or require assistance, I am prepared to intervene, on the condition of adequate compensation. Lin Feng proposed a collaborative arrangement, free from SHIELD's control, thus circumventing numerous complications. The Black Egg pondered for a considerable time, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Lin Feng's formidable nature exceeded his imagination. From the moment he entered, within just 2 exchanges, Lin Feng seized the initiative. His understanding of the world far surpassed the Black Egg's expectations. In his mind, Lin Feng was now more formidable than Tony Stark. At least Tony is not as knowledgeable as Lin Feng. It seems that he needs to reconstruct his understanding of Lin Feng's character model. For now, this is all that can be done. Lu Dan nodded, acknowledging that. As an external ally, he had at least gained something from this interaction. I sincerely hope you will consider this. The Earth requires your abilities, Lu Dan expressed delicately. I shall protect the Earth in my own way, Director Fury. As a gesture of goodwill for our initial collaboration, I suggest you investigate how many vulnerabilities exist within your SHIELD. Lin Feng proposed, intending to convey his sincerity while simultaneously demonstrating his capabilities. What I know, you know. What you do not know, I am also aware of. Henceforth, you will approach my inquiries with greater caution. Vulnerabilities? What do you mean? Lu Dan had indeed taken the bait. Cut off one head and 2 more shall grow, Lin Feng stated flatly, casting another bombshell that caused Lu Dan's pupils to tremble in shock. Leaning forward, Lu Dan fixated on Lin Feng. A mixture of horror and disbelief etched on his face. This cannot be. Hydra should have been entirely eradicated. Are you suggesting that remnants of Hydra still exist within SHIELD? I have no reason to deceive you. Do investigate, Director Fury, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Otherwise, SHIELD may soon transform into SNAKE. Lu Dan remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at Lin Feng before beckoning Natasha and Coulson to leave the villa. He needed to return swiftly to verify this information, if it were true. SHIELD would be in grave danger. After seeing off Nick Fury and his entourage, Lin Feng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Finally, he could enjoy a moment of peace. Engaging with such formidable figures was truly draining, far more exhausting than a mere brawl. Chapter 21. The Loudmouth and the Conspiracy. Lin Feng had finally found peace, yet Susan was far from tranquil. To be honest, she regretted coming to work today. Had she heeded Lin's advice to take a leave of absence and rest at home, she would have been better off. Now, as the workday drew to a close, the office's notorious gossip had noticed her peculiar demeanor, her odd gait, and the silver chain adorning her fair neck. "Oh my goodness," the gossip exclaimed loudly. "Susan, are you in a relationship?" Panic gripped Susan's heart. Indeed, within moments, her colleagues turned their gazes toward her. Curse that gossip. Struggling to suppress the urge to slap her, Susan forced a smile and replied, "Yes. Is that so strange?" "Oh, I knew it." The gossip wore a smirk of intrigue. "Is that necklace a gift from your boyfriend? I don't recall you ever wearing jewelry before. That large gemstone must not be inexpensive." Frustration welled within Susan. What business was it of hers whether she wore jewelry? The gossip's deliberate loudness ensured the entire office could hear, sparking a wave of hushed whispers among her coworkers. Did I speak out of turn? Susan indeed has a boyfriend. Wasn't it that luxury car that picked her up yesterday? Has she struck it rich with a wealthy man? Will she resign to live the life of a rich wife? Their envy was palpable. I heard the car belonged to Stark Industries. Could it be Tony Stark? Ah, nonsense. It was a young chap, apparently of Asian descent, and exceptionally handsome. The chatter grew louder as Susan, exasperated, held her coffee cup tightly. "Colleagues, your whispers are rather conspicuous." "Oh, Susan, I apologize. It was unintentional." The gossip, realizing her faux pas, feigned remorse, yet inside, she felt no guilt. This woman was more attractive and successful than she. All the while, she pretended to be virtuous, yet she had evidently found a wealthy suitor. Their rivalry had long been established, particularly since the last incident when Susan had heartlessly denied her request to share the photo of Superman, giving it instead to a new employee. The gossip had held a grudge ever since. Some people are like that. You haven't provoked them, yet they cannot abide your success. Never mind, it's all right. You may return to your work. Susan waved her hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. "Susan." Amidst the murmurs, an angry voice suddenly erupted. Upon hearing that shout, the gossip smirked with satisfaction. Her scheme had succeeded. She had noticed Susan's unusual behavior earlier, but had deliberately waited for John to arrive to create a scene, intending to trip Susan up. "Oh my heavens, it's John." The gossip's heart raced with excitement. This is going to be entertaining. Her colleagues, eager for drama, ceased their tasks, their eyes fixated on Susan. John stormed up to Susan. His face contorted with rage, the flesh on his cheeks quivering with each movement. Upon hearing that Susan had a boyfriend, combined with her peculiar gait, the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His fury soared, akin to a tempest, as if the most precious flower he had nurtured for so long had been plucked away by another. "How could you possibly have a boyfriend?" he bellowed. His visage twisted in a grotesque snarl, causing Susan to recoil in shock. "Are you out of your mind, John?" Susan responded, bemused yet infuriated. "What does my having a boyfriend have to do with you?" "You," John stammered, his face reddening, trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Why should she inform you about her relationship?" Susan thought indignantly. "You. Are you involved with him? How dare you?" John's heart ached with betrayal. "Tell me. Did you get together with him for money?" He lashed out irrationally. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Susan, her face flushed with anger, struck John across the face. "John, are you insulting my character?" The onlookers were rendered speechless, the office enveloped in an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This was utterly explosive. Stunned by the slap, John took a moment to regain his composure and instinctively retorted, "No, Susan, you know my feelings for you. How can you have a boyfriend without my consent?" Susan was once again taken aback by his bizarre claims, laughter bubbling up within her. "John, I have clearly rejected you. I don't fancy your type. We are merely colleagues. Please, do not persist. My boyfriend would be displeased if he found out." With that, Susan tossed her head and walked away, her gait still somewhat peculiar, igniting an urge within John to explode on the spot. "What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do?" he barked, noticing that everyone in the office was gaping at him, which only fueled his ire further. Upon catching John's glare, the bystanders quickly averted their eyes, feigning diligence in their tasks. At that moment, John resembled a ferocious hyena, ready to attack anyone who crossed his path. They certainly did not wish to draw his wrath. Watching Susan's retreating figure, John's gaze darkened with jealousy and resentment. "You will come to regret this," he muttered under his breath, turning back toward his office. Downing a large cup of cold water, John's anger remained unabated. Susan was beautiful, charming, exuding a vivaciousness that had yet to fade since her graduation. Every smile and frown captivated John's attention. Undoubtedly, Susan was the most exquisite flower he had encountered in his quest for love, the only one he could not bear to pluck. Yet now, she had been snatched away by another, a humiliation he could hardly endure. "Damn it," John exclaimed, vowing that he would make Susan and her so-called boyfriend regret their choices. If he could not possess her, he would ensure that no one enjoyed her presence. Just as John's fury reached its peak, a sudden knocking interrupted him. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" John inquired impatiently. As the door swung open, The person who entered was none other than the meddlesome Flora. John looked at her, aware that their relationship was intricate, with Flora serving as one of his informants at the radio station. Though Flora had an unremarkable appearance, with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, she possessed a knack for navigating tricky situations. John, who was indiscriminate in his appetites, could not overlook her presence. "What brings you here?" John inquired, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Flora approached, perching herself on the desk, her voluptuous figure stirring a sense of thirst within John, rekindling the anger he had just subdued. "I know. You must be seeking revenge on Susan, am I right?" Flora exclaimed, a finger pressed against John's thick lips. "Don't be so quick to deny it. That wretched woman dared to betray you. I have a comprehensive plan. Would you care to hear it?" Flora continued, seductively aware of John's character, a man who would seek retribution for any slight. "Oh, do share," John replied, his hesitation barely perceptible as intrigue took hold. He and Flora were allies in their schemes against the station's interests, and he felt no fear of betrayal from her. Seeing that John was intrigued, Flora flashed a tantalizing smile and laid a stack of documents before him, beginning to outline her strategy. As she spoke, John's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. He hadn't anticipated that this woman could be so astute. "Excellent. Flora, I'm astonished you conceived such a plan," John exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the stack of papers. "And crucially, with this evidence, that wretched woman cannot escape her fate." Flora smirked dismissively. "That harlot stands no chance against us. Wouldn't you agree, my dear John? I can't fathom how she could forsake someone as captivating as you for a mere pretty boy." With unabashed flattery, she lavished attention on John, knowing that by making him feel appreciated, she could secure her own desires. Her tactics had proven successful time and again. Otherwise, how could she possibly have infiltrated the BBC? "Indeed, you make a valid point," John replied with satisfaction. Noticing Flora's silence, he understood her insinuation perfectly. Without incentives, a horse cannot run. Thus, I shall communicate with the higher-ups, and the task of following Superman will be entrusted to you. But first, help me extinguish this fire. With that, John seized Flora's head and urged it downward. Flora's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, yet she did not resist. The plan against Susan quietly unfolded amidst their clandestine machinations. Chapter 22. My goodness, you are suffering from palladium poisoning after enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Lin Feng once again found himself captivated by a live broadcast featuring Tony Stark on television. As he observed the proceedings regarding the hearing for the surrender of the Iron Man suit, it dawned upon him that the narrative of Iron Man 2 was unfolding. This indicated that Tony was likely suffering from palladium poisoning at this juncture, perhaps even more severely than depicted in the original storyline. Tony's indomitable spirit would certainly prevent him from allowing Lin Feng to garner all the attention alone. The frequent public appearances in his armored suit inevitably exacerbated the palladium poisoning. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng rose, determined to make his way to Stark's villa. Given the conspicuousness of flying during daylight, he opted to drive instead. Upon arriving at Tony's villa, Lin Feng encountered Pepper Potts. "Hey, Pepper, is Tony home?" he inquired as he approached the entrance. "What's wrong? Did Tony upset you?" Observing her icy demeanor, Lin Feng discerned that she was evidently perturbed. "Oh, Mr. Lin Feng?" Pepper responded, somewhat taken aback, before she heard his question. "Indeed. You have no idea what that scoundrel has done." It appeared that she had found a confidant, and she proceeded to vent her frustrations. "He donated all our modern art collections, without consulting me. Not a single piece was spared. He donated everything." "To what? The Boy Scouts of America?" Pepper exclaimed, her anger palpable. "Do you know, Lin Feng? I spent a decade curating those pieces." She fumed. "He didn't even bother to inform me before giving them all away." In her fury, Pepper began to stomp her feet. Lin Feng, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his nose. "I'm not done with you, Lin Feng. I'm going to confront him right now." With that, she turned to march toward the villa. Lin Feng quickly stepped in front of her. "Hey, Pepper. Tony, how should I put this? He has been dealing with some issues lately." He hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge Tony's palladium poisoning. "He has issues? What sort of issues could he possibly have? Is he infatuated with yet another magazine cover model?" The thought ignited an even greater surge of unspoken frustration within Pepper. All right, Pepper," Lin Feng replied, resigned. "You know that Tony has been relying on that device to stay alive." He gestured to his chest, drawing a circle. "The arc reactor?" Pepper inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Yes, that device has saved his life, yet it is simultaneously endangering it," Lin Feng elucidated. "The core of the reactor contains palladium, and Tony is now afflicted with palladium poisoning. I fear he is yet to find a solution. If he cannot discover a new element to replace palladium, his life may soon enter a countdown. Consequently, his mood and mental state are likely far from stable." "Oh my God." Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Pepper Potts displayed an expression of surprise and concern. "He has never mentioned this to me." In that moment, Pepper felt flustered. The anger she had previously harbored dissipated upon hearing Lin Feng state that Tony's life was on a countdown. I must go in and see him. Hey, wait, Pepper. Lin Feng called out to her once more. I am here to address Tony's palladium poisoning. Allow me to handle it, if you will. Do you have a way to cure him? Hope and anticipation filled Pepper's gaze as she looked at Lin Feng. Indeed, Miss Potts. But I require a small favor from you. Lin Feng smiled and requested, could you prepare a pot of hot water and 2 cups? That is all? Yes, just that. Please prepare it while I have a word with Tony. All right, fine. I'm counting on you, Mr. Lin Feng. Pepper, somewhat skeptical, ascended the stairs to prepare the hot water, aware that she was of little assistance in this matter. Though she was willing, her capabilities were limited. Yet with Lin Feng asserting he had a solution, Pepper could only place her trust in him. As she departed, Lin Feng made his way towards the underground workshop, employing his super hearing to ascertain Tony's current condition. How much of this disgusting concoction must I consume in a day? Tony Stark grimaced as he lifted a glass of chlorophyll juice, the palladium poisoning rendering him dizzy and fatigued. After downing nearly half of it, Tony retrieved a metallic device the size of a matchbox. Checking palladium levels, he pressed his finger against the instrument. Blood toxin level, 43, sir. Just as Lin Feng had predicted, the frequent use of his armor had elevated Tony's blood toxin levels by nearly 50% compared to the original account. Prolonged usage of the suit has exacerbated your condition, sir. Feeling somewhat irritable, Tony rapped his fingers against the table, soon informed by Jarvis that the energy had been depleted. After replacing the reactor core, Tony gazed at the black spiderweb pattern on his chest with a sense of resignation. Sir, Jarvis suddenly interjected. Mr. Lin Feng has arrived. Lin? What does he want? Jarvis quickly set down his T-shirt and took a sip of the chlorophyll. At that moment, Lin Feng entered, immediately noticing Tony drinking the chlorophyll juice. Hey, Tony, how does it taste? Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. The flavor of chlorophyll could hardly be described as delightful. What is this? Your new recipe drink? Indeed. It's green and healthy. I suggest you try a cup too, buddy. Tony was not one to back down in banter. What brings you here, buddy? Tony retorted. Aren't you here to sample my new recipe drink? Oh no. Tony, I came to have tea with you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Knowing he couldn't outsmart the system, let alone Tony. Tea? I have no time for tea. Tony shook his head vehemently. You dislike that bitter taste. Much like the chlorophyll he was consuming to alleviate his palladium poisoning. Do not say such things, my friend. Trust me, my tea is not something everyone can enjoy. Lin Feng stepped forward, unabashedly wrapping his arm around Tony's shoulder and pulling him upstairs. It's far more effective than chlorophyll. You'll come to appreciate it. As he spoke, Lin Feng gestured towards the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Do you know? Tony, glancing at Lin Feng's mischievous expression, pointed to his own arc reactor with a hint of uncertainty. Of course I know. Tony, Lin Feng sighed, adding, palladium poisoning? That much I can deduce. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Tony fell silent, unsure of what to say as he allowed Lin Feng to guide him to the sofa in the living room. Here's the hot water you requested, Pepper announced, carrying a tray as she descended the stairs, placing the steaming water and cup on the table. Oh, Pepper, you are here too? Tony remarked, raising an eyebrow as he looked up. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Pepper's demeanor today. He turned to Lin Feng. Dude, she can't possibly. Exactly. I figured it out, Tony. Pepper took a seat on the sofa. Oh, good heavens. Tony slapped his forehead in despair, his expression one of anguish. Are you trying to make it known to the entire world that I'm surviving on chlorophyll? You can't blame Lin Feng for this, Tony. Pepper's beautiful eyes bore into him, filled with anger, indignation, but predominantly concern. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing Pepper's fury, Tony felt cornered. Pepper, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. I've been searching for a way to handle this, trust me. I can resolve it. Even if I told you, it wouldn't change anything. Immediately, Pepper's face fell, her expression turning to one of deep hurt. Damn it. Tony silently cursed himself for misstepping, swiftly attempting to clarify. That's not what I meant, Pepper. I simply. You think I'm useless, don't you, Tony? Tears welled in Pepper's eyes. I quit. I want to resign. Tony, you never care about anyone else's feelings. You even donated all the hard work I've put in over the last decade. I've had enough. No. Tony became flustered. I didn't mean to imply you're useless. That's not what I meant, Pepper. Please, listen to me. Then what do you mean? Not even when you're suffering from palladium poisoning do you confide in me. As Pepper's tears began to flow, her sense of grievance deepened. I mean, Tony's mind raced, seeking a way to soothe Pepper's hurt. I want you to be the chief executive officer. Chapter 23, The Fury of Little Pepper, The Truth Revealed. I mean it. Tony inhaled deeply. I want you to be the chief executive officer. Upon hearing this, Pepper was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Tony. Have you been drinking? I had some chlorophyll. Tony replied, and without waiting for Pepper's reaction, he continued with utmost seriousness. I hereby appoint you as the chairperson and executive director of Stark Industries. This is effective immediately. Well, after a brief pause, Pepper's tears flowed even more profusely. Tony's appointment felt to her like a bequest, and the sorrow enveloping her heart compelled her to sob even louder. Tony inhaled sharply, unsure of what to do with his hands, suspended awkwardly in the air. Should he embrace Pepper? That seemed inappropriate. How on earth could he comfort her? He turned angrily to Lin Feng, the silent perpetrator of this chaos. Lin Feng had been eavesdropping for some time, occasionally taking the liberty to soak the leaves of the Tree of Life. Upon meeting Tony's gaze, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, regretting having informed Pepper about Tony's palladium poisoning. Who knew this woman was so emotional? Buddy, this is all you're doing. Tony vented silently. But Lin Feng understood his unspoken words. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat loudly, drawing Pepper's attention. Only then did Pepper remember Lin Feng's presence, her cheeks flushing. Pepper, have you forgotten why I'm here? Lin Feng said with a smile, as he presented 2 cups of brewed tea before them. An extraordinary aroma wafted through the air, invigorating both Tony and Pepper. Give it a try. This is a rare delicacy that money cannot buy. Especially for you, Tony. This tea works wonders for your palladium poisoning. Lin Feng pointed at Tony as he spoke. Pepper appeared somewhat bewildered, gesturing towards the teacup. This can treat Tony's palladium poisoning? She recognized the tea as Eastern leaves. Yet she had never heard of tea being capable of remedying palladium poisoning. Oh, Miss Pepper, you'll find out by trying it. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Moreover, this tea is beneficial for women as well. Drink it while it's hot. Slightly skeptical, Pepper lifted the teacup, which contained unfamiliar leaves steeped in a light green infusion, with a hint of translucent vapor swirling within. As she took a sip, the flavor remained elusive, yet a warm sensation enveloped her limbs. Oh my God! Little Pepper's skin, once slightly sallow, visibly began to brighten. The blemishes from late-night work began to fade, and her hair took on a newfound luster. I feel unprecedentedly invigorated. Little Pepper exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. This is simply incredible. WTF? Tony observed this miraculous transformation. Pepper, you've become younger? In response, Little Pepper swiftly retrieved a small cosmetic mirror from her bag, gasping in astonishment at her reflection. In this moment, Tony, without hesitation, lifted his teacup and drank deeply. In an instant, a warm current surged from his stomach, spreading throughout his entire being. The dizziness induced by palladium poisoning receded, and his limbs regained their strength. Tony abruptly lifted his t-shirt to gaze at his chest. The black spider-like patterns were visibly fading towards the reactor, vanishing completely in a matter of moments. Damn it! Tony could hardly believe his eyes. He retrieved a small device, a palladium element tester, and without hesitation pressed his thumb against it. The device emitted a sound, subsequently providing the results. Palladium content 0. The voice of Jarvis followed. Congratulations, sir, the palladium content has been eliminated. This defies all scientific reasoning, Tony exclaimed, turning to Lin Feng, before joyfully realizing that he no longer faced death. Who cares if it's scientific or not? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What matters is that it saved your life. You are absolutely right. Tony nodded in agreement, setting aside the scientific concerns for the moment, grateful that his life was spared. During this period, in his quest to resolve the palladium poisoning, Tony had exhausted every possible remedy, but had yet to find a suitable substitute. Now, Lin Feng had presented him with a miraculous tea that could completely eradicate his palladium poisoning. Simply extraordinary. What kind of tea is this? Where can I purchase it? Tony inquired, realizing that with this tea, he would no longer fear poisoning from his Iron Man suit. As soon as Tony spoke, Lin Feng understood his thoughts. You cannot rely on this tea indefinitely, Tony. Lin Feng cautioned. This tea merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. I understand your point, my friend. Tony responded with a hint of bitterness, but I have tried every possible combination, every single element. None can replace palladium. It is both saving my life and threatening it. What am I to do? This was, thus far, the gravest life crisis Tony had encountered, while the speed of his demise was not swift. The difficulty in finding a solution was unparalleled. No, Tony, Lin Feng said mysteriously, you have not yet tried all the methods. What do you mean? Tony asked, puzzled. What methods have I not tried? Indeed, Tony. Lin Feng nodded. It is something your father left for you. What? Tony replied, bewildered. In the coming days, the Black Egg should come looking for you. Oh, you mean that director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lin Feng remarked, determined to avoid significantly altering the established narrative. Tony must still endure his destined experiences. One should not whimsically alter another's life trajectory based on fleeting whims. Unless it is a matter of life and death, a principle Lin Feng upheld after gaining his powers. What does he want with me? Tony wondered. I've already told him I'm not interested in his Superboy organization. I don't wish to see him. Waving his hand, Tony rejected the notion. Lin Feng remained silent, gazing at Tony with a mysterious smile, leaving Tony utterly perplexed. A flash of inspiration crossed Tony's mind, as if he had stumbled upon a solution. Could it be that he had discovered a way to resolve the issue with palladium? Not quite, Tony. Lin Feng elucidated. You may be unaware, but your father was one of the founders of SHIELD and SHIELD possesses something your father left for you, Tony. Without pausing for Tony's confusion, Lin Feng continued, the legacy he bequeathed can indeed address the Palladium dilemma. Therefore, when the Black Egg wishes to meet you, it would be prudent to heed his words, Lin Feng suggested. In the original storyline, the Black Egg did indeed bring Tony something left by Howard. Although there are variables introduced by my presence in the narrative, the trajectory should remain largely unaffected, even if deviations occur. Lin Feng was confident in his ability to support Tony. I shall not intrude upon your conversation any longer. Lin Feng stood, preparing to depart, and retrieved a small pouch of life tree leaves, offering it to Tony. This is some tea, suitable for both you and Pepper. This was Lin Feng's contingency plan. A precaution against any unforeseen mishaps involving Tony Stark. Oh, and remember, do not consume it too often. Excessive intake can yield adverse effects, Lin Feng warned. Once a week. Steeping a single leaf should suffice. It will benefit both you and Pepper, enhancing your constitution. Oh, I must express my gratitude to you, my friend, Tony exclaimed, his face alight with emotion as he gestured to the small pouch in his hand. Is there more? This seems rather scant. Get lost. You won't find this anywhere else in the world, Lin Feng retorted, exasperated. That amount is sufficient for you to resolve the issue and still have plenty left over. Tony jested, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, while Pepper, genuinely touched, bowed deeply to Lin Feng in gratitude, prompting him to feel a sense of appreciation for her thoughtfulness. After bidding farewell to the pair, Lin Feng drove towards the place where Susan worked, eager to pick her up after her shift. Chapter 24. A new task en route to and from Las Vegas. I encountered desolation, an expanse devoid of life. Lin Feng, behind the wheel of a sports car, hummed cheerfully to a tune he had heard before the journey. How delightful. He smacked the steering wheel. If I were not destined to become a superhero, I could still thrive as a writer, amassing wealth. Stop singing, host. The system's voice abruptly interrupted Lin Feng's joyful melody. Your singing is so atrocious. Even I am about to retch. The system, ever insolent, interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you possess any musical talent? Critiquing my singing? Lin Feng retorted, irritation bubbling within him, though he could not help but ponder. Typically, this insufferable system remained silent unless summoned. Today, however, it had emerged uninvited. Perhaps there was a matter at hand? With that thought, Lin Feng inquired, you've decided to pop up unannounced. Do you have something to discuss? Astute. The system snapped its metaphorical fingers. I am here to request that you cease your singing. It is utterly unbearable and disturbing my slumber. Is this insurmountable? Lin Feng's expression turned icy. If there is nothing of importance, I suggest you take your leave. We are all adults here. We have our responsibilities. Very well, very well. Let us speak seriously. The system clucked its tongue, steering the conversation back on track. Host, do you not feel that your rate of earning prestige is woefully sluggish? As your system, I find it intolerable. The system lamented. Considering the aftermath of your last encounter with the abomination, your current prestige stands just above 10 million. It chided Lin Feng in a tone of exasperation. At this pace, when will you ever redeem your silver superhero status? Goodness, I'm trying my utmost. Lin Feng bristled at the system's remarks. After all, he diligently fought against evil each day, not to mention reserving 2 days each week for gaming. Over 10 million points is hardly insignificant. At this stage, the plot is merely unfolding. Should I traverse the cosmos in search of Thanos? You criticize my slow accumulation of prestige. Why not provide me with a couple more tasks? Ah, what a coincidence. The system sighed in acknowledgement, following Lin Feng's lead. I am here to bestow upon you a new task. Surprised? Are you not intrigued? With a derisive chuckle, Lin Feng thought there must be a catch. Typically, tasks were announced directly. This peculiar approach suggested ulterior motives. Despite his skepticism, he feigned a modicum of interest. What do you mean by a modicum of interest? The system, displeased, continued. Let me inform you. This task comes with exceedingly generous rewards. How generous? Lin Feng scoffed, aware that the system's highest task prestige reward was a mere 100,000 points. He harbored no illusions about receiving a worthwhile quest from it. To earn prestige, one must rely on their own endeavors to save lives, stitch by stitch. A guaranteed minimum of 10 million prestige points. What do you think? As the R8 screeched to a sudden halt, Lin Feng questioned his own hearing. 10 million reputation points? Indeed. The system hummed with satisfaction. So, are you intrigued now? Absolutely. Dear system, please elaborate. Lin Feng was elated. A task worth 10 million reputation points could equate to the fruits of extensive labor. If such tasks are available, do present them to me more frequently. The system, evidently pleased with Lin Feng's enthusiasm, announced with a chime. You have received a new mission. External assistance task. Rescue the blue planet in the DC parallel universe. Prevent the merging of the mother box. and defeat the Destined and the corrupted Superman. The mission originates from the Justice League film universe. Task duration, 10 days. Countdown, 3 hours. Reward 110 million reputation points. Reward 2, reputation points based on the host's performance rating in the events. After perusing the task, Lin Feng found himself in a state of bewilderment. He scrutinized the brief description once more. It seemed comprehensible, yet perplexing at the same time. System, what is going on? Lin Feng inquired. The DC universe? Does this mean I must traverse there to complete the task? He pondered, having already crossed over to the Marvel realm. Could he truly journey into the DC universe as well? Correct, dear host. The system replied, clarifying. This task necessitates your traversal to the DC universe for completion. Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What do you mean by Destined and the corrupted Superman? I recall the original plot did not unfold in such a manner. Why must I confront Superman? Lin Feng's confusion deepened as he questioned the system. Are you taking advantage of my unfamiliarity with the original material? How else would you acquire your 10 million reputation points? The system retorted. Defeating a Destined alone would not yield 10 million reputation points. Don't you understand that greater risks bring greater rewards? Having been rebutted by the system, Lin Feng felt even more perplexed. He rubbed his nose in contemplation. Very well. Please elaborate on the extent of the risks. I have questions. But allow me to finish speaking first. Interrupt me again, and I shall cease my explanation. Understood. Commence your exposition. Lin Feng gestured graciously. The system rolled its eyes and continued detailing the task. In this mission, you will confront a formidable organization established by villains from countless parallel worlds. They possess entities akin to the system, albeit lacking my level of intelligence. Lin Feng paused, taken aback momentarily. They cannot be transgressors from beyond the fourth wall, can they? Am I not the sole anomaly? Well, they are not from beyond the fourth wall. Rather, they hail from various cinematic and even comic realms, comprising unknown villains. Intriguingly, each one possesses a counterpart to the system panel, albeit as subsystems governed by a primary system. Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Please, elaborate further. The system fell silent for a moment, yet declined Lin Feng's request. Given the host's current strength, it was prudent not to acquire excessive knowledge. The system shared a symbiotic relationship with the host. Their fortunes were intertwined. The greater the host's power, the more substantial the feedback provided to the system. Thus, to expedite the enhancement of both the system and the host's capabilities, certain subsystems selected and bonded with malevolent personae from parallel worlds. The hosts, inhabited by these subsystems, are referred to as exiles. As they accumulate sufficient power, their inner malevolence and desires are magnified. They wreak havoc upon the narratives of various parallel worlds, enabling them to siphon energy at the convergence of timelines. The greater the deviation from the original storyline, the more potent the energy generated at the timeline's convergence. At this juncture, the system paused, seemingly allowing Lin Feng a moment to digest the information. Your assigned task is a distress mission emanating from the DC parallel universe. A few days prior, an exile disrupted the core narrative of the Justice League, providing the Wasteland Wolf with an artifact. Utilizing this artifact, the Wasteland Wolf resurrected and controlled Superman, Clark Kent, Batman, Wonder Woman, and the others found themselves utterly outmatched by the formidable Superman, suffering continuous defeats. Ultimately, a mother box was wielded by the Flash, Barry Allen, who darted across the globe to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Wasteland Wolf and Superman. Your mission, dear host, is to eliminate the Wasteland Wolf and Superman, thereby aiding in the convergence of the timeline. This will significantly reduce the energy expenditure required for the timeline's convergence. However, the host must remain vigilant against the emergence of exiles, due to the nature of the system. Should they conceal themselves in the shadows, they will remain undetectable. Although exiles may lack formidable direct confrontation abilities, they are generally adept at employing devious tactics. These are matters of which you must exercise caution. The system continued to elaborate extensively. Chapter 25 Farewell to Susan. Preparing for the journey, Lin Feng comprehended the situation. This essentially resembled a modified narrative of the Justice League. He was tasked with confronting the corrupted Superman to realign the storyline. By doing so, the energy generated from the convergence of the world lines would diminish, thus reducing the energy that the exile could acquire. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and articulated several queries. Firstly, aside from the moral implications, why must we impede the exile from siphoning the energy of the world lines? It seems to have no bearing on our own world, does it? His initial question, though somewhat ruthless, was indeed pertinent, as the situation did not unfold in his own realm. Yet, the system insisted on managing these affairs, indicating that there were likely hidden complexities involved. Although he now possessed Superman's strength, Lin Feng understood the principle of the corrupted being 3 times stronger. He had no desire to confront Superman without cause. Upon hearing Lin Feng's uncertainty, the system elucidated. By aiding the world line and minimizing the energy expended during convergence, a portion of that energy would be granted to you. In simpler terms, if you assist in reducing their consumption, they will bolster your strength in return. Ah, that makes sense, Lin Feng nodded. A gift from the will of the world should not be too meager. However, I have another question. Are there no formidable beings in the DC universe? They could easily deal with the corrupted Superman and the exile, restoring the world line to its original state. Why then has the task been assigned to us? This was the issue of greatest concern to Lin Feng. The assignment to him rendered the preceding logic somewhat incoherent. It was akin to his current situation in Marvel. If there were indeed exiles wreaking havoc on the main storyline, there surely existed powerful entities capable of eliminating them with ease. Yet, the system's response exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. They cannot intervene, host. Let me illustrate. This scenario differs from any narrative you have previously encountered. The simplest analogy would be that no matter how strong a weightlifter is, he cannot lift himself. If they were to intervene, it would precipitate even greater disturbances in the world line. There are also very clandestine circumstances at play. But due to your current insufficient strength, I cannot divulge more. Is Superman's power inadequate in this regard? Lin Feng was speechless. Was Superman's strength deemed insufficient by the system? Do you believe it to be adequate? The system retorted. You cannot even defeat the Ancient One on Earth. Do you think you would be sufficient in the cosmos? At the very least, you must reach the mid-level of a Silver Superman's strength to uncover more truths. For now, focus on elevating yourself as per this system's directives. Did the bald Ancient One not inform you? Greater trials await you in the future. To persuade Lin Feng, the system even invoked the Ancient One. Very well. Lin Feng conceded. In the vastness of the universe, Superman indeed appeared somewhat lacking. One final question. Does this mission pose a threat to my life? A threat to your life? The system paused momentarily, contemplating, before responding in an uncertain tone. Perhaps not? What does perhaps not even mean? Lin Feng's face darkened with frustration. Please clarify your statement. The system explained. Indeed, the Dark Superman is a Superman, but you are also a Superman. It continued. I believe the situation should be manageable. Did I not mention that the only thing to be particularly cautious of is the exile? Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. This was akin to saying nothing at all. He had always known that his journey through dimensions would not be a simple affair. As it turned out, saving the Marvel Universe was merely the beginning. He would also need to rescue other worlds. The information subtly revealed by the system instilled a sense of urgency within him. He had initially thought that becoming a Superman would render him invincible in the early stages, but the system's revelations indicated that he must swiftly grow even stronger. Lin Feng had an ominous premonition that his days of idleness were numbered. With narrowed eyes, he posed one last question. His expression inscrutable. Are you so familiar with the exile system? Can I interpret that as you having communication with those subsystems? You wouldn't happen to be a villain as well, would you? Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system fell silent. Lin Feng refrained from pressing for an answer, instead maintaining his focus on driving while awaiting the system's response. After a considerable pause, the system's voice finally returned. Your deduction is accurate. This system is one that fosters superhuman growth, and we do indeed communicate. However, I will not engage in actions that threaten the world. The system's response confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. What he had initially thought was a straightforward system akin to a cheat code appeared to harbor unspeakable secrets beneath its surface. Let me guess, is it only after I become the Silver Superman that I will uncover more information? Lin Feng inquired, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the steering wheel. A sardonic smile crossing his face. This cliché plotline was reminiscent of those found in novels. As anticipated, the system's response aligned with Lin Feng's expectations. Indeed. Once the host exchanges for the Silver Superman template, deeper truths will be revealed. Rest assured, since the system is bound to you, we shall rise or fall together. Everything is for the future of both the system and the host. Very well, I shall trust you this once, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. His current abilities were bestowed by the system. Regardless of its claims, Lin Feng was acutely aware, always vigilant to avoid becoming ensnared in a passive predicament. He chose not to dwell on this matter further, as all would be unveiled once he exchanged for the Silver Superman template. Pondering the tasks ahead, Lin Feng received a call from Susan and returned to the villa. After preparing a modest dinner, the two nestled together on the sofa to watch television. Glancing at the task timer, he noted that he had less than an hour before he was to traverse into the DC universe. He felt compelled to inform Susan of his plans. Otherwise, his sudden disappearance might cause her concern. Lin Feng was no longer a solitary figure. With his thoughts settled, he spoke up. Susan, I may be away for a while. Approximately 10 days, at most half a month. Lin, where are you going? Susan inquired, resting her head on Lin Feng's shoulder as she sat on the sofa. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would be away for such a duration, she lifted her small head. Perplexed. Oh, my dear, you know I am Superman. Lin Feng replied, embracing Susan and feigning indifference with a smile. There are certain matters that require my attention. It's merely 10 days. It will pass swiftly. Observing the concern etched on Susan's delicate face, Lin Feng sought to reassure her. Here is a way to contact me. He handed Susan a card bearing Tony Stark's contact information. I may be unreachable for a few days. If you need anything, just call Iron Man, Lin Feng explained. Having already communicated with Tony to look after Susan during his absence, this is merely a precaution. I understand, Lin. Susan nodded, accepting the card. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, will you be in danger? What are you thinking, my dear? Of course, there is no danger. Lin Feng confidently patted his chest, showcasing his robust pectoral muscles. What in this world could possibly threaten Superman? He certainly would not admit to any danger, as it would only incite unnecessary worry. All right, Lin Feng soothed her. No need to fret over me. This journey is simply a bit lengthy, which is why it requires so much time. Just patiently await my return. I will bring you a gift. With a furrowed brow, Susan nodded, advising, just be careful while you're out there. Hearing her words of concern, Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, with only 10 minutes remaining, Lin Feng donned his Superman suit and stepped outside the villa. Remember my words. If you encounter any issues, seek out Iron Man. Do not hesitate. He still owes me. After reiterating his instructions, Lin Feng gently kissed Susan's forehead and soared into the sky. With a resounding boom, Lin Feng swiftly vanished from Susan's view. As she watched him fly away, Susan remained rooted in place, her gaze filled with worry. Although Lin Feng assured her that this journey posed no danger, Susan was an astute woman. Superman, who is he? The being capable of lifting cargo ships and banishing monsters into outer space. If even Superman needed 10 days to resolve matters, could it truly be devoid of any peril? Evidently, Susan understood that Lin Feng spoke to alleviate her anxiety. She could not prevent him from confronting danger, otherwise, he would cease to be Superman. Tenderly clutching the pendant Lin Feng had given her, Susan silently wished him well in her heart. Chapter 26, Traversing DC, Batman on the Brink High Above. The system spoke with a hint of exasperation. I must inform you, host, that one can traverse from the ground. There is no necessity to soar at such heights. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, scoffed. What do you know, you wretched system? I ascend to these altitudes to spare Susan any worry. The less she knows, the happier she shall be. Having explained himself, Lin Feng could not resist adding a derisive remark. It's evident you are a solitary system, utterly ignorant of such matters. Away with you. The system, with a darkened expression, retorted, prepare for traversal. This system shall transport you to engage in a delightful skirmish with Superman. Buzz. No sooner had the system finished speaking than a dark red portal materialized before Lin Feng. It was a teleportation gateway, bridging the Marvel and DC universes. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped through the portal. The passage was brief, and he swiftly traversed to the other side. Emerging from the portal, he found himself above the blue planet of the DC universe. At that very moment, the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, who had been meditating on Earth, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt the presence of Lin Feng vanish, as if he had disappeared from the entire universe. Confounded, she retrieved the time stone to peer into the future. Seeking to locate Lin Feng, the teleportation gateway had directly transported Lin Feng to the skies above the DC universe's wasteland, during daylight. The system's voice resonated once more. The mission has commenced, with a countdown of 10 days. Please complete the task within the allotted time. With that, the portal gradually faded from view. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng hesitated not. He had already devised a plan of action prior to his journey, thus, he immediately employed his superhuman hearing to encompass the entirety of America, gathering information. In an instant, a myriad of sounds surged into Lin Feng's mind like a tidal wave. He focused his breath and mind, meticulously discerning the cacophony. His intention was to locate Batman and his allies to ascertain the current circumstances. According to the information provided by the system, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman should be together. Indeed, as Lin Feng anticipated, within less than half a minute. He pinpointed the desired voices. Found it. Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes snapping open as he overheard the conversation between Diana and Victor. Boom. The sound of an explosive shockwave resonated, and Lin Feng propelled himself towards the source of the sound with great speed. In a secluded private hospital room, Bruce Wayne lay upon a hospital bed, barely clinging to life. His right chest had been pierced by the darkened Superman, Clark Kent, using heat vision. Had it not been for Diana intervening to deflect one of the blows, Batman would likely have met his demise. After several hours of frantic resuscitation, they had barely managed to pull Bruce back from the brink of death. Yet, a full day had elapsed, and Bruce Wayne still remained unconscious. His injuries were exceedingly grave, and the situation was dire. The DC Universe's blue planet teetered on the edge of catastrophe. In the hospital room, 3 or 4 individuals were present, some seated, others standing. Diana, Aquaman, Victor, and Bruce's loyal butler, Alfred. At this moment, the expressions of the few present were filled with sorrow, their bodies bearing wounds. While Victor busied himself with the repairs of his mechanical form, Alfred stood beside the hospital bed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had watched Bruce grow, witnessing his transformation into the embodiment of justice, Batman, observing as he stumbled time and again, only to rise anew. Yet this time was different. Bruce's injuries were grievous. So severe that even upon recovery, he would no longer be able to don the mantle of Batman to confront evil. The provisions Alfred had brought lay untouched upon the table. The peril facing Blue Planet had yet to be alleviated. And the brain trust of the superhero team had fallen to their knees. In this moment, no one had the heart to eat. Sighing, Diana glanced at Bruce on the hospital bed, her head bowed in lament. Among them, her injuries were the least severe. "This is not your fault, Diana," Victor interjected. "If you hadn't intervened in time, Bruce wouldn't have had a chance to be saved." Hearing Victor's words brought Diana some solace. "I know. But if only I had been able to deflect Clark's attack sooner, Bruce would not have been so gravely hurt." Now is not the time for this discussion. Aquaman, who had remained silent until now, interrupted their exchange. "The pressing question is, what do we do next?" At this, a sense of disarray enveloped the group, and the room fell silent once more. Indeed, what was to be done next? Bruce Wayne, the strategist, lay incapacitated, and it seemed likely he would never rise again. Barry Allen roamed the globe with the last mother box, wary of lingering in one place for too long. The corrupted Clark Kent would soon seek him out, snatching the mother box and extinguishing Barry's life, as effortlessly as one would crush an ant. The memory of Clark's eyes, glowing with a dark crimson hue, and his grotesque green-tinged visage sent shivers through them all. Clark Kent was under someone else's control. Alfred tucked Bruce's blanket a bit tighter, then turned to his companions. "His condition is clearly abnormal. I witnessed your battle through Master Wayne's cameras. The most probable explanation is that Master Clark is being manipulated by something akin to magic. To defeat Clark, we must identify the one who controls him." Alfred continued, "I surmise it must be that creature known as the Desolate Wolf. Therefore, in order to save Earth, we must first locate the Desolate Wolf. As for Master Clark, although it is not an ideal solution," Alfred said, retrieving a briefcase and opening it to reveal several green crystals lying quietly inside. "Kryptonite will restrain his movements," he declared, gently placing the case upon the table. He cast a regretful glance at the kryptonite. Had Master Wayne brought it last time, perhaps the outcome would have been different. "I shall go heat the food for everyone. Only when we are nourished can we muster the strength to continue our fight against the darkness." With that, Alfred stepped outside. In the hospital room, several individuals sat in silence, exchanging glances as they pondered the words of AFO. After a prolonged moment, Diana could no longer contain herself and spoke. "We cannot locate the anti-monitor. He will not reveal himself until the third mother box is activated. The final unactivated mother box lies in Barry's possession, while Superman is scouring the globe for him. Even if the anti-monitor does appear, can we truly contend with both him and Clark? Our time is running short." Diana sighed once more. The situation had reached a deadlock, a scenario none wished to encounter. Aquaman rose with a grim expression, his trident striking the ground with a resounding thud. "Then let us confront Clark first. This is our best course of action. We must eliminate our strongest adversary. Otherwise, if the mother box falls into Clark's hands, the consequences would be dire." Diana nodded in agreement. "With kryptonite, we may stand a chance. If we can sway the controlled Clark to our side, our odds of victory will significantly improve." "Victor, can you locate Barry Allen?" Diana turned to Victor, who activated his mechanical eye, which glowed red. "Yes, Mr. Bruce has placed a tracker on him. I can monitor Barry Allen's position at all times. The pressing question remains, once we find him, who will confront Clark?" Victor's expression grew serious. None of them alone could withstand the might of the Man of Steel. A feasible strategy must be devised to have any hope of subduing Clark. This was nearly their last glimmer of hope and required utmost caution. Diana spoke first. "I will take on the task of restraining Clark." Among them, Diana bore the least injuries and possessed formidable strength. She felt this crucial responsibility rightfully belonged to her, confident in her ability to hold Superman at bay for a brief moment. "Victor, you are tasked with fashioning the kryptonite into a weapon. Wait for the opportune moment to strike him." Victor silently nodded. "I will assist you in restraining Clark." Aquaman Arthur interjected, his left arm marred by a wound inflicted by heat vision, oozing a dark crimson aura that hindered its healing. The corrupted Clark's heat vision seemed to have mutated, rendering the wounds he inflicted nearly impossible to mend. "You should stay behind to protect Bruce, Arthur," Diana replied, glancing at the injured Aquaman's arm, shaking her head. "I can handle it. Let me go." Arthur emphatically struck the ground with his trident again, insisting he was fit for battle. Diana fell silent, unwilling to permit Arthur, weakened by his injuries, to continue fighting. The risk was too great, and a single misstep could cost him his life. Just as they exchanged looks of uncertainty, a sudden unfamiliar voice resonated through the room. "None of you are capable. Allow me to take charge." Chapter 27. "You are all useless. Allow me." A sudden, unfamiliar voice abruptly interrupted the conversation among the group. "Who is it?" Their pupils dilated in unison as they turned towards the source of the voice. To their astonishment, An unknown man had appeared in the room, standing beside Bruce's bed, holding an object in his hand. The bandages that had been wrapped around Bruce were now strewn across the floor. The group had been utterly oblivious to his presence, and a palpable sense of unease and danger enveloped them. Step away from Bruce. Without a moment's hesitation, Aquaman seized his trident and hurled it forward. Buzz. Bang. The man did not even glance up. Instead, he extended his right hand and effortlessly caught the incoming trident, absorbing its tremendous force with nonchalance. A wave of despair washed over the group as myriad thoughts raced through their minds. However, the urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. The stranger had dismantled Bruce's bandages, and he posed a threat to Bruce's safety. Victor's artillery system was ill-suited for combat in such confined quarters, as it would surely endanger Bruce. Arthur's left arm was injured, and since the trident had been intercepted, only Diana remained capable of action. In the next moment, Diana summoned her strength and charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! Lin Feng, resigned, set aside his task and caught Diana's fist with his left hand. The collision generating a gust that sent Bruce's remaining bandages flying. Hey, calm down, Diana, and you too, Arthur, Lin Feng said with exasperation, tossing the trident back to Arthur. Aquaman retrieved the trident, aiming it once more at Lin Feng. However, this time he refrained from throwing it and, with a wary expression, inquired, "Who exactly are you? What are you doing to Bruce?" Lin Feng raised the small green vial in his hand and shook it gently. "I am treating Bruce. Trust me, I mean no harm." He then pointed at Bruce's wound, adding, "If you don't believe me, take a look." The group, filled with skepticism, cautiously approached the bedside, peering at Bruce's injury. What unfolded before their eyes exceeded their wildest imaginations. Lin Feng held a small test tube filled with a vibrant green liquid, which he meticulously dripped onto Bruce's chest wound. Miraculously, Bruce's internal organs and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. "Oh my goodness! It's actually healing!" Diana gasped in astonishment. The monitors connected to Bruce revealed that his vital signs were swiftly returning to normal. The wounds that had resisted even the most potent herbal remedies were now healing in mere moments. The group watched in utter amazement, gradually realizing that this newcomer was at least not an enemy. A collective sigh of relief swept through them. After dispensing nearly half of the vial's contents, Lin Feng finally paused. "That should be sufficient. The rest depends on Bruce's recovery." "Who are you, really?" Diana asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. Could he be a friend of Bruce's? "Ah, I am Lin Feng." Lin Feng gently covered Bruce with a blanket, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the group. "I am here to assist you." "Assist us?" Aquaman scoffed derisively. "We do not require your aid. Do not presume that surviving my strike makes you formidable. Injured as I am, I possess but half my usual strength. Furthermore, you have no comprehension of the troubles we currently face." Aquaman Arthur was distinctly displeased by Lin Feng's nonchalance regarding his attack. He felt that his injury had hindered his performance, and Lin Feng's demeanor of offering help irritated him. "Do not speak in such a manner, Arthur," Diana interjected. "He has already rendered us assistance." Her words implied that at the very least, Lin Feng had saved Bruce. "Thank you for saving Bruce." Diana sincerely regarded Lin Feng, expressing her gratitude. "However, we cannot allow innocent lives to be endangered. You do not understand the challenges we confront." She elaborated. Despite the man before her seeming capable enough to infiltrate their defenses, it did not imply he possessed the means to contend with Clark. Having clashed with Clark, Diana was acutely aware of his terrifying power. Yet, Lin Feng shook his head and replied with a smile, "Since I am here, it signifies that I am aware of the adversities you face. If I am not mistaken, Superman knows of your presence here, and his current inaction is due to his primary objective of locating the last mother box. You possess no other options. I understand Clark's capabilities, but I am confident in my ability to confront him. You may not grasp the gravity of my words, so let me demonstrate." With that, Lin Feng began to levitate slowly into the air. In the next moment, a black suit enveloped him entirely. The sleek, pure black bodysuit was complemented by a dark cape, and emblazoned upon his chest was a large S-shaped symbol signifying hope, identical to Superman's attire, save for its color. While Clark donned red and blue, Lin Feng adorned pure black. The group stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Feng soaring above them. They were all too familiar with that attire. "WDF?" Aquaman questioned his own vision. "Another Superman? You are also a Kryptonian?" Diana exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that another Kryptonian existed on Earth? The last Kryptonian should have met his demise at the hands of Clark, a fellow named Zod, who perished during the invasion of Blue Planet. Also dealt with by Clark himself. Well, sort of. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further, as he was merely here to fulfill a task, and acknowledging his identity would assist in his mission. Just then, Victor's mechanical arm emitted a sudden buzzing sound, uncontrollably shifting its form. In an instant, it transformed into a cannon aimed directly at Lin Feng. "Victor, what are you doing?" The unexpected turn of events startled Diana, who anxiously inquired. At this moment, Victor was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. "I apologize. "It is my automatic defense system," he exclaimed, sensing the imminent danger. "I can barely keep it under control." As he spoke, a missile was abruptly ejected, its red indicator light flashing ominously as it commenced a countdown to launch. Lin Feng, witnessing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He hastily retracted his Superman suit and descended from the sky. Suppressing his aura, he stated, "Hey, buddy, calm down. I am not your enemy." Internally, however, he was bemused by the bizarre system in the original narrative. A single rocket had resulted in a collective thrashing at the hands of Superman. Fortunately, sensing the absence of danger, Victor's mechanical arm finally quieted, reverting with a couple of clicks. This unexpected turn of events left everyone sweating profusely, and it was only when Victor returned to normal that they collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness it didn't escalate, they thought. Had Victor launched a missile, they might have found themselves facing yet another foe akin to Superman. Lin Feng understood that Victor was not to blame. The overwhelming sense of threat emanating from Superman was simply too intense. In the original tale, Victor had indeed lost control of his system. If Tony were present, he might have been able to make adjustments. Diana, feeling embarrassed, turned to Lin Feng and offered her apologies. "I'm sorry. Victor's system is exceedingly sensitive. He didn't mean to." Lin Feng nodded, responding nonchalantly, "I understand. Rest assured, I won't take it to heart. Now, do you believe I can assist you?" The group exchanged glances before collectively nodding, their spirits lifting. Lin Feng's appearance had brought renewed hope. Regardless of his origins, his actions had proven he was at least not an adversary. Bruce's vital signs had stabilized. The previously worried faces of the group were now illuminated by the prospect of victory. Although they were still unaware of Lin Feng's precise abilities, being a Kryptonian himself, he should be capable of contending with Clark. Moreover, with the presence of kryptonite on their side, if Lin Feng could momentarily subdue Clark, they would have the opportunity to inject the kryptonite into him. Things were progressing positively. Seeing the group nod in agreement, Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. His mission was to vanquish the Wasteland Wolf and Superman, thereby saving DC's Blue Planet. He could easily act independently, seeking out Barry to seize the Mother Box and lure out the Wasteland Wolf. His encounters with the DC superheroes and rescuing Batman were merely due to a task stipulation. The specific rewards would be contingent upon the host's evaluation of the event. It resembled a hidden quest in a game, and Lin Feng intended to see if his conjecture was correct. If correct, the rewards would be substantial. If incorrect, the losses would be minimal. Chapter 28. Bruce Awakens. Initial planning. Bruce felt as though he had traversed a lengthy dream. In this reverie, formidable extraterrestrials invaded the Blue Planet, seeking to procure 3 mother boxes to annihilate the world. He had exerted immense effort to rally extraordinary individuals from various corners, intending to resist to the death. Yet, in a moment of despair, he discovered that the aliens had seized control of Superman. After a fierce battle, all were left grievously wounded. Bruce was compelled to activate his contingency plan. He instructed Barry Allen to escape with the final mother box, urging him to flee ceaselessly across the globe, thus temporarily evading Superman's detection. Meanwhile, Bruce resolved to return and forge kryptonite weaponry to confront Superman, believing it was their only chance of victory. However, this time, the controlled Superman appeared unwilling to grant him such an opportunity. A terrifying heat vision struck, and Bruce could not evade it. The searing pain in his chest revealed that he had been hit, and the copious loss of blood swiftly rendered him unconscious. In his final moments of awareness, he glimpsed Diana, shield in hand, intercepting the heat ray and saving him. Thus, burdened with bitterness and despair, Bruce succumbed to darkness. This was the gravest calamity he had faced since becoming Batman. His adversaries were a powerful alien race, and the sole entity on Earth capable of contending with them had fallen under their control. Bruce was at a loss as to how to wage this battle. The flicker of victory dimmed gradually with Clark's subjugation. How to confront the formidable Superman, how to deal with the extraterrestrials, how to salvage the Blue Planet. These vexing dilemmas seemed to drift further from his grasp. Throughout his life, he had endured countless injuries, yet had persevered through them all. However, this time, he was uncertain whether he would awaken again. Undoubtedly, Bruce was fortunate. The Blue Planet still required his salvation. In the depths of darkness, Bruce was unaware of how much time had elapsed when he suddenly felt a refreshing coolness coursing through his body, followed by an unceasing warmth that gradually restored his consciousness. This warmth continually mended his being, allowing Bruce to slowly regain his senses. The conversations of several individuals in the hospital room reached his ears, and through their exchanges, Bruce gleaned the current situation. Was it that stranger named Lin Feng who had saved him with a miraculous liquid? It appeared Lin Feng was also a Kryptonian. In that instant, as he listened to Diana's inquiries, Bruce felt a flicker of hope for the Blue Planet. There was still a chance for salvation. Lin Feng's presence prompted Bruce to contemplate the whims of fate. On one side stood a Kryptonian, and on their side, another Kryptonian had arrived. Upon hearing Lin Feng's willingness to assist them, Bruce felt the dawn of new hope. He yearned to speak, yet his body betrayed him. He could not even open his eyes. He settled into a meditative state, carefully attuning to his body. The sensation had not fully returned. And his right chest bore an unusual pain and tingling sensation. It must be healing, Bruce mused, for the pain in his right chest gradually subsided until it vanished. After a considerable time had passed and the pain had completely subsided, Bruce gradually opened his eyes, though he still felt somewhat weak. A white ceiling. As he turned his head slightly, he discovered Alfred seated beside him. Alfred. His voice was barely a whisper, and Alfred did not hear him. Alfred, help me up. Bruce's voice grew louder. Oh my goodness, young master, you are awake. It was only then that Alfred realized Bruce was calling for him. He excitedly assisted Bruce in sitting up, his movements gentle, all the while expressing gratitude to the heavens. Upon noticing Bruce's awakening, several individuals in the room promptly gathered around. Although Bruce's complexion was pale, the large wound on his chest had vanished entirely, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I am awake. Bruce replied as he leaned back against the bed. His immediate gaze fell upon the only stranger in the room, a man with black hair and dark eyes, appearing to possess an Eastern visage. The man looked at him with a warm smile and spoke. Hello, Bruce. It was a familiar voice, and upon hearing it, Bruce confirmed. You must be Lin Feng. Thank you for the potion you provided. Oh, how did you know? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flickering within him at Bruce's immediate recognition. Diana and the others also cast puzzled glances. Bruce offered a polite smile and explained. I became aware of my surroundings while you were treating me. I simply could not awaken at that moment. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, realizing that this made perfect sense. Concerned, Alfred inquired, Young master, how do you feel? I believe my injuries are no longer an issue. I merely feel a bit fatigued, Bruce affirmed, nodding to indicate his well-being. He lowered his gaze to inspect the wound on his chest, which now bore no trace whatsoever. What a remarkable potion, Bruce marveled. Bruce, now that you are awake, matters will become much easier, Diana remarked, also relieved. Bruce's awakening, coupled with the assistance from another Kryptonian, heralded a turning point in the immense crisis facing Blue Planet. Superman was scouring the globe for Barry Allen, and time was of the essence. If he were to obtain the last mother box, the consequences would be dire. Everyone understood this principle. Bruce nodded to Diana, then turned to Alfred and instructed, Alfred, please bring me something to eat. Having awakened, Bruce felt a pang of hunger. He required sustenance to replenish his energy. Certainly, young master, Alfred replied, nodding before departing to prepare a meal. The food that had been brought earlier had grown cold, so Alfred planned to ask the chef to prepare some nourishing dishes. Considering that Bruce had just escaped the brink of death, with this in mind, Alfred cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng, acknowledging him as the one who had pulled young Master Bruce back from the threshold of death. After Alfred left, Bruce nodded to the others and stated, We do not have much time. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that Bruce had something important to convey. Prepare swiftly, Victor. Is it possible to communicate with Barry? Bruce inquired of Victor. Victor assured him, Indeed, the tracker I provided comes equipped with a communication feature. Placing it on Barry was the correct choice. Bruce nodded, then turned his gaze toward Aquaman. Arthur, do you still possess combat capability? He noted Aquaman's arm, wrapped in bandages, unable to lift it. Of course, Aquaman retorted defiantly, attempting to raise his arm to demonstrate his condition. Yet after several attempts, he remained unsuccessful, prompting the others to shake their heads in disbelief. Observing this, Lin Feng generously produced a small green vial and tossed it to Aquaman, stating, Just 2 drops, no more than that, will heal your injury. Do not use too much. It is quite valuable. Aquaman accepted it with a serious expression and nodded at Lin Feng. Thank you. Having witnessed the miraculous properties of the green liquid, he felt no need to be polite, especially with a common enemy at hand. Without hesitation, he unwrapped the bandage from his left arm. Before them lay a gruesome wound, emanating a sinister black-red glow, deep enough to expose the bone beneath, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. Aquaman carefully opened the green vial, administering 1 drop, then 2. He recalled Lin Feng's caution and promptly secured the vial. As the green liquid met the wound, it hissed, and the black-red glow began to dissipate, revealing the healthy flesh beneath. As the darkness vanished entirely, the wound gradually sealed, healing under the influence of the residual green liquid. In mere moments, the injury had completely vanished. Though they had witnessed the phenomenon before, the miraculous sight still left the group in awe. Seeing his wound healed, Aquaman rotated his left arm, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It's healed. Remarkable. Bruce turned to Lin Feng once more, expressing his gratitude. Aquaman was indeed an indispensable asset to their team, and Lin Feng's willingness to provide such a precious remedy did not go unnoticed. In that moment, the group unanimously recognized Lin Feng as an ally, bolstering their confidence in defeating the Wasteland Wolf and saving Blue Star. Chapter 29, Barry's Predicament. Pre-war conversations. After returned with food, and the group gathered together to partake in their meal. Previously, Due to the dire circumstances and Bruce's uncertain fate, they had barely eaten. However, with newfound hope on the horizon, hunger began to stir within them, and they eagerly indulged. Lin Feng also produced 2 bottles of exquisite wine brewed from the leaves of the Tree of Life, distributing it among the group. This elixir could swiftly restore energy and vitality, a rare treasure indeed, valued at 10,000 prestige points each. The others were no longer astonished by Lin Feng's remarkable offerings, having previously encountered the wondrous green liquid. As they dined in the hospital, they discussed the current situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, the Flash, Barry Allen, was racing with incredible speed, his face etched with fatigue yet unwilling to relent. In a short span, Superman had detected him thrice. Perhaps fortune favored him, as he had narrowly evaded capture each time. Tears welled in his eyes. His timid nature left him bereft of the courage to confront the terrifying superhero. Clutching a box, he fervently prayed for Batman's timely support, uncertain of how much longer he could endure, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Barry was undeniably fortunate. After escaping Superman's pursuit, he stumbled upon a basement filled with thick lead panels. He concealed himself beneath the heavy sheets, gasping for breath, grateful for this hard-won respite. He knew Superman's X-ray vision could not penetrate lead. Finally catching his breath, he retrieved the tracker Batman had provided and pressed the button. The green communication light flickered to life. He hurriedly tapped out a distress signal in Morse code, repeating it several times before shutting off the device. Poor Barry dared not utter a word, fearing that Superman might employ his super hearing to locate him. He refrained from tapping out the code more than necessary, now left to pray for swift assistance. Perhaps his prayers were heard. Batman successfully received the distress signal. At that moment, the well-fed group gathered around a round table, deliberating their next course of action. After consolidating their information, Bruce formulated a concrete plan. First and foremost, we must obtain the final mother box. With Lin Feng's involvement, I believe we can safeguard it, Bruce stated with a serious demeanor. Simultaneously, we must utilize kryptonite weapons to subdue Clark, aiming to avoid his demise. I intend to craft a pair of handcuffs to temporarily restrain him. Without Clark's combat prowess in the mother box, I suspect that the Wasteland Wolf will not remain idle. If he desires the mother box, he must come to us willingly. We will set a trap and await the Wasteland Wolf's approach. What do you think? Any objections? With that, Bruce surveyed the faces around him. Several individuals nodded in agreement, affirming that there were no objections to the plan that had been painstakingly devised over the course of the day. Should any aspect prove unsatisfactory, they would adapt accordingly. Finally, Bruce turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, the sole external ally in this endeavor and the most formidable among them, regardless of his extraordinary abilities. The weight of confronting the superhuman adversary rested squarely upon his shoulders. I have no objections, Lin Feng declared, understanding Bruce's unspoken request as their eyes met. He offered a brief nod without further elaboration. Observing this, Bruce contemplated for a moment before responding. In that case, Victor, you and I shall proceed to forge kryptonite weaponry. Once the weapons are completed, we shall embark on a mission to rescue Barry. Lin Feng, Diana, and Arthur, you should take this time to rest and recuperate, as the creation of the kryptonite weapons will require approximately 1 hour. The group nodded in agreement, and Bruce led Victor to the basement. The spacious room felt somewhat desolate with only the 3 remaining. Uncertain of what to say, they lapsed into silence. After a while, Diana decided to lighten the atmosphere, knowing they would soon need to fight side by side. She turned to Lin Feng and inquired, Lin Feng. He glanced back. What is it? Are you truly a Kryptonian? I mean, how come we never encountered you before? Lin Feng smiled gently. To be precise, I do possess Kryptonian blood. As for my combat abilities, you need not worry. I possess all the powers that Clark has. Oh, that is not what I meant. I'm not doubting your strength, Diana clarified. I merely assumed Clark was the last of his kind. If he were to awaken and discover that another of his kin exists, it would surely bring him joy. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly. If I'm not mistaken, this universe indeed has only Clark as the last Kryptonian. However, in another realm, he has a cousin named Kara Zor-El. In that universe, she is known as Supergirl. Supergirl? Arthur, intrigued, leaned closer. Is she beautiful? Lin Feng feigned a tactical retreat. What does her beauty matter to you? Don't you have Mara? Goodness, you are truly the Aquaman. Not just any Aquaman, Arthur retorted, while Diana shot him a disapproving look, making the atmosphere slightly awkward. I'm just curious, how powerful is she? Very strong, though her abilities may not rival Clark's. Lin Feng added with a nod. And she is indeed quite beautiful. As for myself, I hail from a far more distant universe, one that cannot even be considered a parallel to yours. He continued, in my realm, I believe I am the only one who possesses Kryptonian blood. In the Marvel universe, it seems there are no Kryptonians at all, leaving me as a singular entity. That must be quite lonely for you, Diana remarked. Her eyes filled with sympathy, causing Lin Feng to feel an uncomfortable shiver. It cannot truly be described as loneliness, for I still have friends. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. How did you come to our universe? Aquaman Arthur inquired with curiosity. Ah, that is a rather complicated matter, Lin Feng replied. Taking a deep breath, I cannot elucidate it fully, for my arrival is indeed quite peculiar, involving far too many elements. He shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. The existence of his system was a secret he could not divulge, as Lin Feng essentially belonged to the audience from beyond the fourth wall. A character absent from the narrative. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng offered an analogy. If we must discuss it, it is akin to the blue planet beneath your feet sensing peril and calling for my assistance. Hence, I have arrived. Very well. Both Diana and Arthur nodded in understanding. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and probing too insistently can breed resentment. It is simply impolite. With their inquiries ceased, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He pondered whether Kara existed in this universe, as he found himself rather intrigued by the notion of meeting this Supergirl. His interest was multifaceted, indeed. However, Lin Feng recalled only having seen Supergirl in the television series. She had not been mentioned in the films, leaving him uncertain about future opportunities. As the three engaged in a casual exchange, Bruce suddenly pushed the door open. Friends, it's time to get to work, Bruce announced to the group. The aircraft is ready, and Barry cannot wait much longer. We shall depart immediately. Chapter 30, Kryptonite Weapons? Allow me to observe. A few individuals made their preparations and boarded the aircraft, hastily flying towards the location of Barry Allen. On board, Batman retrieved 2 weapons crafted from kryptonite and handed them to Diana. As for why he did not entrust them to Lin Feng, Bruce was aware that Lin Feng was also from Krypton, and kryptonite would similarly affect him. These consisted of a pair of kryptonite handcuffs and a dagger, Bruce explained. Lin Feng's task was to temporarily subdue Clark. Diana, when the moment arises, place the kryptonite handcuffs on Clark. This way, he can be controlled without endangering his life. Diana nodded and accepted the items. Both were housed within a lead box to prevent any adverse effects on Lin Feng. As for the dagger, take it for now. Should an opportunity arise, utilize it. If not, we shall see, Bruce added. I have also prepared several kryptonite bullets in Victor's weapon system as a contingency plan. Time is of the essence, and the crafted kryptonite bullets are limited. We should avoid using them if possible, for they inflict significant harm on Clark. Lin Feng approached, his face alight with curiosity, and inquired, may I have a look at the kryptonite weapons? He was intrigued by kryptonite and wished to ascertain whether it would indeed affect him. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Diana was taken aback. Lin, does your world lack kryptonite? This substance can strip you of your combat prowess. Bruce, perplexed, asked, Lin, have you never encountered kryptonite? Lin Feng nodded and clarified, I hail from another universe where kryptonite does not exist. I wish to see if it will have any effect on me. Upon hearing this, Bruce scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment, hesitating slightly, before addressing Diana. Diana, perhaps you should show Lin Feng. Understanding the capabilities of kryptonite will better equip him to deal with Clark. Diana agreed with a nod and extended the lead box, saying, Lin Feng, exercise caution. Proximity to kryptonite may induce discomfort. Should any issues arise, I will promptly seal the box. With that, Diana slowly opened the lead box. Lin Feng curiously leaned closer. Inside the box lay a dagger and a pair of handcuffs. The dagger, save for the handle, was entirely crafted from kryptonite, while the handcuffs contained a portion of metal, presumably to enhance their durability. The moment Lin Feng approached the kryptonite weapons, his brow furrowed. He felt the blood within him quicken its flow, accompanied by a slight wave of fatigue sweeping over his body. However, he realized that he did not seem to have lost his combat capabilities. In the original narrative, Clark, when near kryptonite, would typically collapse to the ground. The effects on him were profound. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng, under the astonished gazes of the others, seized the kryptonite handcuffs. He was eager to discover whether contact with kryptonite would bring him harm. The instant he touched the kryptonite, the sensation of fatigue intensified. Lin Feng felt the blood racing through his veins, rendering him weaker, and a subtle palpitation began to manifest. However, the anticipated loss of combat prowess did not materialize. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he meticulously attuned himself to his body. It would be inaccurate to say there was no impact at all. His combat capability had likely diminished by about 30 to 40%. Beyond that, he experienced no other discomfort. This indicated that the influence of kryptonite on Lin Feng was far less severe than that on Clark. A wave of joy surged within Lin Feng. The system's assertion regarding the optimization of his Kryptonian bloodline was indeed no mere exaggeration. As he returned the handcuffs to their lead box, the unsettling sensation dissipated immediately, and Lin Feng reverted to his normal state. He exhaled deeply and, addressing the astonished onlookers, remarked, It is not as dire as I imagined. It seems to only diminish a portion of my combat abilities, causing a degree of discomfort. Aside from that, I feel nothing else. Bruce was taken aback. Aren't you a Kryptonian? Has the effect of kryptonite lessened? Realizing this possibility, Bruce's expression darkened. If kryptonite's efficacy truly waned, it would not bode well for everyone, as it signified that Superman had completely surpassed his control. Diana, however, thoughtfully interjected, that should not be the case. The impact of kryptonite on Lin Feng is minimal, possibly because he is not from our universe. Bruce, puzzled, responded, I was just about to ask what Lin Feng meant by not being from our universe. Diana then reiterated Lin Feng's earlier statement. Upon hearing this, Bruce raised an eyebrow and let out a slight sigh of relief, so there is this layer of reasoning involved. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, kryptonite should pose no issue. The primary factor lies in my personal uniqueness. You may regard me as an outsider. Once this incident is resolved, I shall depart. Lin Feng's declaration primarily aimed to reassure Batman. If a Kryptonian unperturbed by kryptonite remained on Earth, Batman would likely endure sleepless nights. Clark was a case in point. Had it not been for kryptonite, who could say whether Batman would have allowed Superman to develop unchecked? This incident further corroborated Batman's fears regarding an uncontrollable Superman and the terror it could unleash. Just look at the corrupted Clark. Oh heavens! Lin Feng, now aware of his immunity to kryptonite, felt quite pleased. The other individuals displayed a range of emotions. Bruce wore a composed expression, deep in thought. Diana appeared worried, contemplating the forthcoming battle. Aquaman, indifferent, fiddled with his trident. The matters of kryptonite and its effects were of no concern to him. Once this battle concluded, he would return to the depths of the ocean to be with Mara, unperturbed by earthly affairs. Suddenly, amidst their scattered thoughts, an urgent beeping sound echoed within the aircraft. The group turned their attention to the control panel, where an alert had been triggered. Incoming information. Victor rushed to the control panel and pressed a button. The beeping ceased, replaced by the voice of the Flash, Barry Allen. Bruce stepped forward, activating the speaker function. Barry, is that you? Oh, thank heavens, I am finally connected. From the communicator emerged the weary yet slightly astonished voice of Barry Allen. It's me, my friends. I fear I may not last much longer. I can no longer safeguard the mother box. Barry's voice quivered with emotion, punctuated by labored breaths. He exclaimed that Superman had found him, and he felt he could barely run any further. Barry was uncertain of the purpose of his continued flight, knowing that Superman would soon overtake his exhausted form. While Batman and the others remained far on the other side of the Earth, he believed he could no longer hold onto the mother box. Upon hearing Barry's dire predicament, the expressions of the others turned grave. Bruce spoke somberly, urging, Stay calm, Barry. We are en route to your location. You must hold on, Barry. If we lose the mother box, the blue planet will face annihilation. Barry, believe in yourself. Just endure a little longer. Oh, thank the heavens, you actually made it. How much longer until your arrival? A glimmer of hope rekindled in Barry's eyes. He felt he could run once more, as Bruce's words acted like a surge of adrenaline, reigniting his spirit. However, Bruce remained silent, gazing at the data displayed on the instrument. Estimated time of arrival, 51 minutes and 37 seconds. Chapter 31. Barry's plea for help. Lin Feng ventured forth to Barry. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce spoke. We shall arrive in half an hour. At these words, Barry nearly stumbled, his face contorting in despair as he exclaimed, What? Another half hour? Glancing back, he beheld the menacing figure of a superhuman hovering in the air, not more than 100 meters away. A wave of profound dread washed over him, prompting Barry to swiftly alter his course. In the next instant, a searing heat ray struck the very spot he had just occupied. Oh heavens! I can't endure another half hour. Perhaps in but a moment, I shall perish beneath that heat ray. Barry cried out, his footing becoming increasingly unsteady. The prolonged ordeal had exacerbated his fatigue. Inside the aircraft, the others fell silent, their faces grave upon hearing Barry's response. Observing their expressions, Lin Feng stepped forward resolutely. I can go ahead. As the others turned their gazes toward him, Lin Feng nodded and continued. My flying speed is exceptional. Open the cockpit. I shall fly ahead. Barry, run towards my direction. I will reach you as swiftly as possible. The other's eyes brightened at his words, and Bruce, with unwavering determination, nodded decisively. Very well, Lin Feng. You go first. We must save Barry in the mother box. This is crucial to the fate of Blue Star. With that, Bruce placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, his eyes brimming with solemnity and trust. Lin Feng nodded silently, a thought igniting within him, and in the next moment, his black suit adorned his form. Bruce handed Lin Feng a headset. Take this. We can communicate at any time. Are you ready? Lin Feng accepted the headset, affixing it to his ear, and replied, Ready. Open the hatch. In the next instant, Bruce pulled the hatch lever, and the air was instantly expelled from the cabin. Lin Feng offered no resistance, being thrust out into the open air. With a resounding bang having detached from the aircraft, Lin Feng pivoted and shot forth like a meteor towards Barry's location, leaving a trail of sonic booms in his wake. His speed exceeded that of the aircraft by tenfold. The others inside the aircraft had anticipated the sudden rush and remained safely inside. Once Lin Feng had departed, Bruce closed the hatch and activated the communication system, integrating Lin Feng into the network. Simultaneously, a green dot indicating Lin Feng's position appeared on the aircraft's control panel. Victor's eyes lit up as he observed the data and addressed the others. There is hope. Lin Feng's flying speed is remarkable. At this velocity, he should reach Barry in under 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, the others appeared somewhat relieved, recognizing the prowess of a Kryptonian, whose speed surpassed the sound barrier. Vanishing from sight in an instant, Bruce re-established the communication. Barry, can you hear me? Barry, I can hear you, came Barry's voice from the communicator. Guys, it might be time for me to say goodbye. I'm sorry, I can't protect the mother box. Barry's words were laden with resignation. Oh, Barry, do not give up. Diana stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. Bruce interjected, Barry, do not give up. Lin Feng is flying towards you. Hold on for 2 minutes. He will reach you in 2 minutes. Stop deceiving me, Bruce. And who is Lin Feng? Barry replied, uncertainty creeping into his tone. I'm not deceiving you, Barry. Lin Feng is our secret weapon. He possesses the power to rival Superman. Bruce hurriedly asserted, understanding that he must instill hope in Barry to endure until Lin Feng arrived. After speaking, Bruce swiftly manipulated the console, connecting Lin Feng's earpiece to the communication channel. Hello, Barry Allen. This is Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the channel. The biofield enabled Lin Feng to communicate even while flying at supersonic speeds. He had overheard Bruce and Barry's conversation and comprehended Bruce's intentions. Trust me, my friend. I share Kryptonian blood. I am racing towards you at full speed. Hold on. Lin Feng's succinct words struck Barry's heart like a potent stimulant. Oh my goodness. Is this true? Barry exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent, while he couldn't help but lament. If we have such a secret weapon, why wasn't it deployed sooner? The crew inside the aircraft exchanged glances, sharing the sentiment of wishing they could have utilized it earlier, but the secret weapon had only just emerged today, leaving them with no alternative. Barry, run towards the southeast. That is where Lin Feng is coming from. Bruce instructed. Roger that, Commander. I will endure for 2 minutes. Hope surged within Barry, reinvigorating him with newfound strength. He pushed his limits, propelling himself like lightning as he turned and raced toward the southeast. As the communication ceased, the crew's attention shifted to the screen displaying coordinates, which revealed a line of data and 2 signal points. The 2 signals were rapidly converging, with the data indicating they would overlap in just 2 minutes and 38 seconds. The crew fervently prayed for Barry to run faster and for Lin Feng to arrive even swifter. None wished to witness calamity unfold. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had pushed his flying speed to its utmost limits, drawing energy from the sun's radiation. Barry, on the other hand, found himself in a dire predicament. The corrupted Clark, under control, toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, intermittently firing heat vision to alter Barry's trajectory. Time and again, Barry narrowly evaded the onslaught, acutely aware that a single hit would spell his doom. All he could do was pray for the swift passage of these 2 minutes. Perhaps Barry's luck had finally run out. As Clark launched another beam of heat vision, Barry's evasive maneuver faltered by a mere fraction, resulting in a glancing blow to his ankle. In an instant, a scream escaped Barry's lips as he exited his superspeed state. Losing his balance, he tumbled across the ground before coming to a halt. The heat vision had merely grazed his ankle, yet it stripped away much of the flesh, leaving him in excruciating pain. Cold sweat dripped from Barry's brow as he clutched his ankle, crying out in agony. The mother box was cast aside not far away. Upon seeing Barry come to a halt, the darkened visage of Clark seemed to momentarily flicker with a sinister smile as he gradually descended from the sky to retrieve the mother box. Barry watched helplessly as the artifact fell into Clark's grasp, a sense of dread surging within him as he painfully activated his communicator. Superman has struck me. He has acquired the mother box. The moment those words escaped his lips, the pupils of Batman and his companions aboard the aircraft constricted, and they instantly rose to their feet. It's over, folks. This time, we truly must bid farewell, or rather, it should be a final parting. Clark, having secured the mother box, turned his gaze toward the crumpled Barry on the ground, his bloodshot eyes gradually turning crimson as he charged his heat vision. Barry knew all too well that he could not evade this impending blast. The severe injury to his legs rendered him incapable of utilizing his super speed. This time, there was truly no escape, and he resigned himself, closing his eyes. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a celestial choir resonated in his earpiece. Hey, Barry, I see you. Chapter 32, Timely Arrival, Initial Clash. Hey, Barry, I see you. Lin Feng's voice erupted suddenly, startling Barry into opening his eyes once more. In the next instant, like a meteor colliding with the earth, Lin Feng barreled into Clark, who was still enveloped in the heat of his own rays, sending him hurtling away. The robust figure vanished from Barry's sight in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a roaring wind that carved a path through the air. Caught off guard, Barry Allen was also flung 100 meters away, but fortunately, Lin Feng caught him just in time, preventing a harsh landing. Gently placing Barry on the ground, Lin Feng tossed him a box, the last mother box. In that fleeting moment of sending Clark flying, Lin Feng had deftly snatched it up. Got it, Barry. Barry fumbled to catch the mother box, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Feng, who hovered before him. Oh my God, Barry exclaimed. Shocked to see Lin Feng clad in a costume almost identical to Superman's, albeit with a slightly different heel. He momentarily forgot the pain in his ankle. Another Superman? Lin Feng nodded. Didn't I mention I have Kryptonian blood in my veins? But now is not the time for that. Clark is coming back. After exchanging a glance, Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he focused on the direction in which Clark had been sent flying. At that moment, Clark had already regained his composure and was hurtling towards them. With a powerful thrust, Lin Feng surged forward to meet Clark, intent on drawing the battle away from Barry to avoid any harm. All being superhumans, their speeds were nearly equal. In the blink of an eye, they collided mid-air. The Darkened Clark, seemingly enraged by Lin Feng's ambush, wore a more sinister expression. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of zombie Superman, as his features had taken on a ghastly green hue. There was no time for Lin Feng to dwell on this. Clark abruptly appeared before him, delivering a punch imbued with immense force. Lin Feng, refusing to back down, retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists met with a force that ignited the very air around them, sending shockwaves spiraling outward. The sheer destructive power of two superhumans clashing warped the atmosphere itself. Seeing Lin Feng withstand the blow, Clark's eyes flared crimson. In the next moment, a searing heat ray shot towards Lin Feng's head. Yet, Lin Feng had anticipated this, soaring upwards to evade the oncoming attack. Then, with a swift dive, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful punch directly into Clark's face. Bang! Crash! The Darkened Clark was driven into the ground by the force of the blow, creating a massive crater in the hardened pavement. The sound of the impact reverberated, sending shockwaves that reached Barry 100 meters away, forcing him to shield his eyes from the onslaught of wind pressure. As the gust subsided, Barry stared in disbelief at the scene before him, two superhumans engaged in a battle of terrifying proportions. Oh, dear friends, you truly must witness this scene. Barry murmurs into his headset. It is as if two deities from mythology are engaged in fierce combat. A furious roar erupts, and Clark is momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a dark crimson light illuminates the pit. It is Clark's heat vision, surging forth from the depths, manifesting as an eerie black-red beam. This heat vision travels at an astonishing speed, significantly faster than the previous red rays. Lin Feng narrowly evades, the heat ray just grazing the tips of his hair as it soars into the sky. A strand of black hair disintegrates into ash, causing Lin Feng's pupils to contract sharply. The power and velocity of the heat vision have both escalated. Bang! The Darkened Clark launches himself from the pit. His appearance drastically altered from before. His physique has swelled considerably, emanating a black-red glow from his eyes, his muscles appearing as if they might burst, and his face radiating an otherworldly green luminescence. Lin Feng stands dumbfounded. What in the world is this? Has Clark mutated again? Before Lin Feng can ponder further, Clark seemingly teleports right before him, delivering a punch devoid of finesse. The speed is astonishing, surpassing anything witnessed prior. Lin Feng barely manages to cross his arms over his chest in a futile attempt to block. Bang! The force of the punch sends Lin Feng hurtling 1,000 meters away. He feels an excruciating pain coursing through his arms, a numbing sensation taking hold. A sharp pain also lingers in his chest, and a trickle of blood escapes from the corner of his mouth. Just as he manages to steady himself, another barrage of heat rays follows, filling the sky with a chaotic display of black and red light. Lin Feng pushes his flying abilities to their limits, evading the onslaught of heat rays. At this intensity, even a glancing blow would leave him with a gaping wound. Cold sweat pours down his brow as he urgently calls out to the system. System, do you comprehend what has transpired with Clark? How has he suddenly grown so formidable? Is he akin to Doomsday now? The system promptly responds. When Clark is blackened and controlled, he enters a state akin to frenzy, greatly amplifying his combat prowess for a short duration. This is also the function of the artifact I mentioned earlier. Just as Lin Feng narrowly dodges another heat ray, he presses on with further inquiries. Is there no limitation to this power? There is. The system speculates that this state will persist for approximately 1 hour. If you can endure for that duration, you will have the opportunity to counterattack. For heaven's sake, are you jesting? Lin Feng retorts. Do you truly believe I can withstand an hour? At this moment, he is intensely focused, realizing that a single heat ray would be enough to render him incapacitated. He never imagined the heat rays could be wielded in such a manner, reminiscent of the laser storms he had witnessed in a past life. Requiring no charge time at all, the system falls silent for a moment before stating, I fear that if this continues, you will not survive. Lin Feng's eyes twitch in distress. What then? There is no alternative. We must activate the contingency plan. The system declares. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Does the dog system have a backup plan? Pray tell, what is it?" The system cleared its throat and replied, "Host, initiate tactical retreat." What on earth? Lin Feng wore a perplexed expression, doubting whether he had misheard. The system continued, "Run away. If you cannot win, flee." Are you serious? Lin Feng's face darkened. Fleeing? In front of Batman and the others? That would be utterly humiliating. The system seemed to anticipate Lin Feng's thoughts and retorted, "At this moment, are you still concerned about your pride? Is your life more important than your ego? Damn it. You were such a coward. It was you who asked for my assistance, and now you want me to run away?" Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. "What will happen to Bari if I escape?" He inquired once more. "If you cannot ensure your own safety, why concern yourself with his fate?" The system's tone suddenly became devoid of emotion, prompting Lin Feng to fall silent. Chapter 33. The emergence of the Wasteland Wolf and the theft of the Mother Box. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Clark seized the opportunity. With a single, powerful punch, Lin Feng was sent crashing into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Now, he experienced the same treatment that Clark had previously inflicted upon him. A surge of blood surged within him, and Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of crimson. His arms, which had defended against the assault, felt as if they had lost all sensation, numb and agonizing. If he did not flee soon, he would truly face peril. The cold voice of the system echoed once more. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng slowly ascended from the pit. The Darkened Clark hovered in midair, locking eyes with Lin Feng. In the next moment, both their eyes glowed with ominous light. A beam of heat, one black and one red, collided in the air. Clearly, Lin Feng's attack was no match for Clark's, forcing him to retreat step by step. Realizing that his heat ray was ineffective, Lin Feng swiftly ceased its emission. The black and red beams struck the ground, igniting a sea of flames. "Host, the portal is prepared and ready for your return to the Marvel Universe." The system's voice resounded in his ears, almost tempting Lin Feng to flee. However, he felt a wave of frustration. How could he leave? He wished to escape, yet his conscience weighed heavily upon him. Shaking his head, Lin Feng mused that his arrival had instilled hope in Batman and the others. If he were to abandon them now, it would not only be shameful but also unbearable for his conscience. He questioned himself. He was not one to act so irresponsibly. Moreover, the moment he fled, Barry would undoubtedly fall victim. His escape would indirectly seal Barry's fate. With that thought, Lin Feng's resolve solidified. He could not run away. In their race, there was no concept of retreat. With a fierce roar, Lin Feng silenced the system. He compelled himself to regain his composure, searching for an opening in Clark's defenses. Fleeing was not an option, yet Lin Feng was not without prospects. After several exchanges, he discerned that the controlled Clark fought with sheer brute force, lacking any semblance of combat finesse. If a suitable opportunity and angle presented themselves, a counterattack was feasible. Without hesitation, Lin Feng employed a strategy of evasion. While maneuvering around Clark like a kite, he inquired through his earpiece as to when Batman would arrive. With Diana armed with kryptonite weaponry, if the weapons reached him, he could turn the tide. Less than 10 minutes, Bruce's voice responded. Allowing Clark to be drawn out for 10 minutes was not overly lengthy. It was daytime, with ample sunlight. Lin Feng was willing to take the gamble. His intuition proved sound. However, not everyone was inclined to join him in this wager. Unbeknownst to Barry, as the two supermen clashed fiercely, a pale blue beam of light materialized behind him. Instantly, a searing pain shot through his chest. Barry felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving only agony in its wake. It was the Wasteland Wolf, transported by the beam. The Wasteland Wolf wasted no time, swinging an axe at Barry with deadly intent, nearly cleaving him in two. Poor Barry, caught off guard, found himself in dire straits after a sudden ambush. The Wasteland Wolf, with a kick that sent the barely conscious Barry sprawling, picked up the mother box from the ground. A satisfied smile spreading across his face. In the grand scheme of things, fighting held little significance compared to the acquisition of the mother box. This was the true objective of the Wasteland Wolf. As the apocalypse loomed, he called out triumphantly, drawing the attention of the two combatants suspended in midair. "Clark, come with me." With that command, a beam of light reappeared. Lin Feng, witnessing Barry lying on the ground in a pool of crimson blood, felt a surge of anger and urgency. Damn it, where are their morals? This momentary distraction provided Clark with an opportunity. He landed a punch on Lin Feng's kidney, sending him hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, Clark obeyed the Wasteland Wolf's orders and flew to his side. A light blue beam enveloped the two, transporting them away. With the mother box secured, there was no need to engage in further combat with the Superman, as the variables were too numerous. Lin Feng returned, seething with rage, powerless to prevent the vanishing portal. He glanced back at Barry, relieved to see he was still alive. Quickly, Lin Feng retrieved a small green vial, half filled with liquid. Carefully, he opened it and dripped the contents onto Barry's wounds on his chest and ankle. As a few drops were administered, Barry's injuries began to mend rapidly, his breathing stabilizing. He touched his wounds and moved his ankle, exclaiming in astonishment, "You saved me, Superman." At that moment, tears of relief threatened to spill from Barry's eyes. Little did anyone know the immense pressure he had been enduring during this time. Just when hope seemed to dawn, the Wasteland Wolf's treacherous strike had brought him to the brink of death. Life was indeed a roller coaster of highs and lows. Now, all Barry longed for was to weep heartily, indulge in a warm bath, and savor a hearty meal. Yet, his dreams would have to be postponed for now. As circumstances worsened, Lin Feng sat down heavily on the ground, taking a moment to recuperate. He gazed solemnly at the sky and remarked, "Things have taken a turn for the worse. Barry, they took the mother box." This could be considered Lin Feng's first arduous battle since acquiring Superman's powers. Yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. The Wasteland Wolf had indeed made off with the mother box, and Lin Feng had believed he could thwart this from happening. Reality had delivered a harsh lesson. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not feel entirely disheartened. After all, this incident was rife with unpredictability compared to the original narrative. And Clark was the greatest variable of all. A black aircraft descended slowly from the sky, landing before the two. Batman and his companions had arrived, albeit belatedly. Bruce, clad in his bat suit, emerged from the craft with Diana and others in tow. Observing the two seated on the ground, he noted their pallid expressions. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the irregular craters scattered about, evidence of a fierce battle that had just taken place. Not seeing the mother box, Bruce's expression darkened. "Oh, guys, you finally made it," Barry exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with emotion as he fought back tears at their arrival. Bruce nodded, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Barry." "Are you injured?" Barry leaped up, exclaiming, "I nearly perished. It was Lin Feng who cured me with a peculiar, oh no, a miraculous liquid." Observing Barry's exuberance, Bruce shifted his gaze towards Lin Feng, who appeared somewhat disheveled. His hair was tousled, his face slightly pale, though the pallor was fading, and his battle attire bore numerous tears and scratches. Before Bruce could utter a word, Lin Feng interjected, "The situation has deteriorated, Bruce. Clark has become even more formidable since his control, and they have seized the mother box." At this revelation, Bruce's countenance darkened, confirming his suspicions. Diana approached swiftly, her keen eyes detecting Lin Feng's injuries. "Lin Feng, you are hurt." She set aside her weapon and moved closer to inspect his wounds. Beneath the tattered fabric of his suit lay gaping wounds emanating a sinister black-red aura, refusing to heal, with blood slowly seeping forth. The dark, frenzied nature of Clark's heat vision acted like an enchantment, hindering even Lin Feng's superhuman healing abilities. Lin Feng turned to Diana, offering a faint smile. He nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry, I am fine." He then redirected his attention to Bruce, saying, "I regret to inform you, Bruce, that I could not safeguard the mother box." Bruce calmly nodded in response. "This is not your fault, Lin Feng. We still have a chance. Let us board the aircraft and discuss the details of what transpired." Bruce bore no resentment towards Lin Feng. Acknowledging that rescuing Barry from Clark was no small feat upon hearing Bruce's words, Lin Feng shook his head, preparing to tend to his wounds. The black-red heat vision of Clark seemed to possess a magical quality, rendering his healing process agonizingly sluggish. "Let Barry inform you. He knows everything," Lin Feng declared. "I must venture into outer space. Without the atmosphere's interference, the intense solar radiation will expedite my healing." He elaborated, "Once I am recovered, I shall seek you out." Bruce understood the sun's influence on Superman and nodded, "Very well. When you are ready, proceed to my base. Here's the address." Bruce produced a card from seemingly nowhere, inscribed with a line of text. "Hurry, time is of the essence," he added. Lin Feng took the card, nodded to Bruce and the others, and swiftly ascended, vanishing from their sight. Chapter 34. The Latecomer Starter Pack. As Lin Feng took flight, a few of them exchanged glances. Sensing an unusual shift in his demeanor, Bruce turned to Diana and the others, urging, "Let him have some time." He then led the group aboard the aircraft, directing it towards the base. On board, Bruce handed Barry a bottle of water. "Barry, please elaborate on the events that transpired." Nodding in response, Barry recounted the harrowing and unpredictable series of incidents, causing furrowed brows among the listeners. After a prolonged narrative, parched and weary, Barry took a swig from the bottle. Bruce summarized gravely, "So, Clark, under control, has become even more formidable. And during Lin Feng's confrontation with Clark, the Desolate Wolf appeared and seized the mother box?" Barry affirmed. "That's about the gist of it." The situation had escalated. Bruce's expression turned grave. He had hoped Lin Feng's arrival would counterbalance Clark. Yet now Clark had grown even stronger, compounded by the threat of the Desolate Wolf. A sharp pain throbbed at Bruce's temples. The others fell into contemplation, processing the information. Diana glanced at her companions and spoke, "We cannot blame Lin Feng for the theft of the mother box. The situation exceeded all our expectations." Upon hearing this, Bruce understood Diana's concerns. She feared that Lin Feng would be unjustly held accountable for the loss of the mother box. He reassured her, no one will blame Lin Feng. In fact, we owe him our gratitude. If it weren't for him, Barry and I might not be here. Aquaman and Victor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the substantial assistance Lin Feng had provided. It was unjust to attribute unforeseen events to him. If anything were to be blamed, it would be the sluggish pace of the aircraft. Had they arrived sooner to restrain Clark with kryptonite, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The situation is not beyond redemption yet. Victor, who had remained silent until now, asserted. Assembling the 3 mother boxes requires time. We still have a chance. Noticing the group's attention shift towards him, Victor emphasized, this is also our last opportunity. In the vastness of space, Lin Feng uncapped a small green vial, downing the remaining liquid in a single gulp. In that instant, an overwhelming vitality surged through his veins, coupled with the sun's radiation. The wounds inflicted by the heat rays began to heal slowly. As he recuperated, Lin Feng contemplated his next move. According to the original narrative, assembling the 3 mother boxes would take time. He recalled that in the original story, it took only a few hours for the desolate wolf to complete the assembly. Once the 3 mother boxes fused, with Barry's assistance, Victor ventured into the mother box's interior to separate them once more. This was the original plot, where Clark was an ally. However, now Clark stood as an adversary. The singular, paramount threat remained Superman Clark. Lin Feng realized he could only maneuver around Clark, evading his grasp. However, Clark is now under the command of the Wasteland Wolf. Should Clark disregard his own safety and proceed to eliminate Batman and his companions one by one, the mission would undoubtedly fail, heralding the end of the world. The primary concern lies in how to contend with the rampaging Clark. Lin Feng observes that the enraged Clark favors utilizing heat vision for his attacks, rarely engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, devising a method to affix kryptonite handcuffs upon him has become a formidable challenge. Dog system, Lin Feng exclaimed. What's the matter? The system responded. Is there a temporary method to enhance my strength? Lin Feng inquired. Is there anything in the shop I can afford that would grant me a short-term power boost? There is none, the system replied. Such a vast shop has no temporary buffs? Lin Feng questioned incredulously. I meant there are none within your financial reach. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng wore a look of dazed frustration. How could he not afford a temporary buff with over 10 million points? Was he destined to endure another round of kite flying with Clark? All right. I won't tease you anymore. The system's voice rang out again, chuckling at Lin Feng's helpless and awkward demeanor. There are buffs available. However, I have an even better solution. In truth, the choice presented to the host earlier, whether to flee or remain, was intended to assess the host's character and sense of responsibility. To be precise, it was to ascertain whether the host's values were aligned correctly. This was a test of character. Passing it would result in the issuance of a new user package bound to the system. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. A new user package? I knew something was amiss. Indeed. How could I abound the system without receiving a new user package? Shouldn't that be standard? So, you conducted a character test? Lin Feng was both speechless and furious, wanting to vent his frustrations. Are you being childish? The dog system retorted. Hey, this cannot be blamed on me. It's not like I've found an opportunity to test your character and sense of responsibility until now. When the host makes a choice, the system can detect the host's true thoughts and attitudes. The instinctive choice at that moment best reflects whether a person's values are correct. You must have realized that had it not been for the Wasteland Wolf's intervention, you would have been pierced by Clark's heat vision within 3 minutes. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. He had sustained multiple injuries from Clark's heat vision at that time. The pain from the wounds was unbearable, yet he had not uttered a single cry of pain. The system continued. Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial test. If you had failed, not only would you receive no new user package, but the system would also be unbound shortly thereafter. These words sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine. He had not anticipated that such a minor choice could yield such drastically different outcomes. Fortunately, he had passed the test. Otherwise, if the system were unbound, to whom could he turn for solace? Well then, the new user package is a special one designed for Superman. It has been issued to the system's repository. Go check it out, host. It contains everything you currently need, the system announced. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng eagerly opened the system warehouse. Indeed, he discovered a package shimmering with golden light. Upon clicking to unveil its contents, he found 4 gemstones, each a pair of identical colors, along with 2 smooth silver wristbands adorned with peculiar patterns. Finally, there lay a card glistening with a silvery radiance. Lin Feng meticulously examined the attributes of these items. The special red kryptonite, it significantly enhances the capabilities of a Superman for a brief duration 4 hours. The special platinum kryptonite, it grants an ordinary person the complete powers of Superman for a limited time 2 hours. The Superman wristbands, crafted from a unique metallic substance. They can be embedded with various power gems, channeling their energies to the wearer. At this juncture, Lin Feng's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. What splendid treasures! Both the wristbands and the two types of kryptonite were an impeccable match for him. Truly, the Superman gift pack was filled with items pertinent to Superman. However, upon gazing at the final silver card, Lin Feng fell silent. Shortly thereafter, his body trembled with joy. The Silver Superman Experience card, as the name suggests, it allows one to experience the formidable powers of the Silver Superman for a duration of 4 hours. Just seeing the card's title was enough to illuminate Lin Feng's happiness. Were it not for the vacuum of space, he might have laughed aloud. What a delightful stroke of fortune. The Silver Superman, transforming his humble weapon into a mighty cannon, his modest vehicle into a grand carriage. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, emulating Barry, life truly is a roller coaster of ups and downs. The next time he encountered Clark, he vowed to best him tenfold. In the comics, the Silver Superman often displays an array of astonishing superpowers. This card, however, would only allow Lin Feng to experience the fundamental abilities of the Silver Superman, such as super flight and extraordinary stamina. Yet, this was more than sufficient to defeat the enraged Clark. As for the two types of kryptonite, they needed no further elaboration. The platinum kryptonite could be donned by Susan, activated in times of peril, thereby assuring Lin Feng of her safety. The wristbands were self-evident, primarily designed for the convenience of wielding the kryptonite. After reveling in joy, Lin Feng gradually regained his composure. He contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a piece of special red kryptonite and a Superman wristband from his backpack. A confrontation with Clark awaited him, yet this battle would not be as hasty as the last. The Silver Superman Experience card was a rare gem. With only one in his possession, he would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. First, he would employ the special red kryptonite to assess the extent of its enhancement. Furthermore, the green kryptonite posed a far greater threat to Clark than to Lin Feng. Even without utilizing the Silver Superman Experience card, victory seemed assured, rendering any waste unnecessary. Chapter 35. Pre-war conversations and actions. The Superman wristband gleamed in a silvery hue, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters in width, adorned with a multitude of meticulously arranged patterns. These intricate designs, faint in color, exuded an aura of advanced technology. Lin Feng cautiously brought the special red kryptonite close to the wristband. In an instant, the surface of the wristband began to ripple like flowing water, gradually forming an elliptical indentation. He gently placed the kryptonite within the hollow, and it was immediately secured in place. The patterns on the wristband swiftly transformed into a radiant crimson glow. After a few seconds, the brilliance faded, leaving behind a subtle dark red hue. The wristband was remarkably enchanting, reminiscent of Tony's nanotechnology from the cinematic Avengers, Infinity War, capable of transforming at will. Lin Feng found this to be quite splendid. As he donned the wristband on his left wrist, which instinctively adjusted its size to better fit his arm. Simultaneously, instructions and a prompt regarding the wristband's usage appeared in his mind, inquiring whether he wished to utilize the special red kryptonite. Opting not to use it for the moment, he adjusted the wristband's color to black, a feature he appreciated. He favored the color black and had little interest in silver. The black wristband, complemented by the dark red kryptonite and subtle crimson patterns, created a visually striking effect. Notably, the instant he adorned the wristband, Lin Feng felt a marked acceleration in his absorption of solar radiation. He was astonished to discover that the wristband enhanced his capacity to absorb radiation from yellow stars, an unforeseen delight. While Lin Feng was engrossed in examining the wristband, several wounds on his body had miraculously healed, leaving no trace of injury. He had expended 10,000 prestige points to restore his black Superman suit. With renewed vigor, Lin Feng soared towards Blue Star, swiftly reaching Bruce's base following the coordinates provided by him. At that moment, the others were dining in the restaurant, albeit with rather somber expressions. As Lin Feng descended slowly, he attracted their attention. He offered a slight smile to Bruce and the others, greeting them with, "Hey, fellas. Is there enough for me?" Upon seeing Lin Feng's return, Bruce's demeanor relaxed slightly, jokingly asking, "Does Superman still need to eat?" Lin Feng chuckled and settled beside Diana, preferring the company of a beautiful woman over that of several burly men. Of course, sustenance was more than just a means to quell hunger. Alfred approached, placing a plate before Lin Feng. "Master Lin Feng, your dinner." "Thank you, Alfred." Lin Feng replied with a grateful nod. "Lin Feng, have your injuries healed?" Diana inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she observed Lin Feng appearing untroubled. Lin Feng nodded in response, "I'm mostly fine now. How are things? Have you located the position of the Desolate Wolf?" His question plunged the group into silence, for they lacked the means to find the Mother Box. Unlike the Desolate Wolf, the Mother Box could not be sensed unless activated. Bruce shook his head, while Victor remarked, "I can sense the Mother Box, but its location eludes me." Lin Feng smacked his lips, showing no surprise. "I might know where they are." At these words, the others paused with their cutlery, fixating intently on Lin Feng, eager for him to elaborate. The abandoned nuclear power plant in the Bear Nation. As they directed their gaze at him, Lin Feng casually mentioned an address. That man exchanged glances with his companions. At this moment, Lin Feng was not joking. Diana, possessing some knowledge of the site, confirmed. The nuclear plant that suffered an accident 30 years ago? Lin Feng nodded. Barry interjected, unable to contain himself. The place is so contaminated even soldiers can't enter. The radiation could sprout another limb on your neck. You are absolutely right, Barry. Lin Feng acknowledged, but the radiation has dissipated. The wasteland wolf collected it to establish his base. Bruce, don't you have satellites? A simple look will clarify. Upon hearing this, Bruce rose abruptly, abandoning his meal. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. What was the point of dining at a time like this? The blue planet was on the brink of annihilation. If the unifying force was not halted, this meal would be their last supper. Bruce led the group to a workspace, operating amidst a plethora of instruments. Before long, the screen illuminated, data streaming across it, swiftly pinpointing the location of the nuclear power plant in Bear Nation. They could see via satellite that the shape of the plant had indeed transformed. It's right here, Diana exclaimed. What is he constructing? Aquaman questioned, perplexed. The satellite images revealed a massive barrier enveloping the nuclear facility. It appeared to be a protective layer, safeguarding the unifying force within. Bruce's expression turned grave. This is the barrier generated by the mother box during its fusion. The optimal approach is to strike from above. Diana turned to Bruce, inquiring, how do we separate the mother boxes? Explosives cannot sever the mother boxes. They would merely feed energy into them, reinforcing their power. Indeed, the mother boxes can absorb and convert energy, making it unrealistic to rely on conventional explosives to separate them. At this juncture, Victor, with his mechanical form, stepped forward, speaking solemnly, allow me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Victor. He nodded, explaining gravely, I will enter the mother box and merge with them. By weakening their connection, we can dismantle them. However, Diana shook her head. This is not a sound plan. You would face the unifying force alone, and we cannot predict what might occur inside. Do you have a better strategy? Victor regarded Diana with a calm demeanor. Diana, with a serious gaze fixed on Victor, replied, the combined power of the three mother boxes is capable of catastrophic destruction. Should you reveal even the slightest vulnerability, they will invade your mind and obliterate you. Victor said nonchalantly, as long as I can get in, buying time is all that matters. You will die, Victor. If we don't do this, we will all perish. Don't you want me to use my superpowers? Now is the time to unleash them. I have lost everything. I fear nothing, Victor responded. Though the current narrative diverged somewhat from the original, Victor's father had indeed passed away, having lost his last remaining family member. Victor had been suppressing his emotions. He now sought to vent his fury and exact revenge. Diana fell silent, at a loss for words. Well, if that's the case, should we prepare to attack the outlaw wolves' base? Barry suggested. Aquaman stepped forward in agreement, indeed. Let's plunge into the depths of hell and wage war against the devil and his legion. Barry still harbored concerns. The outlaw wolves have likely battled thousands of superheroes across the countless planets he has destroyed, right? Assuming he has triumphed over them, what are our chances? I don't care how many demons he has defeated and how many hells, Bruce interjected, his eyes brimming with unwavering conviction. He has never bested us. United, we stand. Upon hearing Bruce's resolute words, the group fell silent, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. All right, I have one last question. Are we going to face Clark? Barry asked, a tinge of fear in his voice. Once a hero to him, Clark had now transformed into a nightmare. In Barry's mind, no one on Earth had the courage to confront Superman, especially now that Clark had grown even more powerful. After Barry posed this question, the group's gaze instinctively turned to Lin Feng, who had remained silent throughout. The implication was clear. Within this team, only Lin Feng could face Clark. Lin Feng nodded and spoke. It's not a problem. I will hold Clark back. Diana, hand the kryptonite weapon to Barry, while I distract Clark. Barry, you will put the kryptonite handcuffs on him. It was a sound plan, though Barry appeared somewhat apprehensive. The moment Lin Feng called his name and assigned him the task of cuffing Clark, an uncontrollable surge of fear flashed through him. Me? Oh man, no. It's fine. Just use your speed to slip the cuffs on him. It's quite simple. Lin Feng assured him, patting Barry on the shoulder. Besides, I'll be the one holding Clark back. You can do this, can't you? Trust yourself. You are a superhero. Lin Feng's words uplifted Barry, leaving him momentarily dazed as he muttered to himself. I am a superhero. I am a superhero. It was no wonder Barry felt a rush of excitement at being called a superhero by someone like Superman. Witnessing Lin Feng's encouragement of Barry, Diana shook her head, amused. Lin Feng was indeed correct. With Lin Feng restraining Clark, Barry placed the handcuffs upon him. This was the simplest and least perilous course of action for Barry. As the lead box was thrust into his hands, Diana chuckled. It's up to you now, superhero. Barry felt utterly lost within himself. Bruce observed this scene with amusement. At least the atmosphere before the battle was rather pleasant. Wasn't it? Well then, it is time for us to depart. Chapter 36. the resolution of Clark, the scale of victory within the abandoned nuclear power plant. A towering barrier of crimson energy formed. 3 mother boxes floated before the wasteland wolf, who stood beside Clark, his eyes glowing red. At last, the moment had arrived, a culmination of my long wait. The wasteland wolf appeared to engage in a sacred ritual. Prepare for his arrival. I shall attain salvation. The wasteland wolf could scarcely contain his excitement. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Merge. Become one. The 3 mother boxes radiated a blinding light as they collided. Under the hopeful gaze of the wasteland wolf, the fusion process commenced. The merging emitted a sound wave that rapidly spread across the globe, as if heralding an omen. Simultaneously, the Atlanteans and the daughters of the Amazons gazed towards the mother boxes, their expressions momentarily entranced. A sense of trepidation, mingled with despair, washed over them. Inside the nuclear power plant, demons descended en masse, kneeling respectfully before the mother boxes, awaiting the arrival of Darkseid. Just as the horde bowed, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a second, then a third. The crimson barrier above trembled violently. The wasteland wolf looked up, only to see a massive hole blasted through the barrier, through which a colossal black aircraft surged. Batman and his allies had arrived. The bothersome insects have come. The wasteland wolf seized his axe, his fury ignited by the audacity to disrupt Darkseid's descent. Clark. The wasteland wolf bellowed. Leave none alive. At his command. Clark's eyes blazed with crimson light as a heat ray shot forth towards the aircraft. Yet, from an unexpected angle, another heat ray struck, propelling Clark away just before the aircraft could be hit. It was Lin Feng, who had disembarked from the craft early. The aircraft landed smoothly, and Batman, Diana, and others swiftly exited. Lin Feng dashed towards Clark, while Barry concealed himself behind a building, retrieving kryptonite handcuffs and psyching himself up. Batman, Diana, and Victor pressed forward against the wasteland wolf, hindered by the countless demons that sought to impede their progress. The wasteland wolf shouted, Clark, end this battle swiftly. With the command issued, Clark let out a furious roar. His muscles swelled once more, and in an instant, the ferocious Clark of days past reemerged. With a menacing visage directed at Lin Feng, Clark propelled himself forward with tremendous force. Bring it on, Lin Feng exclaimed internally. As the Superman gauntlet on his wrist ignited with radiant red light, a surge of immense energy flooded into Lin Feng's Superman form. Despite the overwhelming influx, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. The special red kryptonite had more than doubled his abilities. He recalled a phrase, "You have been enhanced. Go now." As Clark approached, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful punch. The Clark who had effortlessly overpowered Lin Feng just the day before was now sent flying, crashing into a nearby building. Immediately, a thick, almost tangible heat ray struck Clark. Lin Feng's heat ray propelled Clark, creating a breach in the building, sending him flying out of the nuclear power station. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped through the opening in pursuit of Clark. Barry stood dumbfounded, gazing at the enormous hole. What was happening? Had Lin Feng grown stronger too? Regaining his senses, Barry vanished from his spot, sprinting after Lin Feng. He had not forgotten that his mission was to assist Lin Feng in restraining Clark with kryptonite handcuffs. With a roar, the battered Clark steadied himself mid-air. Although Lin Feng's heat ray had not inflicted fatal damage, it had caused him excruciating pain. Enraged, Clark unleashed a black-red heat ray. Unfazed, Lin Feng countered with a red heat ray of his own. The two beams collided in midair, reminiscent of a scene from Daylight. However, this time, Lin Feng showed no signs of retreat. The immense energy from the red kryptonite surged through him, seemingly inexhaustible. Boom! An intense explosion erupted at the point of contact, generating a powerful whirlwind. Realizing his heat ray had failed, Clark charged at Lin Feng, throwing a punch. Lin Feng effortlessly sidestepped and retaliated with a forceful strike. With a resounding smack, Clark was sent reeling, crashing to the ground. Lacking self-awareness, it appeared as though Clark's combat experience had abandoned him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng quickly closed the distance. He maneuvered behind Clark, wrapping his arms under Clark's armpits, executing a grappling maneuver to restrain him. Barry, now, Lin Feng shouted. Clark's colossal strength was overwhelming, and Lin Feng could not hold him for long. Time was fleeting. Hearing Lin Feng's call, Barry remained unusually calm and cautious. Sparks crackled around him, and everything seemed to slow, as if frozen in time. As he ran, Barry retrieved the kryptonite handcuffs from his lead box and charged towards Clark. In a terrifying moment, Clark slowly turned his head, black-red light igniting in his eyes. Aimed directly at Barry. In Barry's horrified gaze, Lin Feng acted first. He delivered a powerful headbutt to the back of Clark's skull, causing Clark's head to bow. Severing the heat ray, Barry rushed to stand before Clark, unable to bear the sight of his twisted visage. With a decisive snap, the kryptonite handcuffs clasped around Clark's wrists. Before he could halt his momentum, Barry inadvertently sent Clark and Lin Feng tumbling as he retreated at lightning speed. With another furious roar, Clark knelt down. At that moment, the veins in his arms surged with green energy. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. The kryptonite handcuffs had taken effect, Clark, stripped of his fighting capability, knelt in agony, howling in despair. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Barry, saying, "Well done, Barry." The process was remarkably smooth, without any unforeseen incidents. Having experienced the failure during the day, Lin Feng remained vigilant, attuned to every sound and sight, fearful that another setback might strike him unexpectedly. There was no time to rest. Batman and the others were still engaged in a confrontation with the Wasteland Wolf, and he needed to return to assist them. "Wait here for Victor's signal. I will confront the Wasteland Wolf," Lin Feng reiterated to Barry. Victor required immense electrical power to access the mother box, which necessitated Barry's near-light speed running to aid him. Upon seeing Barry nod in agreement, Lin Feng immediately ascended, soaring back to the nuclear power plant. Within the nuclear facility, Bruce was tirelessly maneuvering amidst the parademons, dispatching them with ease. The parademons proved no match for Batman's prowess. However, their sheer numbers posed a considerable challenge. Victor stood before the mother box, his hands weaving multiple dark lines in an attempt to penetrate its depths. Meanwhile, Diana and Aquaman were besieging the Wasteland Wolf, but the situation was dire. The Wasteland Wolf was far too formidable for the two of them. With a single swing of his axe, Aquaman was sent flying, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. He felt utterly defeated. Ever since the Wasteland Wolf had arrived on Earth, it seemed he had been perpetually on the receiving end of punishment. As the Wasteland Wolf raised his axe again, preparing to strike at Diana, Lin Feng rushed forward, delivering a kick that surpassed the speed of sound, embedding the Wasteland Wolf into the wall. He helped Diana to her feet and shouted, "Victor, Barry is ready. How are you doing?" Upon receiving the news, Victor's spirits lifted, and he accelerated his efforts. Gasping for breath, Diana looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How is Clark?" Lin Feng replied with a smile, "Everything is going smoothly. He has lost his combat capabilities." "Really?" Upon hearing that Clark was incapacitated, a look of joy crossed Diana's face. This was indeed the most significant piece of news since the Wasteland Wolf's invasion of Blue Planet. The Wasteland Wolf had lost its greatest strength, tilting the scales of victory in favor of humanity. Chapter 37, The Savage Beating of the Wolf. The emergence of Darkseid the Savage Wolf fell from the wall, panting heavily. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, he beheld the Kryptonian battle suit adorning Lin Feng. Initially, he paid little heed to this newly appeared Kryptonian, particularly with Clark, a formidable weapon, still at his disposal. However, when the two ventured out, only Lin Feng returned. This sparked an unsettling feeling within the Savage Wolf. "Clark," he bellowed. "Clark, where have you gone?" After calling out twice with no response from Clark, the Savage Wolf's countenance darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a black box, his talisman for controlling Clark, gifted by a mysterious individual allied with his master, Darkseid. The box remained unscathed, enveloped in a dark aura that had not dissipated, indicating his control over Clark was intact. The Savage Wolf pondered in confusion. Why was Clark not appearing? Observing the Savage Wolf's frantic shouts, Lin Feng drifted closer. The sight of Lin Feng clad in his dark Kryptonian attire only deepened the Savage Wolf's displeasure. Yet another Kryptonian. Lin Feng, arms crossed, let out a scoff. "Cease your incessant yelling. Clark has returned to normal. He is no longer under your control. That is impossible." The Savage Wolf glanced again at the unblemished box in his hand. "Oh?" Lin Feng tilted his head with a smile. "You doubt my words? Then why is Clark absent?" The Savage Wolf found himself at a loss for a retort. He understood that the Kryptonian before him spoke a likely truth. "Damn Kryptonian." The Savage Wolf's grotesque face darkened as he cursed, recalling the cloaked figure who had given him the black box. "I knew he was untrustworthy." Enraged, he hurled the box to the ground and stomped on it. If Clark had indeed broken free from his control, what purpose did the box serve? With a resounding crack, the box shattered, releasing a wisp of black smoke that danced in the wind. In an instant, a chilling breeze swept through, as if something had been liberated. Lin Feng observed the crushed box, his eyes flickering with a hint of speculation. Could this be the talisman the system spoke of, capable of controlling Clark? Indeed. In the next moment, Barry's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Hey, guys. It seems Clark has returned to normal." Lin Feng's expression was one of sheer delight. "Barry. This is Lin Feng," he called into the earpiece. "Remove the kryptonite handcuffs from him." "No? Shouldn't we confirm first?" Barry hesitated, noticing the black-red light in Clark's eyes fading. The glowing green hue returned to its normal state, yet he still hesitated to remove the handcuffs, fearing another punch from Clark. Clearly, Barry had developed a psychological aversion to Clark. Sensing Barry's reluctance, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. "Do not worry, Barry. I have confirmed that the device controlling Clark has been destroyed." Lin Feng's words were like a balm to Barry's troubled mind, and he instantly exhaled in relief. "Thank heavens. I shall retrieve him right away." Upon overhearing Lin Feng's conversation with his teammates, the Wasteland Wolf initially felt puzzled, but soon experienced a sudden epiphany. He had been deceived. Clark was merely temporarily restrained and had not lost control. And he had, with his own hands, destroyed the black box that controlled Clark. You damn fool. Enraged, he raised his axe and charged at Lin Feng, bellowing for Darkseid. As the axe swung towards him, Lin Feng was about to evade when a thought struck him. He stood his ground, merely tilting his head. He wished to replicate the narrative from the original tale. He wondered if this could be seen as aiding the convergence of the timelines. Bang! The Wasteland Wolf-S battle axe struck Lin Feng's left shoulder. Lin Feng felt as if he had been gently tapped by a child wielding a stick. He was utterly unharmed, not even a hint of pain. So trivial. Lin Feng scoffed, mimicking the original story. He slightly tilted his head and exhaled a breath of frost towards the battle axe. The axe began to freeze at a visible rate. Bang! With a single punch, Lin Feng shattered the axe into fragments. The Wasteland Wolf stared incredulously at his hands, then back at Lin Feng. In a panic, he attempted to strike, only to be met with a swift kick from Lin Feng that sent him sprawling far away. The Wasteland Wolf, furious, pounded the ground in frustration. Rising to his feet, he charged at Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, soaring to meet him. The Wasteland Wolf's attacks posed no threat to him. The Wasteland Wolf swiped with a claw towards Lin Feng, yet to Lin Feng, it appeared as if in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly evade. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a punch that sent the Wasteland Wolf flying again, hurtling towards Diana. As the Wasteland Wolf approached, Diana shouted with fervor. The two Guardian silver bracelets clashed powerfully. Buzz! A crisp sound echoed, and the sonic waves radiated outward, sending the Wasteland Wolf hurtling away towards Aquaman. Seizing the moment, Aquaman executed a sweeping strike, his trident crashing into the Wasteland Wolf's midsection. The Wasteland Wolf was sent soaring once more, returning toward Lin Feng's direction. He found himself helpless, being tossed back and forth like a volleyball. Lin Feng met the Wasteland Wolf with a heavy punch that launched him into the sky. Subsequently, Lin Feng ascended rapidly, surpassing the Wasteland Wolf in midair, and delivered another punch that sent him crashing towards the ground. This unfolded entirely according to the script of the original film. Before the Wasteland Wolf could regain his footing, Lin Feng descended and struck out again. His eyes glowed crimson, unleashing a scorching heat ray towards the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf cried out in agony as his armor disintegrated under the intense heat. The heat ray seared off one of his horns, eliciting another anguished howl from him. With one final punch, the Wasteland Wolf was thoroughly bewildered, left reeling and unable to collect himself for an extended period. Having resolved the predicament of the Wolf of the Wasteland, Victor successfully connected to the unified force. Barry, I have established a link to the unified force, he exclaimed fervently. I require a substantial amount of electrical current to proceed. Victor's visage contorted in desperation. His connection to the unified force was fleeting, and he needed Barry's assistance to access the mother box. Hurry. Outside, Barry, tirelessly circling, received the urgent message. He surged towards Victor, enveloped in a brilliant blue-white lightning. Clark soared behind him, providing protection. Barry, where are you? Victor, seemingly oblivious to Barry's response, continued to call out loudly. The mother box was on the verge of merging, and without power, he could not gain entry. Meanwhile, Barry kept his head down, racing forward, motivating himself with fervor. Buzz! At the moment when the mother box was about to completely merge, a circular blue portal materialized with a resonant sound, appearing not far from the mother box. Lin Feng, Diana, and Aquaman approached cautiously, their eyes fixed on the portal. Yet, Lin Feng understood well that Darkseid was likely to emerge. The portal gradually took shape, revealing the scene within. As anticipated, several monstrous figures turned to face them. It was indeed Darkseid and his two minions. Caution, host. It is the exile. The system's voice suddenly echoed. Lin Feng's pupils contracted as he noticed an unfamiliar figure beside Darkseid, clad in a black robe that obscured their entire form. Their face remained hidden, rendering their gender indiscernible. Lin Feng realized that this must be the exile referred to by the system. As Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the figure, it appeared to sense his scrutiny. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Lin Feng attempted to pierce through the black robe, but it was utterly impenetrable, causing a heaviness in his heart. The system had not exaggerated. His X-ray vision was ineffective against the exile's garb. Within the portal, Darkseid observed the unfolding events with an impassive expression. Kryptonians. A woman imbued with the power of ancient gods, and an Atlantean wielding a trident. This sight evoked memories of a long-ago battle. He awaited the moment when the mother box would fully merge before stepping through the portal. Darkseid noted that Victor was desperately attempting to thwart the merger. Yet he remained unfazed. He harbored no illusions that the civilization of Blue Planet could prevent the union of the mother box. See, it is on the brink of failure. Darkseid had been in search of the anti-life equation for countless ages. A brief wait was of no consequence to him. Barry, Victor, drenched in cold sweat, cried out once more. There's no time left. The merger is about to be completed. As his words echoed, the next instant felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Lin Feng, with a flash of insight, realized he possessed super speed. Instantly, he recognized that Barry had arrived. Turning his gaze, indeed, Barry was racing in from the nuclear power plant. Above him, the Superman, Clark, had returned to his normal state, safeguarding him. As Lin Feng caught Clark's eye, a complex exchange of glances ensued. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued to follow Barry. In the original narrative, Barry was struck by a creature of chaos, nearly leading to the annihilation of Blue Planet. However, under the vigilant protection of Superman, Barry did not succumb to such an error once more. He successfully made contact with Victor, transmitting the electrical energy to him. In that fleeting moment, Barry found himself within the confines of the mother box. Unfazed by the traps lurking inside, he resolutely tore apart the 3 humanoid forms conjured by the mother boxes, pulling them apart with sheer determination. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the others regained their composure, the merging mother boxes had once again separated into 3, reverting to their original state before the fusion. Chapter 38, The First Encounter with the Exile, Proclaiming Victory. Lin Feng. Victor's voice thundered. Alone, he lacked the strength to sever the entwined powers. Having perused the original narrative, Lin Feng comprehended his intent. In a swift motion, he surged forward, exerting force with both hands against the 2 mother boxes. Empowered by the Crimson Kryptonite, Lin Feng's strength surpassed that of Clark in the original tale by a considerable margin. With a resounding thud, he exerted minimal effort, and the connection among the 3 mother boxes was instantaneously severed, causing them to tumble to the ground, reverting to their inactive state. At this moment, the Wolf of the Wasteland finally regained some composure and rose to his feet. He gingerly touched his head, bloodied hands attesting to his agony and dizziness. The upper layer of his armored scales had been decimated by the heat vision, exposing the flesh beneath. Darkseid, standing behind the portal, observed him with a cold indifference. The mother boxes had reverted to their dormant state, signifying his defeat. The Wolf of the Wasteland felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over him. Once more, he had embarrassed himself before his master. With a furious roar, he directed his wrath towards Lin Feng and his companions, his heart brimming with resentment. He had annihilated countless worlds, yet here he faltered upon a mere blue planet. All under Darkseid's watchful gaze, utterly humiliated, he could only unleash a futile roar, venting his inner fury. In the next moment, his roar was abruptly silenced. The merciless Aquaman struck from behind with a spear, piercing the Wolf of the Wasteland to his core. Blood streamed down the trident, and excruciating pain engulfed the creature. Respecting the original narrative, Lin Feng swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful punch that sent the wolf hurtling toward the portal. Diana followed suit, leaping to deliver a downward strike, severing the grotesque head from the body. In a swift combination of attacks from the group, the wolf's body and head were cast into the portal, rolling a few times before coming to rest. Darkseid, with a foot planted upon the rolling head, exerted tremendous force. The last remaining horn of the wolf was shattered beneath his heel, and the light faded from its eyes, breath extinguished. This battle for the invasion of the Blue Planet concluded with a resounding victory for Earth. Lin Feng, Batman, Diana, and the others approached the portal, gazing resolutely at Darkseid. Their message was unequivocal. You come here, and you shall remain forever. Darkseid, panting heavily, simmered with unresolved fury. He had failed once more. The mother boxes lay disassembled, and the energy-depleted portal began to close slowly. Unbeknownst to anyone, a thread so fine it was nearly invisible stealthily evaded the attention of the gathered heroes, slipping into Lin Feng's body. Observing the portal's closure, Darkseid turned to the figure beside him, entirely shrouded in a dark cloak. He struggled to suppress his rage. Exile, is this what you call an absence of unforeseen circumstances? A piercing voice emerged from beneath the cloak. Are you questioning me, Darkseid? Darkseid, filled with fury, fixed his gaze upon the cloaked figure, choosing silence. He still required the exile's assistance and was reluctant to provoke him. Rest assured, the exile's sharp voice echoed once more. That meddler shall not have it easy. Upon finishing his words, the exile gradually vanished from sight, leaving only the unbridled fury of Darkseid without an outlet. I have long foreseen this, Darkseid intoned. The Wasteland Wolf shall meet with failure. My lord, now that the mother box is destroyed, how do you intend to reclaim your prize? Darkseid cast a cold glance at him. The anti-life equation has been located. I will acquire it at all costs, even if it requires ancient methods. As the portal sealed shut, Lin Feng was greeted by the melodious chime of the system announcing his reward. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission to save the DC world. Now, let us tally the rewards. This time, the host has earned a prestige value of 10 million. Mission evaluation, Grade A, reward prestige of 10 million points. An additional 8 million points granted from the World S Convergence. The host has a total prestige value of 28 million points. Nice. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting such a bountiful reward, an impressive 28 million points. Indeed. High risks yield high returns. He marveled, feeling that this was a significant profit. Coupled with his original 10 million, Lin Feng now boasted just over 40 million prestige points. The prospect of exchanging for the Silver Superman template was just around the corner. With the threat from Blue Star finally dissipating, Batman and the others gradually relaxed. Driven by a sense of duty and honor, they braced against every calamity that befell Blue Star. The group gathered and ascended the tall tower to greet the dawn. As the sun rose, Clark stepped forward, standing before them all. With a hint of remorse, he spoke, "I apologize, everyone. I have witnessed all that I did. It is hard to believe that it was me." As he spoke, Clark lowered his head, filled with guilt. Though he had been controlled, all his actions remained etched in his memory, leaving him with profound shame. The group exchanged glances, understanding that no one blamed Clark. He had been manipulated. His actions were not of his own volition. Diana stepped forward to offer comfort. "It is not your fault, Clark. We all know you were under control." Clark looked up at Diana, her gaze filled with sincerity, which alleviated some of his guilt. Bruce also approached, extending his hand but hesitating in midair. After a moment, he gently patted Clark on the shoulder. "It's good to have you back, Clark." "Bruce." Clark recalled the moment he unleashed his heat vision, nearly costing Bruce his life. Barry stepped forward as well, looking at Clark with earnestness. "As long as you are back to your true self, you will always be my idol." Aquaman and Victor were not well acquainted with Clark. They merely nodded in his direction, perceiving that none of them bore him any resentment. Clark's heart was a tempest of emotions. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the unfamiliar yet familiar compatriot with whom he had exchanged blows. Noticing Clark's attention, Lin Feng approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Let us make each other's acquaintance. I am Lin Feng." Clark shook his hand, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Are you also a Kryptonian?" Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head. He understood Clark's solitude, the weight of being the last of his kind, a burden few could fathom. Observing Clark's confusion, Lin Feng elucidated, "I indeed possess Kryptonian blood, yet I am not a Kryptonian from this universe. I hail from an alternate universe." Clark, taken aback by Lin Feng's revelation, inquired, "Could you elaborate on that?" "Certainly, Clark. However, I believe we should first take a moment to rest. Moreover, you ought to return and reunite with Martha and Lois." Lin Feng's words triggered a memory of his mother and girlfriend in Clark's mind. "Yes, I must see them." He realized he had been granted a second chance at life and yearned to reunite with his mother and fulfill his proposal. Lois had yet to provide her answer. Glimpsing at Batman and the others, Clark's intention was clear. Batman stepped forward, patting his shoulder once more. "Go on, Clark. First, meet with them. Then ensure you rest well. Once you have recuperated, come find us at the base." Clark nodded and ascended into the sky, vanishing from their sight. Once Clark departed, Bruce turned to Lin Feng. "Would you care to stay at my villa for a few days? Surely, you are not planning to return just yet. Allow us to host you for a while." Lin Feng had played a pivotal role in the recent invasion battle. Without him restraining Clark, their chances of victory would have plummeted to near zero. Diana chimed in, "Indeed. Lin Feng, how about I show you around Metropolis? I know many delightful eateries. I can take you to savor some culinary delights." Barry also joined in the invitation. Seeing their enthusiastic offers, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "That sounds splendid. I shall remain here for a few days. Moreover, I intend to share some knowledge about Krypton with Clark." He resolved to enlighten Clark about the existence of other Kryptonians across numerous universes, alleviating the burden of isolation from his mind. "I appreciate your hospitality during these days," Lin Feng expressed gratefully. The group smiled and nodded in response. "Not at all a bother, Lin," Diana replied with a grin. "Now, let us return and rest. I believe everyone is weary," Bruce suggested. Having just been struck by a demon-like weapon, feeling a twinge of pain, he needed Alfred to prepare some cold compresses for him. Chapter 39 After the War. Clark extended an invitation to the crew whose aircraft had tragically crashed. Fortunately, Bruce managed to contact another helicopter. By the time everyone returned to Bruce's base, it was already noon. After enjoying lunch, Bruce arranged several rooms for the group to rest. After 2 days of intense combat, even those with physiques far superior to the average would feel fatigued. The others gratefully accepted the offer without hesitation. However, Lin Feng chose not to rest at Bruce's estate. He requested some funds from Bruce and departed alone. Upon leaving, Lin Feng selected a serene beach. Adorned with sunglasses, he reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sunlight while listening to the soothing sound of the waves. Simply lying in the sun was sufficient to rejuvenate his energy and vitality, a most convenient arrangement. The ocean breeze wafted in, occasionally accompanied by the calls of seagulls and the murmurs of beachgoers. Lin Feng reveled in this atmosphere. How delightful it would be if Susan were by his side at this moment. Perhaps upon returning, he could take Susan on a seaside vacation. As thoughts of Susan crossed his mind, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the Superman wristband on his wrist. He resolved to gift the other wristband to Susan upon his return, along with a piece of platinum kryptonite. This would ensure her safety, alleviating any concerns. Moreover, he could customize the wristbands into a couple's design. Lin Feng cherished the wristband. Bored with sunbathing, Lin Feng perused the system store, eager to see if any special kryptonite was available. Having used it once before, he was genuinely impressed by its effects. If available, he contemplated purchasing several pieces for future needs. Upon opening the store, he was met with an unexpected item, Black Widow's original lingerie. On special for 5 prestige points. Lin Feng's lips twitched. He recalled it previously being priced at 10 prestige points. He dismissed it and continued searching for what he required. After some effort, he indeed found what he sought. Special red kryptonite at 1 million prestige points per piece and special platinum kryptonite at 2 million prestige points each. The prices seemed reasonable, not overly exorbitant. The platinum kryptonite could grant an ordinary person Superman's abilities for 2 hours, which, by all accounts, was not a bad deal. Continuing his search, he discovered a variety of kryptonite types. Among them was the cheapest option, special gold kryptonite, priced at 200,000 prestige points per piece, with the effect of rendering the wearer devoid of all Superman abilities for a duration of 12 hours. Lin Feng was taken aback. How can there be such kryptonite? He pondered. System, why can I not find the Superman wristband? After searching for a considerable time without success, he inquired aloud. What do you need it for? Didn't the big gift pack provide you with 2? I wish to know if having several would allow for the installation of additional kryptonite, enhancing my strength. That will not be the case, host. What if I wear 2 wristbands, one with platinum kryptonite on the left hand and one with gold kryptonite on the right? What would happen? Lin Feng's curiosity ignited. The gold kryptonite would nullify all Superman abilities, while the platinum kryptonite would bestow them upon an ordinary person. What would occur if both were worn simultaneously? Once such curiosity emerged, the urge to experiment became irresistible. The system responded with a perplexed expression. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng cast a hesitant glance at the kryptonite stones in the shop. His fingers hovered indecisively, contemplating whether to purchase or not. Ultimately, he chose to forego the acquisition. Perhaps it was for the best. Lin Feng sighed, pondering the potential waste of several million prestige points should an explosion occur. Such curiosity seemed hardly worth the cost. By the way, system, do you have any Superman bracelets available for sale? I have yet to find one. The system promptly responded. The Superman bracelet is available in the level 2 shop, priced at 2 million prestige points each. Why is a single bracelet so exorbitantly priced? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. The Superman bracelet not only accommodates gem installations but also enhances the efficiency of solar radiation absorption. Lin Feng mused that such a function hardly justified the 2 million prestige points. The system swiftly clarified Lin Feng's confusion. This price is not exorbitant. The system explained, the Superman bracelet is several times sturdier than vibranium. Moreover, the bracelet possesses a degree of deformation capability, expanding to cover your entire forearm, thereby significantly amplifying your efficiency in absorbing solar radiation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. There is that functionality? He gazed at the bracelet in his hand, a thought crossing his mind. In an instant, the bracelet flowed like water, swiftly ascending along Lin Feng's wrist. Before long, it enveloped his entire forearm, resembling a sleek black sleeve. Lin Feng felt invigorated. Indeed, the efficiency of radiation absorption had increased, surpassing the previous form of the bracelet by several folds. What a remarkable item! Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, yet wondered if its value truly was limited to 2 million prestige points. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's doubts, the system re-emerged to elucidate. Host, your Superman bracelet is not merely capable of housing kryptonite. It can also accommodate 6 infinity stones. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, though only for an instant. Did not Iron Man also create gloves embedded with infinity stones? Very well, you may choose not to purchase. The system appeared momentarily speechless, leaving behind a parting remark before falling silent. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, deeming the merchant unscrupulous. He continued to browse through the shop, discovering numerous items both familiar and foreign, with values ranging from a few prestige points to millions. He even spotted the 50 Malawian kwaches, the nanosuit crafted by Tony Stark. However, it was in the level 2 shop, and the icon was grayed out, indicating it was unavailable for purchase. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, planning to acquire a set once the level 2 shop privileges were unlocked. Few boys could resist the allure of an Iron Man suit, and he was no exception. Suddenly, as Lin Feng perused the shop, searching for any peculiar items, the beachgoers grew agitated, interrupting his shopping experience. It's Superman. It truly is Superman. The Man of Steel has arrived. The tourists collectively gazed skyward, exclaiming with excitement. Lin Feng, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, also heard the unusual sound of something slicing through the air. As he looked up, Clark had already soared above him. Clad not in a superhero costume, but rather in casual home attire, he elicited a sense of bewilderment from Lin Feng. What could Clark possibly be up to? Upon descending, Clark greeted the surrounding tourists with a smile before turning his gaze towards Lin Feng. I apologize for locating you in such an unconventional manner. However, I inquired with Bruce. And he mentioned that you do not have any contact information. Lin Feng scratched his head. Indeed, he had not brought along any communication devices, such as a mobile phone. It would be quite challenging for these individuals to find him, let alone reach out. All right then. Clark shrugged, inquiring. Is there something you need to discuss with me? Clark nodded affirmatively. You mentioned wanting to share some information regarding Kryptonians. Is it that urgent? Lin Feng was taken aback that Clark sought him out again so soon after only half a day. Once more, Clark nodded, expressing a hint of regret. I wasn't aware of when you would depart, Lin. After returning home, he had spent little time with his mother and girlfriend before seeking out Lin Feng again. The moments spent with family could always wait until Lin Feng left. This line of reasoning was sound, and Lin Feng found it difficult to counter. Well, I have nothing pressing at the moment, he stated, rising to his feet. Shall we converse here? The beachgoers had formed a near impenetrable circle around the two, their awe and trepidation toward Clark making them hesitant to approach. Certainly not. Follow me. With that, Clark ascended into the sky, heading in a particular direction. Observing this, Lin Feng shook his head and gradually took to the air, trailing after him, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers, some of whom were left in bewilderment. Are there two superheroes? Chapter 40. Speculations about Kara. Lin Feng's return. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Clark would escort him to the farm, the very property that had been seized by the bank due to his mother's inability to repay the loan. As Clark descended, he opened the door and beckoned Lin Feng to enter. Upon stepping inside, Lin Feng observed that most of the furniture had been removed, leaving only a table and a few chairs. Clark, somewhat sheepishly, remarked, Bruce helped me with the paperwork. I'll be able to return here soon. Please. Have a seat while I prepare you a cup of coffee. He gestured toward the chairs. Lin Feng, undeterred, sat down and surveyed the place where Clark had spent his childhood. And your mother? Lin Feng inquired. Yes, with Louise. Once the paperwork is finalized, we'll need to move the furniture back, Clark replied. Lin Feng nodded, appreciating the serene environment of Clark's residence, a quaint two-story house nestled within the farm. He had once envisioned a life like this, yet before his journey, such a place was beyond his means. However, with the assistance of a wealthy friend, Lin Feng now resided in a larger abode, albeit lacking the natural tranquility that Clark's surroundings offered. Coffee. Clark approached with 2 cups, taking a seat across from Lin Feng. As Lin Feng lifted his cup and took a sip, he found it scalding. Yet, for someone like Superman, it was inconsequential. Setting the cup down, Lin Feng nodded at Clark. Feel free to ask me anything. I will share what I know. Clark cradled his cup, hesitatingly stating, I wish to know if I am truly the only one with Kryptonian blood in this world. In a bid to save Earth, Clark had once snapped Zod's neck. While this act was deemed just in the eyes of Earth, it cast Clark as the executioner of his last Kryptonian kin among his own people, excluding himself, of course. This realization left Clark in a state of confusion for quite some time, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of solitude. Thankfully, he had Martha and Louise by his side. Without them, he often wondered if he would have emerged from his disorientation. Perhaps he would have, but the duration of that journey remained uncertain. Lin Feng had anticipated Clark's inquiry and was not taken aback by it. To my knowledge, you are indeed the last Kryptonian in this universe. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Clark's eyes. Is that truly the case? He murmured, slowly stirring his coffee cup, lost in thought. This was, after all, a conclusion he had come to expect. From the moment Zod arrived on Earth, Clark had been aware of Krypton's destruction, and it was then that he lost his biological parents. It was only after he had dealt with Zod himself that Clark fully comprehended he was the final survivor of Krypton. Yet, Lin Feng's presence had sparked a glimmer of hope within him, as they shared the same superhero attire and abilities. For a fleeting moment, he had entertained the notion that perhaps a community of Kryptonians existed unbeknownst to him. However, the outcome revealed that Lin Feng was not a Kryptonian from this universe. Sensing Clark's disappointment, Lin Feng shook his head with a hint of amusement. He understood the profound loneliness that Clark felt, stemming from being the last of his kind. Imagine, if one were to be the sole human remaining in the vastness of the cosmos, how isolating and despairing that would be. Clark, are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? Lin Feng inquired, subtly prompting Clark. Parallel universes? Clark paused at Lin Feng's question, momentarily taken aback before nodding. I was aware of it before, but I thought it was merely speculation until I encountered you. Only then did I come to believe in the existence of parallel universes. As Lin Feng maintained a silent smile, a thought flickered in Clark's mind. Could there exist other Kryptonians in these parallel universes? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, indeed. In countless parallel universes, numerous Kryptonians exist. Clark, you are not alone. To my knowledge, in one of those parallel realms, there exists another version of you. And that version has a cousin. A cousin? Clark's gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. With each word from Lin Feng, Clark's eyes gradually sparkled with the joy of discovering he still had kin, albeit in a different universe. Yes, her name is Kara Zor-El, Lin Feng continued. In that universe, Krypton 2 faced its impending doom, and Kara Zor-El was sent to Earth to safeguard the version of you that exists in that world. However, her spacecraft was caught in an explosion and fell into a phantom dimension. It wasn't until 24 years later that she inadvertently crash-landed on Earth. She, like you in that world, protects the Earth and its citizens. At this juncture, Lin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow and fell silent. What is it, Lin Feng? Clark, who had been engrossed in the narrative, noticed Lin Feng's abrupt pause and inquired with curiosity. Lin Feng offered no response. He suddenly recalled the striking similarities between characters in parallel worlds. Although the films provided no information on this aspect, the existence of Kara Zor-El in one parallel universe led him to ponder whether she might also exist in this realm. Lin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to share this conjecture with Clark. To voice it would undoubtedly rekindle hope within Clark, yet if this universe lacked the presence of Kara Zor-El, Clark would inevitably face disappointment once more. Lin Feng, please, speak your mind. Clark discerned Lin Feng's hesitation and urged him directly. He suspected that Lin Feng was contemplating something pertinent to his own existence. Lin Feng regarded Clark, his expression a tapestry of complexity, pleading, hopeful, and grave. With a sigh, Lin Feng ultimately conveyed his speculation. As anticipated, this hypothesis resonated deeply with Clark. His mind began to race, contemplating how he might locate his cousin if indeed she existed in this world. However, the information available was exceedingly scarce. Clark pondered for an extended period, yet to no avail. He could not help but inquire once more of Lin Feng. Do you possess any means to assist me in verifying the existence of my cousin? Lin Feng shook his head, unable to ascertain Kara's existence. Ultimately, he offered but a solitary suggestion. You might consider basking in the sun across the cosmos, Clark. With greater strength, matters often become more manageable. If you cannot determine her existence now, then strive to become more formidable. Oh, and do keep an eye on Barry. That lad is quite the sprinter, Lin Feng remarked, winking at Clark, his words laden with significance. Who knows, he might just dash into another universe one day. Having finished his coffee, Lin Feng rose to bid farewell. He had divulged all the information he possessed, hoping that Kara truly existed in this universe. Providing Clark with a semblance of kinship, Clark accompanied him to the door, and Lin Feng waved before soaring into the sky. In the following 2 days, Diana guided Lin Feng on a tour of Metropolis, while Barry treated him to a plethora of culinary delights. Aquaman Arthur proposed an adventure to the depths of the ocean to catch fish, and even Bruce inquired about his needs. Only Victor remained relatively composed, gifting Lin Feng a pair of headphones he had crafted himself. The headphones bore the iconic S-shield of Superman, as Victor believed that being Superman was quite taxing. And this meticulously designed high-quality pair would offer Lin Feng a moment of relaxation. Truthfully, Lin Feng was tempted to jest that his own world possessed such items. He was not unfamiliar with the finer things in life. However, out of respect for their kindness, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. After 2 days of exuberant revelry, under the watchful gazes of numerous superheroes, Lin Feng stepped through the portal, bidding adieu to the DC Universe. Chapter 41. Homecoming, Sky, Susan, Rumors, Marvel Universe. In the night sky of the twisting waste, a shimmering portal suddenly materialized. As the light faded, Lin Feng gradually appeared suspended in midair. During this season, darkness descended rather early. Lin Feng retrieved his phone. While on a mission in DC, he had stored it in the system's space. He had forgotten to check whether the Marvel phone could be used in DC. Glancing at the time, it was just past 7 in the evening. Lin Feng noted the date. Over a week had elapsed since his departure. He had spent approximately 4 or 5 days in DC. It appeared that the flow of time differed between the two worlds, roughly calculated to be at a ratio of 2:1. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that it had not exceeded the 10 days Susan had mentioned. Putting away his phone, Lin Feng discerned his surroundings. The system had not transported him back to his point of departure, but had instead opened a portal above the twisting waste. Not minding this, he activated the invisibility feature of his ring and leisurely flew towards his villa. The lights of the villa were illuminated, indicating that Susan was home. Ever since they became a couple, Lin Feng had urged Susan to terminate her rental contract and move in with him, under the pretense of not wasting money. As for his true motives, those in the know would understand. Descending gracefully, Lin Feng opened the door. The living room was lit but devoid of any occupants. However, sounds emanated from the kitchen. A sly grin crossed his face as he stealthily approached. Yet, midway, he halted, his smile fading. An unfamiliar woman with black hair was cooking, her back turned to him. Clearly not Susan, as their heights differed. Puzzled, Lin Feng wondered what was happening. A burglar? Unlikely. Who would break in just to cook? Just as he prepared to inquire, the woman spoke first. Susan, dinner's ready. She ladled the cooked food onto a plate, calling upstairs. Turning to face him, she too was taken aback. Their eyes met, frozen in surprise. Sky? Lin Feng exclaimed instinctively, recognizing her features. You know me. Sky gasped, her gaze flickering. Indeed. The black-haired woman was Sky, the Quake from the Marvel Universe. At this moment, Sky had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng recalled that she was supposed to join after the timeline of the first Avengers. Currently, Sky was likely still a rebellious spirit opposing S.H.I.E.L.D., a skilled hacker at that. However, this was of little consequence. Why was Sky in his home? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and directly inquired. What are you doing in my house? Sky slowly placed the plate on the dining table, her mind racing to concoct a plausible lie, while her curiosity surged. They had virtually no prior interactions. Why does Lin Feng know her name? Lin Feng gazed calmly at her movements, awaiting an explanation. Fortunately, he was aware that she had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, he might have suspected that the black egg was up to his mischief again. Before Sky could speak, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Susan descended, and upon unexpectedly spotting Lin Feng, she exclaimed, Lin, and rushed into his embrace. You're back. Lin Feng, caught off guard by her sudden affection, felt no joy. He keenly detected a hint of grievance in Susan's tone. A sense of unease gripped his heart, and he furrowed his brow. What was the matter? Had she been wronged? Gently, he pushed Susan away from him. Indeed, her eyes were red-rimmed, her expression one of clear distress. It was evident she had been crying. In an instant, Lin Feng's demeanor turned icy. Susan, what's wrong? Who has bullied you? Her teary eyes resembled those of a forlorn rabbit. Pouting, she looked up at Lin Feng, resembling an injured creature. I was fired from the company. The words tumbled out, laden with indignation. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated her dismissal. What was there to cry about? With her connections in the Superman news sphere, finding another station should be effortless. But then, a sudden realization struck him. Something felt amiss. Susan possessed extensive resources regarding Superman's news, with nearly every station featuring headlines captured by her. In the eyes of the public, Susan had become Superman's exclusive reporter. How could a station possibly choose to dismiss her? Surely, there must be some hidden agenda at play. The most likely scenario was that someone was targeting Susan, scheming against her. Otherwise, even if she were dismissed, she should feel anger rather than sorrow. The thought of Susan potentially being wronged ignited a fierce flame within Lin Feng. He lowered his head, tenderly wiping away her tears. There, what's the matter? His gentle words concealed a trace of anger. Supporting Susan as she sat at the dining table, he inquired once more, Tell me, why did the station fire you? Enveloped in Lin Feng's embrace, Susan felt her emotion stirred by his soft voice. The grievances she had endured surged forth anew, overwhelming the composure she had managed to maintain. The resolve she had tried to uphold seemed to have vanished into thin air. With a quivering voice, she began, They said I'm. Suddenly, before she could finish, Susan buried her head in Lin Feng's chest, succumbing to uncontrolled sobs. Lin Feng had never encountered such a scene before. His limbs felt utterly at a loss. His hands hovered in the air, unsure of what to do. Her tears extinguished the anger within him. Goodness, how much had this girl suffered? Lin Feng felt the fabric of his shirt dampen from her tears. He turned his head, glancing around in search of a tissue, but was firmly embraced by Susan, unable to move. Here, a feminine voice chimed as a tissue box was handed over. It was Sky, who had been momentarily overlooked by Lin Feng, her presence overshadowed by Susan's distress. Lin Feng, his thoughts consumed by Susan's plight, had forgotten about the inexplicable appearance of Sky in his home. He cast a brief glance at Sky, accepted the tissues with a nod of thanks, and then proceeded to pull out 2 sheets to wipe Susan's tears. The mucus had bubbled forth, sticking to Lin Feng's shirt, leaving him in a state of amused exasperation. Susan, acutely aware of her own embarrassing situation, felt a flush of crimson rise to her cheeks. I'm so sorry, she managed, sitting up straight and allowing Lin Feng to continue wiping her tears, despite the persistent hiccups of sobbing that escaped her. Witnessing this, Sky sighed and took a seat opposite them. Allow me to explain the situation, she began. Lin Feng continued his ministrations, casting a glance at Sky and nodding in acknowledgement. Sky elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Susan's dismissal from the station, revealing that a rumor had circulated after a luxury car from Stark Industries was spotted picking her up from work. The gossip suggested that Susan had become involved with Tony Stark. At this revelation, Lin Feng paused, his movements halting. I was the one who picked up Susan. I am also a shareholder in Stark Industries. How could they jump to such conclusions? He said, turning gently to Susan. Darling, didn't you explain? I did, Susan stammered through her tears. But they insisted you were just the driver. They wouldn't believe my explanation. They even said I had an improper relationship with Superman. They claimed I could take his picture because I had climbed into his bed. At that, Susan broke down once more, her sobs growing more intense. She felt utterly wronged, having worked so diligently and contributed immensely to the station's headlines, only to find that none of her colleagues believed her. She couldn't fathom what she had done to deserve such treatment. As Lin Feng listened to Susan's fragmented account, a resurgence of indignation surged within him. How could such malicious rumors have arisen? Chapter 42. The Unfathomable Malice. Lin Feng encounters a dilemma. Sky produced a laptop seemingly from nowhere. Mere rumors were insufficient to compel the station to dismiss Susan. She powered on the device, retrieving certain information and displaying it for Lin Feng's scrutiny. Take a look at this. Lin Feng's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon the screen. The subsequent content caused his pupils to constrict in disbelief. Rumors concerning Susan had infiltrated numerous forums and sensational news outlets. BBC Radio's Susan Carter allegedly enjoying a night with Tony Stark. Where do Superman's rumors about Susan Carter originate? A journalist rising through physical means. Susan Carter. Superman's commentary on Susan Carter playing both sides. Iron Man and Superman engage in a contest for her affections. Lin Feng glared at these headlines with seething fury, each one more absurd than the last. The most popular comment boasted nearly 10 million likes, consisting almost entirely of images related to Susan. Photos of Susan stepping out of a luxury vehicle bearing Stark Industries insignia, strolling with Superman on a city street. And even a fabricated image of them kissing were prominently displayed. Lin Feng recognized the kissing photograph as a digital fabrication. However, that did not deter the public's rampant speculation and doubt. Such is the nature of the internet. Once an incident gains traction, bolstered by photographic evidence and the endorsement of BBC Radio, few take the time to verify the authenticity of the images. Sky clicked the mouse, navigating to the Superman forum. An avalanche of posts continuously refreshed, filled with comments and discussions. Many awaited Superman's account, while others fervently defended him. Lin Feng's expression had never been more grave. Susan instinctively hunched her shoulders, feeling the air around them grow notably colder. Someone is orchestrating these rumors. Lin Feng's voice emerged hoarse with suppressed rage. Sky nodded in agreement. You are correct. She clicked the mouse once more, revealing two photographs on the screen. According to my investigation, these two individuals are behind it. Who are they? Lin Feng inquired, his voice icy, the inexplicable malice within him flaring brightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Susan had never witnessed Lin Feng's wrath to such an extent. She timidly tugged at his sleeve, fear evident in her demeanor. Lin Feng remained oblivious to her small gesture, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his cold eyes piercing through the images as if they were corpses. Sky scrolled the mouse, bringing forth their profiles. The portly man with prominent features was named John, the nephew of the BBC station's boss. Sky enlarged John's photograph, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. He is the mastermind behind this affair. My investigation indicates he has pursued Susan multiple times, only to be rejected. After Susan confirmed her relationship with you, John made a scene in the office, ultimately embarrassing himself. I believe this is his motive, Sky deduced. The notion of destruction stemming from unfulfilled desires is one that Sky has frequently encountered online. After speaking, Sky opened another photograph. This elderly woman, named Flora, is one of John's mistresses, and she is responsible for providing much of the information to John. Strictly speaking, she can be considered one of the masterminds behind this rumor. She once requested Susan to relinquish the news about the superhero to her, but Susan refused. According to my investigation, this elderly woman harbors intense jealousy. Susan is beautiful, kind-hearted, and enjoys significant popularity and status within the superhero information network. Coupled with Susan's denial of her request, Flora has since held a grudge against her. As Sky continued, she opened another image, which depicted the comment that garnered a staggering 10 million likes. From my investigation, this comment was orchestrated by Flora, who hired individuals to generate it. They also employed a multitude of trolls, with many of the malicious photographs originating from their efforts. That's the gist of the situation. Sky ceased speaking, taking a sip from her cup as she awaited Lin Feng to process this information. Lin Feng gazed coldly at the details presented. After a while, he turned his piercing gaze back to Sky and, through gritted teeth, inquired, Sky, with your formidable hacking skills, why not eliminate this information? His voice brimmed with barely contained fury, his expression frigidly indifferent. Sky was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a question from Lin Feng. Upon meeting his gaze, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The coldness, the fury, and the sharp intensity of his eyes sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her momentarily speechless. A single phrase lodged in her throat, accompanied by a sense that a poor response could prove fatal in an instant. She was unsure why this feeling arose, yet beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Lin, what are you saying? Do you know Kay? Susan interjected from the side, her disbelief evident as she regarded Lin Feng. How could he blame an innocent person? She understood Lin Feng's character and sensed that he was unusually irate today, an abnormal level of anger. Her name is Kay, not Sky, Lin. Susan grasped Lin Feng's arm in an attempt to clarify. Kay has been tirelessly assisting me. She is my best friend. What is wrong with you tonight, Lin? You seem off. Susan's reddened eyes reflected her concern as she looked at Lin Feng. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng became acutely aware that he was indeed out of sorts. The inexplicable rage seemed to nod his rationality. And what was even more troubling was his inability to restrain it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, managing to force a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. "I'm sorry, Sky. I didn't mean it. I'm just overly worried about Susan." As soon as the words left his lips, the pressure bearing down on Sky abruptly lifted, and the sensation of being scrutinized by death gradually dissipated. Sky exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. A bitter smile crept onto her lips as she explained, "It's not that I didn't offer my assistance. But by the time I realized the situation, it had already become quite precarious. The rumors had already begun to brew extensively by then. They orchestrated a simultaneous release of numerous articles across the internet, forums, personal shows, and news outlets, resulting in an overwhelming surge of misinformation. Even if we were to contain it now, it would be futile." Sky sighed, acknowledging that her hacking skills were unparalleled. However, for something that had already taken root, her intervention would only arouse further suspicion, potentially yielding counterproductive results. She continued, "If we wish to put an end to this rumor, we must procure more compelling evidence. At the very least, we need Tony Stark and Superman to clarify the situation. Yet, for us, this is undoubtedly a formidable challenge." At this juncture, Sky shook her head. "Let us not even discuss whether Tony Stark would be willing to clarify this matter. We cannot even reach Superman." With a sigh, Sky lamented that her hacking skills were her only asset at this point. Assisting Susan in identifying the instigator was already her utmost limit. After Sky finished speaking, Susan discreetly glanced at Lin Feng. Although Kay was her closest friend, she had not divulged to Kay that Lin Feng was Superman. She believed this was Lin Feng's private matter, and if he chose not to reveal it, Susan would respect his decision. Respect, after all, must be mutual. Noticing the silence between the two, Sky began typing rapidly on her computer. "You need not worry excessively. After all, Susan is my best friend. I have devised another clarification plan, albeit a more complex one with somewhat less efficacy, yet it is a necessity." Sky was aware that Stark and Superman were not easily persuaded, which is why she had conceived an alternative solution, albeit inferior to the first. Lin Feng, feeling restless, interrupted her by tapping his fingers impatiently on the table. "We don't need a second plan. Let us go with a better one. I will contact Stark to clarify. As for Superman, he will also make an appearance. Whether it's for a video shoot or a press conference specifically for this matter, they will not refuse." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Sky was taken aback. She looked at Susan, then back at Lin Feng. Could it be that her best friend's boyfriend was truly this formidable? Surely he wasn't boasting? Regardless of Sky's thoughts, Lin Feng had already formulated a plan in his mind. "Susan, stay at home and keep safe. I'll be stepping out." With that, Lin Feng strode toward the exit. "Lin, where are you going?" Susan called after him. Lin Feng turned his head, his expression somewhat menacing. "I'm going to snap those two vile individuals' necks." Chapter 43, Dark Magic? A visit to the Ancient One. Regardless of Sky's thoughts, Lin Feng had already formulated a plan in his mind. "Susan, stay at home and be well. I shall be stepping out for a moment." With that, Lin Feng strode purposefully towards the exit. "Lin, where are you going?" Susan called out from behind. Lin Feng turned, his expression somewhat menacing. "I am going to snap the necks of those two wretches." The words left his mouth, nearly sending Susan's spirit into a frenzy. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's waist and pulling him back. "No, Lin, calm down. You will end up in jail." She believed Lin Feng had truly lost his mind. After venturing out, Lin Feng returned as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He chuckled softly, indeed contemplating the fate of those instigators. Yet he had not succumbed to madness. He understood that such actions were not the optimal solution. Amused, he gently pried Susan's arms away. "I was joking, you silly girl. I am off to consult with Tony Stark regarding this matter." Susan gazed into his eyes. "You promise you won't deceive me?" All right, I promise," Lin Feng replied helplessly, meeting her gaze. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Susan finally felt a sense of reassurance. She had genuinely been alarmed by Lin Feng's earlier outburst. Who was Lin Feng? A Superman. If he truly intended to break someone's neck, few could stand in his way. However, resorting to such violence could tarnish Lin Feng's image in the eyes of the public, a consequence Susan wished to avoid. Lin Feng was aware of this as well. While snapping their necks may be straightforward, the subsequent repercussions could spiral out of control. If things went awry, Susan could find herself embroiled in even greater controversy. "If it gets too late, I shall sleep at Tony's place," Lin Feng declared. "Do not worry about me," Susan nodded. "Remember your promise. Do not act impulsively." Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Susan, he dashed to a secluded corner. The black suit materialized, and Lin Feng soared into the sky, leaving behind a series of sonic booms. Soon, he ascended beyond the atmosphere, entering outer space. The sunlight bathed him, and the fiery turmoil within his heart began to dissipate. System. Lin Feng closed his eyes and called out, "Is there an issue with my body?" He harbored suspicions in his mind, though uncertainty lingered. The system remained silent, merely presenting a video that began to play. The footage depicted Lin Feng's experiences within the DC universe. He stood before a portal alongside Diana and others. On the other side of the portal lurked Darkseid and his minions. As the camera zoomed in, Lin Feng observed intently. The mother box had been separated, and the portal was slowly closing. Yet, the individuals in the scene remained oblivious to an almost imperceptible black line that slithered across from the portal, silently attaching itself to Lin Feng. The video reached its conclusion, leaving Lin Feng with a somber expression, though his mind was clear. Just as he had suspected. Someone had tampered with him. Was it that exile? Lin Feng murmured to himself. At that moment, the system chimed in. Indeed, it was that exile. I had warned you to be cautious of the exile. Is this how you exhibit caution? The system questioned with evident irritation. Lin Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had just emerged from a battle. How was I to notice such a faint black line? Why didn't you alert me? You must have noticed it at the time, right? Lin Feng retorted, shifting the blame onto the system. Since the system possessed this footage, it must have detected the black line at that moment. However, the lack of a warning felt rather inconsiderate. The system scoffed. Not alerting you was intended to teach you a lesson. After being caught off guard once, you will be more vigilant next time. I have stated that every exile should not be underestimated, the system continued. They may not appear frequently, but each appearance ensnares some unsuspecting individuals. Those ensnared are invariably careless like you. The system's remarks left Lin Feng speechless. All right. I indeed let my guard down, Lin Feng conceded. Scratching his head in acknowledgement of his oversight, he recognized that the fault lay primarily with him, despite possessing superhuman abilities. Lin Feng's combat experience and attitude towards adversaries still required growth and refinement. The system's approach was justifiable. Only through hardship does one learn to be cautious. What exactly was that black line? Lin Feng inquired. Why do I constantly feel an insatiable malice within me? Upon hearing Lin Feng admit his mistake, the system ceased its relentless probing. The goal of instilling caution had been achieved. It too desired Lin Feng to mature swiftly. It is a form of dark magic. The system elucidated. It can infinitely amplify the 7 deadly sins harbored within a being, namely gluttony, greed, pride, sloth, lust, envy, and wrath. Do even superheroes succumb to its influence? Lin Feng could not help but ask. As long as you possess these desires, you will be affected. When the host experiences anger, the dark magic will magnify it infinitely until you are completely consumed by wrath, under its control. This bears a striking resemblance to the magic that controlled Clark. After this explanation, Lin Feng comprehended fully. Upon his return, he had learned of Susan's incident, which had ignited a furious emotion within him. Thus, the dark magic was unleashed, amplifying his anger without bounds. Fortunately, Lin Feng had not completely lost control. Contemplating this, he felt a shiver of dread. Had he truly lost control, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Surely countless lives would have been endangered? Is there a solution? Lin Feng asked the system. Since the system had failed to alert him, there must be a remedy. Otherwise, one would not foolishly fall into the trap. The system offered a solution. Indeed, the system would not genuinely expose itself to peril. In the shop, a bottle of blessing potion costs a staggering 500,000 reputation points, which can neutralize dark magic. Lin Feng, taken aback, pondered. What on earth is so exorbitant? A mere bottle of potion demands 500,000 reputation points? He couldn't help but grumble. Isn't this akin to taking advantage of someone in distress? Oh, insufferable system. Are there no alternative methods? Although Lin Feng currently possessed several million reputation points, he had no desire to be exploited. The system rolled its eyes, retorting, find it too expensive? If you believe so, seek out Ancient One. She can also lift the dark magic from you, provided she is inclined to assist. The system's response elicited a scoff from Lin Feng. He felt confident that Ancient One would not refuse him, especially since he had previously gifted her a package of tea leaves. Opening the system interface, he purchased another pack of life tree leaf tea. A single pack was merely 50,000 reputation points. Lin Feng reasoned that it was entirely reasonable to bring a token of appreciation when visiting someone for assistance. Why squander 500,000 on an issue that can be resolved for 50,000? He stored the tea in the system's warehouse and set off towards the Himalayas on Blue Star. He recalled that Ancient One's stronghold, Kamartaj, was located there. As he approached the Himalayas, Lin Feng noticed a brilliant light appearing not far ahead, followed by a golden ring of light. It was a portal. Lin Feng halted midair, clicking his tongue. This portal was likely opened by Ancient One. Without further contemplation, he surged towards the portal. As he neared, he saw Ancient One seated at a tea table, smiling at him. Clearly, she anticipated his visit. With a mixture of bemusement and resignation, Lin Feng flew through the portal and landed gracefully, I am aware of your intentions, Lin Feng, Ancient One said. Her face adorned with a smile as she invited him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. Lin Feng's gaze flickered, his mind racing with sarcastic thoughts. Another grand introduction from a powerful figure. With the time stone, Ancient One could see both past and future. To be honest, Lin Feng felt a tinge of envy. Chapter 44. Resolving personal issues in the Public Relations Department of Stark Industries, Lin Feng was offered a cup of tea, which he consumed in one swift motion. The tea was scalding hot, yet such temperatures posed no threat to a being of his caliber. Even boiling water would inflict no harm upon him. After finishing the tea, Lin Feng retrieved some freshly acquired tea leaves from the system's repository. Master, I have brought a gift, he said with a cheerful grin as he presented the tea leaves to Gui. Gui glanced at the offering and chuckled softly, shaking her head. She understood Lin Feng's intentions well. Even without a gift, I would still assist you. I have known of your need since your departure from this realm. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gui accepted the tea leaves, although she was curious about their origin. Her attempts to discern the source were met with an impenetrable darkness on her viewing screen. You need not worry. The dark magic that has afflicted you is not overly complex, Gui reassured him, recognizing Lin Feng's impatient nature. She did not expect the young man to remain calm. Behold. As she spoke, she intertwined her fingers and began inscribing symbols that were beyond Lin Feng's comprehension. With her gestures, a golden magic circle materialized, spinning and shifting in a mesmerizing dance. The circle gradually approached Lin Feng, and he felt as though something within him was being extricated. Before long, Gu Yi's right hand swiftly tugged backward, drawing forth a slender black line from Lin Feng's body. The black line exuded a dark mist, hovering in the air, ensnared by the magic circle. After examining it closely, Gui opened a portal and disposed of the black line within. Once it was expelled from his body, Lin Feng felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, as the incessant malevolence vanished without a trace. I have cast it into the dark dimension, Gui stated. It will no longer affect you, rest assured. Her actions were undoubtedly purposeful, as both the dark magic and its disposal were matters that Dormammu would likely overlook. Observing Gu Yi's effortless resolution of the issue, Lin Feng too felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. It appeared that the dark magic of the exile was of little consequence in her capable hands. Thank you, Master, Lin Feng expressed with a bow. Gui, however, merely shook her head, her expression imbued with significance. Assisting you is akin to aiding the Blue Planet. You will play a crucial role in the future, Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened to Gu Yi's words with a sense of partial understanding. Having perused the source material, he could surmise the implications of her statement. The future she referred to likely pertained to the events of Avengers, Infinity War, or Endgame. In the Marvel Universe, the gravest crisis facing the Blue Planet thus far stemmed from the formidable Thanos. Lin Feng was uncertain of how easily he could confront Thanos, but based on cinematic portrayals, he surmised that Thanos would not withstand many of his energy beams. With this thought, Lin Feng felt a modicum of reassurance. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether his arrival would instigate an even greater butterfly effect, though no signs had yet emerged. He believed that such an effect was inevitable. Upon his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he undertook several actions that altered certain narratives. This was not his intention. Yet the narrative's transformation was beyond his control. The very moment he manifested in Marvel, it was fated that the storyline would inevitably shift. Only through meticulous preparation could one confront the unforeseen tempests stirred by the butterfly effect. After bidding farewell to the Ancient One, Lin Feng soared towards Tony Stark's villa. Having resolved his own dilemma, it was time to address Susan's predicament. Tony happened to be at his residence, and he welcomed Lin Feng's arrival. Lin, you've returned? Tony exclaimed, seated in the living room, observing Lin Feng descend from the sky and enter the house. Lin Feng, unceremoniously, took a seat on the sofa and poured himself a generous amount of wine from the glass before him. Prior to his departure to DC, he had informed Tony Stark that he would be away for a few days, though he had not disclosed his destination. After a sip, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, noticing some alterations in Tony's arc reactor, which now emitted a triangular light. You've done it? Lin Feng pointed at the reactor on Tony's chest, smiling, congratulations. Tony, with an air of nonchalance, replied, of course I did. Do you think I'm just anyone? I am the genius inventor, Tony Stark. He continued. I have a fair idea of why you've come to see me. It concerns Susan, doesn't he? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at the predictability of it all. How did everyone seem to know his intentions? Shaking his head in mild exasperation, Lin Feng replied, Susan is still at home, shedding tears. He noted a hint of hesitation on Tony's face. Stark Industries has already initiated public relations efforts. This was something I should have addressed immediately, but Lin, you might not be aware, I've been rather occupied lately. You see, Tony gestured animatedly with his hands. A large man insisted on engaging me in a mech battle, so. Lin Feng interrupted, nodding, I understand, Tony. I'm not blaming you. The news of Tony's recent exploits had already made headlines, as Ivan Vanko and Hammer Industries had replicated his technology. However, Ivan Vanko had never genuinely intended to collaborate with Hammer Industries. He orchestrated numerous mechs to pursue Tony, resulting in a flurry of sparks, reminiscent of the plot from Iron Man 2, unfolding precisely in these days. Consequently, Tony was unable to attend to numerous matters. Tony nodded in relief, aware that Lin Feng's comments stemmed from concern rather than reproach regarding his failure to quell the rumors. Indeed, Tony Stark had been exceedingly busy in recent days, balancing the development of a new arc reactor and navigating Ivan Vanko's schemes, which left him overwhelmed. The public relations team will soon yield results, Tony continued. JARVIS has identified all the principal sources of the rumors. I believe that by tomorrow, the authorities will have them all locked away. And what about you? As a superhero, do you wish to step forward and clarify the situation? Rumors are partly attributed to Tony Stark, while the other half involves Superman. Lin Feng nodded. As Superman, it was only fitting for him to step forward. Even though Susan was not his girlfriend, he felt compelled to assist the innocent in clarifying the truth. I sought you out for this very purpose. Merely explaining the incident may not be sufficiently credible. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng's words left Tony somewhat perplexed. I propose that you and I record a video to post on the forum. Lin Feng elucidated. Oh, my friend, I have never engaged in such activities. Tony squinted, exasperated. It would tarnish my reputation, do you understand? Tony declined. I mean, it's just too lowbrow. After being rebuffed, Lin Feng remained silent, merely gazing at the arc reactor on Tony's chest and inquiring, is the tea good? This remark left Tony momentarily speechless, his eyes twitching slightly. He discerned the underlying message in Lin Feng's words. I will provide you with tea to counteract the toxins and offer information to create a new element. Now, you're unwilling to record a video with me? All right. Lin, you are an exception, Tony conceded, raising his hands in surrender. Just this once, only this once. He raised a finger. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. No problem. The two joyfully outlined the content of the video, with JARVIS handling the filming. The process lasted approximately an hour. Tony consistently complained about not appearing handsome enough on camera, necessitating 2 retakes. By the time they concluded, it was already past midnight. Lin Feng did not return home, nor did he spend the night at Tony's villa. Since acquiring his own residence, Lin Feng felt reluctant to stay at someone else's house, which struck him as oddly uncomfortable. Moreover, as long as the sun shone, even if Lin Feng went days without sleep, he would not feel fatigued. Time swiftly moved to the following day. Early in the morning, Stark Industries' public relations department took action. A series of legal letters and statements circulated across major forums, meticulously listing the key individuals responsible for spreading the rumors. Even the details and photographs of these individuals were released after being redacted. Furthermore, they asserted that they would pursue accountability to the fullest extent. This left the onlookers somewhat baffled. In the past, even when Tony Stark was the subject of tabloid gossip, he would dismiss the need for an explanation. It was rare for the public relations team to take such an initiative, although this particular rumor was of considerable magnitude. Some astute netizens began to sense that there was more to the story. The incident's protagonist, Susan Carter, may possess a background unknown to them. Under the scrutiny of countless internet users, several orchestrators of the event, who had been compensated, were swiftly apprehended. Footage from the scene was even released. John was taken away live on BBC radio, his terrified screams echoing as he was unceremoniously hauled into a police vehicle. Flora did not escape unscathed either. She appeared bewildered and incredulous. Throughout this entire rumor incident, the two had scarcely shown their faces, even when hiring a sailor. Flora had cautiously instructed John to conduct transactions using cryptocurrency. Why were the police on their doorstep so soon? She simply could not comprehend. John was still shouting for a phone call, his heart filled with the hope that his uncle would come to his rescue. However, what he failed to perceive was that his uncle stood not far away, his expression dark and silent as he watched him being taken away. Unbeknownst to John, his uncle had already received the message. Stark Industries had exerted immense pressure on the authorities to confront the situation, one that could not possibly be resolved by a mere radio station boss. Chapter 45, The Final Verdict. Revealing identities, the rumors surrounding Susan emerged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Had it not been for the involvement of Iron Man and Superman, the bystanders would have remained oblivious to Susan's true identity. Within a mere morning, the principal instigators of the slander were apprehended. Among them, the 2 ringleaders, John and Flora, were detained without the possibility of bail, regardless of the financial means at their disposal. The remaining perpetrators were undergoing investigations, awaiting the determination of specific penalties. The speed of the arrests left the onlookers astounded. Major rumor-spreading forums and news headlines were also being purged. It was only when a particular video ascended to the forefront of various forums, swiftly attaining a top-tier status, that the matter was conclusively settled, effectively quelling the incident. At that moment, within Lin Feng's villa, Susan sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Sky, seated nearby with headphones on, was engrossed in her laptop, occasionally updating Susan on her achievements. Suddenly, Sky came across the pinned video and was taken aback. She removed her headphones and switched to speaker mode. Susan, look. Stark actually recorded a video to clarify things. Oh my goodness, does your little man possess such power? Sky marveled at the video title and comments. The fact that Tony Stark would make a video to clarify matters piqued Sky's interest in Lin Feng's identity. She pushed the laptop in front of Susan and clicked the play button. The two began to watch together. The video was remarkably clear, with Tony Stark seated prominently in the center of the screen. Dressed in casual home attire, his expression bore a hint of seriousness. Leaning forward, he called out, "Jarvis, are we live?" "We are live, sir," came the response. "Excellent." Tony clapped his hands, signaling the commencement of the video. "Ahem, no need for introductions, I presume. I believe no one is unfamiliar with my presence. I initially hesitated to record this video, but in order to assist a friend, I made the decision to do so. Recently, there has been considerable attention surrounding the rumors about Susan Carter. I find it utterly absurd. Susan is the partner of my friend. How dare you imply she is clinging to me for support? Are you attempting to sow discord?" Tony questioned, his brow furrowed. Setting aside the outrageousness of the claims for the moment, he continued, "I trust that by the time this video is released, those who spread the rumors will have already been apprehended. Those who know me are aware that I typically refrain from directly addressing gossip about myself, as I am indifferent to its veracity. However, this situation is different. You seek the truth, do you not? Allow me to unveil it for you. It is indeed true that the vehicle which picked up Miss Susan Carter belonged to Stark Industries, and the driver was happy. I concede this point. What I wish to emphasize is that our young shareholder, embarking on his first romantic venture, lacked experience. I arranged an evening outing for him. Is there anything wrong with that? I find it perplexing that you seem to have nothing better to do. How could such matters have been perpetuated to this extent? The truth is, Susan's boyfriend is a shareholder in Stark Industries, and he has unrestricted access to the company's vehicles, whether to chauffeur his girlfriend or for other purposes. This is the reality. I caution certain individuals who lack discernment. Susan Carter is a family member of our Stark Industries shareholders. Speak only with evidence in hand. As for those hastily produced synthetic images and the so-called written truths, I can only chuckle at their sheer absurdity. They are utterly juvenile. Tony continuously elucidated the sequence of events in the video, while the viewership soared dramatically. Regarding the final query about Miss Susan Carter and the rumor involving Superman, Tony Stark suddenly burst into laughter. Concerning this rumor, it may diverge somewhat from your imaginations. I dare say that the truth is something you could never have anticipated. As he spoke, Tony rose from his chair and aimed the camera aside. Miss Susan Carter's boyfriend is not only a shareholder in Stark Industries, he is someone you are exceedingly familiar with. How to put it? Let him explain himself. Tony directed the camera towards Lin Feng. Come on, Lin, greet the audience. Lin Feng appeared on screen, dressed in a sleek black suit and sporting a pair of slender-framed glasses. He exuded an elegant and tall demeanor, reminiscent of a young CEO from a television drama. Some had already recognized him as the man mistakenly portrayed as a chauffeur in the rumors. However, it has now been clarified that the actual driver is happy, and he is indeed a shareholder of Stark Industries, as well as Susan Carter's boyfriend. Lin Feng smiled at the camera and greeted the viewers. Hello everyone. I never expected to appear before you in this manner. Without further ado, let me address the pressing question regarding why Susan always manages to capture news about Superman. I believe I am well qualified to speak on this matter. Lin Feng directly unveiled the essence of the second rumor in the video. In his villa. Sky glanced at Susan with a hint of envy and remarked, "Your boyfriend is a shareholder in Stark Industries? No wonder he can afford a villa." Sky admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. Susan offered an awkward smile, as she had not disclosed much information about Lin Feng to her. Although their relationship was exceptionally close, Susan respected Lin Feng's privacy. Let us continue watching the video. Susan shifted the topic. On screen, Lin Feng continued his discourse. He revealed that Susan and Superman had known each other long before Superman gained fame. Their acquaintance originated from an unexpected incident. As for the nature of that incident, I shall refrain from elaborating further. I can only assert that 99 of the recent statements concerning Susan are fabricated. I urge all citizens not to follow the crowd, and certainly not to disseminate those rumors, lest they attract the attention of the authorities. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Feng's words dripped with sarcasm, the implications unmistakable. Yet, some viewers scoffed at the video, and the reason was simple. Although Lin Feng was a shareholder of Stark Industries, he possessed little personal credibility or fame. This phenomenon is often referred to as the weight of one's words being diminished by the obscurity of one's identity. When people are unaware of who you are, they are less inclined to trust what you say. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this and had previously conferred with Tony. It was time to make a grand revelation. As the video continued to play, Lin Feng paused momentarily. I believe many of you do not know me, and thus may hesitate to believe my words. You might wonder how I'm aware that Superman and Susan are already familiar with one another. Some may even pity me, thinking my girlfriend follows Superman everywhere. He continued. Well, regarding such sentiments, I can only assert that I am not envious. While my identity as a shareholder of Stark Industries may be unfamiliar to you, there is another aspect of my identity that most of you have certainly encountered. At this declaration, the citizens watching the video were left bewildered. Could it be that Susan's boyfriend, aside from being a shareholder of Stark Industries, held another identity? Sitting in her villa, Susan began to harbor a sense of suspicion. She gazed intently at the screen, worry creeping into her heart. In the next moment, Lin Feng removed his glasses and took off his ring. Instantly, a wave of familiarity washed over the crowd as countless citizens felt they had seen this face before, yet could not place it. The answer soon unveiled itself. As Lin Feng removed his glasses and ring, he began to levitate gently into the air. In the following instant, a sleek black suit gradually enveloped his entire being, the large S-shaped emblem signifying his true identity. The moment he donned the superhero attire, the citizens stood agape, eyes glued to the screen. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the area as the realization dawned upon them. On this day, exclamations of astonishment reverberated across the city. No one could have anticipated that this dashing young man was, in fact, the superhero frequently gracing the news, Superman. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Superman had willingly disclosed his identity in relation to this matter. The shareholder of Stark Industries, the victim of slander, and Susan's boyfriend, was none other than Superman. Chapter 46, A New Mission, Your Director's Precious Darling Has Exploded. Lin Feng proactively revealed his identity as Superman, feeling there was no longer any need for concealment. In addition to proving his own authenticity, having the citizens aware of his true identity would grant him greater exposure, thereby accelerating the growth of his reputation. The rumors surrounding Susan quickly subsided. The presence of Superman and Iron Man offering their testimonies provided the most compelling clarification and truth. Countless citizens, previously swayed by the rumors, were filled with remorse for Susan. They spontaneously issued apologies across various online platforms and forums. Even the radio station that reported the rumors was not left out, issuing their own apologies as well. From Stark Industries' involvement to Lin Feng's revelation of his identity, the incident was fully clarified in less than a day. The authorities of the Twisting Waste also released a statement indicating that the two masterminds behind the incident, John and Flora, could face a minimum of 10 years in prison. Amidst the cheers of countless citizens who felt vindicated, the incident officially came to a close. Following this, Susan did not return to BBC Radio. She would forever remember the true faces of her colleagues who had once greeted her with smiles while she was ensnared by the rumors. The thought alone made her feel nauseous. Consequently, she rejected the BBC's request for her return. With Lin Feng's assistance, Susan decided to establish her own platform, dedicated to reporting on superheroes. To this end, she created a forum and a video website. Thanks to real-time reports and entertaining gossip involving Superman and Stark Industries, her site quickly became the focal point for citizens enamored with superheroes. The astute Susan also occasionally hosted live streams, showcasing glimpses of Lin Feng's daily life. This initiative brought a significant influx of traffic to the site, and Lin Feng was delighted as the increased traffic correspondingly elevated his reputation. The more attention Lin Feng garnered from the citizens, the faster his reputation grew. After the conclusion of this incident, Lin Feng enjoyed several months of tranquility. Over these months, he accumulated nearly 20 million reputation points by resolving various disasters. Coupled with the reputation boost from Susan's website and the superhero forum, Lin Feng's reputation had evidently surpassed the remarkable threshold of 60 million. He felt quite satisfied, seeing himself inching closer to redeeming the Silver Superman template. Notably, during this period, Nick Fury had reached out to Lin Feng, mentioning a massive hammer that had fallen from the sky and was embedded in the ground, unmovable. He expressed a desire for Lin Feng to attempt to lift it. Lin Feng decisively declined, as he had little interest in the matter. He merely informed Nick Fury that the hammer belonged to Thor and suggested he investigate Norse mythology for further details. Being familiar with the narrative, Lin Feng understood the situation perfectly. Odin's dim-witted eldest son had been exiled to Earth for training. However, Lin Feng had no desire to pursue this matter further. He was indifferent to whether he could lift Thor's hammer, deeming it unnecessary and rather dull. Whether he could or could not had no bearing on Lin Feng's capabilities. Instead of pondering such trivialities, he preferred to spend romantic moments with Susan at home. After several months, Susan's website had finally found its footing and established a mature and stable workflow. She had assembled a small team and delegated most of the tasks, returning to her cherished pastime of spending days capturing moments with Lin Feng. Noticing that Susan had finally found some leisure, Lin Feng couldn't resist putting into action an idea he had conceived during his time in the DC universe, to take Susan to the beach and bask in the sun. As two young souls, they quickly agreed and set off to the Maldives by plane. Lin Feng switched off their phones, determined to revel in their time together. For the next few days, there were no superheroes or journalists. only Lin Feng and Susan. They indulged in sea fishing, diving, sailing, staying in underwater accommodations, riding banana boats, and jet skiing. They explored every possible activity, surrounded by pristine white sand and crystalline blue waters, even catching sight of pink dolphins. They were utterly immersed in joy, capturing countless beautiful photos together. This, Lin Feng mused, was the essence of a normal couple's life. If it weren't for an unexpected arrival, Lin Feng believed he and Susan could have continued their escapade for another fortnight. Sitting on the beach, he gazed silently at the Quinjet descending from the sky. The hatch opened, and Natasha emerged, striding directly toward him. Lin Feng's lips twitched in annoyance as he could not help but deliver a sarcastic remark. "Oh, isn't that the pizza delivery girl? Have you forsaken your electric bike for a plane to deliver pizza? Can you even cover the fuel costs?" He mockingly gestured toward the Quinjet. To his surprise, Natasha did not retort but instead fixed him with a serious gaze. "Lin Feng, we have a problem." Lin Feng's brow twitched. "What does it have to do with me? I'm on vacation with Susan. The Tesseract has been stolen." Natasha continued without missing a beat. "The thief is Loki. His brother, Thor, has also arrived on Earth. You know the Tesseract, and you are aware that the hammer is Thor's. We believe you can assist us." While uncertain of Loki's intentions with the Tesseract, Natasha was adamant that it was not for any good purpose. "Lin Feng, we need your abilities." Her words came out in a rapid-fire manner. Lin Feng scratched his head. "All right, isn't this just the plot of the Avengers? Has it arrived so soon?" Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! A new mission has been initiated. Task: exterminate the invading Chitauri Legion on Blue Star time limit. 3 days reward 110 million reputation points reward 2. Determined by the number of Chitauri defeated by the host penalty." None. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. "What a splendid opportunity. Another 10 million reputation points." "Lin Feng?" Natasha called out after noticing Lin Feng's prolonged silence. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, nodding as he replied, "No problem. I will accompany you. Please wait a moment. I need to inform Susan." Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Natasha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Superman's assistance, things would be considerably easier. "I'll be waiting for you in the aircraft," Natasha affirmed, adding, "Hurry. We don't have much time." Lin Feng nodded and returned to his suite to find Susan. He briefly explained the situation. Susan, accustomed to Lin Feng resolving various calamities, expressed her desire to accompany him to take some photos, only to be unexpectedly declined by Lin Feng. This time was far more perilous than merely rescuing a burning building or a ship struggling in a storm. The Chitauri Legion, armed and invading Blue Star, posed a significant threat to an ordinary person like Susan. Therefore, he hoped she would remain in the Maldives temporarily. Once he resolved the issue, he would return to fetch her. Understanding and compassionate, Susan nodded in agreement. Although she possessed the invaluable Superman wristband bestowed by Lin Feng, she understood its worth. If sold, it could fetch a staggering 11 or 12 digits. She was unwilling to squander such a treasure on this matter. After bidding farewell to Susan, Lin Feng boarded the Quinjet. The aircraft descended slowly, heading towards the location of the mothership. Inside, Natasha was relaying the known intelligence to Lin Feng, who listened with only half an ear. His mind elsewhere, reminiscing about the narrative. He had seen the Avengers, yet some specific details had become hazy over time. What stood out most clearly was the beginning of the film, which marked the moment when the purple potato demon commenced gathering the Infinity Stones. It was from this installment that the Avengers gradually took shape. At this juncture aboard the mothership, Tony Stark, Captain America, and Bruce should all be present, right? Lin Feng pondered. Didn't they also engage in a battle aboard the mothership? Utilizing his supervision and hearing, Lin Feng gazed ahead as the Quinjet flew onward. This glance proved significant as Lin Feng's expression became peculiar. "Natasha," he began. "What is it?" Natasha, interrupted mid-sentence, stared curiously at Lin Feng. "Does your director's mothership have a fireworks system installed?" Natasha looked at him, puzzled. What an absurd question. How could the mothership possibly have a fireworks system? Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng sighed and continued, "If it doesn't, then the mothership must have exploded." Chapter 47. The invasion begins as the group arrived. Black Widow's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately commanded the pilots of the aircraft to return at maximum speed. Lin Feng let out a sigh and remarked, "Open the hatch. I shall go ahead." He felt an uncanny sense of familiarity in this moment, reminiscent of when he had leapt from a plane in the DC universe. This damned sense of déjà vu. With the hatch of the aircraft opening, Lin Feng leaped out, soaring towards the space carrier with a speed several times greater than that of the Quinjet. In an instant, he vanished from Natasha's sight. Meanwhile, aboard the space carrier, explosions erupted one after another. Hawkeye had infiltrated the vessel, causing the first engine to cease operation. The carrier began to tilt at an observable pace. A multitude of superheroes were valiantly resisting the invaders. The Hulk was rampaging, wreaking havoc everywhere, while Thor had been betrayed by Loki, confined in a large metal box and discarded from the ship. Captain America was engaged in a fierce struggle with several controlled soldiers, and Tony Stark was acting as a makeshift engine, attempting to repair the damaged machinery. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, he witnessed Hulk desperately dismantling an aircraft. The pilot had ejected just in time, but Hulk was sent plummeting from the sky. Lin Feng paid him no mind. With Hulk's resilience, a fall would not cause significant harm. He swiftly flew to the engine, dispatching the soldiers engaged with Captain America with a single punch each. Grabbing the control lever, he reduced the engine's speed, allowing Tony to escape from his predicament as the makeshift engine. A second longer, and he would have been lost. As Iron Man ascended to the carrier, his visor lifted, revealing his face. Lin, where have you been? Your phone was off. Tony gasped for breath. Lin Feng chuckled in response. I went on vacation. Who would have thought that in just a few days? You would all be secretly setting off fireworks in the sky without me? That's hardly amusing, Lin. Tony replied, throwing up his hands. Captain, allow me to introduce you. The most powerful human on Blue Planet, Superman. I assure you, no creature on this planet can withstand a punch from him. Not to brag, but even your elderly physique likely wouldn't endure a single blow. Tony pulled Lin Feng over to introduce him to Captain America. Though the manner of introduction was less than cordial, Lin Feng nodded at Captain America as a form of greeting. Hello, Steve Rogers. Captain America paid little heed to Tony. After several hours together, he had formed a general understanding of Tony's character. Hello, Lin Feng replied, nodding in acknowledgement. After their brief exchange, the three entered the carrier, and the situation appeared dire. Loki had escaped with his scepter. Natasha had also arrived, soothing the recently revived Hawkeye. The battle had rendered Nick Fury's space carrier nearly defenseless. Upon seeing the group return, Fury glowered as he tossed a substantial number of bloodstained cards. Agent Coulson has perished, a revelation gleaned from the contents of his jacket pocket. Staring at the card, Captain America fell silent. The card bore various illustrations of Captain America himself, a testament to Coulson's long-standing admiration for the hero. He even had the chance to request an autograph. At this moment, Black Egg spotted Lin Feng. He nodded at Lin Feng. Aware that there was no time for pleasantries, Lin Feng understood Black Egg's intentions. He was attempting to unite them through these cards to fulfill his Avengers plan. The effect was precisely as he had anticipated. After a brief exchange, Tony turned on his heel and departed. Black Egg discerned that Tony was intrigued. He glanced at Lin Feng, the meaning clear without words. Seeing Egg's gaze, Lin Feng shrugged, indicating, don't look at me. I have no intention of joining any Avengers initiative. You should be aware of my capabilities. I have already warned you that the Tesseract is beyond your control. It will only bring calamity. Lin Feng and Black Egg locked eyes, neither yielding an inch. After a pause, Egg sighed. We need to consolidate our strength. Lin Feng interjected sharply. I don't require such solidarity. The combined might of the Avengers would not suffice against him. So why would he need it? Very well. Egg cast a contemplative glance at Captain America. At the very least, we need their awkward conversation concluded. Lin Feng led Captain America to find Tony. I know where he is, Lin Feng declared. Tony raised an eyebrow. You do? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Loki requires energy to activate the Tesseract. He intends to lead an alien race in an invasion of Earth. For this, he seeks grandeur and a parade, desiring to stand atop the pinnacle and have his name resound throughout the cosmos. So where do you think he will be? With that, Lin Feng gestured towards Tony's arc reactor, a subtle reminder. Tony's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. With a curse, he rushed off to repair his Mark suit. After confirming the information, they prepared for action and commandeered a Quinjet, setting course for Stark Tower, without informing Black Egg. However, the others, aside from Lin Feng, were unaware that this was all within his expectations. They sped towards Loki's location. Lin Feng and Tony had already arrived at Stark Tower, while Captain America and the others lagged behind in their slow-moving vehicle, prompting even the dogs to shake their heads in disapproval. Meanwhile, Loki's spatial device was nearing completion as he stood atop Stark Tower, silently observing the approaching Lin Feng and Tony. Sharing a knowing glance, Tony and Lin Feng descended in unison, with Tony landing on the disassembly platform. The sound of machinery echoed as Jarvis controlled the robotic arms to assist in removing his armor, while Lin Feng stepped inside, beckoning Loki to follow. Loki, brimming with confidence, appeared unfazed. Pray, you have come to applaud my humanity. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. I regret to inform you that we are here to threaten you. Tony turned, his expression a perplexed enigma. Mate, how dare you steal my lines? Loki brandished his scepter, gesturing ominously towards Lin Feng. And who might you be? Lin Feng inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. The illustrious god of mischief does not recognize me? It seems you failed to prepare adequately before arriving on Blue Star. At this, Loki's demeanor darkened. You know me? Loki, the god of mischief, Odin's adopted son. Am I correct? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing Loki's identity. Loki's gaze flickered. He was taken aback to discover that a human on Blue Star was aware of his existence. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The Tesseract would soon unveil the portal. And when the Chitauri Legion emerged, all would be within his grasp. Even if you recognize me, it changes nothing, Loki declared. The Chitauri are assembling. It is all but futile now. As if to validate Loki's words, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. A resonating hum accompanied by tremors swept through Stark Tower. It was the Tesseract. The teleportation device unleashed a colossal beam of blue light into the sky. High above, a blue vortex gradually unfurled. The invasion of the Chitauri had officially commenced. Countless Chitauri descended from the sky, alongside massive Leviathan beasts. A multitude of citizens shrieked in terror. Unaccustomed to such a scene, an invasion akin to the plots of science fiction films. The cacophony of screams and explosions reverberated. The captain and his team had already arrived. Tony spotted the Quinjet outside. It was indeed the captain and his crew. His expression turned grave as he turned to Lin Feng. Lin, we must spring into action. Chapter 48. The amplification of the Mind Stone. As Lin Feng soared towards the portal, Tony's expression grew grave. He turned to Lin Feng and declared, "It is time for us to act." Just as Lin Feng was about to nod in agreement, Loki interjected, striding towards them with a menacing demeanor. "I believe you have run out of opportunities," he proclaimed, advancing step by step. "The Chitauri have brought an entire legion. Humanity stands no chance whatsoever. You might as well observe quietly. I shall grant you the opportunity to submit to me and express your gratitude to the great Loki." With that, Loki tilted his head back, ready to receive their adoration and thanks. "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you," Tony retorted, rolling his eyes. This self-proclaimed deity clearly lacked sense. He donned a locator bracelet, summoning J-A-R-V-I-S, to prepare a new suit of armor. "You are the one who should consider submission. Have you forgotten that we still have the Hulk?" Tony scoffed. "Your so-called legion is insignificant before the Hulk." "Oh?" Loki's head tilted slightly, his expression darkening. The two before him were rather oblivious to their impending doom. With that thought, Loki was unperturbed by the prospect of sending them on their way. A mischievous smirk crept across his face as he extended his scepter towards Tony Stark. "The Hulk, is it? How about you handle that behemoth?" With those words, he aimed the scepter at Tony's chest. A clang echoed through the air. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Tony remained unscathed. Loki was momentarily taken aback. Doubting his luck, he pressed the scepter again, yet it yielded no results. Lin Feng could hardly suppress his laughter from the side. He recalled how he, too, had laughed out loud when witnessing this scene in the cinema years ago. If you strike at someone's reactor, it would indeed be strange if there were any reaction. Seeing Loki raise the scepter, intent on another attempt, Lin Feng stepped forward and seized it from him. He had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Loki. There were feats of valor waiting for him outside. "Have you had your fun, god of mischief? Await your brother's loving correction." With that, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick, sending Loki plummeting from the rooftop of Stark Tower. He cared not for Loki's fate. After all, he was a god, and such a height would not be fatal. With Loki dealt with, Lin Feng turned to Tony and nodded. "Tony, let us commence." Tony responded affirmatively, donning the latest Mark 7 suit with remarkable speed. Once clad, he soared into the sky, analyzing the data of the Chitauri Legion. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained grounded, contemplating the scepter in his hand. If his memory served him correctly, the head of the scepter was embedded with one of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone. "System, can the scepter be stored in the system space?" Lin Feng inquired. Now that the scepter was in his possession, it was rightfully his. Consider it a tribute for Loki's transgressions. However, the system's reply was disheartening. The Infinity Stones could not be stored in the system space. Undeterred by the response, Lin Feng resolutely twisted the stone from the head of the scepter. With a forceful thrust of his palm, the exterior shattered, revealing a radiant yellow Mind Stone. Unable to store it within the system space, Lin Feng decided to embed it into his Superman wristband. Without a host, the Mind Stone emitted a gentle glow. Grasping it in his hand, Lin Feng felt no discomfort. The Mind Stone gradually approached the wristband, causing rippling waves to reappear on its surface. With a crisp sound, the stone embedded itself into the wristband. In an instant, a golden light radiated from the wristband, coursing through Lin Feng's body. He couldn't help but let out a hum of satisfaction, feeling a surge of energy erupting from his wrist, cleansing him with its power. Simultaneously, his keen senses informed him that his abilities were steadily enhancing, with notable improvements in his supervision and superhearing. After a moment, the stone settled into silence. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling quite pleased. The energy of the Infinity Stone seemed to have a similar effect to solar radiation, gradually but consistently elevating his powers at a pace far swifter than basking under the sun on Earth. He was grateful for the gift delivered by Loki from afar. Now, his wristband housed 2 stones, the yellow Mind Stone and a special red kryptonite. With the energy from the Mind Stone, Lin Feng felt confident that he could defeat the corrupted Clark without the need for the red kryptonite. Soaring from Stark Tower, he emerged into a battlefield ablaze with chaos. The Chitauri Legion poured forth from the blue portal, their roars echoing through the streets, amplified by the monstrous Leviathan. It was time for Lin Feng to showcase his prowess. With a swift leap, he targeted a group of isolated Chitauri, unleashing a red heat ray. The struck Chitauri stood no chance, disintegrating under the intensity of the beam. The Chitauri forces retaliated, bombarding Lin Feng with blue energy blasts, all of which he deftly evaded. Occasionally, a shot would graze him, yet he remained unfazed, even his battlesuit showing no signs of damage. His shadow darted above the fray, unleashing heat rays with reckless abandon. Regrettably, Lin Feng lacked area-clearing abilities to vanquish the Chitauri en masse. Thus, he fought, delivering punches and kicks, interspersed with heat rays, as numerous Chitauri fell before him. Recognizing the threat posed by this troublesome blue-skinned adversary, the Chitauri sent wave after wave of squads to attack Lin Feng relentlessly, displaying a reckless determination. This diversion alleviated some pressure on Iron Man and the others. Yet, even Superman, amidst continuous combat, felt a growing sense of irritation and fatigue. Although the Chitauri's combat prowess seemed akin to that of ants in Lin Feng's eyes, even an abundance of ants required time and energy to deal with. The prolonged exposure to the intense thermal rays caused discomfort in Lin Feng's eyes. "Lin, I'm in trouble." The voice of Tony crackled through his earpiece. Iron Man had encountered the Leviathan beast, and his laser weapon could not penetrate its formidable defenses. Lin Feng understood immediately this was a call for assistance. Activating his superhuman vision, he exclaimed, "I see you, Tony," and swiftly propelled himself toward Tony's direction. At that moment, Tony was skillfully maneuvering around the Leviathan. Lin Feng arrived, his eyes ablaze with a vivid crimson glow. With a swift motion, he unleashed an even more concentrated thermal ray. Unlike the ordinary Chitauri forces, the Leviathan boasted an exceptionally thick exoskeleton. It endured the thermal ray for a good 4 to 5 seconds before being pierced through. A mournful wail echoed as it plummeted to the ground. "Thanks, Lin." Tony expressed his gratitude before hastily descending to assist Captain America and Natasha, who lacked flight capabilities and were engaging the Chitauri foot soldiers on the ground. The colossal Leviathan was left to Iron Man and Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed upward at the portal in the sky, from which several more Leviathans emerged. His brow furrowed. The thermal rays could not instantly breach the Leviathan's armor, and the prolonged use would deplete his stamina and energy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a thought, the Mind Stone embedded in his Superman gauntlet radiated brilliance, channeling immense energy into Lin Feng's eyes. His eye sockets transformed into a fiery orange hue, and an orange thermal ray erupted forth. This time, the ray carved a substantial hole in the Leviathan in less than a second. But that was not the end. The flame-like orange energy did not dissipate. Instead, it began to slowly consume the remaining mass of the Leviathan. "Incredible!" Lin Feng marveled. He had ingeniously amplified the thermal ray with the Mind Stone, achieving a success that more than doubled its potency. Truly, the power of the Infinity Stones was unparalleled. On the ground, the nascent Avengers bore witness to this spectacle. "He seems stronger," Black Widow remarked, her expression a mix of emotions. Captain America executed a spinning maneuver in midair, forcefully striking a Chitauri soldier with his shield, then gasped. "It seems we are not entirely without hope." However, Hawkeye, standing on a rooftop with a grave expression, interjected, "But if we do not close the portal, our efforts will be in vain." Chitauri forces continued to pour through incessantly. Several superheroes had already dispatched countless Chitauri, yet fatigue was evident among them. If the portal remained open, the Chitauri would swarm like ants, an endless tide. Engaging in a protracted battle would be detrimental to the Avengers. Who knew how many more Chitauri awaited beyond the portal? If they lost their fighting spirit, the fate of Earth would be sealed. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the earpieces of the crowd. "I have a way to deactivate the portal." Having listened to the discussions of several individuals, Lin Feng interjected. "However, before I proceed, I must present them with a grand gift." With those words, Lin Feng soared toward the portal without looking back. The Chitauri forces below were too scattered, making the slaughter painfully slow. Lin Feng resolved to confront the Chitauri fleet beyond the portal. Chapter 49, The Mind Stone's Heat Ray. Closing the portal under the watchful gaze of the Avengers, Lin Feng surged towards the portal in the sky without hesitation, swiftly vanishing from their sight. What did he mean by delivering a grand gift? On the ground, Natasha cast a puzzled glance at Captain America. Steve, still catching his breath, responded with a quizzical expression. "How should I know? Aren't you all concerned for him? The other side of the portal leads to the cosmos, doesn't it?" Steve felt that Natasha's inquiry was somewhat misplaced. In his eyes, Lin Feng's actions were akin to self-termination. To his surprise, no one seemed worried. "There's no need for concern, Captain." Iron Man's voice echoed through the channel. "The cosmic environment poses no threat to Lin Feng. He frequently ventures into space for sunbathing. Instead of fretting over him, we should focus on dealing with these grotesque aliens on the ground." Upon hearing Tony's response, Steve wore an expression of disbelief. Has the species on Blue Planet evolved to this extent? As Lin Feng soared into the portal, his earpiece fell silent, cutting off any further discussions about him. His gaze shifted forward into the vastness of space. Countless Leviathans carried the Chitauri army towards the portal. Behind them loomed a colossal H-shaped spacecraft, the mothership of the Chitauri Legion. From within the mothership, more Leviathans continued to emerge, suggesting that given their numbers, even a few more days would not suffice for the Avengers to defeat them. The Chitauri had also spotted Lin Feng. At the command of the mothership, they directed the Leviathan beasts towards him. Lin Feng had no intention of engaging them. He did not wish to battle the Chitauri in space. With such overwhelming numbers, how could he ever finish? His objective was the mothership. Once he destroyed it, the Chitauri army would crumble into mere rubble. Lin Feng fixed his gaze intently on the enormous mothership at the rear of the Legion. In the original narrative, Tony had relied on a nuclear bomb to obliterate the mothership. However, due to Lin Feng's butterfly effect, the bomb had not been launched. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had a means to destroy the mothership. With a mere thought, he activated the Mind Stone. In an instant, the Mind Stone embedded in his wrist radiated a brilliant yellow light, far more luminous than before, many times brighter than on Blue Planet. Energy surged into Lin Feng's eyes, transforming his irises into a radiant orange-red hue, outshining even the surrounding stars. The advancing Chitauri army perceived Lin Feng as a sun incarnate, until a severe pain throbbed in his eye sockets, prompting Lin Feng to release his restraint and unleash the heat ray. The orange-red beam erupted instantaneously in the cosmos. Empowered by the Mind Stone, Lin Feng's heat ray achieved unprecedented intensity, resembling concentrated sunlight as it shot straight towards the Chitauri mothership. The terrifying energy emanated from the beam, incinerating those Leviathans that strayed too close to its trajectory, turning them to ash without ever being struck. The heat ray unerringly struck the mothership, unleashing a torrent of orange-red energy that ruthlessly ravaged the hull. The vessel was consumed entirely before it could even detonate, transforming the colossal mothership into mere ashes in an instant, vanishing into the cosmos. What a terrifying augmentation of power. Lin Feng mused that if he possessed such formidable strength within the DC universe, Clark would likely have to perish once more. In the moment the mothership disappeared, countless Chitauri troops collapsed as if severed from their power source, crumpling to the ground in an instant. The Leviathan army in the universe ceased to exist, floating like specters, no longer posing a threat. On Earth, the Avengers, still embroiled in a fierce battle, witnessed the alien invaders, who had been so lively just moments ago, suddenly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. The Chitauri, riding their flying machines, and the massive Leviathan fell from the sky. This sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Natasha and her companions instinctively looked towards the portal. Had Lin Feng succeeded? Someone voiced the question. Jarvis? Tony called out from within his helmet. The highly intelligent AI immediately grasped his intent. Sir, it has been confirmed that all extraterrestrial life forms have lost their vital signs. Upon receiving this confirmation, the members of the Avengers collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Exhaustion compelled them to sit down and rest. They had truly succeeded. Everyone marveled at Lin Feng's incredible power. Why hasn't the portal closed yet? Steve inquired, noticing that the portal remained unchanged. Didn't Lin Feng say he had a way? Natasha leaned against a wrecked vehicle, gazing at the portal in the sky. Let us wait for him to return. At her words, the weary individuals fell silent, redirecting their gazes towards the portal, all awaiting Lin Feng's return. After a while, Thor suddenly raised his hammer and pointed. He is back. The keen-eyed Thor spotted Lin Feng as silhouette. Indeed, the familiar dark figure emerged from the portal, soaring back towards them. It was Lin Feng. He descended slowly, landing atop Stark Tower. He still needed to deactivate the portal to bring everything to a complete conclusion. I'll go take a look. With that statement, Tony soared skyward in his armor. With a resounding thud, he too landed on the tower's apex. Lin Feng stood beside the portal device. Yet Tony failed to comprehend why Lin Feng did not immediately close it. Instead, he appeared to be fervently rubbing his eyes. What was going on? Hey, buddy. What is wrong with your eyes? Tony approached, greeting him. Lin Feng instinctively raised his head upon hearing Tony's voice. What the hell? Tony stared in astonishment at Lin Feng's eyes, which appeared afflicted, the sockets reddened, and tears flowing uncontrollably. Have you been hit in the eyes? Tony asked uncertainly, pondering whether Lin Feng's weakness might be his eyes. Lin Feng too felt discomfort surging around his eye sockets. For the first time utilizing the Mind Stone, Lin Feng lacked a sense of moderation. The energy he channeled was excessively high, causing his eyes to remain unsettled. It's nothing, Lin Feng remarked, rubbing his eyes. What has transpired? Are all those Chitauri dead? Tony nodded in response. Indeed, they lie motionless on the ground. How did you manage that? Lin Feng blinked, his vision gradually easing. I obliterated their mothership. The heat ray was overexerted. He indicated towards his eyes. Just as he surmised, upon the disappearance of the Chitauri mothership, all Chitauri forces were rendered inactive. Well, I am not surprised. After all, you are a monster. Tony pointed towards the teleportation device, reminding him, now? Shouldn't we devise a way to deactivate this contraption? Lin Feng nodded and stepped forward. Do not worry, I have a method to shut it down. It is time to close this portal. He raised his left hand, adorned with a wrist guard. The Mind Stone radiated its brilliance once more. The energy shield, impervious even to Iron Man's repulsor beams, felt as insubstantial as air to Lin Feng, allowing him to reach through effortlessly. He grasped the tesseract and yanked it out. With a hum, the energy beam, now devoid of its power source, abruptly collapsed. The portal gradually closed before the gazes of countless onlookers, signaling the defeat of the Chitauri and the conclusion of the invasion campaign. Chapter 50, Reason Prevails. The space gem is mine in the vast expanse of the universe. The spaceship Sanctuary 2 glides smoothly through the cosmos. Upon its throne sits a colossal titan, characterized by his robust physique, purple skin, and a chin adorned with vertical stripes. This is none other than Thanos, a member of the eternal race exiled from his kin. At the foot of the throne stands his daughter, the green-skinned Gamora, alongside the half-human, half-machine Nebula, and his loyal companion, Corvus Glaive. Before them looms a massive screen, displaying a vivid image. A blue-skinned human clad in a black battlesuit, emblazoned with a prominent S symbol, hovers before the Chitauri mothership. His orange-red eyes gleam brightly, emitting nearly tangible beams of light that obliterate all Leviathan-like creatures in his path. The Chitauri mothership, under the onslaught, disintegrates into dust within less than a second, vanishing without a trace. This scene plays on a loop, as Thanos, with a grim expression, watches intently. My great master. Corvus Glaive, placing a hand upon his left chest, bows respectfully. It is this human who has caused the downfall of our plans. He covets the Soul Stone. He must pay with his life to appease your wrath. As a faithful servant to Thanos, he dutifully grovels at his feet. Father, Nebula turns, kneeling on one knee and lowering her head, equally respectful. Allow me to journey to Earth, to sever his head and return the Soul Stone to you. Eagerly, she seeks to prove herself before Thanos, demonstrating her strength and capability, asserting her superiority over Gamora. Thanos regards Nebula and Corvus Glaive with an impassive expression, remaining silent for a moment. My daughter, I have other plans for you. The Soul Stone shall remain on Earth for now. When the time is right, I will retrieve it myself. With those words, Thanos dismisses them, turning his gaze back to the screen, where it becomes apparent that a formidable presence has emerged on Earth, the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, the Allfather Odin. This is the primary reason he has not personally ventured to the Nine Realms. These ancient beings are not to be trifled with. Thanos had long anticipated Loki's failure. That adopted son of Odin is merely adept at employing trivial tricks. The Chitauri's assault was merely a probing move. Thanos has never harbored any hope for their child's play-like schemes. He has his own plans, and as of now, aside from the emergence of that powerful human, little has changed. He resolves to acquire the other stones first. As for Earth, he will make his presence felt when the time is ripe. On Earth, SHIELD and the American government are engaged in damage control. Major news outlets report on the remnants of destruction left behind. Discussions regarding the Avengers and Superman resonate loudly among the populace. The arrival of extraterrestrials has rendered countless citizens in a state of disbelief. Authoritative media criticize the devastation wrought by the Avengers. The citizens, in a wave of gratitude, express their thanks to the Avengers. Two distinctly contrasting voices resonated throughout the globe. At this moment, the Avengers, including Lin Feng, the central figures of the news, were leisurely resting in Stark Tower. Before Lin Feng stood Thor, disheveled and grim, confronting him. The space gem belongs to Asgard, he declared, gripping Mjolnir, his expression dark. You have no right to claim it as your own. I repeat, hand it over. Lin Feng languidly reclined on the sofa, casting a disdainful glance at Thor. Quietly resting on his wrist were three gems, the yellow Mind Stone, the blue Space Stone, and the red Special Kryptonite. After extracting the tesseract, he had shattered it to retrieve the Space Stone, embedding it into his wrist. Like the Mind Stone, the energy of the Space Stone was gradually enhancing Lin Feng's abilities. There was no way he would relinquish it to Thor. Why would I give up something so close at hand? You claim it belongs to Asgard. Do you have any evidence? Lin Feng retorted. Thor's knuckles whitened as he gripped Mjolnir, fury bubbling beneath the surface, longing to teach this insolent young man a lesson. This marked the second time he had demanded the Space Stone from Lin Feng, the first resulting in him being unceremoniously kicked out of the tower, the speed of which had been too swift for Thor to even comprehend. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he was no match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained indifferent to Thor's thoughts. Should Thor persist in his obstinacy, Lin Feng would not hesitate to deliver another kick. Hey. As tensions escalated between the two, Iron Man, Tony Stark, intervened to protect his beloved Stark Tower. He positioned himself between them, raising his hands to create some distance. Calm down, gentlemen. After just finishing a battle, aren't you both weary? Allow me to offer a more impartial perspective. Tony continued, pointing toward Thor. Lin Feng is undoubtedly the stronger of the two. This assertion caused Thor's gaze to cool significantly, suspecting that Iron Man had ulterior motives. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. Tony remained unfazed, surveying the room. Am I not speaking the truth? Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, even Hulk, all seemed to agree. Lin Feng had the capability to soar into space and obliterate the Chitauri mothership. While Thor's accomplishments on Earth consisted of slaying a few Chitauri and being stabbed by his own brother, the disparity in strength was indeed unquestionable. The consensus among the crowd filled Tony with satisfaction. Turning to Thor, he spread his hands. See? Everyone shares this sentiment. Now, let us clarify this disaster. It was your brother, the second prince of Asgard, who instigated it. Countless lives were lost because of your brother, and even the coordinates of Earth may have been exposed. Correct? He's an adopted son. Thor sputtered, his face flushed in a futile attempt to defend himself. As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. Instinctively glancing to the side, there stood Loki, shackled, piercing him with a disdainful gaze. Very well, but he is indeed your brother. That is an undeniable fact. Thor nodded grimly. Tony continued, this calamity was instigated by your brother, and it was Lin Feng who quelled this disaster. I trust no one here would contest that? The onlookers nodded in subconscious agreement. Tony clapped his hands. Then it is quite clear, isn't it? As the protagonist who resolved this catastrophe, Lin Feng possesses the right to wield this gem, does he not? How eloquent Iron Man Tony can be. Who among us could rival his rhetoric? Moreover, Tony speaks the truth. On one side stands an unfamiliar Asgardian, the architect of this disaster. On the other, a dear friend and savior, Lin Feng. It is abundantly clear whom to support. After Tony's remarks, everyone felt a profound sense of reason. Only Thor's face flushed from beginning to end. But the Space Stone has always belonged to Asgard. Thor's voice dwindled, fading into insignificance. Lin Feng, growing impatient with Thor's futile defense, rose to his feet, radiating an imposing aura. Let me inform you, it no longer belongs to Asgard. Its presence on Earth signifies your failure to safeguard it. I am willing to return it to you, but will you not misplace it again? With a cold smirk, Lin Feng added, furthermore, the Infinity Stones have no true owner. You merely acted as their custodians for a time. To claim it belongs to Asgard? Aren't you ashamed? The combined onslaught from Lin Feng and Tony left Thor utterly speechless. His silence profound. The room fell into a hushed stillness. Observing Thor's silence, Loki sprang forth, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Poor son of Odin. Unable to contend with the Earthlings, and yet he fails to grasp the logic. How many Asgardians would laugh at this folly? Silence. Thor, seething with rage and humiliation, snatched a silencing device and placed it over Loki's mouth. Chapter 51. A system like a dog, effort and money in the end. Thor did not reclaim the space gem. He could only confess that he had inadvertently shattered the Bifrost. Without the space gem, he could not return to Asgard. He wished to utilize the space gem to repair the Bifrost. Initially, Lin Feng intended to refuse. However, after some contemplation, he consented. He had his own considerations and did not wish to sour relations with Asgard over the borrowing of a single gem. Although Lin Feng was not intimidated by Odin, it was not in his nature to make enemies indiscriminately. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng activated the space gem, vanishing alongside Thor and Loki. He set off to explore Asgard, leaving the mess for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony to handle. As for Nick Fury and the few American officials awaiting a video conference, Nick Fury's response was that it would be better for Lin Feng to safeguard the space gem. If they were unwilling, they could send someone to retrieve it. In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no chance of reclaiming it. The officials fell silent thereafter. Lin Feng's demonstrated strength during this calamity was evident. They realized he was not someone they could easily confront unless they resorted to nuclear weapons. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng was utterly unconcerned by the threat of nuclear arms. With 2 Infinity Gems in his possession, facing a nuclear strike was hardly an issue. Moreover, even if he could not withstand a nuclear explosion, Lin Feng could effortlessly teleport away using the space gem. In essence, within the entirety of Blue Star, only one individual posed a true threat to Lin Feng, the Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto. Consequently, no further discussions arose regarding Lin Feng acquiring 2 Infinity Stones. As for his decision not to join the Avengers, Nick Fury reiterated Lin Feng's words verbatim, "In the face of calamity, I shall intervene. But joining your band of Superboys is out of the question." After a prolonged silence, the officials instructed Black Egg to make every effort to negotiate. Thus, the narrative of the first Avengers film reached its conclusion, and Lin Feng arrived in Asgard. Upon landing, Thor promptly imprisoned Loki. Subsequently, he guided Lin Feng to the Grand Palace. Although it was ostensibly a visit, Lin Feng found little interest in Asgard scenery, preferring the modern allure of high-tech cities. He mused that the Maldives with Susan was far more appealing. Upon their arrival at the magnificent palace, Lin Feng encountered the sovereign of the 9 realms, the king of the gods, Odin. Seated upon his throne, Odin scrutinized Lin Feng in silence. He was acutely aware of the young man from Blue Star who possessed 2 Infinity Gems. Father. Thor bowed and then pointed at Lin Feng. He refuses to return the space gem. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the tone of Thor, which resembled that of a child reporting mischief. Odin slowly turned his gaze towards Thor. I have witnessed everything, Thor. A sense of joy surged within him as he realized that Lin Feng would likely refrain from further defiance in the presence of their father. He spoke truthfully. The space gem possesses no true master. Odin's words took Thor by surprise. Father. Thor gazed at Odin in disbelief. It is indeed the truth, Thor. Odin nodded slowly, gesturing for Thor to remain calm. The Infinity Stones were born at the dawn of the universe. They were never meant to belong to anyone. Thor found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that his father would take action to reclaim the space gem, for in his memory, it was a treasure belonging to Asgard. Yet, his father's unexpected demeanor left him utterly bewildered. The sovereign who had always been so assertive now seemed to behave quite differently. Noticing Thor's silence, Odin turned his attention to the young man from Blue Star, clad in black battle attire adorned with a prominent S-shaped emblem. Lin Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness as he acknowledged Odin with a nod, unsure of Asgardian customs and unwilling to bow. Nevertheless, Odin seemed unfazed. Welcome to Asgard, esteemed guest. It is a pleasure to have you here. A subtle smile graced Odin's aged visage, filled with unspoken meaning. There is no rush to repair the Bifrost. Preliminary preparations are required. During this time, might I suggest that Thor show you around Asgard? As for the space gem, it shall be returned to you once the Bifrost is restored. At these words, Thor grew anxious. He and Lin Feng had never gotten along well, and the idea of having to guide Lin Feng around was far from appealing. Father, his protest was cut short by Odin's icy glare, causing Thor to shudder and promptly seal his lips. I must respectfully decline, all father. My family awaits me on Blue Star, Lin Feng interjected, expressing his desire not to linger in Asgard any longer, as his interest in the realm was minimal. Moreover, Susan was still in the Maldives awaiting his return. I can repair the Bifrost on my own. No preparations are necessary, Lin Feng asserted. He trusted that Odin would not covet the Infinity Stone. Yet to avert any unforeseen complications, he was reluctant to remove the gem from his wrist. Odin, taken aback by the refusal, fell into a brief silence. He bore no anger. Instead, he nodded and addressed Thor. In that case, Thor, take him to the Bifrost. The command of the All-Father was not to be contested. With a heavy heart, Thor led Lin Feng away, his expression a mixture of frustration and confusion. He could not fathom why his father would not allow Lin Feng to return the space gem, a treasure that rightfully belonged to Asgard, to him. No matter how formidable Lin Feng might be, he could never surpass their father. Was there something about Lin Feng that instilled fear in Odin? Thor's heart brimmed with perplexity. Little did he know, Odin was indeed apprehensive, but not of Lin Feng himself. Instead, he dreaded a future where he would stand as an adversary to Lin Feng. He envisioned that future, akin to an early onset of Ragnarok. The amber rays sliced through the land of Asgard, and the celestial warriors fell, succumbing to the dissipating energies. Thor's mighty hammer was crushed in a single hand, and countless denizens of the celestial realm were rendered homeless. Yet, Thor remained oblivious to this calamity. Odin, however, foresaw it. He yearned for Lin Feng and Thor to forge a friendship, or at the very least, to refrain from becoming foes, for the repercussions would be dire. Perhaps he could subdue Lin Feng, but the cost would be exorbitant. Thus, he refrained from demanding the space gem. Thor still required growth, and he could afford to observe for a while longer. He could only hope that Thor would soon be worthy of his position and not let him down. The foolish son, Thor, remained unaware of his father's noble intentions. He brought Lin Feng to the fractured rainbow bridge's edge. Let the performance commence, he declared, standing aside with his arms crossed, his face etched with discontent. Lin Feng shook his head, choosing not to stoop to Thor's level. He approached the chasm of the rainbow bridge, ready to initiate repairs. Previously, Lin Feng had inquired of the system whether it could assist in mending the bridge, receiving an affirmative response, which prompted him to comply with Thor's request. Otherwise, he feared that lending the space gem could result in its loss. System, how do I repair the rainbow bridge? He called out. The system materialized. Host, channel the energy of the space gem, and leave the rest to me. Lin Feng nodded, closing his eyes to commence communication with the gem. The blue gem on his superhuman wrist began to radiate light slowly, as Lin Feng continued to stimulate it. The brilliance intensified, becoming almost blinding. In the next moment, azure energy surged forth like a torrent, flowing from his wrist to the rainbow bridge. The system constricted this energy, distributing it evenly across the bridge. With the system's assistance, the rainbow bridge was gradually restored. After a considerable time, a resonating hum echoed as the bridge vibrated. The damaged structure was completely mended, infused with immense energy, and the rainbow bridge was reactivated. Observing this, Lin Feng promptly severed the energy from the space gem. Repair complete. Host, You have earned 1 million prestige points. The system's voice followed. Lin Feng was taken aback. What is this? Why do I need prestige points? You did not mention this before. He queried in confusion, checking his ears to ensure he had not misheard. What, do you expect the system to work for free? The system retorted with a cold laugh. Please, had it not been for the space gem, repairing the Rainbow Bridge would have cost 10 million prestige points. You received a 90 discount. Are you not content? The system's tone suggested that Lin Feng had somehow gained a significant advantage. Lin Feng was speechless. It seemed he had been duped by this troublesome system, losing 1 million prestige points for nothing. Although it was not a vast sum, it represented his hard-earned effort. His mood soured instantly. Well, the bridge is fixed. Lin Feng turned to Thor and declared, I'm returning to Blue Star. Do not venture to Blue Star without reason. With a scowl, Lin Feng stepped through the portal and departed without a moment's hesitation. He could not bear to remain in Asgard for even a second longer. Thor, bewildered, gazed at the vanishing portal, filled with confusion. Why would Lin Feng be angry when the bridge had been repaired? Chapter 52. Encountering Sky again. Having resolved the issue of the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Feng promptly activated the portal to the Maldives. Susan awaited his arrival. Upon their reunion, the two indulged in several days of unrestrained enjoyment in the Maldives. Under the radiant sun, Susan reclined on the beach, engrossed in her phone while basking in the sunlight. Lin Feng sat beside her, holding a bottle of sunscreen, applying it while checking the rewards from the system. Indeed, the rewards for thwarting the Chitauri invasion had been finalized. The mission yielded a remarkable 10 million reputation points, with contributions from the citizens' attention and enthusiasm accounting for 8 million. This, however, was not the entirety of the rewards. The fervor surrounding the Chitauri incident continued to intensify, and once the matter fully subsided, Lin Feng anticipated an additional influx of over 10 million reputation points. This estimation was merely a rough calculation, yet the system's predictions were generally quite accurate. Thus, Lin Feng currently possessed an impressive total of approximately 90 million reputation points. Soon, he would be able to redeem the Silver Superman template. While he felt a sense of anticipation, he also harbored some reservations. After acquiring the Silver Superman, should he venture to the sun to expedite his growth? The Avengers had signified that the purple sweet potato essence had commenced implementing his family planning. With 2 Infinity Stones in his possession, Lin Feng did not perceive the unarmed purple sweet potato essence as a threat. However, if the latter were to acquire the Power Stone, it would indeed pose a challenge for Lin Feng, given the formidable destructive capacity of the Power Stone. He contemplated whether to secure the Power Stone first or to take a brief respite in the sun. Lin. Susan suddenly interjected, interrupting Lin Feng's reverie. What is it, darling? Lin Feng inquired. Susan waved her phone, stating, Let us head back. My mother mentioned she needs to speak with me and wants me to return. Besides, after so many days, I've had my fill of fun. Susan sat up, stretching languidly. During their time in the Maldives, Lin Feng had taken her through all the enjoyable activities, some of which they had repeated 2 or 3 times. Just moments ago, her mother had messaged her, indicating that her younger sister urgently needed to see her, insisting she return post-haste. Her mother even threatened that if her sister did not see her, they would have to dismantle the house. Susan found herself puzzled. What could her 7-year-old sister possibly need from her? Lin Feng, indifferent to the matter, smiled and replied, It's up to you. Do you want me to accompany you? Susan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Perhaps not. I fear you might frighten them. Just give me some time. I'll go and gauge the situation first. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The two began to tidy up, preparing to leave the villa. This villa was situated in shallow waters, offering a breathtaking view of the clear blue sea each morning, uplifting one's spirits. Lin Feng contemplated purchasing a villa here, as he was not lacking in funds. The dividends from Stark Industries alone would suffice to ensure a lifetime of comfort for both him and Susan. Not to mention the substantial income from Susan's website. After tidying up, the two stood together. Lin Feng felt a thought cross his mind, and the space gem on his wrist began to glow softly. A circular blue portal materialized before them. Stepping through, the scenery instantly shifted, transporting them back to the villa of the Twisting Waste guest. This was far more efficient than any super flight. Theoretically, with coordinates in hand, Lin Feng could instantaneously reach any corner of the universe. After placing his luggage down, Lin Feng handed the R8 key to Susan. This car, once belonging to Tony Stark, was now registered under Lin Feng's name. He intended to purchase another vehicle, which he would then gift to Susan. If she did not fancy it, he would acquire yet another for her. Before his journey through time, he had a passion for sleek sports cars. However, he lamented that his finances were insufficient to afford even the more refined models. Susan drove him into the city. As a female driver, her skills were commendable. After dropping Lin Feng off, she headed home, eager to see what mischief her younger sister was up to. The thought of her mischievous sibling made Susan's head throb. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wandered through a luxury car dealership, having chosen to disembark at the Lamborghini showroom. Upon entering, he found the space to be quite expansive, with display cars lining both sides of the central aisle. Inside, a short-haired female salesperson lounged on a sofa, casting a glance at Lin Feng. After a brief observation, her eyes darted towards a nearby intern. "Kai, you go. We have a customer," she commanded. Kai nodded, not thinking much of it, and approached the figure examining the cars. The short-haired salesperson snickered silently, having just sized up Lin Feng. She speculated that he was merely another individual wishing to experience the thrill of luxury cars. Dressed in inexpensive attire, lacking the symbols of success on his wrist, and bearing a black ring that hardly suggested opulence, he had even walked in on foot. Aside from his decent appearance, there was little else to commend him. It was highly improbable that he was a serious buyer. Her discerning eye recognized that Lin Feng was not her target client, and she considered it merely a practice opportunity for the intern. Unbeknownst to her, Kai was not there to genuinely sell cars. She had assumed the role of a salesperson merely as a guise for her investigation. To secure this position, she had hacked into the recruitment back-end, replacing an unfortunate candidate with herself. Approaching Lin Feng, she donned a formulaic smile and greeted him. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Lamborghini. May I ask your name?" Hearing someone call out to him, Lin Feng turned around, his expression one of surprise. "Sky?" he exclaimed. "Sky," equally astonished, replied Lin Feng. "What a coincidence. What brings you here? Are you selling cars?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Sky awkwardly chuckled. "I suppose so." She never anticipated Lin Feng would arrive here. It's merely a coincidence, isn't it? Her affairs were nearly investigated, and she intended to make her escape tomorrow. Yet today she unexpectedly encountered Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances at Sky. This little hacker had always used a pseudonym to befriend her girlfriend. Lin Feng was aware that she would eventually join SHIELD, but he had no inclination to involve himself in such matters. SHIELD was far too troublesome. Currently, Sky was a rebellious spirit, at odds with SHIELD in every aspect. He wondered if she had indeed joined that. What was it called? The Tide Organization. Returning to the matter at hand, he had yet to seize the opportunity to inquire, "How did you come to know my name?" Sky couldn't suppress her curiosity. During their first encounter, Lin Feng had called her by her real name, and she had been intrigued yet lacked the chance to ask. Upon hearing her question, Lin Feng glanced at her with a hint of amusement and remarked, "What's the matter? Does Lamborghini's sales team inquire into their clients' private information? Do you ever know when to stop talking?" Sky rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling a bit annoyed. "If you're unwilling to share, then why are you here? Buying a car?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them. Lin Feng certainly had the means. He was, without a doubt, here to purchase a vehicle. What else could he possibly be doing? Indeed, Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze gradually turning sympathetic, as if he were observing someone rather dim-witted. Sky's face flushed with embarrassment. She fidgeted with her fingers, hastily shifting the topic. "Are you planning to buy this car?" Lin Feng patted the Aventador in front of him and nodded. "Correct. Please tell me more about this car. I wish to acquire it." Sky glanced at the vehicle model and suddenly had a thought. A car that would undoubtedly suit Lin Feng came to mind. "You wish to purchase this model? You seem to be quite verbose." Disregarding Lin Feng's complaint, Sky tugged him toward the back hall, chattering as they walked. Come. I know of a car that is perfect for you." Lin Feng allowed her to lead him, curious about what scheme she was concocting. They arrived at the back hall, where a Lamborghini covered with a car cover awaited. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be another Aventador. Sky swiftly pulled off the cover, revealing a sleek Lamborghini supercar before Lin Feng's eyes. The black Aventador LP 700-4 boasted a striking appearance, with its dark paint giving it the semblance of a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Unlike the showcase model outside, this Aventador was adorned with elements reminiscent of a superhero. The streamlined black body was accentuated with vibrant orange-red lines, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. A prominent black emblem graced the front hood, identical to the one on Lin Feng's battlesuit. Even the seat's interior featured hand-stitched logos. Lin Feng's expression was utterly captivating. Pointing at the car, he inquired, "What is this?" Chapter 53, Supercars and Mischievous Children. Sky, with a beaming smile, pointed at the sports car and inquired, "What do you think? It suits you perfectly, doesn't it?" Lin Feng instinctively nodded in response. Although the car's body was adorned with elements reminiscent of superhero symbols, the integration was executed with such finesse that it did not appear gaudy. Rather, it enhanced the black Aventador's sense of speed and power. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng found himself quite enamored with this vehicle. This must have been customized by some wealthy individual, he mused. Such a paint job probably isn't even listed in the options catalog. As for second-hand vehicles, they ought to be found in used car dealerships, not in direct sales outlets. It must have been either custom-made or modified by some affluent patron. Sky nodded in affirmation. "You are absolutely correct. This car was initially commissioned at a high price by a rich heir who only paid the deposit. Just a few days ago, before the car arrived, some issues arose in the heir's family. It is said that his ex-wife absconded with all the funds from his account. Now, he is busy liquidating properties to settle his debts. Upon hearing Sky's explanation, Lin Feng nodded, confirming his initial thoughts. As long as it was not a second-hand vehicle, he was content. Stark's annual dividend had recently been credited to his account, and he had no desire to purchase a pre-owned car. Let us proceed with the payment, Lin Feng declared, generously pulling out his bank card. If he liked it, he would buy it. All right, this way, sir. Sky cheerfully led Lin Feng to the payment area. The wealthy heir's father's bankruptcy was not a trivial matter. Someone had paid a handsome sum for Sky to investigate the situation. However, she chose not to divulge too much information to Lin Feng. The price of this vehicle exceeded that of the standard model by over 40, owing to the custom interior and exterior, as well as the additional optional accessories, all essentially conforming to the top-tier specifications. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was unfazed. He was not lacking in funds. With the card swiped, payment made, and registration completed, they followed the necessary procedures. The vehicle was affixed with a temporary license plate, and Sky explained that the official plates would be sent to his villa the following day. Lin Feng did not dwell on this. He simply wanted to drive the car away today. In less than an hour, all formalities were completed. Amidst the envious and regretful gazes of the short-haired sales staff, Lin Feng drove off. The performance of this LP 700-4 far surpassed that of the previous R8. Lin Feng took the car to a racetrack, paying the venue fee, eager to experience the allure of this magnificent beast. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the engine erupted with a ferocious roar. The vehicle darted forward like an arrow, akin to a black lightning bolt gliding just above the ground on the track. Thanks to his superhuman reflexes and vision, Lin Feng's control of the car was more precise than that of professional drivers. Several other cars were also on the racetrack. Yet Lin Feng's black Lamborghini maneuvered past them like a specter, overtaking them effortlessly. Where did that madman come from? The other drivers wondered, their anxiety palpable as they observed him navigate corners with minimal braking. After several laps, Lin Feng finally felt satiated with the exhilaration of driving. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, the vehicle drifted away from the racetrack, and Lin Feng was thoroughly pleased with its performance. The handling was commendable. Yet if there were to be a singular flaw, it would be the excessively rigid chassis. Without extraordinary physical prowess, one could hardly endure prolonged driving without experiencing discomfort in the lower back. After savoring the exhilarating rush of speed, Lin Feng directed his journey towards his villa. Though thrilling, it paled in comparison to the electrifying sensation he experienced during his inaugural flight. Upon his return home, night had already enveloped the sky. Lin Feng observed the lights of the villa illuminating the darkness, likely indicating that Susan had returned. He had assumed she would be away on business and would not be home tonight. After parking the vehicle, Lin Feng approached the villa. However, in the next moment, he noticed a golden-haired little girl squatting on the lawn, busily engaged in some activity. He took a couple of steps back, glancing at the number on the villa's plaque. Indeed, it was his home. But where had this little girl come from? Had she mistakenly wandered over from the neighboring house? Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng approached her to inquire. The golden-haired girl was wielding a small shovel, diligently digging into the ground as if unearthing something of significance. Hey there, little one, Lin Feng called out, bending slightly to soften his voice, concerned about startling her. The sudden sound caused the girl to freeze mid-action. Slowly, she turned her head, her wide eyes locking onto Lin Feng's. After a prolonged silence, he scratched his head, puzzled by her lack of response. Prior to his journey through time, he had no experience dealing with children. Hello? The little girl scanned Lin Feng from head to toe, then back again. Finally, she spoke. Are you a superhero? Her clear, melodic voice directly posed the question. Huh. Lin Feng was even more baffled now. Little one, are you looking for a superhero? The girl nodded vigorously, repeating, Are you a superhero? Lin Feng instinctively glanced around, but saw no sign of her parents. After a moment of hesitation, he found himself denying her inquiry. I am not a superhero. Can you tell me why you are searching for one? The girl did not respond to his question. Upon receiving a negative answer, her demeanor shifted, and she promptly turned on her heel, racing toward the villa while shouting, Sister! Sister! There's a bad man! Lin Feng could only facepalm in exasperation, his expression one of distress. Indeed, children were exceedingly imaginative. What sort of scene was unfolding here? Surely, she must have gotten the wrong house. Where's this bad man? Just then, the villa door swung open, and Susan emerged, her expression fraught with concern. She swiftly scooped up the little girl, casting a wary glance around. In the next instant, her eyes landed on Lin Feng, who stood there, bewildered, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, could the bad man Elena spoke of be Lin Feng? Is it him? Susan pointed at Lin Feng. Yes. The little girl nodded emphatically, affirming the accusation. Susan shook her head with a bemused smile. He is not a bad man. Upon finishing her words, Susan embraced the little girl and approached Lin Feng. The girl clung to Susan's neck, still vigilantly observing Lin Feng. Lin, welcome back, Susan greeted, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Lin Feng remained perplexed. His mouth agape as he pointed at the girl in Susan's arms, inquiring, what is going on here? This is Elena, my sister. She is 7 years old this year. Susan clarified, gently bouncing the little girl. Elena, hurry and greet your superhero brother. Haven't you always wanted to meet a superhero? Here he is. You're lying, sister. Elena clung tightly to Susan's neck, reluctant to let go. I am not lying. He truly is a superhero. Susan patiently explained. He is not. He admitted it himself. He is not a superhero. Elena insisted, believing her sister was trying to deceive her, thinking she was merely a child who could be easily fooled by a mere stranger posing as a superhero. Yet, little did her sister realize that the man had confessed it himself. Susan cast Lin Feng a peculiar glance, while Lin Feng responded with an awkward smile. I didn't know she was your sister. I thought she was just a neighbor's child. Susan felt somewhat speechless, as she could guess how embarrassed Lin Feng had been moments ago. I promise I'm not lying to you, Susan reassured Elena. Think about it. When have I ever deceived you? Little Elena pondered for a moment before decisively exposing Susan's supposed deceit. When I was 4, you said that when you came home, you would buy me a toy, but you didn't buy me one. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the scene. Susan's lips twitched as she struggled to find her words. Lin Feng stifled a laugh, knowing she was his girlfriend. He looked at the little girl and tried to rescue Susan, saying, Elena, right? I truly am a superhero. Little Elena looked at Lin Feng skeptically and insisted, I don't believe you. You just said you weren't. Unless. Her eyes gleamed mischievously, unless you prove it to me. Chapter 54. Elena's cosmic journey. Can I truly prove it for a lifetime? The little one still seeks validation? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, all right, I shall demonstrate it to you. With that, he levitated gracefully, his black cape cascading behind him. The classic superhero attire materialized, identical to what the little one had seen on television. Elena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, it's really a superhero. While shouting, she squirmed in Susan's embrace, eager to descend. Unable to contain her, Susan gently set her down. The child rushed to Lin Feng, her curious and exhilarated gaze scrutinizing him. Lin, Susan called out, spend some time playing with her. The meal is not yet prepared. I will summon you both for dinner shortly. With that, Susan retreated to the villa, leaving the two to stare at one another in wide-eyed wonder. Help, I truly struggle to communicate with children. Fortunately, the child's exuberance soon stabilized. 5 minutes later, Elena dashed back to the half-dug hole, wielding a small shovel, and resumed her diligent efforts. Lin Feng crouched opposite her, staring blankly as she continued to dig. He was at a loss as to how the situation had unfolded in such a manner. The child's insatiable curiosity was astonishing, her hands never ceasing their movements, while she incessantly chattered with Lin Feng. Within a short span, she had posed no fewer than 10 questions. Are you my sister's boyfriend? Do superheroes receive a salary? Do superheroes also eat carrots? She even inquired whether he cuddled her sister's teddy bear while sleeping, recalling how much she adored doing so when her sister was at home. Lin Feng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He realized he could not allow the questioning to persist. He needed to take the initiative to redirect the conversation. The little one had been tirelessly digging since the beginning, and Lin Feng initially assumed she intended to till their lawn. However, her strength was far too limited, and she had only managed to excavate a hole that even a squirrel could not fit into. What are you digging? Lin Feng inquired. Upon hearing his question, Elena's interest was piqued. I am digging a hole. Who taught you such a nonsensical art of conversation? Little Elena seemed to grasp something and continued to explain. Mommy says that if I bury myself in the earth, I will grow faster. I want to bury myself. I want to grow up quickly. Then, I can be like you, superhero brother, and fight villains every day. Lin Feng felt his face contort uncontrollably. He genuinely could not comprehend the thought processes and behavioral patterns of children. He resolved to maintain silence. The two of them, one large and one small, stared at the hole for an extended period. Elena was drenched in sweat from her exertions. After a while, she seemed to realize that her progress was too slow and turned to Lin Feng with eager eyes. Superhero brother, could you help me dig? She asked, gesturing emphatically with her hands to indicate a large circle. If it's superhero brother, you could easily dig a hole this big in no time. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Digging a hole? To bury you? Your sister mustn't strangle me. Lin Feng retrieved a tissue to wipe the sweat from little Elena's brow, attempting to divert her attention. Stop digging. How about I take you on an adventure as a superhero? He suggested. Really? Can I be a superhero right now? Elena's small face lit up with excitement and curiosity. Just for a little experience. Lin Feng extended his arms. Come here. Let your brother hold you. Trusting him. Elena tossed her little shovel aside and stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Is this how it's done? Lin Feng lifted her up, nodding. Hold on tightly to my neck, and don't let go. Obediently, Elena wrapped her arms around his neck with all her might, though her strength was rather pitiful. Are you ready? She nodded vigorously. Here we go. As the words left his lips, Lin Feng soared into the sky with little Elena in his arms. Elena's excited screams filled the air as Lin Feng enveloped her in a biological force field to ensure her safety. Having never experienced such an exhilarating moment, her heart raced with excitement, and her previously fair face flushed with exhilaration as she shouted joyfully. They flew through the skies above New York, traversing the city with ease. Finally, they hovered above the iconic Times Square, suspended in the air. Looking down at the dazzling lights below, Elena felt no fear. Her big eyes sparkled with delight. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed. She had seen such sights while flying in an airplane, but never with such clarity and freedom. She felt like a bird, soaring freely through the azure sky, even if it was nighttime. Seeing her joy, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't it lovely? Elena nodded vigorously, her head bobbing up and down. With a playful grin, Lin Feng said mysteriously, there is something even more beautiful. Hold on tight. Hearing there was more to come, Elena clutched Lin Feng's neck even tighter, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Lin Feng expanded the range of the biological force field slightly, preparing to take the little one to explore the cosmos. In the next moment, he shot upward into the sky, gaining speed, enveloped in the biological force field. The little one felt no significant discomfort, but the rapid pace made her shut her eyes in fear. Before long, Elena sensed her body growing lighter, as if she were floating. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The scene around her transformed into a vast expanse of darkness. Looking up, she beheld a tapestry of twinkling stars reflected in her wide eyes. Turning her head, she saw a massive blue-white planet slowly rotating beneath her. Her mouth agape. Her big eyes widened in shock at the breathtaking spectacle before her. Her small hands, which had been excitedly clutching Lin Feng's neck, began to tremble with exhilaration. Lin Feng took out his phone and switched to selfie mode. Click, he captured this beautiful moment. In the photograph, the blue-white planet dominated the frame, a testament to their extraordinary adventure. In the upper right corner, the cosmos sparkles with stars. At the center of the scene stands Lin Feng, clad in a superhero suit, cradling the exuberantly excited little Elena, whose mouth is agape in astonishment. Lin Feng, with the spirited child in his arms, soared around the earth for a while, their playful hearts leading them to greet Tony's personal satellite. This satellite, under the exclusive control of Tony Stark, is rumored to be intended for a Hulk-repelling armor. It remains uncertain if this is merely a prototype. Their cosmic journey concluded swiftly, and before little Elena had fully indulged in the thrill, Lin Feng brought her back to Blue Star. The air contained within his biofield was limited, and he lacked the ability to generate more. A brief excursion sufficed. He could not risk causing the child to suffer from oxygen deprivation. Before Lin Feng's villa, Susan had prepared a meal and stood in the yard, searching for the two. Although they were absent, she felt no concern. She was well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. It was highly likely that he had taken Elena for some fun. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Susan spotted Lin Feng descending from the night sky, cradling Elena in his arms. As soon as they touched down, Elena dashed a few steps and wrapped her arms around Susan's legs, exclaiming, "Sister, sister." Her face radiated excitement, still reeling from the joy of their recent adventure. With a beaming smile, Susan lifted her up, inquiring, "Where did you go to have such fun?" "Up there." Elena pointed to the sky, bouncing with glee. "Superman brother took me flying so high." Susan chuckled. "How high was it?" Elena pondered for a moment. "A big blue ball. Super big." As she spoke, she gestured in the air, attempting to draw a large circle. The immense blue planet was something she had only glimpsed in picture books. She had never experienced it firsthand. It was no exaggeration to say that this experience would provide her with endless tales of bragging rights among her peers. Upon hearing the child's response, a look of confusion and complexity washed over Susan's face. A big blue ball? A thought flickered in her mind as she glanced at Lin Feng. "You didn't, by any chance, take her beyond Earth, did you?" Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly, neither confirming nor denying. "I may have gotten a bit carried away." In response, Susan playfully rolled her eyes at him, her expression devoid of true reproach. "All right. It's time to eat. You two should wash your hands." Chapter 55, The Dawn of Evolution. Tony's new toy. After dinner, Susan lulled Elena to sleep. It was getting late, and returning the little one home would take until the early hours, so they decided to stay at Lin Feng's house. Young children need ample sleep to grow, and staying up late is not advisable. For the next 2 days, Elena resided in Lin Feng's villa, enjoying her school holiday. A decision made only after obtaining Lin Feng's consent. Lin Feng joyfully entertained the little girl for 2 days. She witnessed him heroically saving the day, exclaiming her delight. Lin Feng even took her deep-sea fishing, and both enjoyed their time together immensely. However, joyful moments often pass swiftly. Before long, the holiday came to an end, and it was time for Elena to return to school. On that day, at the villa's entrance, Elena bid farewell to Lin Feng, tears streaming down her face. while Susan patiently waited in the car. Superman brother, I will miss you. Elena sniffled. Lin Feng chuckled as he wiped her nose. Superman brother will miss you too. Hurry back. Remember to listen to your sister. Next time you come for a holiday, I will take you fishing in the sea again. With Lin Feng's promise. The little one reluctantly climbed into the car, waving her tiny hand vigorously at him as they departed. The experiences of these 2 days were something most people would never encounter in a lifetime. Forget about deep-sea fishing. Even taking selfies in outer space without a spacesuit is an unimaginable feat. After bidding farewell to Elena, Lin Feng sank onto the sofa, taking a moment to rest. Although playing with a child is delightful, it can also be exhausting, primarily due to mental fatigue. After a brief respite, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and opened Tony Stark's contact. A couple of days ago, Tony had sent him a photo of Lin Feng enjoying cosmic adventures with Elena, teasing him about when he had taken up a sideline in cosmic tourism. Lin Feng chose to ignore his banter. However, this time he sought Tony's assistance with certain matters. Making a call, he was fortunate to find Tony at his villa. After hanging up, Lin Feng flew directly over. Following the fervor surrounding the Avengers' first incident, his reputation had soared, nearing a staggering 100 million, almost enough to exchange for the Silver Superman. According to the system, upgrading to Silver Superman required him to spend 2 months at the sun, something Lin Feng found perplexing. Yet, since that was what the system indicated, he intended to comply. After all, upgrading to Iron Man had also involved a 3-month stint in outer space. Before heading to the sun, Lin Feng planned to ask Tony to help look after Susan. Even though she had the Superman wristband he provided, an additional layer of security was always prudent. Hey, Playboy, what are you up to? Lin Feng inquired as he entered Tony's workshop, finding him tinkering with a circular shield. Hey, buddy, come check out my new toy, Tony exclaimed, raising the round shield he was holding. It was roughly the same size as Captain America's vibranium shield. The above design is characterized by the striking gold and crimson color scheme of the steel battle suit, prominently featuring the iconic inverted triangle reactor logo at its center. Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Tony, have you had your fill of being Iron Man? Are you aspiring to become Captain Steel, to supplant Steve? In response, Tony rolled his eyes. Why would I replace that old popsicle? This is crafted from metal I acquired from Nick Fury. Tony explained. This material is nearly the hardest metal in the world. I managed to procure a limited quantity. Previously, when Thor struck Captain America's shield with a mighty blow, the immense kinetic energy was dispersed by the shield, prompting Tony's attention. According to Jarvis's analysis, Captain America's shield possesses top-tier kinetic absorption capabilities. Further investigation revealed that the shield is forged from vibranium, which piqued the interest of the technological aficionado, Tony. After comprehending the properties of vibranium, he approached Rhodey and, after much negotiation, purchased a limited amount. Initially, he intended to acquire more to explore its potential application in the next generation of armor. However, the supply of vibranium within S.H.I.E.L.D. was also scarce. After an extensive search, Jarvis managed to uncover some leads on vibranium sources. Currently, Tony is utilizing satellites to seek out locations of vibranium deposits. From the batch he obtained, Tony fashioned the shield. Preliminary testing indicated that vibranium is significantly more durable than his steel battle suit. He secured the shield onto a stand. Come, Lin, throw a punch at it, Tony invited. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Let me see if it can withstand your attack. With that, Tony dashed behind a pre-prepared cover, evidently having anticipated this test. Lin Feng shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Given his current strength, even without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones, he could easily damage the vibranium shield. Under the dual influence of the Infinity Stones and solar radiation, Lin Feng had grown considerably stronger since his transformation into Superman. He took 2 steps forward and unleashed a powerful punch against the vibranium shield. A resounding bang echoed as the circular shockwave emanated from the shield. The tremendous force was diffused outward, scattering nearby tables and tools. An imprint of his fist appeared on the shield, slightly concave, yet it remained unbroken. Ha! Tony exclaimed, leaping out in exhilaration. What do you think, Lin? Isn't it incredibly sturdy? In Tony's eyes, although the shield bore a fist mark, it had undoubtedly withstood Lin Feng's blow. Did this not imply that he could create an anti-Superman armor? Observing Tony's uncontainable delight, Lin Feng smirked derisively and removed the shield from the stand. With both hands exerting force, he bent the vibranium shield effortlessly. The unpleasant sound of metal deformation echoed as he folded it in half. You may not realize, but I barely utilized 1/3 of my strength with that punch, he remarked, casually discarding the bent shield to the ground. Tony remained silent, gazing at the vibranium shield discarded on the ground, shaking his head with a wry smile. Goodness, I still underestimated your strength. On Blue Star, is there anything you cannot penetrate? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Probably not. However, vibranium indeed possesses remarkable hardness. And from what I just observed, its ability to absorb and dissipate kinetic energy is exceptional. So, do you intend to craft a suit of armor from it? Lin Feng inquired. I do have such an idea, Tony nodded. However, due to certain considerations, I plan to incorporate vibranium only in the primary areas. Yet, this requires practical experimentation to ascertain. With that, Tony picked up the vibranium shield and set it aside, instructing Jarvis to record the data from earlier. Now, let us discuss your purpose for visiting, Tony prompted, as Lin Feng typically did not seek him out without reason. This lad was usually preoccupied with his girlfriend, cohabiting in their own little world. With Tony addressing serious matters, Lin Feng spoke up. Tony, I wish to journey into outer space. Tony raised an eyebrow. That sounds somewhat familiar. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. Let me finish. Tony gestured for him to continue. I plan to spend approximately 2 to 3 months in outer space. During this time, I would appreciate it if you could assign someone to keep an eye on Susan. Ensure she is not bullied. Who would dare bully the girlfriend of a superhuman? Tony replied, exasperated. You cannot be serious. Lin Feng shook his head, speaking earnestly. I am speaking the truth, Tony. The complexities of S-H-I-E-L-D are more intricate than you might imagine. Tony's gaze flickered. Are you suggesting that the threat originates from S-H-I-E-L-D? Is it Nick Fury? Do you believe that because you have not joined the Avengers, he might act unfavorably towards you? Lin Feng shook his head, clarifying, I have never worried about that. Nick Fury is not foolish. The threat indeed comes from S-H-I-E-L-D, but it is not from Nick Fury. The inefficacy of that black egg has left me perplexed. It is as if I should directly inform him that Hydra is riding on his back and urinating on him. Even now, there are still numerous Hydra agents roaming within S-H-I-E-L-D. It seems that not joining S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed the right choice. Chapter 56. Meeting the Sun Old Man. After engaging in idle chatter with Tony for an extended period, Lin Feng departed from Tony's villa, revealing little information. Let Iron Man uncover the truth step by step. Even our Iron Man requires growth. As Lin Feng had initially surmised, malevolence cannot be entirely eradicated. He could easily target all Hydra operatives and send them to meet their maker, yet he refrained from such actions, believing it essential to offer others a chance to develop alongside him. For every Hydra that falls, a Medusa rises. Only through personal growth can one confront these calamities. Upon returning home, Lin Feng counted his prestige points. The template of the Silver Superman had tantalized him for quite some time. Just consider the frost breath capable of extinguishing the sun, along with the strength to pull an entire solar system, even a galaxy. Who would not desire such power? Who would not be entranced? As he approached the monumental threshold of 100 million, Lin Feng's days were filled with both anticipation and anxiety. His prestige points continued to grow steadily. About a week later, Lin Feng sat in his villa sipping afternoon tea. At last, the system's notification chimed in his ear, announcing that his prestige points had successfully surpassed 100 million. He was now able to exchange for the Silver Superman template and proceed with his upgrade. The long-awaited moment brought an unexpected sense of calm. Perhaps it was the surreal feeling that accompanied such anticipation. Lin Feng set down his teacup and exhaled deeply. He planned to seek out the remaining Infinity Stones once this evolution was complete. Currently, he possessed 2 Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. The Reality Stone was likely in Asgard, where Lin Feng recalled its fluid form. The Time Stone remained with the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Her successor, Strange, was presumably still serving as her surgeon. This posed a dilemma, as the Ancient One would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with the Time Stone. As for the Power Stone, Lin Feng remembered it was located on a desolate planet, something like Morag. The Power Stone lay there, encased in the orb, while that foolish Star-Lord would not retrieve it for another 2 years. The Soul Stone presented an even greater challenge, requiring the sacrifice of a loved one to obtain it. Lin Feng could not help but scoff at this notion. Sacrifice? How could one even go about that? In the original narrative, Thanos sacrificed Gamora to acquire the Soul Stone. Would Lin Feng have to push Susan off a cliff? That was simply out of the question. At this juncture, it seemed that the most accessible stones would be the Power Stone and the Reality Stone. Lin Feng intended to pursue these 2 first, postponing thoughts of the Soul Stone for a later time. In any case, Lin Feng would not grant Thanos the opportunity to snap his fingers. With his thoughts thus concluded, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Susan, preparing to inform her before meeting the Sun Old Man. Susan was engrossed in her laptop, tending to her video for him. Lin Feng, she called softly. What is it? Upon hearing Lin Feng call her, she merely responded with a nonchalant HM. I surmised that I would soon be venturing out again. Where to? The city? Susan did not lift her gaze. And please bring me a bottle of body wash. I'm nearly out of the brand I usually use. Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. That's not what I meant. I'm saying that I will be away for a while, and it may take a bit longer this time. At this, Susan raised her head, her expression tinged with confusion. Where are you going? Is it the same as last time? She recalled that during his previous week-long absence, Lin Feng had said something similar. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, but this time I will be gone longer, approximately 2 months. Susan's eyes widened in surprise. 2 months? That is quite a long time. Don't worry, Lin Feng reassured her. There is no real danger this time. I'm just going to the sun to evolve a bit. It's nothing to be alarmed about, though I can't explain it all to you. Susan nodded, understanding that Lin Feng had his own matters to attend to, and she couldn't impede his journey. As before, she reminded him to be cautious in all things. After sharing a tender moment with Susan, Lin Feng prepared to commence his evolution without further delay. Before departing, he purchased an additional piece of platinum kryptonite for her, bringing her total to 2. This would sufficiently equip her to handle most threats from Earth, serving as a double layer of protection. Clad in his black battle attire, Lin Feng soared away from Earth. The yellow dwarf star shone brilliantly before him. With a thought, a blue portal materialized, positioned approximately 1 million kilometers from the sun. Stepping through the portal, Lin Feng was immediately enveloped in brilliant heat. He squinted against the brightness. This colossal star, with its billions of years of existence, rotated slowly. The surface of the sun constantly erupted with plasma, perpetually undergoing nuclear fusion. Observing the sun up close, Lin Feng noted that it did not appear as the yellow hue seen from the blue planet. He struggled to find a fitting description, focusing his mind. He summoned the system, exchange for the silver Superman template. As the words left his lips, his 100 million points of reputation instantly vanished, leaving him with a mere few 100,000. The system's voice echoed in response. Silver Superman template has been exchanged. Please proceed quickly into the sun to initiate evolution. Estimated evolution time, 60 days. Though the loss of his hard-earned reputation points stung, Lin Feng knew it was a worthwhile sacrifice. His expression grew solemn as he propelled himself toward the sun, preparing for his evolution. Based on Marvel's power estimations, the strength of the Silver Superman was likely at the cosmic level, sufficient to confront most threats within the universe. Just because many formidable figures did not appear in films, it did not imply their absence. As long as no multiverse-level beings intervened, Lin Feng, post-evolution, would be able to navigate the cosmos with confidence. As for the next tier, the multiverse-level Golden Superman, the exchange requires a staggering 1 billion reputation points and access to a level 3 shop, privileges that Lin Feng currently cannot possess. Presently, he finds contentment in evolving the Silver Superman. Lin Feng ascended to the surface of the sun, where the temperature had yet to reach a level that induced discomfort. His body gradually sank into the solar flames, and that sensation enveloped him in a soothing warmth akin to a hot bath. His battle suit had long been retracted into the system space, and his garments were instantly reduced to ashes under the intense heat. Now he stood completely bare, save for a wrist guard adorned with 3 gems radiating a brilliant light. The searing energy and radiation enveloped Lin Feng, causing his abilities to grow at a visibly perceptible pace. He closed his eyes, and under the influence of the system, he slowly succumbed to slumber. Just as before, Lin Feng embarked on his evolution. Chapter 57. Something feels amiss. In the vast cosmos, within a shadowy corner where even the stars cannot illuminate, stand 2 peculiar figures cloaked in black robes, one tall and the other short, their faces obscured. One of them lifts a compass-like instrument and glances at it, seemingly unperturbed by the darkness that surrounds them. How is it? The taller figure inquires, his voice raspy, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against a wall. The one holding the instrument chuckles dryly, his voice equally hoarse. Everything is proceeding smoothly, all according to plan. The tall figure nods, poised to ask further questions, when suddenly an anomaly escalates. A rift tears open in the void, revealing a colossal red eye ablaze with flames, its fire a haunting black that exudes an unsettling aura. We've been discovered. The tall figure halts, swiftly turning to his companion. Let us depart. As soon as the words leave his lips, the 2 figures in black robes gradually vanish from sight. The eye in the void, witnessing their disappearance, conveys a hint of human-like resignation before it too slowly dissipates into the emptiness. On the arm of Orion, the solar system continues its ceaseless rotation. Within the yellow dwarf star that marks its center, a pair of eyes gradually opens. It is Lin Feng, having evolved into the Silver Superman, awakening within the sun. His gaze brightens as he soars forth, emerging from the solar sphere, still devoid of clothing, save for a bracelet encrusted with 3 gemstones upon his left wrist. After flying a short distance, Lin Feng focuses his thoughts, and a black superhero suit envelopes him. Having slumbered within the sun for 2 months, his mind remains somewhat foggy. He shakes his head to regain clarity. At this moment, Lin Feng feels an immense joy welling within him. He has awakened, signifying that he has indeed transformed into the Silver Superman. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he clenches his fists, eager to experience his newfound strength. Yet, gradually, a frown creases his brow. He emits a soft gasp, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He perceives that his power seems not to have significantly amplified. Casting his gaze around, Lin Feng fixates on the nearest meteorite and propels himself toward it. The meteorite, neither too large nor too small, is perfectly suited for practice. He raises his hand and strikes down with force. The meteorite shatters instantly, disintegrating into countless fragments that scatter in all directions. His strength is impeccable. However, something feels amiss. This punch confirms Lin Feng's suspicions. His power has not experienced a substantial enhancement. According to the template of the Silver Superman, such a strike should have reduced the meteorite to mere dust. Doubt begins to stir within Lin Feng. Has his evolution into the Silver Superman failed? Yet the system had never indicated that evolution could fail. Since he has awakened, it should signify a successful transformation. Puzzled by the reason, he calls out to the system in his mind. He sought to inquire about the situation, pondering whether the system had been negligent. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated voice of the system remained conspicuously absent. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that the system was slumbering once more? System? He called out again in his mind. After another lengthy pause, silence persisted. The vast expanse of space was enveloped in a stillness akin to death. Lin Feng's expression grew grave. System, emerge at once. Where are you? After several fervent calls, the system remained utterly unresponsive. No replies, no sounds, only an oppressive quietude. A sense of foreboding began to stir within Lin Feng. System, do not jest with me. Reveal yourself. He implored, repeatedly attempting to summon the system. Yet, regardless of his entreaties, there was no sign of a response. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Lin Feng contemplated that, upon achieving evolution, he should have been awakened by the system. However, from the moment he regained consciousness, the system had remained inexplicably silent. A system that typically responded without fail had chosen this moment to fall silent. After pondering for some time, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Lin Feng resolved to return to Blue Star first. The spatial gem radiated light, summoning a familiar azure portal. He directed the portal to his villa. Stepping through, Lin Feng found himself on the well-known lawn of his villa. The sun hung high in the sky, suggesting it was midday. As he mulled over the system's peculiarities, he approached the villa's entrance. Upon nearing the door, he heard the sounds of laughter and conversation emanating from within, a blend of male and female voices. His brow furrowed. Had Susan invited friends over? In a state of confusion, Lin Feng retrieved his keys. Upon opening the door, the scene inside rendered him momentarily speechless. Inside the villa, 3 or 4 individuals were engaged in playful games, adults and children alike, resembling a family. As the door swung open, the merriment ceased, and one of the adults, a middle-aged man in his 40s, stepped forward. He regarded Lin Feng with a smile, subtly reaching towards his lower back. Friend, whom are you seeking? The man inquired. Fixing his gaze upon Lin Feng opened his mouth but found himself unable to articulate a response. He realized that the entire villa bore little resemblance to the memories he held. The color and style of the sofa, the television on the wall, the fireplace, all were strikingly different. Even on the wall of the grand hall hung a family portrait. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the portrait, where the very man who had questioned him sat at the center. He glanced down at the key still inserted in the door, a realization dawning upon him. Susan, Lin Feng exclaimed, suspecting that perhaps Susan was playfully pranking him, drawing inspiration from content on a video-sharing platform. Otherwise, not only was it implausible that he had misaligned the portal, but the very unlocking of the door with the key was also unfathomable. Goodness. Susan certainly had a flair for mischief. Could she have forgotten her ability to see through things? It was likely that this little miss was hiding nearby, eagerly anticipating his bemusement. However, the upgrade remains incomplete, and the system is still unresponsive. Lin Feng clearly lacks the inclination to engage in this game. He sighed and activated his perception ability, searching for Susan's figure. Yet, after surveying the entire villa, he found no trace of her. Could it be that Susan is outside? Lin Feng glanced out, but still saw no sign of her. A sense of irritation began to brew within him. Susan, please come out. I am not in the mood for games. I am facing some issues. Lin Feng called out as he moved deeper into the house. Stop. The middle-aged man, who had just been wearing a smile, suddenly changed his demeanor. With a sharp shout, he drew a handgun from behind him, aiming it at Lin Feng. The unexpected intrusion of Lin Feng into his villa set off alarm bells in the man's mind. The muscular lines beneath the black bodysuit exuded an aura of explosive power, suggesting that he was no ordinary individual. The man was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions. Was he a thief, a robber, or perhaps an innocent bystander who had wandered into the wrong place? Yet, with his family present, he dared not take chances and opted to draw his weapon. Faced with the gun, Lin Feng immediately halted, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Behind the middle-aged man, a small figure peeked out. Clearly the little girl from the family portrait, likely his daughter. She looked at Lin Feng with a hint of fear and softly spoke. Are you looking for Susan? We don't have Susan here. Sir, we really do not have the Susan you are searching for. Please leave our home. Though framed as a question, The middle-aged man's tone brooked no argument. With narrowed eyes, he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, ready to pull the trigger without hesitation at the slightest movement. Chapter 58. The bewildered Lin Feng and gooey Lin Feng stood motionless, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man wielding a firearm. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the man's cheek. Lin Feng's eyes, fierce like those of a wild beast, instilled an involuntary sense of dread within him. He was not afraid of bullets. Strangely, this thought emerged in the middle-aged man's mind as his finger uncontrollably inched toward the trigger. Suddenly, a peculiar hum resonated from above, accompanied by a slight ripple in the air, interrupting the standoff between the two. In that moment, Lin Feng felt an uncanny familiarity with the sound. Intrigued, he turned and exited the villa, gazing toward the source of the noise. Instantly, his pupils constricted. A massive blue portal had manifested above the Stark Tower. More precisely, it hovered above Stark's edifice. The portal was familiar, the scene was recognizable. With superhuman vision, the distant image was magnified to the forefront of Lin Feng's awareness. From within the portal, the familiar Chitauri army descended upon flying vessels. This sight left Lin Feng momentarily stunned, birthing absurd speculations within him. This was impossible. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated, and Lin Feng leapt into action, soaring toward Stark Tower, leaving the middle-aged man and his family in a state of shock. The young daughter tugged at her father's sleeve, inquiring, "Daddy, is he a monster?" The man stood frozen, contemplating. "Perhaps," he eventually muttered, shaking his head as he stepped out of the villa to gaze skyward. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what the intruder had witnessed. Yet in the next instant, his expression turned grave. "Lily, gather your things. We are heading to the basement," he commanded decisively. Upon reaching the scene, Lin Feng alighted on a towering structure. The sight before him was utterly surreal. Above Stark Tower, a blue beam of light shot skyward, its pinnacle connecting to the portal. Within it, countless Chitauri soldiers descended to wreak havoc on the ground. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even the Hulk engaged in battle, striving to thwart the invaders. Captain America commandeered a vehicle, directing the evacuation of civilians. Iron Man relentlessly targeted the Chitauri forces aboard their flying crafts. Bruce, transformed into the Hulk, felled a Leviathan with a single punch. Familiar scenes unfolded, affirming Lin Feng's suspicions. This was indeed the battlefield of the first Avengers. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. His thoughts a chaotic tempest. What in the world was happening? Had he returned to the timeline of the first Avengers? Lin Feng's eyes instinctively searched for his own reflection. Yet he found none. A heavy weight sank within him. He had participated in the events of the first Avengers, yet his presence was conspicuously absent from the battlefield. Lin Feng's countenance darkened to the hue of coal. He realized he might have arrived in a parallel universe, a realm of the twisted. Although difficult to believe, the spectacle before him was undeniable. Lin Feng paused for a moment, suddenly recalling an alternative method for system verification. He extended his hand and gestured downward through the void. A translucent personal panel materialized before him. Fortunately, the personal panel still existed, indicating that the system had not been uninstalled. However, the panel was intermittently embellished with flickering ripples and lines, reminiscent of an old television struggling with poor reception. Though the panel could be summoned, the system remained unresponsive. What could have gone awry? Countless speculations raced through Lin Feng's mind. He endeavored to recall the process of his evolution since departing from Blue Star and soaring toward the sun, finding no discrepancies. Yet, upon awakening, the system had remained silent. Lin Feng's mind whirred rapidly, deducing numerous potential outcomes, ultimately arriving at the most probable conclusion. Everything was likely connected to the exile. During the 2 months of Lin Feng's evolutionary slumber, events unknown to him had transpired, leading to the system's disappearance, or perhaps its dormancy. Regardless of the outcome, it bode ill for Lin Feng. He floated into the air, casting his gaze toward a scene that should not have appeared in the first Avengers film. On a nearby rooftop, the Hulk, who ought to have been on the battlefield, was conversing with the Ancient One. Lin Feng glanced back at the Hulk smashing Chitauri in Stark Tower, then at the Hulk engaged in dialogue with the Ancient One. With an expressionless face, he gradually flew over, landing between the two figures. In the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One was not merely a sorceress but also a sagacious sage. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could glean some assistance from her, as a stranger suddenly flew into the air. Both the Ancient One and Bruce ceased their conversation and turned to face the newcomer. "Bruce?" Lin Feng spoke, observing the obviously rational yet somewhat younger Hulk before him. Sighing inwardly, "Who are you?" Bruce inquired, perplexed. He did not recognize the young man clad in battle attire, though the outfit suggested a superhero. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation and replied, "Please don't tell me you've come from 2023." Bruce was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lin Feng stroked his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. Bruce's statement validated another conjecture that had formed in his mind. The Hulk before him was indeed Bruce, who had merged with Hulk in Avengers Endgame. This implied that future iterations of Captain America and Tony Stark were also present here without responding to Bruce's question. Lin Feng turned to the Ancient One, offering a wry smile. Sorceress, he was uncertain whether she would recognize him, though it appeared highly unlikely. Indeed. The Ancient One scrutinized Lin Feng with a puzzled expression before furrowing her brow. She conjured a magical array with both hands, which began to spin continuously, closing her eyes. The time stone manifested within the array, radiating a green luminescence as it revolved. What is she doing? Bruce inquired, bewildered, turning to seek clarification from Lin Feng. She must be observing the future or perhaps the past, Lin Feng replied. After a moment, Gui opened her eyes, and her gaze towards Lin Feng grew solemn. You should not be here. Gui spoke slowly. Neither the future nor the past reveals your shadow. Even within this universe, your existence is absent. In countless futures and pasts, she found no trace of Lin Feng. This evidence suggests a most probable conclusion. Lin Feng hails from a parallel universe. Yet, strangely, even if Lin Feng originates from another parallel universe, he should not have evaded the foresight of the Time Stone. However, like a phantom, Lin Feng eludes detection by the Time Stone. After a moment of hesitation, the sorceress finally voiced her thoughts. Young man, could you enlighten me on your purpose for being here? Lin Feng's arrival stirred her concerns about the trajectory of the future. This phenomenon had never occurred before, leaving even Gui perplexed. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Feng offered a wry smile and shook his head. I am uncertain as to why I have manifested here. Sorceress, since you are aware of my origins from another universe, might you assist in returning me? Gui pondered for a moment, but similarly shook her head. I cannot send you back. I cannot perceive in which universe you exist. Chapter 59, The Key to the Future. Ancient One borrows the Time Stone. You do not belong to any universe here. The Ancient One's words carried a profound implication. Although the origins of Lin Feng remained elusive, she sensed that he was not a part of any parallel universe. This revelation undoubtedly left Lin Feng somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the Ancient One's gaze fell upon Lin Feng's wrist. The two stones, one yellow and one blue, momentarily stunned her. Is that the Infinity Stones on your wrist? Following her gaze, Lin Feng raised his left hand without hesitation. Indeed, they are the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. In another world, I could be considered a superhero. He explained, gesturing towards the Avengers who were valiantly battling the Chitauri forces. I am more powerful than any Avenger. None are better suited to safeguard these stones than I am. With the stones in my possession, Thanos cannot snap his fingers. His words brimmed with confidence. Possessing the template of a Superman along with 2 Infinity Stones, the likelihood of the purple potato demon executing a snap was infinitely close to zero. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Lin Feng. May I see the 2 stones? Your existence is quite extraordinary. They seem to bear your essence. Perhaps I can glean some insight through them. Sensing that Lin Feng might misunderstand her intentions, she elaborated. Lin Feng hesitated briefly before removing the 2 stones and handing them over. He harbored no fears that the Ancient One would covet the Infinity Stones. If she desired them, she could have easily visited S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past. Moreover, 2 Infinity Stones currently resided within Stark Tower. Relinquishing the stones to the Ancient One was also a reluctant decision on his part. He felt utterly adrift regarding the current situation. If the Ancient One could provide any useful information, it would be immensely beneficial. The Ancient One accepted the stones, rotating them in her hands as she conjured a magical array once more. She placed the 2 stones on either side of the Time Stone. The magical array began to rotate slowly, and the Ancient One closed her eyes in concentration. She commenced her observation of Lin Feng's essence and future. As time progressed, the array spun increasingly faster, and the 3 stones grew ever brighter. At a certain moment, it seemed to reach a crescendo, and the magical array erupted with a thunderous blast, sending forth a gust of wind. The shattered array gradually dissipated, and the 3 stones floated down into the Ancient One's hands. Opening her eyes, the Ancient One regarded Lin Feng with an unusual expression. Lin Feng, anxious, stepped forward and asked, So, what did you see, Master? The Ancient One smiled and nodded, then shook her head. Sensing Lin Feng's distress and confusion, she offered him a reassuring glance. The images were somewhat hazy, yet not entirely devoid of insight. Do not worry, Lin Feng. You will return to your universe, though the journey may be fraught with challenges. This single statement allowed Lin Feng to finally ease the tension he had been holding. The Ancient One called out his name, confirming that she indeed had information pertaining to Lin Feng. However, prior to that, you may need to embark on a journey to the future with the individual before you. As the Ancient One smiled and gestured towards Bruce Banner. There, you shall uncover the answers you seek. To the future? Lin Feng furrowed his brows and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, How shall I proceed? Bruce and the others could traverse the past, yet the most crucial elements were the quantum suits crafted by Tony and the PIM particles, which he lacked. Was he to pilfer from Bruce? Clearly, that was not a viable option. How could he reach the future? Someone will guide you, young man. The Ancient One continued. I can sense that another version of myself from a different realm has aided you. Sometimes, certain things manifest precisely when you are in need. At this juncture, the Ancient One suddenly looked upwards and remarked, "It is nearly upon us," with yet another cryptic statement. The Ancient One abruptly placed 3 Infinity Stones into Lin Feng's hands and turned to Bruce, saying, "Your future has already been altered. Take him to your future. He will provide you with assistance." With that, she vanished into the small dwelling without looking back, leaving the two on the rooftop to exchange glances. Can you decipher what she meant? Bruce scratched his green head. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 stones in his grasp and shook his head. Even the Ancient One from a parallel world had her moments of incomprehensibility. "Well, it seems you're not entirely clear on her words either," Bruce remarked. "But it appears you need to accompany me." While Bruce did not fully grasp the Ancient One's statement, he understood the final part. Their future had once again changed. And this dark-haired youth named Lin Feng would assist them. The Ancient One had bestowed the Time Stone upon Lin Feng, and the implication was unmistakable. To obtain the Time Stone, Lin Feng must be taken to the future. An unexpected turn of events had transpired, yet Bruce had not anticipated an untroubled journey. The pressing concern now was how to transport Lin Feng to the future. Before departing, Ant-Man had mentioned that the amount of PIM particles would suffice for a round trip for their entire group. Now, the situation had grown more complicated. "I shall inquire with Tony if he has any spare suits and PIM particles," Bruce suggested. If none were available, he resolved to relinquish his own quantum suit to Lin Feng, for the 3 Infinity Stones he held would prove more significant than his suit. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "I will accompany you." With that, the two exchanged resolute glances, ready to embark on their journey. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard intermittent words echoing in his mind. "Host, host." The familiar voice. "Dog System, is that you?" "The future." The voice was intermittent, resembling the static of a disrupted radio, interspersed with the crackling sound of electrical currents. "System? I can't hear you clearly. What are you saying?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, anxiously inquiring. "The future." Bruce, empty, mind, stone, 3, enhance, flight. "Come. I, help." The voice dwindled, leaving behind a fragment of information before vanishing once more. Lin Feng called out several times, yet received no response. However, he realized that the system seemed intent on conveying some information to him. "What's wrong?" Bruce asked as he noticed Lin Feng standing still. Lin Feng abruptly waved his hand, silencing Bruce. He recognized that Lin Feng appeared to be deep in thought, and he had inadvertently interrupted him. Regardless of Bruce's thoughts, Lin Feng had already begun to recall the fragmented messages conveyed by the system in his mind. The effective transmission of information was limited, and the messages were disjointed and incomplete. Yet, as a superhuman, his memory was exceptionally sharp. He meticulously rearranged and filled in the system's fragmented words by their literal meaning. It seemed that the system also aimed for him to journey into the future. Moreover, it appeared to mention Bruce's name. Was going to the future related to Bruce? It also hinted at the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, and perhaps even the Time Stone? And flight, what did that signify? Enhance? Amplify? Flight? Did it imply using the Infinity Stones to augment his flying capabilities? Within the information, there were also the words "I help." Various possible combinations continuously emerged in his mind. As he persisted in filling in and organizing the fragments, Lin Feng deduced a general meaning. The key to the future lay with Bruce. Lin Feng needed to utilize the 3 Infinity Stones to amplify his flight abilities. The system would presumably assist him. Chapter 60. Pursuing light speed with the Hulk. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng recalculated several permutations. However, after careful selection, none surpassed the probability of the first outcome. With no other recourse, the answer lay in the battlefield of the future Avengers 4. Lin Feng had to give it a try. "Bruce, let us go." Lin Feng turned and said, casually placing 3 Infinity Stones into Superman's gauntlet. He resolved to follow Bruce's suggestion to first locate Tony and inquire whether there were any spare quantum suits, the attire required for time travel. If such suits were available, it would be ideal, allowing Lin Feng to venture into the future with minimal risk. If not, he would have to resort to the method proposed by the system. Nevertheless, he did not harbor high hopes for the spare suits. He recalled Ant-Man Scott mentioning that the supply of PIM particles was only sufficient for each of them to make a single round trip. The two descended the stairs, heading straight for the designated rendezvous point with Bruce and the others. However, by the time they found Tony, it was already too late. Tony and Steve had donned their quantum suits and activated the navigator, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a bewildered Ant-Man, who stood there clutching the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone. Lin Feng witnessed this scene unfold, realizing that their chances had evaporated. It was likely that they had both traveled back to 1970 in search of the Space Stone and PIM particles from that era. "Hey," Bruce Banner rushed over, having also witnessed the disappearance of Tony and Steve. "Scott, where did they go?" he inquired. Scott opened his mouth and glanced at the approaching Bruce, his expression a blend of frustration and disbelief. "Tony failed. The Space Stone is lost. Then they went to 1970. They've lost their minds. Scott spun around in place, venting his frustrations as he recounted the events like a torrent of woe. They've truly lost it. One mistake, and they may never return. Calm down, Scott. Bruce extended his large hand in a gesture of comfort. Scott ceased his outburst, suddenly fixating on Bruce. Did you obtain the time stone? Upon hearing this, Bruce awkwardly scratched his head. I suppose I did acquire it. As he spoke, he slightly shifted his body, revealing Lin Feng, who was following behind him. What do you mean, supposed to have? Scott stared blankly at Bruce, only to then notice the unfamiliar figure clad in black armor behind him. Who is this? Scott was even more perplexed. Why did Bruce bring a stranger? I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward. Hello, I'm Scott. Ant-Man greeted him dazedly. Lin Feng nodded and turned to Bruce. The pleasantries exchanged. He had no time for further conversation with Ant-Man. It seemed that the spare suits were indeed unavailable. Bruce sighed. Yes, it appears we must try the method you suggested. On their way, Lin Feng had already briefed Bruce on the general alternative plan. Although Bruce considered this to be utter nonsense, he recognized that even the slightest possibility warranted their attempt. After all, what could be more absurd than traversing back to the past? With their minds aligned, they wasted no more time. Lin Feng approached Bruce from behind, securing him by the armpits. Given Bruce's considerable size, Lin Feng could not embrace him conventionally and had to resort to this method. Wait, mate, what are you about to do? Can you explain? Scott inquired. Bewildered by the unusual posture of the two, he found it difficult to comprehend the actions of these superheroes, who seemed to possess knowledge he lacked. Let's discuss it when we return, Scott. You take the Mind Stone back first. Bruce's words were barely out when Lin Feng yanked him upward into the sky. Scott was left standing with his mouth agape, clutching his staff. It was only after the duo's figures vanished into the heavens that he regained his composure. He turned to glance at the spot where Tony and Steve had disappeared, then looked back at the sky, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. You've all lost your minds. With a silent sigh, Scott lowered his head and activated the time navigator, vanishing from his location. In the sky, Lin Feng expanded his biofield threefold, completely enveloping Bruce's massive form. He propelled them both into the cosmos. On Blue Planet, the air resistance proved too great for Lin Feng to achieve his theoretical maximum speed. He needed to harness the power of 3 Infinity Stones to amplify his flight capabilities. Lin Feng's velocity was remarkable, and before long, they had soared beyond the atmosphere. Mate, can you really fly this fast? Bruce exclaimed, astonished by the display of strength and speed, realizing they were ascending beyond the atmosphere. This speed surpasses that of a rocket. There's even more speed to come. Are you ready? Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he scanned for the optimal flight path. Ready for what? Bruce queried, somewhat perplexed. Wait for my signal and press the navigator, Lin Feng instructed. Without allowing Bruce time to respond, he surged forward. The biofield enveloping them accelerated to its utmost capacity in mere seconds. The moment Lin Feng sensed that their speed had peaked, he activated the Infinity Stones. 3 gems of varying hues ignited in succession, merging into an indescribable energy that surged into Lin Feng's being. Their speed escalated dramatically. And as the gems continued to channel energy, Lin Feng's velocity climbed even higher, causing him to begin to emit a soft glow. The once translucent biofield now shimmered with brilliance. Like a beam of light, Lin Feng propelled Bruce forward at an increasingly subliminal velocity. Bruce felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he fought the urge to vomit. Though protected by Lin Feng's biofield, he had never experienced such breathtaking speed before. Even with a physique as robust as that of the Hulk, one cannot endure such velocity. As he approached subliminal speeds, Lin Feng began to experience discomfort. The immense energy coursing through his body caused him excruciating pain. He was uncertain of the velocity required to meet the system's demands. For now, he could only grit his teeth and push himself, recklessly augmenting his energy output. The flight produced beams of light akin to a torrential flood. In his path, the occasional small meteoroids disintegrated amidst the torrents of light. Lin Feng's speed continued to escalate, surpassing subliminal rates and drawing ever closer to the speed of light. The energy from the Infinity Stones began to wreak havoc upon the surface of his body. Flakes of skin detached from his form, disintegrating into minuscule particles, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. At this moment, Lin Feng's body possessed only the strength of steel. Under the dual influence of the Infinity Stones and the extreme velocity, he could not sustain this for long. Below him, the Hulk, Bruce, was not faring much better. He strained with all his might to maintain consciousness, fighting against the urge to faint. Bruce pressed one hand against the space-time traverser, awaiting the signal from Lin Feng. Soon, the energy output reached the maximum threshold that Lin Feng could endure. At that instant, he felt as though time itself had slowed. A sensation burgeoned within him. He was on the verge of surpassing the speed of light. Now is the moment, host. The system's voice echoed clearly in Lin Feng's mind. His spirit surged. The time had come. Bruce, Lin Feng shouted. Almost on the brink of unconsciousness, Bruce instinctively activated the space-time traverser upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. In the next moment, the two travelers suddenly diminished in size, the brilliance of their flight abruptly ceasing as they vanished from the cosmos. Chapter 61. Natasha's Sacrifice? Perhaps not without hope. Bruce's navigational device swiftly plunged the two of them into the quantum realm, weaving through its intricate corridors. The entire vista before them resembled a cold-toned drainage pipe. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with such a phenomenon. The navigator adeptly transported them to the year 2023, then unceremoniously expelled them as if discarding refuse. A resonating hum echoed in the air. The scenery shifted once more, and Lin Feng and Bruce found themselves atop a mechanical platform at the Avengers base, alongside other Avengers who were engaged in various missions. Although their journeys through time differed, their return was synchronized to the exact moment predetermined before their departure. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but exhale in relief. It appeared he had correctly interpreted the system's intentions. At this moment, he had indeed arrived in the year 2023 of a parallel universe. Tony's face bore the marks of age. "Who are you?" he inquired sternly, having noticed Lin Feng standing beside Bruce. His exclamation drew the attention of the others to this inexplicable stranger. The newcomer donned a tattered black battlesuit, his physique exhibiting robust muscles. His exposed skin appeared as if scorched, seeping blood yet gradually healing. The sight suggested he had recently endured a fierce battle, and coupled with his unfamiliar identity, it naturally heightened the group's vigilance. Tony raised his right hand to his chest at the slightest movement from Lin Feng. He was prepared to summon his nanotech suit and unleash an attack. Steve, too, fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, gripping his shield tightly. The atmosphere grew tense. Hey. Everyone, let us remain calm." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Bruce's forehead as he quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, signaling for calm. "He is someone I brought back. He is not our enemy," Bruce clarified. Afterward, he nudged Lin Feng, urging him to speak. "Indeed, I am not your foe. My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng stepped forward, not taken aback by the situation, and greeted them with an amiable expression, striving to convey his harmlessness. The individuals in this universe, including Tony, did not recognize him, and his current appearance certainly lent itself to misunderstandings. Seeing Lin Feng display no hostility, the tense atmosphere began to ease slightly. Tony regarded Lin Feng with amusement before shifting his gaze back to Bruce. "Banner, we agreed not to bring back any souvenirs." Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips at this remark. Even in a parallel world, Tony's sharp tongue remained unchanged. Bruce could only respond with an awkward smile. Explaining, the bald sorcerer insisted I bring him along. The time stone is in his possession. With that, Bruce pointed at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, the others raised their eyebrows, casting puzzled and inquisitive glances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, affirming Bruce's words. "The Ancient One indeed lent me the Infinity Stones, and it was she who instructed Bruce to accompany me through time to the present." "Well," Tony mused, stroking his chin, "Lin Feng, isn't it? Pray, tell me, what brings you here?" Despite resolving the misunderstanding, Tony was not inclined to let Lin Feng off the hook. He was familiar with the Ancient One, the enigmatic mentor of Strange, a master of sorcery. Those sorcerers were always shrouded in mystery, and it was unclear why she had sent Lin Feng to the future. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, a sudden loud bang interrupted their amicable exchange. The group turned towards the sound, discovering Hawkeye kneeling on the ground. This sight left them perplexed. Yet, as they glimpsed the expression on Hawkeye's face, their countenances gradually grew grave. At that moment, Hawkeye's eyes flickered with sorrow, his visage etched with anguish. Steve furrowed his brow as he regarded Hawkeye. Tony opened his mouth, as if coming to a realization, his gaze scanning the area around Clint, his expression darkening with each passing moment. One among their ranks was missing. There was no Natasha by Hawkeye's side. "Clint, where's Natasha?" Bruce inquired softly, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Hawkeye shook his head in despair, the weight of grief rendering him speechless. Silence enveloped them, a profound and inexplicable sorrow spreading among the group. Hawkeye's actions conveyed an undeniable truth, one that they were reluctant to accept yet could no longer ignore. Natasha had met with misfortune. Their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Although they had anticipated some challenges on this temporal journey, the reality of this moment was utterly unbearable. The echoes of sorrow resonated within their hearts. Outside the base, in a cool gazebo, Hawkeye recounted the harrowing tale of Natasha's sacrifice. The afternoon sunlight filtered down, yet it felt unnaturally cold. Bruce stood by the lake, his back turned to the others, obscuring his expression. Steve sat quietly, listening intently to Hawkeye's account. After a long pause, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, falling upon his face, his lips, and ultimately cascading to the ground. He could hardly recall the last time he had wept. Perhaps it was during a missed opportunity for a dance long ago, just before their departure. She had smiled and told everyone, "See you in a minute." Natasha had been with them for years, their bond akin to that of family. Yet this family member had sacrificed herself for the Infinity Stones to save half of humanity taken by Thanos. In that moment, They found it impossible to escape the engulfing despair. Tony stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Steve's shoulder. Though his connection with Natasha was not as profound as Steve's, they were united as Avengers, bound together by myriad reasons. Over the years, Tony had come to regard them all as cherished friends. His throat convulsed, and with a somewhat hoarse voice, he inquired, "Does she have family?" Steve nodded. Yet his words deepened the sorrow in their hearts. "It seems we are all that remains." As his words lingered, the heaviness in the air intensified. Unable to endure the somber atmosphere, the disheveled Thor approached Tony, demanding, "What do you mean by that? It's as if you were proclaiming her death. Why treat her as if she is gone?" Thor gazed at the mournful faces surrounding him, his emotions in turmoil. "We possess the Infinity Stones that can bring her back. Can they not? So let us cease this futile talk. We are the Avengers, we must rally our spirits. Listen to me, snap your fingers. Bring Natasha and the other half of the universe's life back." Tony furrowed his brow, locking eyes with him, rendered speechless. Yet Hawkeye shook his head, his voice equally hoarse. "She cannot return. It is irreversible, impossible." His feelings for Natasha ran deeper than those of the others. She had become akin to family. He could never forget her sacrifice before his very eyes. No one could fathom how desperately he wished that it had been him who had jumped instead. Thor forced a smile, unable to refrain from retorting, "I may be too blunt. You are merely a human. We are discussing cosmic magic. Cosmic magic, do you comprehend? To declare it impossible is far too absolute." Hawkeye regarded Thor with a complex expression, his suppressed emotions threatening to erupt once more. "Yes, I understand that I may not have authority over the stone's capabilities, but she truly cannot return. It is all irrevocable. At least that is what the floating red fellow has stated." Hawkeye's agitation grew, his voice rising sharply. "Perhaps you should converse with him. Take your hammer. Fly over and discuss it." Thor was momentarily taken aback by his outburst. He was not angry, merely furrowing his brow in silence, feeling despondent. Just as the others were increasingly engulfed by their sorrow, Lin Feng, who had been overlooked, suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps it is not entirely hopeless." Chapter 62. The revitalized Avengers. The voice of the dog system echoed. "Perhaps there might be a way." Lin Feng, who had been overlooked by several individuals, stepped forward with a contemplative expression. As his words fell, the others turned to him, their gazes laden with complexity. Bruce, who had been facing away from the group, also turned around, his eyes scrutinizing Lin Feng with an unsettling intensity. "Lin Feng, elaborate," Tony urged. Bruce recounted Lin Feng's origins, detailing the existence of superheroes from parallel universes. Initially, skepticism filled the air until Lin Feng produced his phone, revealing a handful of photographs featuring himself and Tony as evidence. Under the scrutiny of Friday's analysis, the authenticity of the photos was confirmed. Coupled with the Mind Stone and Space Stone from another universe, along with the Time Stone lent by the Bald Sorcerer as validation, the group reluctantly began to accept Lin Feng's claims. Lin Feng scanned the somber faces of the Avengers, then began to elucidate. "Your understanding of the Infinity Stones is woefully inadequate. I possess a plan with a substantial success rate, yet it requires experimentation to ascertain its viability." He then turned his gaze towards Hawkeye. "The entity you encountered on Vormir, known as Red Skull, does not possess significantly more information about the Infinity Stones than you do. Their applications are numerous, too extensive for me to elaborate upon. Rather than placing your trust in one bound by the Infinity Stones, why not trust me for a moment?" Lin Feng's rational explanation prompted the attendees to nod in subconscious agreement. Their comprehension of the Infinity Stones had indeed been superficial, limited to the notion that they could instantaneously obliterate half of all life in the universe. Even Tony, who had studied the Mind Stone, was not much better off. Otherwise, he would not have inadvertently created Ultron. Lin Feng's words rekindled hope within Hawkeye and the others. With a choked voice, Hawkeye solemnly replied, "All right. I will do whatever it takes to save Natasha." Lin Feng nodded silently, recalling how he had struggled to come to terms with Black Widow's sacrifice after witnessing it in the cinema. He remembered the glaring inconsistencies surrounding her demise and Tony's snap. Yet the film had unfolded as such, and he could not alter it. Now, an opportunity lay before him, and he was determined to seize it. Removing the emerald green time stone from his wrist, Lin Feng continued, "Let us first forge the gauntlet to house the stones. To bring Natasha back, we need the assistance of all 6 Infinity Stones. You must rally together. For Natasha, and for the half of all life taken by Thanos." Once again, a wave of agreement swept through the group. With renewed vigor, the mood among the Avengers lightened considerably. Though their acquaintance with Lin Feng had spanned less than a day, they were willing to place their hopes in the superhero who had brought forth the Time Stone. After acquiring Lin Feng's Time Stone, the group returned to their base. Thor's words ring true. They are the Avengers, and they must rally. If they succumb to despair, who then shall rescue this blue planet? Their foremost objective is to forge the Infinity Gauntlet and restore the half of all life that Thanos has taken. Within the base, Tony and Bruce are diligently crafting the nanotech version of the Infinity Gauntlet, meticulously attending to each step. Tony's expression is grave as he tests the fusion of the gems with unwavering hands. This is a first for him, after his previous mishap with Ultron. He is fully focused this time. After all, a single misstep could spell disaster for the Earth. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sits idly by, boredom etched across his features. His energy-scorched wounds now fully healed. However, without the system, he cannot expend his reputation points to repair his battle suit, leaving him to make do for the time being. Hawkeye occasionally cast a glance in Lin Feng's direction, remaining silent. Initially, Lin Feng paid it no mind, but as the glances became more frequent, he could no longer ignore the anxious hopefulness in Hawkeye's eyes. With a twitch of his lips, he turned to observe Tony manipulating the Infinity Stones, striving not to meet Hawkeye's gaze. At that moment, Tony was maneuvering a mechanical arm, carefully installing the Infinity Stones onto a golden-red gauntlet. His uncertainty about whether this gauntlet could withstand the power of all 6 Infinity Stones rendered him visibly tense. In truth, Lin Feng's wrist gauntlet could easily accommodate all 6 stones, and he could wield the snap himself. Yet, as an outsider in this universe, he was not fully trusted by Tony and the others. Thus, he refrained from mentioning his gauntlet. Already knowing the outcome, Tony's gauntlet would indeed prove successful. Just as Lin Feng was engrossed in Tony's demonstration, a sudden notification chimed in his ear. New mission activated. Mission objective: eliminate the invading Thanos army and kill at least 1 exile. Reward 130 million reputation points. Reward 2, contingent on the host's performance in completing the mission. The familiar voice of the system, long absent, returned with a cheeky tone. Hey there, dog host, I'm back. Upon hearing that familiar inflection, a spark ignited in Lin Feng's eyes, and his heartbeat quickened. Dog system, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, feeling an unprecedented warmth in the system's mischievous tone. Did you miss me? The system quipped, hands on its non-existent hips, and Lin Feng could almost envision its proud posture. It's been peaceful without you around. Lin Feng chuckled, his bravado a testament to his stubbornness. The system's voice grew even cheekier. You're just being disingenuous. A straight man needing a system's help to chase a woman. Lin Feng's face darkened with confusion. Why bring that up? Everyone has their first time. The system, sensing his discomfort, laughed heartily. All right, enough teasing. The system has been utterly exhausted these past few days. Upon speaking, Lin Feng seemed to perceive a faint sigh from the system, suggesting that its recent days had not been particularly pleasant. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he jested. What is the matter? Have you been slacking off in my absence? Come, enlighten me on your recent activities. I am most curious. Lin Feng harbored a multitude of questions for the system. Yet he decided to first inquire about what the canine system had been up to in the last couple of days. Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system's tone grew somewhat exasperated. Spare me the details. I was outsmarted by 2 petty scoundrels. Chapter 63. The gloves are ready. Shall I snap my fingers? 2 little rascals? Lin Feng expressed his confusion. Do you remember the exile from last time? Lin Feng nodded. The one in the black robe from the DC universe? What is going on? Is he behind this? Not just him. He has also recruited the exile from the Marvel universe as his accomplice. The system continued. Those 2 shameless scoundrels, resorting to underhanded tactics with the aim of seizing the Superman template you just exchanged for, as well as my system. At this point, the system's tone grew increasingly indignant. The main system over there has intervened. These 2 rascals, relying on the main system, even wish to tamper with my database and pull me into their ranks. It's nothing short of delusional. A bunch of morally bankrupt individuals. I disdain to associate with them. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a slight tremor in his heart. All right, don't be angry. Haven't they failed? Lin Feng consoled. Since the system has safely returned, it proves that the exile's plan to manipulate the system has not succeeded. After soothing the system, Lin Feng promptly inquired, what about my silver Superman template? It has been snatched away, has it? The system waved its hand dismissively. That is absolutely impossible. They gain nothing from me, so rest assured, host. Sensing Lin Feng's concern, the system elaborated. After the exile appeared, I placed the silver Superman template into a square device and subsequently sent it to a location within the cosmos. Our universe, as you know. Once we return to our universe, you can continue to evolve. However, before that, the newly issued task must be completed. With the system's explanation, Lin Feng's anxious heart settled. As long as it hadn't been taken, that was what mattered. After all, it was his hard-earned reputation points accumulated through countless rescues from disasters. Now, with the system back, everything seemed to be on track once more. As for the task, Lin Feng once again pulled up the panel to take a look. I see that the exile will also make an appearance, right? The system affirmed, this time. They plan to assist Thanos in erasing all life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. We cannot allow them to obtain the Infinity Gauntlet. Without it, they will be powerless. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled nonchalantly. It shouldn't be a problem. With me around, they want to get their hands on the gauntlet. When the time comes, I'll snap my fingers while wearing the gauntlet and send them away neatly. Let them have a taste of their own medicine. The system, however, shook its head. Host, you are overestimating things. The snap of the Infinity Gauntlet is ineffective against them. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How so? They do not belong to the indigenous populace of the Marvel world, so the Infinity Stones of the Marvel Universe have no effect on them. You can use the Infinity Stones to defeat them, but they cannot be erased by them, unless it is through physical means of elimination. As if fearing Lin Feng would not comprehend, the system further explained. What I mean is, you can use the Infinity Gauntlet to control a massive boulder and crush them. One could also harness the energy of the Infinity Stones to incinerate their heads. However, you cannot directly take their lives with the gauntlet. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. In other words, I can kill them, but I cannot send them away with a snap of my fingers, correct? Indeed, that is the essence of it. Lin Feng smiled, undeterred by fear. Well, that is of little consequence. Let us see whose fist is sturdier. Gentlemen, Tony suddenly exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. As all eyes turned to him, Tony nodded gravely. A ripple of anticipation coursed through the crowd as they gathered closely, with Lin Feng also rising to join them. Tony gestured towards the table. I have completed its construction. The onlookers beheld Rocket Raccoon tinkering beneath a mechanical arm with a crimson and gold gauntlet. 6 Infinity Stones lay serenely atop it. Rocket, engrossed in finalizing the diagnostic procedures, muttered without looking up, the gauntlet is indeed ready. The question remains, who will execute that fateful snap? Everyone paused, the grim recollection of Thanos' 2 snaps weighing heavily on their minds. They had all witnessed the devastation wrought by those actions. Even the formidable Titan Thanos had barely managed to snap his fingers before succumbing to weakness. If even he was severely affected, what hope did ordinary humans have? I shall do it. The rotund Thor suddenly stepped forward, reaching for the gauntlet. Well. Captain America and Tony swiftly intervened, blocking Thor's advance. Given Thor's current state, filled with beer, the odds of him successfully executing the snap were exceedingly low. Just look at what courses through his veins now. It's likely nothing but cheese sauce. This opportunity is far too precious to allow Thor to take such a risk. We have yet to decide who will perform the snap. Captain America explained. What? Are we merely to stand by and watch? Thor panted, expressing his frustration at their obstruction. Sitting idly here will not bring everyone back. I am the mightiest Avenger. Let me do it. Despite their continued attempts to dissuade him, Thor's desperation grew to the brink of tears. Poor Thor bore the weight of not having stopped Thanos. He awoke from countless nightmares, haunted by the thought that had he struck the head instead, the outcome would have been drastically different. Heaven knows how he longed for such an opportunity. Yet now, his comrades were preventing him from seizing it. Though Thor understood their intentions were for his own good, he truly needed this chance. Lin Feng observed the unfolding scene, and unable to restrain himself, he interjected, how about I take a turn? The moment his words fell, everyone turned to him in unison, their expressions tinged with caution. No, Captain America spoke up. Lin Feng, you do not belong to our universe. You should not bear this burden. Moreover, we have no knowledge of the potential repercussions of a parallel universe version of you executing the snap. Captain America spoke with righteous conviction, rendering his arguments difficult to refute. Lin Feng, however, merely shrugged nonchalantly and fell silent. He understood that no one would acquiesce to his proposal of wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. While Captain America's words appeared commendable on the surface, the underlying motive was primarily to guard against Lin Feng. After all, their knowledge of him was scant. Should he snap his fingers and annihilate half the life in the universe, the consequences would be dire. After a heated debate, it was the green-skinned Bruce who stepped forward. Hulk was born from gamma radiation, and the Infinity Stones primarily emitted gamma rays as well. He felt as though his existence was destined for this very moment of snapping his fingers. In the gaze of all present, Bruce grasped the gauntlet containing the 6 stones. Chapter 64. The snap is complete. Now for the purple brain on Friday, the defense operation commenced. With a commanding voice, Tony set in motion the mechanisms of the entire base. In mere moments, the facility transformed into an impenetrable fortress of steel. The small room where the group gathered became a completely sealed space. Expressions turned grave as everyone assumed defensive postures, uncertain of the repercussions that this snap would entail. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Bruce hesitated no longer and slowly donned the gloves. The instant the gloves fit snugly, the 6 Infinity Stones emitted a resonant hum. Multicolored energies bounced across the surface of the gloves, coursing through Bruce's veins toward his heart. Under the relentless assault of the energy, Bruce's arm began to disintegrate. The outer skin resembling charred wood, devoid of vitality. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He knelt on the ground, uttering cries of torment. The onlookers watched in terror, witnessing once more the dreadful power of the 6 Infinity Stones. Enduring the tumultuous pain of the energy, Bruce struggled to rise. This was a chance that demanded the utmost sacrifice from all, with Natasha having given her life for one of the stones. He would not squander this opportunity. Veins throbbed on his forehead as his formidable willpower prevailed. Bruce's fingers painstakingly drew together, his heart whispering, "Everyone, return." With a sharp crack, he executed the snap. Instantly, a wave of indescribable force radiated outward from Bruce, expanding beyond Earth and rippling across the universe, accompanied by a silent echo. Having completed the snap, Bruce collapsed, his immense form falling back, caught by Steve. The Infinity Gauntlet slid from his arm, clattering to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. No one paid heed to the gauntlet as they rushed to examine Bruce's injuries. His left arm appeared as if it were nothing more than charred remnants, a ghastly sight. "Don't touch him," Tony shouted, bending down as his suit sprayed cooling agents. Given the severity, it seemed Bruce's left arm would require extensive bandaging for a considerable time. Without pausing to assess his own wounds, Bruce gasped, weakly asking the group, "Did it work? Did I succeed?" The others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, an unfamiliar phone on the table vibrated. It was Hawkeye's, and a stirring within him prompted him to approach slowly under the gaze of the others. The incoming call information on the screen brought tears to his eyes. It was Laura, who had not called in 5 long years. With trembling hands, Hawkeye lifted the phone. And from the receiver emerged the voice he had longed to hear for 5 years. "Darling." His voice quivered, choked with emotion, unable to articulate further. Gazing out at the chirping birds beyond the window, a profound sensation arose within the hearts of the group. Bruce's snap of the fingers seems to have taken effect. Steve gently patted Bruce's uninjured arm, letting out a sigh of relief. It appeared that they had succeeded. Tony also sank to the ground, wiping the perspiration from his brow as though he had just emerged from a great battle. Their efforts had borne fruit. He would once again see that loquacious young spider. In that moment, an unusual tranquility enveloped everyone, and a subtle joy surged within them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true calamity of this temporal journey had only just begun. Lin Feng stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he gazed out the window, interrupting their elation. "Everyone, trouble is at hand." The few who had yet to regain their composure were taken aback, following Lin Feng's gaze with puzzled expressions. Their pupils dilated, and alarm bells rang in their minds. Outside, a colossal spaceship hovered above the base, with several missiles trailing red streaks, approaching in succession. A resounding boom erupted just 10 meters from the base. Flames shot into the sky, yet astonishingly, the base remained unscathed. It seemed a massive transparent shield had intercepted the missiles. Lin Feng raised his left hand. 2 gemstones, one yellow and one blue, on his wrist shimmered with light, enveloping the entire Avengers base in a biologically enhanced energy field. The missiles exploded like fireworks, posing no threat to them, despite escaping direct hits. The team felt far from joyful. Captain America, gripping his shield, furrowed his brow. "What is happening?" Tony's expression beneath his mask was grave as he replied, "You play with time, and time will play with you." The group pondered this, their gazes fixed intently outside, as the fiery explosions dissipated like fireworks. The massive spaceship re-emerged in view. Lin Feng withdrew his energy, dispelling the energy field. With his protection, the Avengers base had not been reduced to rubble as depicted in the original narrative. "Let us go, everyone. A challenge awaits us," Lin Feng declared. Stepping out of the base and moving beneath the spaceship, the others exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet tightly gripped their weapons, following Lin Feng outside. Their expressions somber as they focused on the spaceship. The vessel hovered in the air, refraining from launching more missiles. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from its underside. Shooting toward the ground, a figure descended alongside the beam. As the light faded, a surprisingly familiar yet entirely reasonable purple visage emerged before them. Thanos, the Titan who had snapped away half of the universe's life. However, contrary to their memories, the Thanos before them donned a helmet, clad in golden armor, wielding a massive double-bladed sword, exuding an even greater sense of menace than the one they had encountered 5 years prior. What is going on? Gazing at the old foe, once beheaded, reappearing before them left the group in a state of bewilderment. "This is Thanos from another timeline." Lin Feng gradually spoke. "Tony was correct. You toy with time, and time will toy with you." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals grew increasingly grim. Steve, his countenance grave, raised the shield in his grasp, declaring, "We cannot allow him to acquire the Infinity Stones." Tony furrowed his brow, his helmet swiftly enclosing, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Thanos. With a thunderous roar, there summoned dark clouds that rapidly amassed above, crackling with energy. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and with eyes aglow with white lightning, Thor extended his arms. With a resonant hum, a hammer and an axe materialized in his hands. As the electric brilliance faded, he donned a suit of armor. Resolute in his intent, "It is merely a matter of striking once more, and this time, I shall not miss." The group regarded Thanos with steely determination, gradually distancing themselves to form a line of defense before the base, awaiting his next move. However, it appeared that Thanos had no immediate intention of engaging in battle. He planted his colossal blade into the ground, leisurely scanning the assembly with a measured gaze, lingering momentarily on Lin Feng. "It seems you are unwilling to accept defeat." What thoughts do you harbor upon seeing me again? Chapter 65. The war commences. Lin Feng 1v2. I once believed that by annihilating half of existence in the universe, the remaining half could thrive in peace. Yet, you have demonstrated to me that such a notion is utterly unattainable. Thanos caressed his gleaming bald head, gazing down at the individuals before him, who appeared as insignificant as ants. However, it is these minute creatures who, in their ingratitude, are consumed by nostalgia for the past. Even after achieving success, they remain unyielding. As my two companions have articulated, as long as there are those who reminisce about bygone days, they shall never embrace the future. They will resist. Two companions? Tony's tone dripped with sarcasm. Are there others who share your sentiments? Thanos fixed a cold glare upon Tony Stark, behind him. The space rippled like dark water. Two figures cloaked in black gradually emerged. The exiles. It was unclear how they had intertwined with Thanos. Upon their emergence, the system sprang forth, exclaiming in a frenzy. Host, it is them. These two insignificant beings. Attack. Eliminate them. Oh. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he slowly retreated. Very well. Allow me to gather my strength. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the two cloaked exiles while discreetly concealing his left hand behind his back. Two gems began to emit a faint glow, as immense energy surged into Lin Feng's being. He stealthily maneuvered behind Steve, ensuring that Thanos and his allies did not perceive his eyes gradually illuminating. You shall never comprehend the magnitude of my vision, Thanos proclaimed, drawing his double-edged blade for his final declaration. I am profoundly grateful to you all for assisting in the acquisition of the Infinity Stones. I shall wield them to obliterate the entire universe. Then, I will create an entirely new cosmos. A universe devoid of memories, grievances, and filled only with gratitude. As his words echoed, Thanos brandished his weapon, assuming a combat stance. Steve raised his shield, scoffing, a new universe steeped in blood debt? No sooner had he spoken than a resounding sound erupted. A blaze of orange-red light surged forth from behind Steve, targeting the cloaked exiles. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he leapt into action. He could initiate a surprise attack as well. A searing energy beam shot forth, heralding the onset of war. The exiles seemed to anticipate the onslaught. As Lin Feng emerged, they swiftly raised their hands. A black, disc-shaped shield materialized before them, absorbing the impact of the energy beam as they were pushed back. They exchanged glances, and one of the exiles lunged forward, drawing a black-gold blade from behind, aiming a downward strike at Lin Feng. The energy beam dissipated, and Lin Feng evaded the assault with a deft sidestep, countering with a powerful punch. Boom. The exile was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Rising unscathed, he brushed off the dust as though he had sustained no injury. Realizing his strike had missed, the other exile suddenly darted forward, emulating Lin Feng's earlier move, and unleashed a punch of his own. Bang! This time, it was Lin Feng who was sent flying. What the hell? Lin Feng rose, bewildered, gingerly probing his forearm. This punch surprisingly inflicted pain upon him. The fierce wind generated by the blow swept away the hood of the exile, revealing an ugly green visage marred by crimson veins. Unfazed by the exposure, the figure in the black robe boldly tore off the tattered garment, unveiling a worn blue and red superhero costume beneath. Lin Feng's pupils constricted at the sight. This image? Doomsday. No wonder the system proclaimed that the Infinity Stones were futile. Pitting the powers of the Marvel Universe against those of the DC Universe seemed implausible. This entity likely required kryptonite. Seemingly affirming his suspicions, the exile unleashed a heat ray towards Lin Feng. With no time to ponder, Lin Feng retaliated with his own heat ray. The two beams clashed mid-air, vying for dominance. I will not be outmatched in this exchange, Lin Feng roared, his Superman wristbands igniting with energy from the Infinity Stones once more. The red heat ray transformed into a vibrant orange-red, forcing Doomsday to retreat step by step. A sneak attack. The exile wielding a blade lunged forward, aiming to stab Lin Feng in the eyes. The knife glimmered ominously with a dark sheen, and Lin Feng sensed the impending danger. He could not take it head-on. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed under his breath, evading the blade's arc and launching into the air. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of heat rays, mercilessly bombarding the two exiles. The duo leaped into the air, coordinating seamlessly to launch a relentless assault on Lin Feng. In an instant, the skies were alive with lasers and flying blades. The three combatants engaged in a whirlwind of chaos. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Avengers were fiercely battling Thanos. Thor, I need your assistance. Tony Stark seized an opportunity, retreating swiftly as his nano-energy device unfolded behind him. Understanding the call, Thor bellowed, his eyes crackling with lightning as he brought his hammer and axe together. A bolt of electricity, as thick as a barrel, surged towards the energy device. Buzz. The nanotech suit's laser weapon flared to life, unleashing high-energy lasers directed at Thanos. With a furious roar, Thanos spun his double-edged blade rapidly, deflecting the approaching lasers with ease. He pressed forward, seizing Tony Stark, abruptly halting the lasers. Sensing the peril, Thor hurled his hammer. The battle axe swung with force, shooting forth like a cannonball. Thanos raised Tony as a makeshift shield against the oncoming blow. Bang! The hammer struck Tony, sending him crashing into a pile of debris, where he struggled briefly before losing consciousness. Thanos retrieved his great sword, hurling it toward Thor. Thor sidestepped, seizing the opportunity to swing his axe towards Thanos' head. However, the long years of indulgent living had diminished the endurance and explosive power of the once mighty Thor. Faced with Thanos, at the peak of his strength, he found himself nearly powerless. The Stormraker was soon swatted away, and Thor himself was toppled to the ground in mere moments. Thanos delivered two powerful punches, leaving Thor dazed and confused. Reaching out to summon the Stormraker, he was thwarted as Thanos snatched it away, bringing it down upon Thor's chest. In an instant, Thor regained his senses, reaching out to seize the oncoming battle axe, baring his teeth as he exerted every ounce of strength to push it away. Yet, in terms of sheer power, he was no match for Thanos. The razor-sharp axe sliced through Thor's armor as if it were mere tofu. Just as it seemed that Thanos would eviscerate Thor, a beam of silver light suddenly surged forth, staggering Thanos and rescuing Thor from impending doom. The silver object, having saved Thor, soared through the air with a whistling sound into Steve's grasp. Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. Thor stood in stunned silence, gazing at Captain America wielding the hammer, before bursting into hearty laughter, breathless with joy. I knew it. Back in Stark Tower, Steve had once made Mjolnir stir ever so slightly. At that moment, Thor had suspected that Steve could indeed lift the hammer, but feigned inability to avoid overshadowing his own presence. Thor had felt utterly dismayed then, but now, with Steve raising Mjolnir, his heart swelled with delight. Thanos, his expression darkened, kicked away the laughing Thor. You know what you are, he growled, seizing his double-edged sword as he charged towards Steve. Chapter 66, Procrastinating for Time? A barrage of fire high above in the sky, Lin Feng maneuvered two exiles like a kite. The scorching rays from the Day of Destruction intermittently disrupted his flight path. The ominous gleam on the black-robed exile's blade posed a significant threat, compelling Lin Feng to avoid direct confrontation. After narrowly evading another strike, Lin Feng unleashed a searing ray, forcing the Day of Destruction to retreat. The relentless barrage of heat rays left his eyes slightly swollen and red. Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Feng delivered a sonic punch aimed directly at the armed exile. The exile crossed his blade defensively before absorbing the horrifying impact of Lin Feng's fist. The blade emitted a mournful wail, and the exile was sent sprawling backward. For a brief moment, the three engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat escalating in intensity. The prowess of the two exiles exceeded Lin Feng's expectations, as their synchronized efforts kept him ensnared in the air. It seemed they were not intent on determining a life-or-death outcome, but rather had a deliberate intention to stall for time. Host, accelerate your pace, came the voice of the system. They aimed to allow Thanos to snap his fingers. Carol had long been trapped in the cosmos, unable to partake in this battle. Given the current trajectory, the Avengers were insufficient to withstand Thanos' might. After a brief pause, the system resolved to provide support for Lin Feng. I shall shield you from their underhanded tactics. Host, charge forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's form flickered once more as he surged towards the two exiles, while his peripheral vision occasionally surveyed the situation on the ground. Below, Steve had just executed a series of swift maneuvers, but was nearly incapacitated by Thanos' overwhelming force. Despite the serum coursing through his veins, he remained bound by the limitations of human endurance. The vibranium shield he wielded shattered under the might of Thanos' colossal blade. With the final strike, Steve was forcefully slammed to the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth as he lay there, unable to rise. In that moment, Thanos refrained from delivering a finishing blow, casting a somber gaze towards the trio engaged in their fierce struggle before shifting his focus back. On the ground, the members of the Avengers were strewn about, some lying prone, others barely able to move. I have conquered for years without the slightest hint of personal emotion. Your stubbornness is simply infuriating, Thanos declared, his voice devoid of any inflection, chilling to the core. Now, I shall show you how I intend to treat your insignificant planet like mere ants. I will relish this process. As Thanos' words reverberated, a colossal blue light descended from the heavens. Subsequently, conical spacecraft began crashing down to the Earth. The hatches of these vessels opened, and from within emerged a vast shadow, accompanied by the deafening roars of countless beasts. The formidable Leviathans returned to the battlefield, alongside monstrous creatures bound by restraints and extraterrestrial soldiers wielding advanced weaponry. Under Thanos' command, a tide of numerous monsters surged forth, bringing with them an aura of despair. His loyal minions, Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight, also emerged from the glowing screen. Thanos' army had assembled upon the Blue Planet. In this moment, the Blue Planet faced an unprecedented calamity for the second time. The Avengers stood isolated and defenseless against an overwhelming multitude of adversaries. In this moment, Steve gasped for breath, prepared to sacrifice his own life. Just as he believed that the Blue Planet had exhausted all hope, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated beside him. Captain, can you hear me? Captain, it's Sam. To your left. With great difficulty, Steve turned his head. Delicate golden lines traced a circular form in the air. It was the spatial magic from Kamartosh. Immediately, a portal materialized, and Falcon soared forth from behind it. One portal, then a second, a third, a fourth. An innumerable array of portals opened simultaneously in the sky and on the ground. They connected realms across the globe and even the depths of the universe. Black Panther emerged from a portal, accompanied by countless fearless warriors, their rallying cries echoing through the heavens. Riding upon a white Pegasus, Valkyrie led the valiant Asgardian army. Ant-Man, stationed at the Avengers base, transformed into a giant towering dozens of meters high, shaking the earth with his stride. Bruce, slightly calmed, roared with fury. As if the tempestuous Hulk was returning. Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Spider-Man, Bucky, Groot, Wanda, and even sorcerers from Kamartosh joined the fray. A glimmer of light gradually kindled in Steve's eyes. It was the light of hope. The Guardians of the Blue Planet revealed themselves at this critical juncture. In the direst hour for Earth, they stepped forth, coalescing in unprecedented might for battle. 5 years had passed since the snap took them away, and now they possessed a precious opportunity to retaliate. They rallied in this moment, bearing humanity's last flicker of hope into war. Awakened, Tony and Thor gathered beside Steve. He suppressed the surge of emotion within, inhaled deeply, extended his right hand, and proclaimed with fervor, "Avengers." The mighty hammer of Thor whistled back into his grasp. His gaze locked onto Thanos, his voice deep and resolute. "Assemble." A deafening roar erupted as countless allied forces surged forward, racing to the battlefield, swords drawn against Thanos' army. Beneath their feet, the earth trembled, the air thickened, and morale soared to unprecedented heights. They bore not just the fate of the Blue Planet, but the destiny of all humanity, as well as the spirits lost beneath that fatal snap in the cosmos. With spirits at an all-time high, the final battle commenced. Thanos' forces charged into the fray at a single command, yet how could they withstand the fury of the Avengers? One warrior fell, only for another to take their place. The Avengers cast aside all fear of death. Their singular thought was to vanquish these loathsome extraterrestrial fiends. The cries of battle soared to the heavens, the monsters howled in agony, and humanity roared with rage. Gunfire erupted. Metal clashed. The sounds of battle and lamentation reverberated across the entire battlefield. Flames of war spread across the land, altering the very colors of the sky. Smoke engulfed the air. As conflict, resistance, defense, and demise unfolded, Thanos' expression darkened slightly. In the course of his tumultuous campaign, Blue Star emerged as the greatest obstacle to his ambitions. His purple cranium could not fathom why Earth possessed such formidable retaliatory power. However, he need not dwell on this enigma for long, as the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, descended from the heavens. Her gaze upon Thanos brimmed with enmity, both old and new, as chaotic magical crimson energy surged around her. "You have taken everything from me." Thanos furrowed his brow, perplexed yet resolute. "I do not even know you." Wanda's fury intensified, and she bellowed, "You will come to know me." No sooner had the words left her lips than the chaotic magic erupted. Crimson energy coalesced, lifting debris from the battlefield and dilapidated walls, hurling them towards Thanos. He raised his colossal blade to parry the assault and, in a fluid motion, slashed at Wanda. Unfazed, Wanda enveloped the blade in sanguine energy, with a fierce tug. That which was more resilient than vibranium was torn into myriad fragments, cascading to the ground. In the midst of Thanos' astonishment, Wanda executed an upward thrust, ensnaring him in crimson energy and lifting him into the air. Consumed by wrath, she unleashed her chaotic magic, stripping away layer after layer of golden armor. Bereft of its protection, Thanos' form lay exposed to the arcane forces. He felt an overwhelming power tugging at his very essence, as dread enveloped him. Enduring the excruciating agony coursing through his body, Thanos could not suppress a pained roar. "Obsidian Maw. Fire at will." Obsidian Maw paused momentarily, but swiftly complied with Thanos' command. The Sanctum II, soaring high above, readied all its weaponry. In the next instant, a deluge of cannon fire rained down, mercilessly targeting the ground below. The projectiles indiscriminately fell upon friend and foe alike, forming a relentless barrage that battered both the Avengers and their invaders. The cacophony of explosions resonated with anguished cries and despair as both armies suffered grievous losses. Following this, a second and third wave of ordnance continued to descend like a relentless storm, mercilessly cleansing the battlefield. Chapter 67. Has the exile fled? The villain's face is lost. A deafening explosion reverberated through the sky, instantly capturing Lin Feng's attention. He turned towards the source of the sound. Witnessing the second temple of Thanos relentlessly unleashing a barrage of cannon fire, mercilessly obliterating everything in its path. The deranged Thanos showed no regard for the lives of the Leviathan beasts. To him, they were mere fodder. To achieve his objectives, he was willing to sacrifice anything, Gamora being the most poignant testament to this, as he would not have shed a single tear for her otherwise. Amidst the chaos of cannon fire, the Avengers scrambled for cover, suffering continuous casualties. Lin Feng felt a surge of determination and swiftly took flight towards the second temple. His intentions crystal clear, He would dismantle this behemoth first and foremost. However, two exiles had no intention of letting Lin Feng pass. One of them swiftly positioned himself to the left, the other to the right, ominously blocking his path. "Where do you think you're going?" For the first time since the battle commenced, one of the exiles spoke, his voice grating like sandpaper against Lin Feng's ears. "Get lost." Lin Feng had no time for idle chatter. With his eyes aflame, he unleashed a heat ray, only for the exile to evade it with a sudden teleportation. The black gold blade struck again, and Lin Feng bent low to avoid it, retaliating with a powerful punch. Yet, the exile's speed was not significantly inferior to his own. After striking, the exile immediately withdrew. In a flash, the other exile, Destruction Day, appeared behind Lin Feng and delivered a swift kick. Just as Lin Feng turned, Destruction Day retreated, allowing the blade-wielding exile to advance once more. The two exiles moved like slippery eels. While Lin Feng engaged one, the other continually harassed him. They weren't desperate. Instead, they played a game of cat and mouse, maneuvering Lin Feng into an inescapable predicament. Gradually, a fire of fury ignited within Lin Feng. Carol was ensnared in outer space by the exile's cunning tactics and could not return to support him as she did in the original tale. Time was of the essence. If this continued, Thanos would complete his sinister plan. With a decisive thought, Lin Feng activated the special red kryptonite. At this point, his prestige was of little concern. He could easily acquire more later. In a flash of crimson light, Lin Feng's physical capabilities surged to a new level. His energy threshold had multiplied, and he moved with a speed that exceeded his previous velocity by more than double. The retreating Destruction Day's pupils dilated in shock. Lin Feng's sudden acceleration surpassed his capacity to react. A fist loomed larger in Destruction Day's vision. Boom. With a single punch, Lin Feng caved in Destruction Day's chest. Disbelief flooded Destruction Day's eyes as he spat out a mouthful of black blood, propelled out of sight by the force of the blow. He hadn't even had the chance to reveal his trump card. He could not fathom how Lin Feng, once his equal, had transformed into such a formidable foe in an instant. The blade-wielding exile hesitated mid-air, then quickly retreated, evidently intimidated by Lin Feng's display of power. Lin Feng, however, had no time to concern himself with the exile. If Thanos continued his bombardment, the Avengers would soon be dismantled. He swiftly descended to the ground, and before him lay the searing rays empowered by the Infinity Stones. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng had not amassed a significant amount of energy. Nevertheless, the power he wielded was not to be underestimated. The orange-red laser effortlessly pierced through the Sanctuary too, and with a mere shift of his gaze, he cleaved the vessel in two as though slicing through paper. The Sanctuary too, which had battled alongside Thanos for a considerable duration, was abruptly severed, and explosions erupted incessantly from the jagged edges. The torrential barrage of cannon fire ceased in an instant. The two halves of the spacecraft, billowing thick clouds of black smoke and emitting a resonant hum, plummeted from the sky. A thunderous crash reverberated, prompting onlookers to gaze upward, only to find the once mighty projectiles vanish from sight. They beheld the Sanctuary too, now split in two, crashing into the lake and sending towering waves surging skyward. "Goodness!" Steve gasped, having witnessed the entire spectacle. His eyes, filled with disbelief, turned towards Lin Feng. What on earth was that? Lasers emanating from his eyes. Tony, too, expressed astonishment, as the data within his helmet indicated that the laser just unleashed had exceeded Friday's measurement threshold. A significant portion of the Avengers witnessed Lin Feng's display of power, unaware that such a formidable ally existed among them. Rocket Raccoon, standing beside Groot, widened his eyes in shock. "Goodness, I was considering stealing his gauntlet. Thank goodness I held back." Having dealt with the Sanctuary too, Lin Feng quickly pivoted to confront the two exiles. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the struggling Doomsday lying a kilometer away. Yet, the exile wielding the obsidian blade was nowhere to be seen. "Host, the exile has fled." "What?" Lin Feng rubbed his ears in disbelief. "Fled? Is that for real? The exile, so cowardly?" He was astonished and perplexed. This narrative was entirely amiss. Shouldn't the antagonist be overwhelmingly powerful, refusing to yield, and at the very least, deliver a parting curse upon the hero? Moreover, weren't villains typically equipped with several trump cards? How could one simply flee? To harass him only to retreat? The faces of those two buffoons had tarnished the villain's reputation. Soon, the system provided an explanation. They had attempted to tamper with my database earlier, triggering my automatic defense mechanism. My defenses are formidable. They had already expended their trump cards in their bid for escape. Even so, these two fools bore considerable injuries. Otherwise, their current diminished state would not be so simple. Lin Feng nodded, gaining insight. Then why not eliminate them directly? Why grant them the chance to leap away? The system hesitated, stammering. "Isn't this an opportunity for you to hone your skills?" "Well, I do appreciate that." Lin Feng chuckled, noting the system's reticence, clearly concealing information. However, he was not in a hurry to expose it. All would be addressed post-battle. With determination, Lin Feng soared towards the direction of Doomsday. It was not that these two exiles were weak. Rather, they had already been thoroughly beaten by the system. After a prolonged struggle, the two ineffectual ones could not even breach Lin Feng's defenses. Had Lin Feng been a Silver Superman at that moment, it was likely that even a single punch from him would have been too much for the two exiles to endure. If exiles were indeed such entities, even at their peak, Lin Feng would easily dispatch one like a child. Sensing Lin Feng's mindset, the system emerged with unrelenting vigor, revealing further information. Host, do not underestimate. The strength of exiles is categorized into several tiers. These two are merely the lowest of the low. The true first-tier exiles possess power beyond your imagination. The reason it was so effortless to defeat the exiles this time is largely due to their diminished strength and the exhaustion of their trump cards. Otherwise, do you believe today was merely a harassment, without them unleashing a single lethal strike? At these words, Lin Feng felt a jolt of shock, his body momentarily halting in flight. Multiverse level? Such a simple phrase belied immense power. As far as he knew, the Silver Superman was only at the single universe level. With the Silver Superman template, he could easily contend with any single universe powerhouse. However, this strength would appear pitifully fragile in the face of the multiverse level. If a first-tier exile were to arrive, would he not meet his end? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, and his heart sank. The exiles were far more troublesome and complex than he had initially imagined. The exile he had been battling turned out to be merely a small fry within a larger group, which further dampened his spirits. Not at all, host. Before you have matured, the first tier will not take note of you. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Do you understand this principle? You must at least reach the mid to late stages of the Silver Superman before being considered by the first tier. The system made an analogy, albeit a rough one. Lin Feng's face darkened. Am I merely a chicken? Just an analogy. The path before you is still long. However, the system reassured him. There will be opportunities in this mission's rewards that are suitable for you. Seize the chance and grow swiftly. The system's words left Lin Feng with an unsettling sense that he was embroiled in a significant predicament. As if a colossal entity had merely unveiled a corner of its veil. It seemed that after this battle, he would indeed need to have a serious discussion with the system regarding why he had crossed over from beyond the fourth wall and what information it had kept hidden. Beyond Blue Star, the exile wielding a blade appeared to float silently in space, observing the battlefield of the final confrontation. After a long while, he pressed his hand to his chest and coughed twice. That damn system had left him with injuries that had yet to fully heal. He opened communications and composed a message to send out. Chapter 68, Doomsday? A false Superman. Lin Feng soared to the location where Doomsday had fallen, observing that the creature was exhaling more than it was inhaling. Its gaze, filled with malevolence, was fixed upon him as it gasped for breath. Lin Feng shook his head, a smile escaping his lips as he retrieved a pendant-like object from his possession, which he then hurled into the sky with great force. A beam of heat ray, akin to the Infinity Stones, shot forth. He had no intention of allowing Doomsday a final word. The system had already divulged the creature's secrets to Lin Feng. The pendant-like item had been discovered under the system's guidance, serving as a spatial tool for the exile to store items. Lin Feng pocketed it, planning to examine its contents once the battle concluded. After enduring the heat ray for mere seconds, Doomsday's form disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. So weak. Lin Feng mused, even a dog would shake its head in disappointment. He felt that Doomsday merely resembled the true creature, lacking its physical prowess, the immunity to the damage incurred from its last death, and other characteristics. He should not be called Doomsday. Rather, he was a mere imitation of Superman. The weakness was dramatically apparent. Lin Feng even found that he could eliminate it without the aid of kryptonite. This also clarified Doomsday's desire to seize his own Silver Superman template. Likely, one of his motives was to truly transform into Doomsday himself. On the battlefield, amidst the relentless barrage of artillery, the Avengers base had succumbed, reduced to ruins in a blaze of fire. Emerging from the debris was Nebula, cradling a pair of gloves as she approached Thanos. "Father, I bring you the Infinity Stones," she proclaimed reverently, presenting the Infinity Gauntlet, which she had cunningly obtained from Hawkeye during the chaos. Thanos, momentarily taken aback, accepted the gloves with a nod of satisfaction. Well done. His singular praise sent a shiver of excitement through Nebula. In her memory, this was nearly the first time Thanos had commended her. At that moment, she felt she had surpassed Gamora, successfully proving her worth to her father. While Nebula reveled in her triumph, unease spread among the Avengers, their expressions darkening in alarm. Had Nebula betrayed them? Before they could dwell on this revelation, another Nebula emerged from the ruins, accompanied by a grim-faced Hawkeye and Gamora. Two Nebulas. The realization dawned upon the assembled heroes. Damn it. Tony cursed. Steve muttered under his breath, "You tamper with time, and time will toy with you." This Nebula had traversed through time alongside Thanos from the past. Yet, there was no time to ponder further, witnessing Thanos acquiring the Infinity Gauntlet. The situation had turned perilously dire. "We cannot allow him to snap his fingers," Steve bellowed, channeling his energy as he charged at Thanos. They had only just managed to reclaim half of their lives. They could not permit Thanos to repeat the tragedy of 5 years prior. The gravity of the moment dawned on all, and one by one, they launched their assault on Thanos. Tony's feet ignited with flames, soaring high as he unleashed his laser weapon against Thanos without concern for ammunition. Stripped of his armor, Thanos grimaced, enduring the onslaught with his bare flesh. The lasers struck his sturdy Titan skin, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks. Hawkeye, relentless, fired arrow after arrow at the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' grasp, each arrow detonating upon impact. Coupled with the force of Tony's lasers, the shockwaves forced Thanos to retreat continuously. At that moment, Steve arrived, seizing the opportunity to strike Thanos' right hand, which clutched the gauntlet with his hammer. The resounding thud echoed as Thanos was sent sprawling, the gauntlet slipping from his grasp and tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, Nebula from 2014 rushed forward to retrieve the gauntlet, only to be intercepted by her future counterpart, leading to a fierce struggle between the two. Seizing the moment, Tony darted towards the fallen gauntlet. Just as he reached for it, Thanos charged forth, landing a heavy punch that sent Tony flying more than 10 meters away. Thor, with a fierce roar, took a running leap, swinging his Stormbreaker towards Thanos' head. Thanos deftly squatted and sidestepped, countering with a Black Tiger's heart strike aimed directly at Thor's chest. The hefty Thor had no time to evade and took the full force of the punch, gasping as the air was knocked out of him. Thanos, seizing the moment, lifted Thor and hurled him towards the archer, who could only brace himself for the impending collision. The two crashed together, both collapsing to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Amid the chaos, Tony once again approached the gauntlet, seizing it with determination, intent on taking flight. Yet, a massive hand reached out from behind, firmly grasping his ankle. With a resounding thud, Tony was slammed back down to the ground. He struggled to increase the thruster's energy, but it was too late. Thanos continued to pummel Tony against the earth. Had it not been for his nanosuit, Tony might have already lost half his life. Noticing the Iron Man's lack of response, seemingly dazed from the blows, Thanos decided to use him as a projectile, hurling him towards Steve. As the Avengers unleashed their full might in attack, they found themselves outmatched by the colossal strength of Thanos. Unlike the exhausted Thanos from 5 years prior, this version from 2014 was younger and far more formidable, rendering the Avengers powerless against him. Eliminating several bothersome foes, Thanos swiftly retrieved the gauntlet, donning it on his right hand without hesitation. A thunderous roar erupted as the 6 Infinity Stones ignited immense energy, coursing through Thanos' veins, inflicting torment upon his Titan physique and eliciting a furious cry of pain. The sensation was akin to being ensnared by tightening bolts of lightning, constricting his entire being. Yet, in light of the monumental achievement he was about to realize, such agony was trivial. He could withstand far worse. After a surge of pain, Thanos gradually acclimated to the energy of the Infinity Stones. As the discomfort subsided, a faint smile crept across his face. He regarded the Avengers, who were making one final charge towards him, shaking his head in acknowledgement of their futility. It was already too late. With the Infinity Gauntlet adorning his right hand, the thumb and middle finger slowly approached one another. No. The advancing Steve was engulfed in despair, his mind rendered blank. I am destiny. Thanos gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, his fingers twisting with force. Buzz. Just as Thanos was about to snap his fingers, an orange-red beam of light, brimming with boundless energy, surged forth, striking his right hand with precision. The searing brilliance radiated heat that could be felt even from a distance of several meters. The gazes of the onlookers shifted from bewilderment to horror. The orange-red laser engulfed Thanos' entire palm. When the beam dissipated, Thanos' entire right hand vanished without a trace. Roar. Thanos was momentarily stunned, but then a wave of excruciating pain surged through his right arm, forcing a cry from his lips. Disbelief clouded his eyes as he stared at his right arm. His hand, along with his forearm, had completely disappeared under the onslaught of the laser. The skin near his forearm had charred, emitting wisps of black smoke. The mechanical gauntlet that housed the Infinity Stones had been entirely vaporized, leaving only the Infinity Stones scattered on the ground. Thanos clutched his arm, gritting his teeth as he turned his gaze toward the source of the laser. It was Lin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, he strode calmly into the battlefield, his eyes still aglow with orange light, their intensity terrifying. The red kryptonite had enhanced his physique, enabling him to harness more of the stone's energy. That previous heat ray, if directed at Earth, could have pierced through it in no time. Yet, the cost was that Lin Feng's eyes now throbbed with pain, tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks. As Lin Feng slowly approached him, Thanos' gaze flickered. Disregarding the agony in his right arm, he reached with his remaining left hand to grasp the fallen stones. However, with the disappearance of the gauntlet, this endeavor became futile. Without the gauntlet, what use were the Infinity Stones? He could no longer snap his fingers. Bang! Lin Feng surged forward, accelerating drastically, and delivered a powerful punch that sent Thanos flying. Bending down, he picked up the scattered Infinity Stones from the ground, and finally, the glow in his eyes began to fade. Chapter 69. The end of the final battle. Natasha's soul. Your intentions are noble, Lin Feng sighed. However, your actions and ambitions are excessively radical. There are myriad ways to alleviate the dreadful consequences of rampant population growth, yet you have chosen the most extreme path, which is destined to fail. Thanos struggled to rise from the ground, unable to recognize the figure before him. He had never encountered such memories within Nebula's recollections. I must do this. For the advancement of the universe. I have witnessed insufferable hunger, pain, struggle, and warfare. Thanos spoke with a tone that was both weak and resolute. All of this is the result of life's inability to exercise restraint. Only by eradicating half of all life can the remainder endure. Lin Feng scoffed and shook his head. Indeed, Thanos had conquered countless planets, slaying half of their inhabitants and leaving the other half to prosper, albeit temporarily. Yet, all of this would ultimately revert to its original state over time. Thanos' ideology is inextricably linked to his past experiences. This mindset stems from what he observed on his home planet. If given the opportunity, I would wish to send you to the ancient East for enlightenment. Perhaps their methods of population control could broaden your perspective. But now, Thanos, you must pay the price for your actions. Lin Feng spoke with a tinge of melancholy, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, a war ignited by Thanos. As he spoke, he began to insert each of the Infinity Stones into the Superman gauntlet. One by one, the 6 stones fused, transforming the gauntlet into a vibrant spectacle of colors. A tremendous surge of energy began to flow into Lin Feng's being. Unlike Thanos, the enhancement from the red kryptonite, combined with the dual constraints of the Superman gauntlet, meant that Lin Feng felt little pain. He was able to endure it entirely. This was distinct from his amplification of heat rays, which required energy to be absorbed into his body. However, in order to snap his fingers, Lin Feng did not need to internalize the energy. Thanos watched Lin Feng in silence. The tide had turned. He understood clearly that had that recent orange-red laser been aimed at his head, he would no longer exist. The power Lin Feng possessed was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Even those 2 so-called friends in black robes were likely to meet their demise at his hands. His ambitions were once again thwarted. In this moment, Thanos felt an unprecedented calm as he observed Lin Feng adorning the Infinity Stones upon the gauntlet. Who are you? Thanos' lips moved for a while, ultimately seeking to uncover Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng raised his left hand, adorned with the Superman gauntlet. As the 6 Infinity Stones responded in unison, radiating brilliance. Me? Lin Feng met Thanos' gaze with serenity. I am Lin Feng. Snap. With that, the fingers snapped, and an invisible wave of energy spread forth once more. In the midst of battle against the Avengers, Thanos' legion suddenly paused, their expression shifting to a state of bewilderment. An inexplicable sensation arose within them, as if their bodies no longer belonged to them. In the next moment, they transformed into dust and particles, scattering with the wind until they vanished entirely. An ineffable atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all present. The sudden turn of events left the Avengers equally perplexed. Unsure of what had transpired, Thanos cast his gaze across the battlefield, helplessly surveying his surroundings. One by one, his subordinates disintegrated into dust, drifting into the air. Thanos felt a profound sense of loss, confusion, and an indescribable sorrow and tranquility. Resigned to his fate, he staggered a couple of steps before despondently sitting upon a stone. He struggled to lift his head, as if breathing had become a challenge. Ultimately, he quietly closed his eyes. The Titan, Thanos, too, began to dissipate under the weight of the snap, along with all his legion, just as half of all life had done 5 years prior. Lost and adrift in that fateful moment. Silence. The battlefield, which had echoed with cries of battle just moments before, now lay in a deathly stillness. Only the sounds of crumbling ruins and distant fires remained. After a long pause, as if emerging from a trance, the once silent battlefield erupted in thunderous cheers. The Avengers, having finally grasped the reality of their triumph, embraced one another amidst tears of joy. Regardless of their races or origins, they expressed their elation. This time, they had successfully safeguarded the universe from Thanos' grasp. An indescribable feeling of joy, relief, and accomplishment lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Lin Feng gazed melancholically at Thanos' vanishing form, letting out a sigh. He spoke no falsehood. Thanos' intentions had been noble, yet his methods and objectives were excessively radical, doomed to failure. Turning to behold the embracing Avengers, a sense of comfort washed over him. He spotted Tony Stark and couldn't help but smile. I executed that snap for you. Tony, cradling Pepper Potts, turned to Steve and inquired, why is he looking at me like that? Steve, covered in dirt, managed to smile, who knows. He then limped toward Lin Feng. Where are you going, old man? Tony shouted after him. To thank him. Steve replied without looking back. Tony shrugged, glancing down at Pepper, who simply smiled and gave him an enigmatic look. Fine. He rolled his eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, followed after Lin Feng. The endgame, marked by Lin Feng's snap, had drawn to a close. The half of life that had vanished returned once more. Countless families wept, yet their tears were of joy. Blue Planet resumed its bustling rhythm, just as it had 5 years ago. Beside the monument in the square, new statues of the Avengers had been erected, including one of Lin Feng himself. Though the identity of the dark-haired, dark-eyed superhero clad in black armor remains unknown to the masses, everyone is acutely aware that their reunion is made possible by the Avengers before them. The blue planet has once again set itself on the path of restoration. The once desolate streets are now bustling with life once more. Abandoned schools, dormant factories, and stranded vessels are being restored and repurposed by the industrious hands of the people. As fate would have it, it was Lin Feng who snapped his fingers, not Tony Stark. This twist of events transformed what was meant to be a funeral for Stark into a jubilant celebration of victory. However, before the festivities could commence, there remained a vital task to undertake. At the lakeside, workers were diligently clearing the remnants of the Avengers' headquarters. Within the ruins of a dilapidated gazebo, the Avengers gathered. Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Clint Barton, Thuro Dinson, and Scott Lang stood solemnly behind Lin Feng, their expressions grave and earnest. Lin Feng turned to face them, his gaze sweeping across the group. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what was to come, and nodded. The others reciprocated with solemn nods, their eyes brimming with seriousness and hope. Lin Feng turned again, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes. The 6 infinity stones embedded in his gauntlet began to glow softly. Under the eager scrutiny of Stark and the others, Lin Feng raised his left hand, mirroring the moment from the battlefield 2 days prior when he had made that fateful snap. Calming his mind with the assistance of the system, Lin Feng began to communicate internally. Soulstone, I am aware that you possess self-awareness. Restore Natasha's soul. Indeed, Lin Feng was engaging in a dialogue with the Soul Stone. The Infinity Stones have their own consciousness, and through the connection with the system, Lin Feng could exchange messages with them. After a prolonged silence, a wave of rejection resonated from the stone. Unperturbed, Lin Feng reiterated his plea. One soul is trivial for you. Return Natasha's soul. Do not compel me to resort to force. The wave of refusal intensified, laced with a hint of disdain. I shall repeat myself. Return Natasha's soul, or I will destroy you with the other stones. Do not doubt my words. You have 1 minute to contemplate your decision. After 1 minute, the snap shall herald either your obliteration or Natasha's return. The choice lies with you. Seeing that kind words bore no fruit, Lin Feng adopted a stern demeanor, confident that the Soul Stone would ultimately make the correct choice. The waiting felt interminable. Tony, nervously biting his thumbnail, could not help but lean towards Steve, whispering, "Why is there no response?" Although his voice was soft, it was heard by all, and their gazes converged on Tony. Steve frowned and shook his head at Tony, signaling him to remain silent. Feeling the weight of their collective attention, Tony raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The group's focus returned to Lin Feng, and after a tense negotiation, the Soul Stone begrudgingly emitted a faint signal of acquiescence. Lin Feng received the information and let out a sigh of relief, a smile playing on his lips. The Soul Gem was not devoid of wisdom. When faced with the choice between its own existence and that of a soul, it understood what decision to make. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng invigorated those around him, their eyes widening in anticipation. Before him, visible to the naked eye, ripples began to form. As the vibrations from his fingers resonated, a figure gradually emerged from within, none other than the bewildered Black Widow, Natasha, with her hair styled in braids. Chapter 70. The True Face of the Exile. Returning home, the outcomes of the Infinite Gems vary greatly depending on their usage. Much like a goddess, one approaches her with caution, and a mere few casual words from her can bring days of joy. However, upon removing her divine aura, one discovers that she is not so different from other women. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Infinite Gems are merely potent enhancement tools, akin to legendary artifacts in online games. One must become their master, rather than a mere sycophant. With the conclusion of the endgame, Thanos has been vanquished, countless lives have been restored, and Natasha has returned with a mere snap of Lin Feng's fingers. The Blue Star has embraced a splendid resolution, and the Avengers have gathered at a club to celebrate their victory. The ambience within the club is warm and harmonious. The older Tony exhibits a steadiness compared to his youthful exuberance. Otherwise, one would expect a throng of glamorous women to create an electrifying atmosphere. Groups of friends converse animatedly, cherishing this rare moment that belongs solely to them. Joy radiates from every face, and laughter occasionally erupts as excitement builds. An evening feast awaits, and Lin Feng has received an invitation. No one can forget him, the hero who swiftly resolved the war with just a few strikes. Natasha and Hawkeye sit together, occasionally glancing towards Lin Feng, exchanging grateful nods and smiles upon meeting his gaze. Lin Feng, seated on the sofa, dismisses the one-eyed egg with a few casual remarks before indulging in his drink, contentedly observing the festivities before him. Ding! A delightful sound resonates in Lin Feng's ears. The system has delivered the settlement for this mission. The rewards for this mission are as follows. Main quest, 30 million reputation points. Defeating one exile, 10 million reputation points. Mission evaluation, A. Considering the mission's difficulty and the narrative's coherence. Rewards, 3 special red kryptonite stones, 30 packets of enhanced life tree leaves, a weak artificial intelligence program. The temple ship number 2, and a universal key, 3 uses. Aside from reputation points, a collection of rather peculiar items has been bestowed. Upon seeing the temple ship no. 2, Lin Feng momentarily pauses. Isn't this Thanos' vehicle? It vanished with his snap. What purpose does it serve him? Surely, it cannot match his own speed in flight. After some contemplation, Lin Feng decides to find an opportunity to pass it to Tony for further exploration. Perhaps there is technology within that could be of use. As for the universal key, he examines its description. Universal key 3 uses a key that can unlock worlds with coordinates. A succinct and straightforward description. It seems to be an item that allows one to traverse to the DC universe. Lin Feng places it back, choosing not to delve into it for now. Regarding the 10 million reputation points from the exile, it feels like a fortunate windfall, especially considering how absurdly weak the 2 exiles were. The cinematic portrayal of Thanos is utterly lacking in strength. The significant amount of prestige he possesses seems to stem from the main storyline and event-driven enhancements. After all, had Lin Feng not appeared, Thanos would likely have snapped his fingers long ago. Upon the completion of the reward settlement, Lin Feng could not resist inquiring further about the system. It was evident that the system was concealing a multitude of information from him, and without clarifying these queries, Lin Feng would be unable to find rest. Under Lin Feng's persistent and pressing inquiries, the system reluctantly divulged more information. The reason the exile had set its sights on the system was that only by completely stripping the system of its authority and functions could it truly vanish. The exile had been engaged in similar activities, collecting all systems that opposed its own authority and functions. The 2 underlings dispatched, this time, mistook Lin Feng's Kryptonian bloodline system for a mere ordinary system, unaware that it was the most formidable one. Wait, Lin Feng interjected suddenly. If you cannot even defeat an exile, how can you claim to be the strongest system? The system nodded, responding with a hint of pride. Indeed. My resources surpass even those of the main system. Lin Feng leaned back in disbelief. What are you talking about? I fail to see any evidence of that. You boast of having the most resources, yet the system store barely offers a meager selection. The item that stands out most in my memory is that Black Widow lingerie. Lin Feng's gaze brimmed with disdain and contempt. The system, feeling awkward, attempted to defend itself. I assure you, I speak the truth. Consider this. If I were not the strongest, how could you have possessed the Superman template from the very start? Lin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback by this statement. It was indeed true. In the novels he had read, hosts typically grew incrementally, whereas he had begun with an extraordinary hand. As for the meager offerings in the system store, it was simply that you had not examined them closely, as many items would not significantly enhance your Superman template. The system had selectively placed all items related to Superman on the first tier. Huh. Lin Feng scoffed coldly. Is Black Widow's lingerie really related to Superman? Can we not keep bringing that up? The system promptly changed the subject. Regarding the exile, I cannot intervene directly. If I were to act, my true data would be detected by the immensely powerful first sequence exile. You currently cannot contend with them. Thus I am unable to act. Employing automatic defense is a last resort, but it allows me to evade their scrutiny. If I were discovered by a high-tier exile, both you and I would be doomed. In any case, what you need now is to rapidly enhance your own strength. For according to the system's calculations, one of the exile's ultimate objectives may very well be Blue Star, the world you inhabited prior to your traversal. Lin Feng paused, his wrist holding the wine glass momentarily frozen, lost in thought. Are you certain? He asked, skepticism lacing his voice. The system's revelation struck him like a bombshell, leaving him stunned and overwhelmed. Why have they set their sights on the blue planet beyond the fourth wall? Is there something there that ignites their desire? In Lin Feng's perception, the blue planet beyond the fourth wall has never exhibited any extraordinary powers, nor has it ever been home to even a single superhuman. How could the exiles possibly fixate on such a mundane place? The system, aware of Lin Feng's contemplation, continued. Although the blue planet beyond the fourth wall lacks extraordinary artifacts or powers, it is the origin of all elements of fantasy. Consider whether it be the Marvel Universe, the DC Universe, or the realm of anime. Where do they all originate? Lin Feng's eyes flickered with realization as he grasped the system's implication. Murmuring, the stories crafted by the inhabitants of the blue planet beyond the fourth wall. His breath quickened, giving rise to a terrifying notion. Indeed, they are the architects of it all. With a mere stroke of their pen, they could elevate one from the strength of an ant to an omnipotent cosmic entity. If they truly ventured beyond the fourth wall, can you fathom the consequences that would ensue? Chapter 71. I didn't even have time to rest. Lin Feng fell silent, his expression darkening. If the exile truly breached the fourth wall, it could effortlessly reduce all universes to mere dust. He regretted pressing the system for this information. Help me. I am but a child. Lin Feng lamented, his face a mask of despair. Indeed, the system affirmed. You hail from beyond the fourth wall, possessing a uniqueness unmatched across all universes. Even if they were to erase every universe, you would endure. This means you have ample opportunities for retaliation. Furthermore, there is no need for excessive concern. Throughout countless ages, the exile has failed to discover a means to traverse beyond the fourth wall. Despite capturing numerous step pools across various universes, they have achieved nothing. Currently, we have sufficient time to lay low and develop. Very well. Lin Feng sighed, absorbing the terrifying revelation. The exile's ultimate objective was to reach Blue Star beyond the fourth wall. Regardless of their intentions, the outcome would not bode well. Fortunately, he still had ample time to cultivate his abilities. Lin Feng was not a pessimistic individual. He believed in making the best of his circumstances. Initially, he thought his Superman template was a trump card, only to realize it was merely an appetizer. Now, he yearned even more fervently to elevate his Superman template. The following day, Lin Feng set out to return to his Marvel universe, laden with gifts provided by Steve and the others. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he produced enhanced life leaves gifted by the system, distributing a package to each person. These leaves were a fortified version of the tea he had given to Ancient One, boasting even greater efficacy. They possessed remarkable healing properties capable of addressing all known ailments. Moreover, they could rejuvenate human cells, ensuring that as long as one drew breath, revival was virtually guaranteed. Everyone, astonished, accepted the gifts without hesitation, the allure of the leaves too compelling to resist. According to Lin Feng, they even had the potential to make one appear younger. No one could refuse such a promise. Notably, before his departure, Lin Feng requested a Mark 85 nanotech suit from Tony. Initially reluctant, Tony relented upon seeing the enhanced life leaves in Lin Feng's possession, crafting a suit with a resigned sigh. However, he cautioned Lin Feng not to present it to the Tony Stark of the past, as it could result in unpredictable butterfly effects. Lin Feng nodded with a beaming smile, yet his mind harbored other intentions. Having traversed from beyond the fourth wall, this realm felt like his second home, and he was unwilling to witness any mischief wrought by the exile. To preempt future troubles, Lin Feng resolved that certain matters required proactive measures. He aspired to arm all superheroes on Earth, ensuring that each one could tear Thanos apart with their bare hands. An imperfect plan emerged in Lin Feng's mind. After bidding farewell to the others, he departed from the parallel universe amidst a flicker of light. Guided by the system, Lin Feng returned to the familiar realm of his origin, the universe he had traversed. How delightful it was, the familiar expanse of outer space. System, Lin Feng called out. Where have you sent the Silver Superman template? The system sprang forth. To a living planet. I possess its coordinates. Shall the host retrieve it now? Lin Feng scratched his head. Can't you bring it back? I cannot. Very well. I shall return home first and then seek it out. Having been away for 2 months, Susan and the others would surely be worried. Lin Feng deemed it prudent to return briefly. If he were to evolve into Silver Superman now, it would still take an additional 2 months. He felt it necessary to inform Susan, as she would undoubtedly be concerned. Moreover, Lin Feng had not rested during his 2-month absence. His spirit needed some relaxation. Regardless, the system had assured him that even if someone found it, they would be unable to utilize it, as it was bound to Lin Feng. Having made up his mind, he soared towards Earth. At this moment in the city of Neo Yeo, night had fallen. Lin Feng descended silently, landing in his own villa. The villa was brightly lit, and he fished out his keys, approaching the front door. Inside, Susan sat before her computer screen, her expression one of worry. The screen displayed a piece of news. Tony Stark had been attacked today by an unidentified force. His villa on Mabry Street had been ravaged by helicopter gunfire. As of now, Tony Stark was missing, and there was even evidence suggesting that Iron Man, Tony Stark, had met his demise. This news had been released in the afternoon, and the bombing of Tony's villa had occurred that very day. Susan, aware that Tony was one of Lin Feng's few friends, felt that if Tony had truly perished, Lin Feng would be devastated. However, Lin Feng was currently unreachable and untraceable. Hesitantly, she touched the wristband Lin Feng had gifted her. Perhaps she could offer some assistance? Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted Susan's thoughts. Her heart stirred as she lifted her head to look. It was Lin Feng. Lin, you're back. Susan joyfully rushed over, enveloping Lin Feng in a warm embrace and bestowing upon him a kiss. It is often said that a brief separation enhances affection after 2 months apart. Their longing for each other was palpable. There was no time to express the sentiments accumulated over their time apart after a hurried exchange of greetings. Susan pulled Lin Feng towards the sofa. Lin, Tony is in trouble, she exclaimed, bringing her laptop closer to show him. Lin Feng was taken aback. Tony is in trouble? He quickly scanned the news, reading rapidly. The computer screen replayed Tony Stark's outcry and the devastation of the Mabry Villa in a loop. Ultimately, every major report expressed uncertainty regarding Tony Stark's fate, leaving his life or death unknown. Lin Feng understood. This mirrored the plot of Iron Man 3. Goodness. It was quintessentially Tony, publicly boasting about the so-called master man. He even revealed the address of his own villa. Truly does high skill breed boldness? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, but then he pondered, could it be that Tony has developed anxiety like in the original story? Susan looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin, why are you laughing? Could it be that he had lost his mind after going out? His close friend was in peril, yet he could still laugh aloud? Lin Feng waved his hand reassuringly. It's all right. It's all right. Tony is fine. He is still alive. You know? Susan blinked in surprise, then nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng, endowed with superhuman vision and hearing, was aware of her initial embarrassment when she discovered his ability to see through objects. Yes, I know. Lin Feng recalled the Mark 85 armor stored in his space, and a thought crossed his mind. I shall go meet Tony. I will return shortly. Upon hearing this, Susan pouted. It had been 2 months since their last meeting, and he was already set to leave again. However, understanding the importance of the matter at hand, she did not hinder him. Thus, Lin Feng, who had just returned home without a moment to rest, embarked on another journey. Chapter 72. Tony Stark's anxiety in the stillness of the night. A sleek black Audi came to an abrupt halt on the deserted road, gripping the steering wheel. Tony was beset by an inexplicable palpitation, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Was there a malfunction with the power source? His agitation was palpable. This was my suit. I cannot. Oh heavens, not again. He flung open the car door and collapsed onto the ground. This was not the first time he had experienced such symptoms. The moment he learned that his suit was inoperable, a wave of panic surged through him uncontrollably. Anxiety neurosis. Simply termed anxiety. This affliction had begun to manifest after the battle with the Chitauri. The looming threat of the unknown rendered Tony perpetually on edge. At the slightest hint of trouble, or even a mere mention of the Chitauri or the Mandarin, he would spiral into distress. Now, as he was en route to Miami to confront the Mandarin, who had wreaked havoc on his villa, he was informed that the suit might not be operational. Panic washed over him, leaving him breathless. Tony? Came the voice of young Harry on the other end of the line. Are you having an episode? I didn't mention the Mandarin. Tony's eyes widened, his breathing quickening. Yes, you just said it. You mentioned it while saying you didn't tea. Okay, Harry replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Oh dear, Tony gasped, feeling lightheaded. What am I to do? Take deep breaths. Tony, deep breaths. Harry urged, attempting to guide Tony through the panic. You're a mechanic, right? Yes, I'm a mechanic, Tony panted, recalling what he had told the young boy earlier. Harry's voice came through again. Then why not build something? The simplicity of the suggestion momentarily stunned Tony, and then a spark ignited within him. Of course, he had proclaimed himself a mechanic, adept at crafting machinery. Within the unassuming confines of a hardware store, he could assemble countless weapons. Even without a suit, he was not defenseless. Why not concoct something to confront the Mandarin? As such thoughts coursed through his mind, the intensity of his symptoms began to wane. The inexplicable panic gradually subsiding, and his breathing steadied. Nodding, he regained a semblance of calm. Yes, I am a mechanic. Perhaps I should create something, however. In the next moment, as he observed a dark figure soaring towards him from a distance, a new thought struck him. All right, thanks, kid. Perhaps I have a better plan. We'll talk later. With that, Tony severed the connection, leaving Harry bewildered on the other end. A better plan? What was he alluding to? Harry glanced at the charging Mark 42. Jarvis, do you comprehend what he just said? Not really. Lin Feng, clad in black armor, descended before Tony. He had observed Tony's episode from afar, feeling a sense of perplexity. With his presence, the invasion of Chitauri was resolved with minimal cost, no nuclear bombs. And Tony did not venture through a wormhole. Yet, how could he still suffer from anxiety? Hey, Tony. Lin Feng suppressed his curiosity, preparing to broach the subject indirectly. Christmas. And yet he was not celebrating with Pepper. What could possibly compel him to retreat to this desolate wilderness? Surveying Tony's disheveled state from head to toe, Lin Feng adopted a teasing tone. Could it be that you've angered Pepper again? Not even allowed to sleep on the sofa? With a couple of intentionally provocative remarks, Tony swiftly cast aside his recent embarrassment. Yes, indeed. Pepper disapproved of my Christmas gift, so she banished me from home. As you can see, I've ended up in this remote area. Recently, a multitude of worries had accumulated, and Tony was reluctant to engage in a lengthy discussion with Lin Feng. What did you give her? That gigantic bunny? Lin Feng inquired, recalling the original story where Tony gifted an absurdly large stuffed rabbit, which left Pepper utterly speechless. Was Tony implying that she was too small? Tony, caught off guard, responded, How did you know? Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, thought to himself that indeed. Who would favor such an absurd item? Except for Tony, of course. All right, let us not dwell on this triviality. I saw the news. Lin Feng continued, Your place has been exposed. And something about a certain adult? You truly are a character, revealing your address to the world. Upon hearing this, Tony sighed. He was well aware of his appearance in the news, with his information plastered across the papers. I do regret it now. The news is practically hosting my funeral. It's not a big deal. Just try not to act so impulsively next time. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, knowing that Tony had been burdened by numerous worries lately. most stemming from his anxiety. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng retrieved 2 small square boxes from the system space, purchases made during his journey. He handed one to Tony. Here. Tony instinctively accepted it. What's this? A Christmas gift? As he opened the box and beheld its contents, a smile illuminated Tony's face. It was a cheeseburger. Well, this might be the best gift I've received this Christmas. With that, Tony settled back down and began to devour the burger in hand. Lin Feng, not one to be overly sentimental, also took a burger and sat beside Tony, beginning to eat as well, before casually posing his question. So, how did you come to suffer from anxiety? Upon hearing Lin Feng's query, Tony paused mid-bite. How do you know everything? Oh, Lin Feng did not respond, merely gazing at Tony while chewing on his burger. The two sat there on the ground, eating, with Lin Feng watching Tony, waiting for him to speak. The silence was prolonged and uncomfortable. Soon enough, Tony began to feel uneasy under Lin Feng's gaze, and the burger lost its appeal. All right. Tony took a deep breath, as he had not initially intended to speak, for it was somewhat embarrassing. I am at a loss for words. You may not be aware, but during the last encounter with the Chitauri, that extraterrestrial ruffian, Tony gestured slightly, though reluctant to admit it. His impression was indelibly etched in my mind. With a complex expression, Tony steadied himself and continued, Lin Feng, you know that I lack your extraordinary strength. I am uncertain whether my armor can withstand the next invasion. If one day they return and you are not here, what shall we do? I must confess, albeit reluctantly, this is somewhat humiliating. I feel a sense of dread. Upon finishing, Tony exhaled deeply, as if a weight had been lifted from him. These sentiments he had only shared in fragments with Pepper. Now, expressing them to Lin Feng brought a sense of relief. Sharing one's fears with a superhuman friend is not shameful. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, refraining from mocking Tony. Had Lin Feng not possessed his superhuman attributes, he too would feel fear. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng uttered a profound truth. I can relate to what you are saying. There is a wise saying that goes, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. You appear to be suffering from a fear of inadequacy in firepower. Seeing Lin Feng's serious demeanor, Tony paused, contemplating the validity of Lin Feng's words. They held considerable merit. That watch is quite nice. It suits you well. Lin Feng jested, steering the conversation away from the weighty topic. Tony wore a child's watch, a gift from young Harry. Honestly, Tony, do you need my assistance this time? You know I can easily handle that. What was it? The Mandarin? Lin Feng opted not to directly assist Tony. Tony was proud and possessed a strong sense of self-respect. That so-called Mandarin was his to confront. Lin Feng respected Tony as a friend, and if Tony truly required help, he would ask for it. Chapter 73. This is your daughter. Are you still anxious? No. Tony fell silent for a moment before resolutely rejecting the idea. I shall take matters into my own hands and personally twist off that arrogant man's head, so he understands I am not to be trifled with. When he first encountered Lin Feng, Tony had intended to seek his assistance. However, after their conversation, Tony adopted a new perspective and decided to face everything with fortitude on his own. Of course, Lin Feng would serve as a backup plan. Having expressed his innermost thoughts, Tony felt a sense of relief. His friend could easily navigate the current predicament. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to overly depend on Lin Feng's aid. Tell me, what has kept you nostalgic for 2 months? Tony shifted the topic. It had been exactly 2 months since Lin Feng's last departure. Before leaving, Lin Feng had entrusted Tony with the care of his young girlfriend. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, recalling his recent experiences, and suddenly chuckled. Are you certain you wish to know? Tony, perplexed, responded. Is there something I cannot know? All right, you may not believe it. Lin Feng sat down, tapping his fingers on his knee, hesitating between candor and reluctance. However, after contemplating, he decided to divulge the truth. For one of the reasons he had brought back the Mark 85 was to enable Tony to swiftly grasp its technology and replicate it. To Lin Feng, the Mark 85 was merely a large toy, yet no man could resist such a dazzling object devoid of companionship. Once Tony had thoroughly examined it, he could fashion a similar suit for Susan. After all, the platinum kryptonite was somewhat excessive for merely addressing everyday threats, and it was rather costly. Although he could afford it, Lin Feng was unwilling to waste money. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Feng slowly began. Over the past 2 months, I took a trip to the future, and I even met a version of you from that time. This statement struck Tony like a thunderclap, prompting him to regard Lin Feng as though he were speaking nonsense. Leaning back, Tony looked at Lin Feng with a gaze akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged, his expression one of utter disbelief. Is this a fairy tale? Perhaps you should share it with Susan. Maybe. Lin Feng scratched his nose, pulling out his phone and searching for images. He understood that Tony, being a research enthusiast, would find it challenging to accept claims of time travel without evidence. Take a look at this. You will never guess who she is. Lin Feng produced a photo and handed his phone to Tony. What is it? Tony received the phone and glanced at the screen. The display radiated light, revealing a clear image. In the picture, Lin Feng was embracing a little girl with brown hair, who gleefully posed with a peace sign for the camera. As Tony scrutinized the photograph, his brow gradually furrowed. A sudden, peculiar sensation surged within him. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the little girl. Shaking his head, he could not comprehend why he felt this way. After all, she was merely an ordinary child. Tony remained puzzled as to why Lin Feng had shown him this image. Could it be Lin Feng's illegitimate daughter? Who is she? Your illegitimate daughter? Tony raised an eyebrow and launched a merciless attack. Does Susan know? The moment these words were spoken, they left Lin Feng both amused and bewildered. Goodness. You might just regret saying that. She is not my daughter. Lin Feng replied with a peculiar expression, then thunderously declared 5 words. This is your daughter. Tony leaned back in disbelief, digging at his ear, his forehead adorned with question marks. My daughter? Christmas is not April Fool's Day, my friend. Tony was at a loss for words, believing Lin Feng was retaliating against his previous remark. Don't believe me? Seeing Tony's skepticism, Lin Feng burst into laughter. You say that? Tony rolled his eyes, unconvinced by Lin Feng's nonsense. All right. Lin Feng extended his finger to flip the photo, revealing irrefutable evidence that left Tony speechless. The next picture featured the same brown-haired little girl, but this time she was cradled in the arms of Tony himself. WTF? Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the hippie bearded figure in the photo. Is that me? The Tony Stark in the photograph appeared older and more composed. An unmistakable future version of himself. Observing Lin Feng's earnest nod, Tony took a deep breath and seriously implored Lin Feng. Lin, tell me this is a forged image. When Tony still refused to believe, Lin Feng shook his head. His finger glided across the screen, revealing a series of images depicting the future. Familiar faces of the Avengers, Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and others graced the photos. However, unlike their present selves, the characters in the pictures exuded a more mature aura, their cheeks bearing a hint of the weariness time had brought. This is indeed you, just the you of 2023, Lin Feng affirmed. I'd adventure into the future. Well, the future of a parallel universe. As Tony examined the images, he internally exclaimed that this defied logic. He was reluctant to accept it. Yet the evidence lay before him. Though traversing time sounded absurd, even current science could not explain such phenomena. Nevertheless, in Tony's mind, Lin Feng had long transcended the boundaries of scientific explanation. His intuition incessantly urged him that this was all true. Gazing at the photographs, Tony inhaled deeply and remained silent for a moment. All right, this is indeed unbelievable. Tony shifted his gaze to Lin Feng's face, his expression brimming with curiosity. Did you break the barrier of time? Not exactly. It involves many complexities. Lin Feng was not inclined to elaborate. To explain it all would take too long. Tony shook his head, knowing Lin Feng had no reason to jest at this moment. He stared at the image of himself tenderly holding the little girl. Is this truly my daughter? Tony's eyes flickered as his fingertips incessantly zoomed in and out on the photo. The once ordinary little girl suddenly transformed into a beautiful, adorable child. This is Tony Stark's daughter. How utterly delightful. After gazing for a while, Tony suddenly contemplated a question. Whose is it? It belongs to Pepper. Lin Feng's response eased Tony's mind. The innocent face of the little girl brought an unprecedented tranquility to Tony's heart. Wow, I can hardly believe it. So, are you feeling better? Tony shook his head, then nodded, almost. I truly cannot believe you ventured into the future. This is utterly unscientific. Lin Feng chuckled, gesturing toward himself, and remarked, there is much that defies science. Do you consider me scientific? You? You are the most unscientific individual I have ever encountered. Tony shot Lin Feng a glance. His physical prowess completely contradicted everything Tony had learned throughout his life. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, saying that that's just how it is. Tony extended his finger to touch the screen, as if trying to reach out and caress the little girl's hair. You shouldn't have told me this, Lin. His expression turned serious. I ought not to know these things. It could potentially lead to an unpredictable butterfly effect. Tony's concerns were not mere paranoia. Foreknowledge of the future could indeed alter it. If something were to go awry and erase his daughter from existence, Tony shuddered to think of the emotional turmoil he would experience. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. This is to alleviate your anxiety. For the sake of Pepper and your daughter Morgan, you must conquer your fears, right? Moreover, the situation is not as dire as you imagine. Morgan is your and Pepper's daughter. No one can change that fact. Lin Feng spoke nonchalantly, asserting that even if Tony's relationship with Pepper faced challenges, various circumstances would inevitably bring them back together. After all, this is not the blue planet beyond the fourth wall. Here, there exists a script. In simpler terms, it is a correction of the timeline. Even if problems arise, Lin Feng could easily use the Mind Stone to erase Tony's memories of the future. Her name is Morgan? Little Morgan? Tony temporarily set aside his worries, inquiring curiously. Indeed. Morgan Stark. Tony beamed with a proud father's smile, exclaiming, What a splendid name. Lin Feng's expression darkened. How shameless of him to praise himself. Shouldn't one say? No wonder he is Tony Stark. Retrieving his phone, Lin Feng stood up and stretched. Well then, I must take my leave. You can deal with that big man on your own. Upon seeing his phone snatched away, Tony's eyes widened. Wait, I haven't seen enough. I will send it to your email later. Remember, do not share it with anyone. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out a triangular glowing object from his backpack and pressed it into Tony's hand. I originally did not intend to give you this. However, it seems your armor is offline. It can alleviate your fear of insufficient firepower. Take it and confront your big man. Tony instinctively accepted it, somewhat puzzled. What is this? It was a relatively thin metallic piece, the triangular glowing object reminiscent of his small arc reactor. Chapter 74. 85 Malawian Kwaches. Another day of overtime. I just remembered. You probably don't know how to use this. Come here. Let me teach you. Lin Feng reclaimed the triangular device, pressing it against Tony's chest, gently tapping the reactor twice. In the next moment, countless nanobots surged forth like a tide of insects, startling Tony. Wow, what is this? Tony gazed in astonishment at the transformation unfolding on his body. The silver swarm moved swiftly, crawling along Tony's limbs. Nanotechnology. Tony, remember to return it after use. With that parting remark, Lin Feng floated into the air, patting his backside as he soared away. After 2 months apart, Lin Feng was eager to return and engage in a deeper conversation with Susan. With this nanotech suit, Tony's safety and revenge plans were entirely assured. In no time, the nanobots enveloped Tony completely, his exterior shifting to a splendid gold and red hue, presenting a futuristic suit brimming with sci-fi aesthetics and muscular prowess. Making its debut in an era it did not belong to. The Iron Man's signature gold and red color scheme, along with more streamlined muscle contours, accentuated the fusion of strength and technology. Beep. The external indicators lit up, and the lights inside the helmet flickered to life. Rows of data began to scroll. And the suit initiated its self-diagnostic. Sir, I have connected. Before Tony could respond, a voice emerged from within the suit. Jarvis? It's me, sir. Jarvis replied. Having connected the moment the nanotech suit formed. I am currently analyzing the suit's data. Without waiting for Tony's command, Jarvis commenced loading the suit's information. Streams of data displayed across the visor, and Tony observed his arms clad in the suit. The familiar gold and red combination was unmistakably his style, compared to Tony's existing armor. The curves of the arms were smoother and sturdier. Tony lifted his foot, attempting to take a few steps. The first sensation was one of unparalleled smoothness, lightness, and agility. This aspect alone was unrivaled by any of his previous armors. Could it be that this was a suit crafted by his future self? Tony's eyes sparkled. A flash of insight crossing his mind as he patiently awaited Jarvis's analysis. What felt like mere seconds stretched into an eternity for Tony. The self-diagnostic concluded swiftly, and Jarvis's voice resonated once more, an utterly astonishing masterpiece. How did you manage to create it? As rows of data were compiled, even Jarvis, an artificial intelligence, found itself astonished. The signature was a familiar line of English, Tony Stark. Tony's gaze fell upon his name, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably with excitement. Please release the suit's data. Tony composed himself and commanded. At that moment, his curiosity about the suit's capabilities peaked. Data updated, suit designation, 85 Malawian Kwaches. A spark ignited within Tony as this designation confirmed his suspicions. The suit was indeed crafted by his future self. This suit of armor employs advanced nanotechnology, equipped with supplementary nanoparticles that enable it to self-repair when sustaining localized damage. It is armed with conventional weaponry, including missiles mounted on the arms and shoulders, and boasts a field-enhanced proton cannon. Additionally, it features a handheld impact beam amplification device, impact stakes, and a laser-cutting apparatus, alongside a nanocomposite shield and energy shield. The adaptable nanomaterials can be reconfigured into close combat weaponry. Furthermore, it is equipped with a medical spray and emergency repair fillers. Tony, breathing somewhat heavily, gazed at the rows of data displayed within the helmet. A series of technologies, previously confined to theoretical realms, had been integrated into the suit, eclipsing all of his previous armors. The Mark 42 paled in comparison, with flight capabilities several times the speed of sound, and even the ability to operate in space. The suit exhibited extraordinary destructive power and defensive capabilities, coupled with user-friendliness, multifunctionality, and impeccable endurance. Sir, the technologies it possesses are not of our time. I am inclined to believe they belong to a future you have crafted, Jarvis continued. After all, the designation displayed is 85 Malawian Kwaches indeed. Tony found himself utterly convinced that Lin Feng had ventured into the future. Gazing at the daunting data of the armor, he murmured, "This suit is truly sci-fi. So surreal that it feels like a dream." Yet, contemplating that this nanotech armor was created by his future self ignited a fervor within him. Truly, it is a manifestation of my vision. This suit epitomizes perfection. Jarvis, integrate all of Mark 85's technologies into the new armor project. Conduct reverse engineering to produce the nanoparticles. He commanded. Now, let us speak with Mandarin. After this surge of excitement, Tony soared into the sky. Clad in the new nanotech suit, heading towards Miami. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary confidence in his quest for vengeance, fueled by the technological advancements of 2023. In this era, the only term that could describe it was dominance. With the support of Mark 85, Mandarin, along with his associate Killian, would no longer pose a formidable threat. Lin Feng was aware of this as well, hence after handing the Mark 85 to Tony. He hastily returned home to spend time with Susan, having missed her dearly over the past 2 months. On a moonless night, while some tread the path of vengeance, others delve into long-lost mysteries. However, the blissful Lin Feng was unaware that elsewhere, another individual had been left in a state of frustration. On board the aerospace carrier, the stern-faced Black Egg scrutinized a series of reports. Yet another day of overtime. Commander, Hill entered, holding a new file. We have observed that Lin Feng has returned to Blue Star. Should we reach out to him? She inquired, placing the folder on the table. This information has been gathered based on the revelations made by Lin Feng some time ago, concerning the details of Hydra. Nick Fury set aside the documents in his hand, choosing not to peruse the new files. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the surface of the desk, reflecting his inner agitation. It was futile to make contact with him. The immediate priority was to dismantle the remaining Hydra bases. He instructed Steve, Natasha, and Clint to join forces. Moreover, he decided to keep Bruce Banner on standby, hoping that this time they would not require his wrath. Upon hearing this, Hill nodded, then pondered aloud. Should we involve Tony Stark? Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively. Not for now. He is currently preoccupied with his own issues. Let him resolve those first. Fury maintained vigilant surveillance over the status of all superheroes. At present, Tony's foremost objective was to address the escalating situation with Mandarin. Chapter 75, The Cleansing of Hydra's Base. The Mind Stone comes under scrutiny. Hill nodded, acknowledging the command, and exited. Nick Fury then picked up the documents recently delivered by Hill and began to peruse them. The materials highlighted several newly discovered Hydra bases. Rubbing his temples, Fury felt a throbbing headache. Ever since Lin Feng informed him of Hydra's existence, Fury had kept it in mind and conducted ongoing investigations, initially approaching the matter with skepticism. He soon found himself inundated with alarming revelations that caused his blood pressure to soar and expletives to escape his lips. He had never anticipated that Hydra had not been vanquished and was, in fact, clandestinely amassing its strength. They were even operating right under his nose. The S-H-I-E-L-D had become riddled with holes, akin to a fishing net. During this period, numerous Hydra loyalists had been uncovered within S-H-I-E-L-D, leaving Fury so exasperated that he contemplated resorting to sleep aids. Surely, he was the most inept director S-H-I-E-L-D had ever seen. As for what Lin Feng might know, it was no longer of consequence. That young man would not divulge much information. The paramount objective now was to obliterate all discovered Hydra bases, for Fury's peace of mind depended on it. Hill conveyed Fury's intentions in their entirety. Orders were rapidly disseminated, and S-H-I-E-L-D agents prepared for action. They decided to observe the larger bases for the time being, needing to devise a detailed plan. Smaller bases were assigned to a select group of exceptionally skilled agents, while the medium-sized bases would be handled by the Avengers, led by Steve. As agents mobilized, the operation to cleanse Hydra bases commenced. Fury felt a sense of relief at the operational capabilities exhibited by his agents. In just one night, 2 Hydra bases fell under their assault. In the ensuing days, reports of successful cleansings flooded in, gradually alleviating the weariness etched on Fury's face. As intelligence circulated, more Hydra bases were destined to face annihilation. News of the bases being dismantled swiftly reached a Hydra stronghold situated in Eastern Europe, presided over by one of Hydra's leaders, Baron Strucker. During World War II, Strucker had been a long-time adversary of Steve. The stronghold he now commanded boasted unparalleled defensive and combat capabilities, far superior to any other base, equipped with elite combat personnel, top-tier researchers, and skilled intelligence operatives. However, at that moment, Baron Strucker was preoccupied with the distressing news relayed by his subordinates. The cleansing operation initiated by S-H-I-E-L-D was in full swing. Some bases had just issued distress signals before being obliterated. The Avengers' artillery had begun to spread, while his research had reached a standstill. An intelligence officer approached him, running with urgency. Commander, the medium-sized base in Western Brolon has fallen. It was the Avengers who struck. Strucker's brow furrowed, laced with agitation. He snatched the document and, without even glancing at it, crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket. Upon witnessing the scene, the intelligence officer shivered and retreated in defeat. Even a fool could discern that the Baron was in a foul mood, and no one dared to provoke him at such a moment. Strack tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table, mirroring Nick Fury's demeanor, his thoughts a mystery to all. After a prolonged silence, Strack turned his head and instructed the guard beside him, "Bring the twins over." "No, just fetch the woman." After a moment's hesitation, Strack altered his command. He harbored a plan, one fraught with terrifyingly low chances of success, yet it was imperative that he attempted it. The research had stagnated for far too long. And with a deluge of bad news flooding in, he desperately required that particular object to alter the current circumstances. The Avengers were overwhelmingly powerful and within his ranks. There existed almost no one capable of standing against them. Should his plan succeed, the strength of his subordinates would significantly increase, allowing them to openly challenge the superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, even with minuscule odds, he had to take the risk. "Commander," a Hydra scientist hesitated before cautiously speaking. "Her abilities do not meet the task's demands. The plan is nearly impossible to execute." As a brilliant scientist and a trusted confidant of Strack, she was well aware of the discussions they had held regarding that object. The mere mention of her mind-controlling abilities had ignited fervor among the mad scientists. "Based on our tests, she can only maintain control over others for a brief moment. That is precisely why we need the yellow gem, is it not?" Strack countered. The twins were the sole survivors of the experiments. Within Strack's research, he had employed a scant few rare materials to bestow upon them faint superhuman abilities. To say he had endowed them might be an overstatement, as Strack himself could not ascertain whether they possessed latent superpowers. After all other test subjects had perished. Now, if he could just acquire that gem, Strack could proceed to the next phase of experimentation. Perhaps, in due time, he could mass-produce individuals with superpowers. With this thought, Baron Strack felt increasingly resolute in his convictions. According to its data, the gem could enhance mind control capabilities severalfold. It was worth the risk. Seeing Strack's determination, the scientist sighed, comprehending his rationale. After a moment's hesitation, she cautioned, "I understand your intentions, but the gem is currently in the possession of that individual." Before she could finish, Strack, already irritable, resumed tapping on the table. "Do you think I relish the idea of stealing it from him?" Strack's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of whom his subordinate referred to. Although that individual was not an Avenger, his power was such that even the combined might of the Avengers could not rival him. Strack would rather confront S.H.I.E.L.D. than face that man. However, the current situation offers him limited choices. It is far better to take the initiative than to passively endure defeat. Numerous bases have already been destroyed, leaving us with little time. At present, only this can empower us further. We are left with no alternatives. Upon witnessing this, the scientist ceased his attempts at persuasion, fully aware of the gravity of the circumstances. Although the experimental subject's superpowers are feeble, the fleeting ability to control others has afforded Strack a glimmer of hope. As the two conversed, the door was suddenly pushed open. The soldier who had just departed entered, accompanied by a young woman, clad in a striking red coat and a black skirt. Her long black hair was interwoven with strands of deep crimson. Most notably, she possessed a remarkable physique. She was none other than Wanda, the younger twin. Chapter 76. The cunning Wanda. The following day dawned bright and fresh. Susan ventured out early to procure daily necessities, not to return until midday. Lin Feng chose to remain behind, dutifully guarding their home. He set up a lounge chair beside the villa's pool, basking in the sun with leisurely delight. Lin Feng planned to spend the weekend savoring his respite before embarking on a journey to reclaim his Silver Superman template, thus evolving into his superhuman form. For now, he intended to thoroughly enjoy this holiday. However, procrastination had seized him, rendering him immobile. As he relished in his idle thoughts, an unexpected disruption loomed. A shadowy figure slinked stealthily behind the expansive villa. This figure, with a remarkable physique, was none other than Wanda, who crouched low, cautiously approaching the estate. Her petite face bore a look of vigilance as her head darted about, meticulously surveying the villa's layout. Wanda was on a mission, and the revelation that her target was the Superman who occasionally appeared on television left her internally conflicted. Yet, after a persuasive discourse from Baron Strucker, coupled with promises of enhanced powers and vengeance against Iron Man, Tony Stark, she resolved to take a chance. What if the Superman had no defenses against her abilities? Perhaps fortune would smile upon her. One could say that her youthful audacity rendered her fearless. Yet, Wanda's naivety was palpable. Despite her acute awareness of Lin Feng's prowess and her careful approach, she remained oblivious to his keen perception. As Lin Feng basked in the sun, a frown creased his brow, and his closed eyes parted just slightly. He discerned the faintest sound of footsteps, soft as the rustle of shoes upon the grass. Such subtleties would have eluded him without his superhuman abilities. To avoid alerting the intruder, Lin Feng refrained from rising immediately. Squinting, he turned his head slightly, stealing a glance towards the source of the sound. The silhouette appeared to be a woman, creeping stealthily from behind him. Could it be a neighbor? The thought crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The figure's furtive demeanor suggested ill intentions. As his gaze landed on her face, he was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Good heavens! Am I mistaken? Is that not the Scarlet Witch, Wanda? He mused internally. What brought her to his backyard in such a clandestine manner? Her demeanor indicated that her intentions were far from benign. Had she fallen on hard times? Forsaking her identity as the Scarlet Witch to engage in thievery? Lin Feng's mind raced, recalling the narrative surrounding Wanda. His familiarity with various Marvel films afforded him some insight into her character. According to the original storyline at this juncture, Wanda and her brother Pietro were affiliated with Hydra's Eastern European base under the auspices of Baron Strucker. In the original tale, Strucker had harnessed the Mind Stone to activate and amplify the powers of the twin siblings. However, Lin Feng has never truly comprehended whether the Mind Stone serves to ignite or bestow abilities. Prior to his crossing over, he had scoured various forums for a long time in search of this elusive information, but to no avail. Now, due to his presence, Hydra had not acquired the Mind Stone as depicted in the original narrative. A sudden realization struck Lin Feng. Could it be that Wanda had been dispatched to steal his Mind Stone? Yet, a Wanda devoid of the Mind Stone's amplification should possess rather feeble combat capabilities. If Hydra sought the Mind Stone, why not deploy more formidable and seasoned combatants? Confounded, Lin Feng decided to remain still, observing what trick Wanda might play. With the ease of handling a mere teddy bear, Lin Feng felt no trepidation whatsoever. Meanwhile, Wanda, on her tiptoes, had stealthily maneuvered to the edge of the pool. Her gaze fixated on Lin Feng, unwilling to divert her eyes for fear that Superman might detect her and deliver a punch that would spell her doom. Observing Lin Feng lounging on a beach chair, appearing as leisurely as an elderly gentleman, she felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed she had successfully infiltrated. And her heart swelled with excitement. She couldn't wait to boast about it to Pietro upon her return. As she drew closer, she spotted the shimmering yellow gem on Lin Feng's left wrist, the very target of her mission. Suppressing her exhilaration, she cautiously approached Lin Feng, intending to deepen his slumber with her powers to ensure the success of her forthcoming actions. Wanda's eyes gleamed with excitement, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Quietly, she extended her hands, gesturing behind Lin Feng's head through the air. A faintly translucent red energy began to emanate with her movements. The absurdity of her actions caught Lin Feng's attention. He turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Wanda, as if she were a fool performing for herself. After an interminable wait, long enough for Lin Feng to nearly drift off to sleep, Wanda concluded her preparatory motions. She extended her hands forward, and the energy began to gently envelop Lin Feng. He immediately sensed a weak and pitiable aura encroaching upon his mind. Silently, he scoffed. The force was scarcely sufficient even to tickle him. Yet Wanda remained oblivious, her hands continuing their awkward dance. Due to the frailty of her ability, beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. The effect of the red energy was to induce hypnosis and guide the subject's inner fears. Lin Feng felt as if a subtle force sought to extract memories from his mind. He recalled the scenes Wanda had conjured when using her powers to manipulate Tony in the original narrative. A smile crept onto his lips, and he decided to tease this foolish girl. The Mind Stone emitted a faint glow, unnoticed by Wanda. Lin Feng deliberately conjured certain images to align with Wanda's actions. After some contemplation, he selected a few scenes, opting to start with a blazing sun to whet the appetite. With a mere thought, the dark tableau before Lin Feng transformed dramatically. The vivid recollections of the past enveloped the two individuals as if they were part of the present reality. As the scene shifted, Wanda's eyes widened and her small mouth fell agape in astonishment. Before them loomed an immensely colossal star, its surface roiling like molten lava, erupting continually and expelling plumes of plasma into the void. The star was alarmingly close, and its searing warmth engulfed them in an instant. It was the sun. Perhaps, Wanda, gaping in disbelief, felt akin to a steak sizzling on a hot griddle, enduring the relentless heat. In that fleeting moment, she was drenched in perspiration, utterly stunned by the spectacle before her, as if her very senses had short-circuited. The sun's blinding radiance compelled her to shut her eyes. Her mind racing with incredulity, was this truly the experience of a superhero? Chapter 77, Lin Feng, have you finally become an ancestral figure? The scene before Wanda left her utterly astonished. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng observed Wanda's reaction and let out a mischievous chuckle. The sun was merely an appetizer. What followed would reveal to her the essence of extraterrestrial beings. Lin Feng adjusted his perspective once more, and the vista before him transformed again. The blinding radiance vanished in an instant. As the darkness enveloped them, Wanda finally opened her eyes. The sun had disappeared entirely. At that moment, the two found themselves amid a battlefield, as if a paused film had been resumed. The deafening roars of battle instantly engulfed them. The cacophony of cries for bloodshed intertwined with the clashing of metal, soaring skyward. Countless Avengers clad in diverse attire collided with bizarre extraterrestrial species on the battlefield. The grotesque appearances were unlike anything Wanda had ever encountered. The thunderous artillery echoed, rallying cries filled the air, and the entire arena was suffused with smoke and the scent of blood and tears. The acrid stench of charred remains and the metallic tang of blood pierced Wanda's senses, burrowing deep into her mind. Still reeling from the shock of the sun's disappearance, she was once again rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The experiences of superheroes surpassed her wildest dreams. The war occurring so close instilled a sense of terror, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. What had once existed only in the realms of science fiction and novels now lay starkly before her. She could hardly believe it. The existence of extraterrestrial life was indeed real. A mechanical whirring sound from above captured Wanda's attention. Instinctively, she turned her stiff neck, gazing vacantly into the sky. An immense alien spacecraft hovered high above. With a series of ominous sounds, the ship's wing panels unfolded. Then, projectiles rained down like a deluge, striking the ground with ferocity. Boom. Bang. Explosions erupted in rapid succession before Wanda's eyes, unleashing a tempestuous wind. Debris from the blast grazed her face, prompting a frantic scream as she hastily sought refuge. Her breath quickening, momentarily forgetting that this was merely an illusion. The indiscriminate barrage of shells obliterated the ground forces in an instant, painting the entire battlefield in a dark crimson hue. Before her lay a river of blood. In her ears, the wails of despair echoed. The harrowing scene stimulated Wanda's mind, causing her to retreat in horror. The battle was far from over. Suddenly, Lin Feng sprang into action. His eyes began to redden rapidly, a heart-pounding energy coalescing within their depths. As if he had finished gathering power, Lin Feng's eyes unleashed a burst of orange-red laser energy, shooting skyward toward the spacecraft. Boom. Upon contact, the orange-red laser pierced through the alien vessel. Under the sweeping force of the laser, the once impregnable aerial fortress crumbled like a mere sheet of paper, severing it in twain. Explosions erupted from the gaping wound, billowing thick clouds of black smoke, as the two halves of the ship plummeted heavily before Wanda. With a resounding crash, the hurricane seemed poised to lift Wanda entirely off the ground. The impact felt as if it struck directly at her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, a startled cry escaping her lips. At this moment, she deeply regretted taking on this mission. The visions conjured by Lin Feng were overwhelmingly shocking sunlight. The cosmos, spacecraft, warfare, bloodshed, and extraterrestrial beings. These elements incessantly upended Wanda's perceptions and worldview. Moreover, her target was even more terrifying, emanating destructive beams of light from his eyes. Was he still human? Forget about mere fists. If Lin Feng unleashed such a beam upon her, she would bid farewell to Pietro in an instant. Wanda felt herself on the brink of collapse, her hands trembling as she attempted to retract her powers, yearning to halt the illusion. She needed to escape before Lin Feng awakened, to distance herself as much as possible, wishing never to encounter him again. The thought of Lin Feng awakening filled her with dread for her own safety. Superman was far too terrifying. Yet, before Wanda could retract her abilities, a colossal entity hurtled through the sky, momentarily stunning her and preventing her from severing her powers in time. An enormous extraterrestrial beast, clad in sharply defined, spiked metallic armor, roared as it approached. Panic surged through Wanda as her pupils quivered in terror. She stumbled back, tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground. The beast's gaping maw, filled with numerous barbs and sharp fangs, released a putrid stench that assaulted her senses, and in an instant, it engulfed her whole. Wanda let out a piercing scream as she witnessed the enormous spikes pierce her body. An excruciating pain coursed through her, as if the injury were all too real. Her mind, in a protective shutdown, faltered once more. The ensuing visions caused her to roll her eyes back and lose consciousness. It was overwhelmingly intense. Wanda never wished to see such imagery again in her lifetime. Falling unconscious, Wanda's body slumped backward, splashing into the pool with a resounding thud. Fortunately, the water cushioned her fall. Otherwise, she would have surely sustained serious injuries. As the scene concluded, Lin Feng rose, stretching with a sense of satisfaction. He had to admit, Wanda's ability was indeed quite useful. The clarity with which his experiences were projected was far more exhilarating than any 5D or 8D movie. After relishing the moment, he turned his gaze toward the pool, appearing somewhat bemused. Wanda, having fallen into the pool, showed no signs of awakening, gradually sinking to the bottom while continuing to expel bubbles. This simply wouldn't he do. He had even more thrilling scenes yet to reveal. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, resigned to jumping in to retrieve her. With Wanda cradled in his arms, he ascended effortlessly, the sensation light as a feather. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at the magnificently robust figure of Wanda. She certainly didn't seem to lack nourishment. How could she be so light? He found himself intrigued. Once back in the villa, Lin Feng hesitated briefly before unceremoniously depositing her onto the sofa, initially intending to discard the matter nonchalantly. Lin Feng, being a gentleman, found it difficult to overlook the plight of the beautiful Wanda. soaked to the skin from her fall into the water. Her drenched attire clung tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring figure. Lin Feng, striving to maintain decorum, focused his gaze elsewhere, silently reciting mantras of propriety. Yet, within mere moments, his eyes betrayed him, darting back to her. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Should he offer Wanda a change of clothes? After all, a chill from the wetness could lead to illness. Wasn't this the typical trope in dramas? However, after considerable reflection, he ultimately decided against it, adhering to a moral compass that urged him to be an honorable man. Fortunately, he refrained from acting on his impulses, just as he wrestled with his inner conflict. Susan returned, burdened with an armful of items. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relief at that moment. However, upon discovering the damp figure of the bear on the sofa, Susan's expression transformed dramatically. "Lin?" she exclaimed, pointing at the wet bear, her eyes wide with disbelief. A mixture of complexity, suspicion, incredulity, and sheer astonishment filled her gaze, as if she were silently questioning Lin Feng. Had he truly become a different person? Chapter 78. A conversation with Wanda and Lin Feng. Observing Susan's expression, Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. He set aside the items Susan had purchased and explained. "It's merely a little thief that has stumbled into our home. Do not overthink it." Susan tilted her head, her face etched with confusion, clearly unconvinced by Lin Feng's words. Could Miss Bear truly be a thief? Lin Feng, fully aware of her thoughts, raised his left hand and waved his wrist. Her target was likely this. The young girl hailed from a rather ancient, malevolent organization. "You know my character, do you not?" Susan nodded, somewhat understanding, as she too found it implausible that Lin Feng would engage in the abduction of respectable women. Upon reflection, if Lin Feng wished to commit any wrongdoing, he could easily do so without Susan ever knowing. His superhuman abilities were beyond question. Moreover, she was well acquainted with Lin Feng's demeanor, and her bear was certainly no less formidable than this young girl. After a moment's contemplation, Susan inquired, "Should we call the police?" Lin Feng decisively shook his head. "No need for that. Instead, I shall awaken her and inquire directly." The authorities were ill-equipped to handle this matter, especially since Wanda was no ordinary individual. They could not contend with Hydra. It would be more appropriate to entrust this situation to SHIELD. Though Lin Feng wondered if that dark egg had made any progress in investigating Hydra. Just days prior, Lin Feng had been pondering when to seek out Wanda, yet today, she had conveniently presented herself. Regarding Wanda, Lin Feng harbored intentions of utilizing her, certainly not allowing her to become yet another Avenger as depicted in the original narrative. For now, it was best to question Wanda and ascertain whether events unfolded as he had anticipated. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng gestured towards Wanda, the Mind Stone illuminating with a brilliant glow as an orange ray penetrated Wanda's mind, gently rousing her from slumber. Upon awakening, Wanda was momentarily disoriented, staring blankly at her surroundings. Upon catching sight of Lin Feng, she shrieked and darted into the corner of the sofa, her gaze reflecting sheer terror, evidently recalling the previous harrowing scene. Susan's look towards Lin Feng shifted once more, becoming laden with curiosity and scrutiny. What had this big boy done to instill such fear in the young girl? Lin Feng, feeling helpless, exchanged a glance with Susan, his expression one of innocence. "I truly did nothing." He gave Susan a meaningful look, inviting her to ponder, and then redirected his attention to Wanda. "Wanda Maximoff." Lin Feng spoke her name directly, catching Wanda completely off guard. As expected, hearing her name spoken so directly startled Wanda. "How do you know?" Lin Feng chuckled. "It's because I've seen your movie." Disregarding Wanda's bewilderment, he continued. "I also know you have a brother named Pietro." "How do you know?" Wanda exclaimed once more. "Are you a parrot?" Lin Feng patted the sofa and plopped down, startling Wanda, who instinctively recoiled as if fearing he might inflict harm upon her. His expression bore a hint of mockery. Why not employ your little tricks anymore?" he quipped, mimicking Wanda's awkward wrist dance. Wasn't that movie thrilling? With her abilities laid bare, Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze in embarrassment. How could a superhero possess such a mischievous sense of humor? Unfazed by Wanda's thoughts, Lin Feng leaned back and crossed his legs. "Come now, enlighten me. What brings you here?" Having surmised Wanda's intentions to a considerable extent, he was now keen to see if her response would align with his conjectures. Beyond the Mind Stone, he could scarcely conceive of any other motive for her visit. Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, Wanda's eyes darted around as she attempted to ease her tension. She raised her head, striving to appear as innocent as possible. I'm terribly sorry. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Could you please let me go?" Lin Feng's expression turned incredulous, his gaze filled with pity for someone who seemed less than astute. Wanda, realizing the gaping flaws in her excuse, after all, Lin Feng had called her by name, felt the embarrassment wash over her. "Do you think I'm a fool, Wanda? I called your name. Do you believe I would accept that you simply wandered in by mistake?" Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do not attempt to be clever in the presence of a superhero, Wanda. Wanda shrank back, falling silent. Noticing her reticence, Lin Feng decided to unleash a trump card. If you remain silent, I can surmise your purpose. It was Baron Strucker who sent you, wasn't it? At his words, Wanda's pupils dilated, her heart racing. How did you know? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, confirming his earlier suspicions. A superhero knows far more than you can imagine, he declared, gesturing toward the yellow gem on his wrist. His demeanor shifted to seriousness as he subtly exuded an aura of authority, directing it toward Wanda. This is your target, isn't it? Do not attempt to deceive me again. As a superhero, I possess countless methods to uncover the truth. The weight of his presence was far beyond what Wanda could withstand, even in the slightest. The extent of Lin Feng's knowledge surpassed her wildest expectations. Once again, it was evident just how formidable and challenging a superhero could be. Deep down, she had always known that she could never gain the upper hand against him. Why then? Cling to even the faintest hope of success? Wanda felt like a mere morsel, one she had willingly offered herself to. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, the pressure from Lin Feng causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Why yes, she stammered, struggling to breathe under the weight of his imposing presence, finally conceding. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Please elaborate, he said. Wanda cautiously inquired. If I tell you everything, will you let me go? Lin Feng smacked his lips. Speak first, and if you're truthful, I might consider your release. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting Wanda go. Instead, he planned to claim her as his own. After all, under the enhancement of chaotic magic, even Thanos would find it difficult to contend with this young girl, Wanda. In fact, should her powers reach a certain level, she could even alter reality itself, truly a being of extraordinary caliber. All right, I know a few things, Wanda began. Recently, many of our bases have been attacked by an organization called SHIELD. Oh, and the Avengers are involved as well. Strucker seems to require your gem to expedite his experiments. Wanda obediently revealed all the information she possessed. Her knowledge of SHIELD was limited, gleaned only from casual conversations between Strucker and others. As for the Avengers, who had once dominated television news and headlines, she was quite familiar with them. Oh, Lin Feng's interest peaked at this revelation. Had the Black Egg finally made a move? Though somewhat delayed, it was certainly better than uncovering nothing at all. It seemed that Baron Strucker felt threatened and sought the Mind Stone for his experiments, which made sense. Wanda continued. Strucker promised that once he obtained the stone, he would enhance my abilities and help me seek revenge. After a brief hesitation, she articulated the last part. Revenge? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Is it Tony Stark? Wanda silently nodded, accustomed to Lin Feng's omniscience. This superhuman seemed to know everything. Chapter 79. Unveiling Secrets, drawing her to his side, observing Wanda's expression. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. This was precisely the effect he sought to achieve, instilling in her a sense of omniscience. The childhoods of Wanda and Pietro were undeniably tragic, marred by the shadow of a Stark-marked shell. However, the reality was far removed from the twins' assumptions. That missile was a remnant of a KB attack, aimed not at them, but at their neighbors. It was not Tony who sold the missile. Rather, it was orchestrated by Obadiah, who Lin Feng had already vanquished with a single blow. Wanda and Pietro were not inherently malevolent. Otherwise, they would not have later joined the Avengers Initiative. For these exceptionally gifted twins with good hearts, it was only fitting to recruit them into his fold. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to evolve into a silver Superman before seeking them out. Yet fate had brought Wanda directly to him. With his thoughts settled, Lin Feng began to speak slowly. The situation is vastly different from what you envision. He prepared to unveil the truths behind the matters at hand, meticulously drawing Wanda into his camp. Forcing her allegiance was not Lin Feng's goal. He understood that genuine loyalty could not be compelled. As he spoke, Lin Feng's words completely shattered Wanda's long-held beliefs. He revealed the origins of Hydra, their ambitions for global domination, and the truth behind the Stark missile, presenting a sweeping narrative that included the history of the Chitauri and various cosmic threats to evoke a sense of awe. His fervent delivery left Wanda in a state of shock. The world, or rather, the universe, was far more intricate than she had ever imagined. Although she was reluctant to accept everything Lin Feng articulated, her instincts whispered that there was truth in his revelations. Lin Feng, a figure of immense public admiration, had no reason to deceive a member of a shadowy organization like hers. At that moment, Susan approached with 2 cups of hot cocoa. She had prepared the drinks while they conversed, and she did not appear to be a person of ill repute. Lin Feng's words suggested that Wanda had likely been misled by nefarious influences, and it was clear that her big brother had frightened her. The hot cocoa served to soothe her nerves, a remedy Lin Feng had previously employed to ease her fears. Thank you, Wanda murmured, accepting the cup dazedly, sipping slowly as her mind struggled to process Lin Feng's revelations. The vendetta she had harbored against Tony Stark for over a decade was misdirected. He was not her enemy. This revelation contradicted her lifelong aspirations and would not be reconciled easily. Wanda required time to digest this information. Lin Feng patted the sofa beside him, inviting Susan to join them. I understand that you and Pietro are not innately wicked. You have merely been misled. Hydra is not your path. It is destined for obliteration. He sipped his cocoa, gently guiding Wanda step by step. If you are amenable, I can arrange a place for you and Pietro, and I shall assist you both in enhancing your respective abilities. In terms of my application of gemstones, it would be far more secure and efficient than that of Strack. Of course, my intention in augmenting your capabilities is not to incite revenge. Although Tony is my friend, what I have just conveyed to you is devoid of any falsehood. You are free to verify my claims, I assure you with the utmost credibility. Wanda felt a stirring within her heart at these words. Lin Feng's reputation and influence in the eyes of the citizens far surpassed those of the Avengers, largely due to his relentless efforts in resolving various calamities. During the fierce battle against the Chitauri, Lin Feng boldly descended from outer space, striking down their mothership. His strength and actions have garnered the support of the populace. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that Lin Feng's credibility is endorsed by the entire citizenry. Noticing Wanda's intrigue, Lin Feng decided to reveal more. I believe you have just witnessed some of my experiences, have you not? This statement evoked a deep-seated fear within Wanda, causing her eyelids to twitch involuntarily. The images she recalled were simply beyond comprehension. She swallowed hard. Are those images truly real? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, those are my genuine experiences. The universe harbors countless species we have yet to encounter, along with innumerable threats unknown to us. The Chitauri invasion serves as a prime example. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Wanda instinctively nodded. The incident of the Chitauri invasion is known to nearly everyone. After all, the occurrence of an alien invasion, a concept typically relegated to science fiction, is an unforgettable reality. With the groundwork laid, Lin Feng delicately steered the conversation towards his thoughts. The future of Blue Star will inevitably face such dangers, or at least similar ones. I shall enhance your abilities, and perhaps you could stand alongside me in combat against these invaders. I imagine you would not wish to see countless families torn apart and lives shattered due to war, would you? Lin Feng was not resorting to alarmism. While he could confront Thanos, he could not guarantee that the narrative would unfold exactly as in the original, free from threats posed by powerful beings from other universes. This sentiment resonated deeply with Wanda. Her kind-hearted nature, coupled with the traumatic despair she experienced in her youth, made her unwilling to see other innocent lives suffer similarly. Lin Feng's message was unmistakable. Despite your own misfortunes, you have the power to aid others and prevent them from enduring similar fates. May I contemplate this? A torrent of information overwhelmed Wanda's mind. Though she felt a surge of emotion, she also recognized the need for calm reflection. Lin Feng nodded. Of course. Given the nature of their conversation, it was evident that Wanda's disposition inclined her towards accepting Lin Feng's proposal. Lin Feng gently patted Susan, who was sitting beside him, and said, Susan, why don't you take her upstairs for a warm shower? We wouldn't want her to catch a cold. Susan, coming back to her senses, nodded in agreement. She took Wanda, who was still lost in thought, by the hand, and the two ascended to the second floor. Susan comprehended snippets of their conversation and understood that Wanda had been frightened by the glimpses of Lin Feng's experiences. He had never shared these tales with her aliens, battles, Hydra, and the impending disasters of the future. Perhaps he refrained from sharing out of concern for her worries. She recalled Lin Feng's 2 outings. Those extraordinary experiences must have occurred during those times. Suddenly, a pang of sympathy for Lin Feng washed over her. While others his age reveled in life, nightclubs, parties, and reckless driving, Lin Feng was embroiled in battles that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. Fortunately, her young boyfriend possessed enough strength to confront any challenges that she perceived as daunting. Although she was unaware of the remarkable abilities Wanda might possess, Susan resolved to speak to her during the shower. From their conversation, she could discern that Wanda seemed misled by some nefarious individuals. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have invested so much effort in guiding her. Reflecting on the past, Lin Feng would not even utter a word to those villains. He would simply send them off to meet their maker with a single punch. As she observed the two ascend the stairs, Lin Feng stroked his chin, noting that Susan's demeanor was somewhat off, likely due to the matters he had disclosed. Susan undoubtedly harbored many questions. Yet, throughout their dialogue, his little girlfriend had never interrupted, which brought Lin Feng joy and a sense of fortune. His little girlfriend was remarkably understanding. Chapter 80. Wanda joins. I go to fetch your brother seated on the sofa. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before abruptly retrieving his phone and making a call. Securing Wanda's allegiance was nearly assured. What he required now was some evidence to act as a catalyst, hastening her incorporation into his ranks. After all, he was soon to embark on another cosmic journey, which could last anywhere from 2 months to half a year. Aboard the aerial mothership, Nick Fury pulled out his communicator and glanced at the incoming call. Lin Feng? His one-eyed gaze reflected a hint of perplexity. This was the first time Lin Feng had reached out since Fury had provided his contact information. Lin Feng? Nick Fury answered the call. Hey there, Director Egg. Fury's expression darkened instantaneously. What is it? He disregarded Lin Feng's affectionate address. I require some footage of Hydra's illicit activities. Evidence of their misdeeds. I know you possess it. Send it to my email. I need it. Nick Fury narrowed his eye. What do you need this for? He did not deny possessing such information. Both were astute individuals. Lin Feng's call indicated that he was well aware of Fury's resources, rather than engage in a futile back and forth. It was more prudent to speak candidly. Well, I'm attempting to recruit 2 superheroes. What do you think? Oh, do elaborate. Fury's brow arched, piqued by interest. It's rather complicated. Just send me some of the footage, and I'll arrange for you to have 1 superhero in return. How does that sound? Lin Feng's proposition caused Fury's eye to narrow once more. Could Lin Feng genuinely be so altruistic? Deal. Fury hung up the phone, incessantly analyzing Lin Feng's intentions. The incriminating evidence against Hydra was not particularly classified, at least not among superheroes. If Lin Feng desired it, granting access posed no loss to S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a reciprocal arrangement. Lin Feng had requested something this time, and it was highly probable that he would not refuse assistance in the future. Such was the nature of adult interactions. S.H.I.E.L.D. needed Lin Feng's goodwill. As for Lin Feng's claim of offering a superhero in return, Fury remained cautious, curious to see what scheme Lin Feng was concocting. Pressing the internal communicator, within moments, Hill, clad in a black uniform, entered. Director? Yes, Fury nodded. Send some of Hydra's files to Lin Feng's email. Also, investigate what Lin Feng has been up to since his return over the past 2 days. Understood, Hill nodded and departed, refraining from questioning Fury's motives. There was no need. Simply executing orders sufficed. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency was remarkable. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Feng's inbox was inundated with a plethora of documents. He opened the files and began to peruse them, intended for Wanda, who would soon be fresh from her bath. Although this information was not imperative for securing Wanda's allegiance, Lin Feng planned to assign Quicksilver to S.H.I.E.L.D. If he were to hastily allocate a superhero to Fury, it would likely provoke unnecessary suspicions, leading Fury to speculate about Lin Feng's underlying motives. Requesting information from Nick Fury serves not only to provide Wanda with a satisfactory explanation, but also to legitimately repay a favor to S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Wanda, Lin Feng intends to keep her at his residence alongside Susan, thereby significantly enhancing Susan's safety. This phone call not only arranged for Wanda's brother, but also indirectly offered S.H.I.E.L.D. a superhero in return, if one were to consider it. This transaction placed Lin Feng in a position of favor with S.H.I.E.L.D. Truly, a multifaceted achievement. Lin Feng couldn't help but commend himself for this astute maneuver. As for what the Black Egg might think, Lin Feng remained indifferent. Upon witnessing Quicksilver's abilities, he would surely make the right choice, unless, of course, he were of unsound mind. During this exchange, Susan had already descended with a freshly bathed Wanda. Dressed in Susan's casual attire, Wanda, whose size was comparable to Susan's, appeared neither cramped nor uncomfortable. She sat on the sofa with a conflicted expression. Although she had begun to entertain the idea of aligning herself with Lin Feng, she felt it prudent to discuss matters with her brother first. Noticing Wanda's demeanor, Lin Feng chose not to press the issue, instead sliding a notebook towards her, revealing the information on Hydra. Here, take a look at the data regarding your and your brother's association with Hydra. The missiles and attacks you witnessed in your youth were perpetrated by organizations akin to theirs. Human experimentation, bombings, arms trafficking, any nefarious act conceivable. This was the undeniable truth laid bare before her, supported by documents and video evidence. Wanda gazed at the materials with a complex expression, her mind seemingly elsewhere. As Lin Feng had surmised, she had already made a decision, in her eyes. These documents were not significant bargaining chips. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to sway this formidable individual. After a prolonged moment, Wanda let out a gentle sigh after reviewing the materials. Very well, I am willing to accept the veracity of part of what you have said, and I am prepared to fight alongside you. However, you must fulfill your promises, assist us in enhancing our abilities, and I must personally verify whether that missile was indeed sold by Tony Stark. With her agreement, Wanda unexpectedly felt a weight lift from her heart, as if she had relinquished something burdensome. Lin Feng was not surprised by Wanda's response. She was kind-hearted and not foolish. The choice between a hero and a malevolent organization was clear to anyone of sound judgment. With a smile, he rose and extended his right hand. Welcome to the side of justice, Wanda. Wanda stared at the outstretched hand in a daze before breaking into a light laugh and accepting his handshake. Having made this decision, there is no time to lose. I shall fetch your brother and, while I'm at it, pay a visit to Baron Strucker. With that, Lin Feng inexplicably produced a map. Though generally laid back and sometimes lethargic, Lin Feng was a proactive individual. Once he resolved upon a course of action, he felt compelled to act immediately, lest it linger in his mind. Point me to their address, Wanda. Wanda nodded, surveying the map before extending her finger to indicate a specific location. She felt no sense of belonging to Hydra. Her involvement was merely a means to acquire power for the sake of vengeance. The information about Lin Feng unveiled a grotesque side she had never witnessed before. With her brother still within the organization, Lin Feng's offer to bring him over was most welcome. As for Lin Feng's intentions regarding Baron Strucker and the Hydra base, Wanda had an inkling, yet felt no psychological burden. Lin Feng examined the location Wanda indicated, confirming it was indeed situated in Eastern Europe. After noting the coordinates, he tucked the map away. After the commotion and conversation, dusk had already begun to settle. Wanda's presence filled Lin Feng with joy. Susan, could we prepare a more sumptuous dinner? I believe we have another guest. Having listened intently to their conversation, Susan instantly recognized who Lin Feng referred to and responded with a bright smile. Of course. I will begin preparations right away. Excellent. Lin Feng replied. I shall go and fetch our other guest. With that, Lin Feng summoned a brilliant blue portal that appeared behind him. Chapter 81. A Pickled Egg? Cleaning up the mess Eastern Europe, Hydra Fortress. Baron Strack sat at the table, anxiously awaiting news from Wanda. A day and a half had passed since Wanda commenced her mission, and he fervently hoped for some good tidings. However, since noon today, Wanda's communicator had lost its signal. According to intelligence reports, the fortress had come under the watchful gaze of SHIELD. The technology and defensive capabilities of this Hydra stronghold ranked among the finest of all bases. Although the Avengers had not yet made their presence known, the outlook remained grim. SHIELD was undoubtedly devising a comprehensive assault plan. Strack was acutely aware that whether he faced the threat head-on or retreated, the outcome would be equally dire. Even without provoking the superhumans, the Avengers would relentlessly pursue him. His subordinates were no match for those possessing an array of formidable abilities. Acquiring the Mind Stone would provide him leverage. Without it, he could only bide his time or await his demise. As the seconds ticked by, Strack's agitation grew. Yet, this disquiet did not linger long. Just as he contemplated attempting to contact Wanda once more, a brilliant azure portal materialized before him. Alert! Shouted the Hydra guards the moment the portal emerged. A fully armed squad swiftly surged into the room, their weapons trained on the portal. The researchers within the room, gripped by terror, retreated to the corners in fright. The blue portal shimmered like a flowing curtain, and a figure gradually stepped forth. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Strack's expression faded. He had mentally prepared for Wanda's absence, yet until the dust settled, he had clung to a flicker of hope. The appearance of this figure signified that his chances had all but evaporated. As the portal vanished, Lin Feng had arrived at Hydra Fortress in Eastern Europe. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself facing numerous gun barrels. Oh, such a grand welcome. Rat-a-tat-tat. In response, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Lin Feng, smoke rapidly enveloping the room. The guards unleashed a torrent of fire, while the unarmed researchers cowered in terror, trembling in the corners. The feeble assault, hardly worth a scratch, left Lin Feng bemused. Had these fools not seen the news about him, bullets posed no threat, not even to a strand of his hair. However, despite the lack of harm, the overwhelming hail of bullets was indeed bothersome. Lin Feng raised his left hand. With a snap of his fingers, a wave of pale yellow shockwaves radiated outward from the fortress's epicenter. The gunfire ceased abruptly. Every Hydra member that encountered the shockwaves instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The entire fortress fell silent, save for the hum of machinery. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was a new application of the gemstone he had been researching. The properties of the soul gem emit energy that produces shockwaves, instantly rendering these minions unconscious. This method is far more efficient than Loki's approach of individually prodding them with a scepter. This skill compensates for Lin Feng's lack of area of effect abilities. As the magnitude of the energy output increases, the potency of the shockwaves escalates from mere fainting to the outright obliteration of any object in their path. It is exceptionally effective for clearing out the minion horde. Noticing a bald man lying not far from him, Lin Feng approached and deftly flipped him over with the tip of his shoe. Sporting a monocle, was that a tattoo at the corner of his eye? He bore an uncanny resemblance to Baron Strucker, a character Lin Feng had seen in films. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng picked up his phone and called Black Egg. Hey, Mr. Egg? I've taken care of the Hydra base in Eastern Europe for you. Yes, the very one you were thinking of. No need to thank me. Just send someone to clean up the mess. With that, Lin Feng hastily hung up, not allowing Black Egg a chance to respond. Task accomplished. Receiving the call. Black Egg was in a conference room briefing Natasha and Steve about the operation concerning the Eastern European Hydra stronghold. However, before the meeting could progress far, Lin Feng's abrupt call interrupted, leaving Black Egg feeling a surge of frustration as he muttered an expletive under his breath. Director Hill entered the room, her expression grave. She handed over a tablet displaying satellite images of the Hydra fortress. After the discovery of this stronghold, Nick Fury had ordered constant surveillance. Hill's interruption during the meeting indicated a serious issue had arisen. Just a minute prior, all Hydra members outside the base had suddenly collapsed. They all fainted simultaneously, Hill emphasized. Black Egg examined the images, then glanced at the phone still in his hand, and suddenly grasped the implications of Lin Feng's brief statement. Although somewhat exasperated, it appeared Lin Feng had indeed resolved a significant problem. After a moment of contemplation, Black Egg wrapped his fingers on the table and commanded, "Steve, take your team directly to the Eastern European base. Bring back any key personnel." Steve looked puzzled. "Isn't there a need for discussion? The intel shows that this Hydra base has formidable defenses, doesn't it?" Black Egg pushed the tablet Hill had provided towards Steve. "No further planning is necessary, Captain. Superman has already dealt with this Hydra den." After a moment's thought, Black Egg added, "Natasha, Clint, you two accompany him to ensure no one slips through the cracks." The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, they had been discussing plans to annihilate the fortress, and now they were informed they could simply go and collect the spoils. If Lin Feng were aware of Black Egg's thoughts, he would surely scoff. With a mere snap of his fingers, those individuals would remain unconscious for at least 10 to 8 hours before awakening, regardless of what the dark-haired Pietro might think. Lin Feng has already located the unconscious figure of Pietro. This young man still possesses a head of raven hair. It remains uncertain whether he dyed it himself in the original narrative or if his enhanced abilities have bestowed upon him this silvery mane. Lin Feng gently nudged Pietro with his toe, transmitting a surge of energy into him. Pietro stirred awake, his gaze filled with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Feng, his eyes widened in astonishment. With a swift roll to the side, he sprang to his feet, adopting a defensive posture. "Who are you?" Lin Feng, unperturbed by the inquiry, had no intention of engaging in idle banter. After all, Pietro was no damsel in distress, and he was not afforded any special privileges. "Pietro, is it? Do you wish to see Wanda? Follow me." A blue portal opened anew, and Lin Feng stepped through without granting Pietro a moment to comprehend the situation. "Hurry up. The portal will close soon." Pietro stood there momentarily, mouth agape, utterly bewildered by the young man's actions. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed Lin Feng into the portal. Wanda had been on a mission for nearly 2 days, and Pietro was acutely aware that she had lost contact around noon, igniting a flame of concern within him. This man had accurately called out both his and Wanda's names. Even if a trap lay ahead, Pietro felt compelled to plunge forward. After all, Wanda was his sole remaining family. Chapter 82. Wanda has moved in as Pietro stepped through the portal alongside Lin Feng. The scenery before him transformed, revealing a splendid villa. His gaze immediately fell upon Wanda, who was seated on the sofa. "Pietro," Wanda exclaimed, noticing him and immediately enveloping him in a comforting embrace. "Thank you," he murmured, directed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, suggesting, "Why don't you explain the current situation to Pietro? I shall check on the dinner preparations." He preferred not to repeat himself, believing that Wanda and Pietro's communication would yield better results. Wanda obediently nodded, guiding the inquisitive Pietro to the sofa where she began to recount the unfolding events. Granting the siblings their space, Lin Feng made his way to the kitchen. At that moment, Susan had her back turned, diligently preparing the meal. Well, Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he glanced at the dinner spread before him. There was roasted meat, salad, seafood, and even some hometown delicacies that he cherished. What a feast! Without turning around, Susan continued her culinary tasks. "Of course it's a feast. We are celebrating your new companions." Lin Feng chuckled softly, scratching his head as he quietly observed Susan's cooking. The rhythmic clattering of utensils filled the air, and Susan fell silent. Outside the kitchen, the two siblings engaged in hushed conversation. Inside, however, the atmosphere felt oddly strained, a stark contrast to their usual banter. Noticing the vegetables being cut unevenly, Lin Feng sensed that Susan appeared somewhat distracted. "Oh right, I need to visit the universe in a couple of days. It might take 2 to 3 months." He casually mentioned, attempting to reveal his itinerary. The knife froze mid-air, and Susan's shoulders quivered slightly, yet she did not respond to Lin Feng's comment. After a brief silence, even Lin Feng, oblivious as he could be, recognized that something was amiss with Susan's demeanor. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind, his tone gentle. "What is troubling you, Susan?" Startled by his embrace, Susan shuddered again, but let out a soft sigh. She turned to face him, burying her head in his chest to shield her expression from view. "I'm a bit worried about you, Lin." After he departed, she could not help but inquire Wanda about the visions that had frightened her so deeply. Without hesitation, Wanda recounted the harrowing scenes she had witnessed: colossal spaceships, a war filled with smoke and bloodshed, and an unrelenting tide of cosmic invaders. As Wanda vividly painted the picture, Susan felt as though she were witnessing those massive spaceships crashing down before her, her heart racing with fear. She recalled Lin Feng's previous absences, understanding that those terrifying experiences had transpired during those times. She had believed that the Chitauri invasion was the most brutal scenario she could imagine, yet in Lin Feng's experiences, the Chitauri seemed merely a prelude to something far worse. Sensing Susan's concern, Lin Feng's smile turned slightly appreciative. It was heartening to know that his girlfriend cared for him deeply. He gently patted Susan's back, offering her solace. The universe is fraught with countless threats, and our defenses are alarmingly feeble. Some tasks must be undertaken by someone. Susan. Susan remained nestled in his embrace, her voice muffled. Then why must it be you? Can't others take on the responsibility? Lin Feng responded with a smile, uttering a phrase familiar to countless Marvel fans. With great power comes great responsibility. We must unite all available energies to confront the potential dangers ahead. Trust me, Susan, I will orchestrate everything. Susan silently nodded, her grip around Lin Feng's waist tightening. He found himself both amused and touched by her concern, which brought him immense joy. He continued to gently pat her back. All right, all right. This cosmic journey does not involve any extraterrestrial beings attacking me. I am seeking something instead. Rest assured, there is no danger this time. Can you guarantee that? Susan asked, her tone still heavy. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Of course I can. With his assurance, Susan lifted her head, and Lin Feng noticed her eyes were slightly reddened. He pinched her cheek playfully and offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I am Superman. The treasure I seek will only make me stronger. By the way, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Lin Feng seized the moment to swiftly change the somewhat somber topic. I would like Wanda to move in with us. Huh? Susan's worried demeanor vanished, replaced by a glint of danger in her eyes. You want Wanda to move in? Are you interested in her? Lin Feng leaned back in surprise, playfully pinching Susan's cheek. What are you thinking? Certainly not. Wanda's abilities are quite extraordinary, and with my assistance, she will become unexpectedly powerful. The primary purpose of her staying here is to protect you. As for her brother Pietro, I have other plans for him. Lin Feng had already devised a plan for Pietro. After enhancement, he would be handed over to SHIELD, under the supervision of that black-hearted Nick Fury. Like Tony, his villa could accommodate only one male resident. However, upon hearing this, Susan shook her head and raised her matching Superman bracelet. But I already have this. Lin Feng chuckled. That is not the sole reason. Wanda has a kind heart but lacks much life and social experience. To put it simply, she is easily deceived. I want you to guide her, to ensure she does not stray into the wrong path. My little reporter. Lin Feng's assertion held truth. Wanda indeed had an innocent appearance that made her susceptible to manipulation. In the films, she was deceived by Hydra and then by Ultron, and her brother was not much of a help either. Pietro could be entrusted to SHIELD, but Wanda absolutely could not. She needed to stand alongside him. As long as Wanda is with me, no matter what SHIELD does, Pietro's sense of belonging will always reside here. Susan feigned disappointment, exclaiming, Indeed, you are still infatuated with her. Instantly, Lin Feng's expression contorted in response. Observing the delightful expression on Lin Feng's face, Susan could not suppress her laughter, saying, all right, I shall not tease you any longer. I agree to let Wanda stay. The mere fact of Wanda residing here is entirely acceptable to her. Firstly, Wanda is a woman, and through their conversations, it is evident that her nature is not malevolent. Secondly, Lin Feng would be away for several months, and it would be rather dull for her to inhabit such a vast villa alone. Her little friend seems preoccupied lately, often going an entire week without any communication. Having someone to share the space with would certainly alleviate the sense of solitude in the expansive villa.